When Liu Qing traversed into the world of Pokémon, he faced Professor Oak's initial trio of choices and unhesitatingly selected Egg. Little did he know that this grass-type Pokémon harbored a hidden psychic attribute, making it one of the rarest categories alongside ghost and dragon types, which are notoriously difficult to capture. Behind this intellectual challenge lies a crucial strategy that every trainer must know. Click to discover how Liu Qing utilizes his wisdom to seize the initiative. Chapter 1. Where am I? My head hurts so much. Under the cover of night, within a lavish private estate on the outskirts of Goldenrod City in the Kanto region, a room adorned with exquisite decor housed a grand bed crafted from precious rosewood. Lying upon it was a young boy. With his short, golden hair and skin so pale from lack of sunlight, it was evident that he had been bedridden for an extended period, connected to various medical apparatuses. At that moment, after an unknown duration of slumber, the boy's eyelids fluttered, and he murmured something before falling silent once more. However, the nearby instruments began to beep cheerfully, startling the servant attending from a distance, who then dashed outside in excitement. "Doctor, has my son shown any signs of improvement?" A man in his 30s, exuding an air of authority, inquired as he observed the family doctors meticulously examining the child on the bed. Beside him, a graceful and dignified woman radiated anxiety. "Sir, madam, the young master indeed exhibits signs of awakening, but..." One of the examining doctors hesitated to speak further. "Dr. Sakuraga, please, do not hesitate to speak frankly," the woman urged, her heart heavy with worry as she anxiously regarded the physician. "Sir, madam, the young master suffered a head injury and has been bedridden for 6 long years. The fact that he is showing signs of consciousness is remarkable, however. We cannot be certain if his memories remain intact." The man and woman exchanged glances, their expressions faltering at the revelation. After a moment, the man took a deep breath and replied, "The existence of his memories is of little consequence as long as Liu Qing awakens. Everything else can be managed." "Father, mother." At that moment, the boy lying in bed slightly opened his eyes and turned his head to gaze at the 2 figures standing beside him. A wave of familiarity washed over him, and he could not help but call out. Though his voice was faint, it reverberated like thunder in the stillness of the room, silencing all. The man's lips curled into a faint smile, while the woman, overwhelmed with joy, immediately sat at the bedside, gently embracing the boy, tears of elation streaming down her face. Liu Qing, who is currently lying in bed as Liu Qing, possesses a soul that does not belong to this world. Instead, it belongs to an orphan on Earth who had just entered high school and had a penchant for watching Pokémon. This soul traversed into Liu Qing's body following a tragic car accident. Upon awakening, the memories belonging to Liu Qing were triggered, causing an overwhelming sense of dizziness. And by the time the doctor arrived, he had gradually regained consciousness, recognizing the couple before him as his biological parents. The father, named Kazekage Yu, is the chairman of Huayu Corporation and also the leader of the esteemed Kazekage clan, while the mother, named Millie, is a distinguished breeder and the aunt of the Ice King Kinna from Kanto. With the complete merging of Liu Qing's memories, or rather, his soul Liu Qing and Liu Qing have become one. He then heard the sound of a woman weeping, and an unexperienced rush of maternal affection surged within him. It has been a month since Liu Qing awakened. It must be said that the physical constitution of people in this world is enviably robust. Coupled with the family's unique methods for physical training, Liu Qing's previously stiff body, a result of prolonged bed rest, has remarkably recovered within just a month. However, achieving a complete restoration to the vitality of a typical adolescent will require extensive rehabilitation. As for the reason behind Liu Qing's bedridden state, it dates back 6 years when he accompanied his father, Kazekage Yu, to a meeting at the Fanyuan Company. Seizing an opportunity while the bodyguards were momentarily distracted, he ventured onto the streets, inadvertently overhearing a conversation among a poaching team. It is unclear what motivated Liu Qing, but he stealthily followed them, climbed aboard their vehicle, and rescued a precious dragon that the poachers had captured. Yet, as he attempted to escape, he was discovered. Although Liu Qing possessed some skills, they were only sufficient to contend with peers against adults and Pokémon. He stood defenseless. He was bitten on the head by a venomous Zubat from the enemy's crew. Thankfully, the bodyguard who had noticed Liu Qing's absence arrived just in time to prevent further assaults from the poaching team. However, the toxin had already infiltrated his brain. Although the poison was swiftly expelled, the brain tissue had suffered damage, leaving him in a comatose state. "Brother, so this is where you are? Cousin Kinna has arrived," and Mother sent me to fetch you to the breeding room." At that moment, a radiant boy of 8 or 9 years with tousled golden hair and deep blue eyes, strikingly handsome and resembling Liu Qing to a considerable degree, rushed over to speak. The Kazekage family is one of the most prestigious families in this world. As the eldest son of the family head, Liu Qing's awakening is a momentous event for the clan. Consequently, aside from a few reclusive elders, the remaining family members have traveled from across the globe to visit Liu Qing, the sheer number of whom leaves him feeling immensely overwhelmed. To attain the status of a premier aristocratic family in this world, it is essential not only to possess substantial financial resources, but also to have formidable combat prowess within the family, particularly in the training of flying-type Pokémon. This is the reason why the family is referred to as the Golden Feather Clan. As Liu Qing is aware, his father, Kazekiryu, is a trainer of at least the pinnacle level of a champion. To maintain this legacy, it is stipulated that all family members may select a Pokémon egg from the family's nurturing center once they turn 8. This egg must be of a flying type or a Pokémon capable of flight. The specific Pokémon that hatches is left to chance and serves as the initial Pokémon to be nurtured until the age of 10 when one embarks on their journey. After a decade, the clan elders will assign roles within the family based on individual abilities. The greater the strength, the more authority one wields, and conversely, the lesser the strength, the fewer privileges one possesses. Of course, one may choose to continue traveling, but all expenses would then be the individual's responsibility, as the clan will not provide support. Despite having been in slumber for 6 years, Liu Qing, as the eldest son of the clan leader, must lead by example and adhere to these traditions. Liu Qing's mother, Sato Millie, is a member of the Ice Sato clan, a prominent family in this world. Although she is a top-tier breeder, her combat abilities should not be underestimated, as she is at least a quasi-champion. The breeding facility is located at the forefront of the backyard where the Pokémon are raised, and it is overseen by Millie herself. In addition to feeding and nurturing the Pokémon, it is also one of the primary locations for providing initial Pokémon eggs to children reaching the appropriate age each year. Mother, cousin Kona, Liu Qing greeted upon entering the breeding room, where he found Millie conversing with a young woman around 20 years of age, with long violet red hair, glasses, and dressed in a sleek black dress. Beside her, a blue Pokémon lay on the sofa, the beloved Dratini that Liu Qing had rescued years ago. Upon seeing Liu Qing approach, it joyfully called out and leaped into his arms. "Liu Qing, you're feeling better. Come sit and rest," Millie said, having grown exceedingly indulgent towards Liu Qing after his 6-year vegetative state. "Your father is truly something else. He insists on sending you out to travel without heeding my concerns. Mother, I assure you I have fully recovered, so there is no need for such anxiety. Besides, I am eager to become a trainer." While Liu Qing cherished his mother's affection, he could not help but express his thoughts. He then turned to Kona, his expression tinged with urgency. "Cousin, what's the update?" "Cousin, overall there are no significant issues. Tomorrow, we will head to Professor Oak in Pallet Town to register your information." Kona paused before continuing. "However, since new trainers have only recently set out in the past couple of months, the new batch of initial Pokémon has yet to be released. So, if you wish for a Charmander, that may not be possible." Liu Qing was aware that as a member of the Bofone clan, the initial Pokémon he was to receive must possess or eventually acquire the ability to fly. This principle held true within the clan, as well the current batch of Pokémon eggs had already been claimed by the disciples, and new ones had yet to be cultivated. Hence, Kina was convinced that Liu Qing would receive a Charmander. "But I already have a Bagon, and Salamence also has flying attributes," Liu Qing exclaimed, patting the Bagon nestled in his arms. "Hee, that is indeed the case," Kina chuckled. "However, you are quite eager, young lad. You've just recovered and are already yearning to embark on a journey. In fact, I concur with your aunt's suggestion. It would be wise to wait until next year to set out with new trainers. Use this time to recuperate and acquire more knowledge." Kina makes a valid point. "Liu Qing, perhaps you should reconsider?" Millie chimed in, clearly in agreement with Kina's sentiments. "You needn't worry about your father. I will certainly persuade him." Chapter 2. 6 Pokémon, and with Bagon already occupying one slot, now I've also added a Happiny. While gazing at the fluffy white clouds from the airplane, Liu Qing muttered in exasperation. "Foolish boy, you are truly unaware of your good fortune. Due to your unique circumstances and your cousin's intercession, the League has graciously permitted you to carry a Happiny with you for special care," Kina remarked, ruffling Liu Qing's golden hair. You've struck a significant deal. Only those recognized as Elite Four or champions by the league have the right to request carrying multiple Pokémon. The Elite Four can carry a maximum of 9, while champions may possess up to 12. Really? Can I exchange Happiny for another Pokémon? Liu Qing's interest was piqued, and he promptly inquired. Yes, as long as you become an Elite Four member or a champion at a higher level, Kinna replied with a grin, but do you have what it takes? Humph, cousin, do not underestimate me. A surge of determination welled up within Liu Qing. Before I turn 20, I will undoubtedly become an Elite Four member and champion. Hee. At that time, you shall be my subordinate. Oh, such ambition. Your cousin will be waiting, Kinna responded, beaming. Upon seeing Kinna's expression, Liu Qing realized that Kinna might not have taken his words to heart. He shrugged it off. After all, not everyone possesses abundant theoretical knowledge at the onset of their journey. He believed that through practical experience, he would surely rise to the level of an Elite Four master. The Bagon cradled in his arms seemed to sense Liu Qing's resolve and let out a cry. Before long, the airplane landed in Pallet Town, specifically at Professor Oak's Research Institute. As Kinna and Liu Qing disembarked, they were greeted by the sight of Professor Oak, whose hair was slightly graying, emerging from his office with a welcoming smile. Kinna, I presume this young man beside you is Liu Qing of the Bowphone clan? Professor Oak was quite familiar with Kinna. Indeed, Professor, Kinna nodded, discreetly nudging the still-dazed Liu Qing. Greetings, Professor Oak, Liu Qing remarked, his heart racing with excitement as he stood before the esteemed figure he had only ever seen in images. Professor Oak returned the greeting, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as they fell upon the cherished dragon nestled in Liu Qing's arms. Ah, this must be the treasure of Fan Yuan. It is as precious and rare as the mini dragon of Kanto. Upon returning to the research facility, Professor Oak busily recorded Liu Qing's details while saying, this year, my grandson, Shigeru, has ventured out to participate in the Kanto League competition. Liu Qing, I assume you are embarking on a similar journey, which makes you rivals. Professor's grandson, Shigeru, must be quite formidable. Liu Qing smiled slightly, silently marveling at the serendipity of waking up just in time to align with the unfolding narrative. Liu Qing, although I lack a starter Pokémon for you, and you already possess a treasure dragon, I have still prepared 3 Pokémon for you to choose from, in accordance with the customary regulations for novice trainers. Professor Oak then produced 3 Pokeballs, releasing a trio of Pokémon, a Grass-type egg, a Fire-type Ponyta, and a Water-type Tadbulb. Which one do you prefer? Professor, I choose the egg, Liu Qing declared after carefully observing the 3 Pokémon. Each displayed exceptional qualities in terms of fur, eye color, and physique. The Tadbulb appeared somewhat absent-minded, while the Ponyta exuded a sense of composure. In contrast, the egg was vibrant and playful, bounding joyfully to Liu Qing's side and chirping delightfully. Ah, Professor, this one it is, Liu Qing exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to kneel and stroke the 6 heads of the egg. Not only was it animated, but it also belonged to the Psychic Tipia fact, well known for its rarity, alongside ghost and dragon types, which are notoriously difficult to encounter and capture. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? Observing that Liu Qing had made his selection, Professor Oak handed him the egg's Pokeball, 5 empty Pokeballs, and a Pokédex, saying, here are 5 new Pokeballs, a Pokédex, and the Pokeball for the egg. I hope you will become an outstanding trainer. Chapter 3. Thank you. Professor Oak, I will strive to do my best, Liu Qing earnestly expressed after taking the items, subsequently placing the egg into a Pokeball and stowing it away in his pocket. After bidding farewell to Kona and the others, Liu Qing finally embarked on his journey. Not long after stepping out of Professor Oak's research facility, he entered the forest leading to Viridian City. At this point, Liu Qing had released the egg in Chansey, and through the Pokédex, he learned of the egg's current abilities, Seed Bomb, Hypnosis, Telekinesis, and the inherited skill Nature Power. Although his Dratini had not yet evolved, it had been nurtured by the breeding expert Millie for 6 years. In addition to its inherent skills, Hydro Pump and Dragon Rush, it had also acquired the moves Headbutt, Dragon Breath, and Dragon Claw. However, due to the overwhelming power of Hydro Pump, Dratini was often hindered by recoil, making it a rather impractical skill. As for Dragon Rush, while potent, its excessive energy consumption led Liu Qing to temporarily forego its use. Upon truly arriving in this world, Liu Qing realized the significant differences from the realms depicted in animations and games. For instance, Pokémon skills in both the games and animations were limited to 4. The League regulations in this world also stipulated that only 4 skills could be utilized in battle. However, this did not imply that Pokémon lacked other formidable moves. Dratini was a prime example of this phenomenon. Though the small forest was teeming with various Pokémon, none piqued Liu Qing's interest, prompting him to proceed swiftly towards Viridian City, treating any encountered obstacles merely as training opportunities for the egg. After traveling for nearly half a day, he finally caught sight of the towering buildings of Viridian City. After recalling the now fatigued egg and his other two Pokémon, Liu Qing inquired with a passerby about the location of the Pokémon Center and soon arrived there, handing over the 3 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. "Mom, I have arrived in Viridian City." Following lunch, Liu Qing remembered his mother Millie's request and informed his family of his safe arrival. "Oh, you've reached Viridian City so quickly. I heard from your cousin that you chose an egg. Have you captured any other Pokémon?" Millie inquired. "Not yet, Mom. I plan to head to Viridian Forest to catch some more," Liu Qing replied, chatting with Millie for a while before ending the call. The 3 Pokémon had not expended much energy, so they quickly recovered. After receiving the Pokeballs from Nurse Joy, Liu Qing approached the exchange machine in the Pokémon Center, placing the egg's Pokeball alongside the ones he had brought from home. He pulled the lever, transferring the egg into the new Pokeball while discarding the old Pokeball and 5 new ones carelessly into the trash bin. Alas, I never anticipated that this world would not be as tranquil as I had envisioned. The intricate entanglements between noble families, alliances, and dark forces are ceaseless. Even the Pokeballs issued by the Elf Alliance have been tampered with, equipped with surveillance devices that can ascertain the precise details of the Pokémon possessed by their trainers at any moment. Only those major factions capable of independently producing Pokeballs are free from the Alliance's prying eyes. Liu Qing gazed at the Pokeball in his hand, which appeared ordinary on the surface, red on top and white below. However, when submerged in water and placed under sunlight, one could discern a pair of vividly depicted wings emblazoned on the red surface. This was a Pokeball utilized by the descendants of the Case clan. The winged emblem was not merely a symbol, it was also a device that, unlike the Alliance's oppressive mechanisms, assessed the strength of the Pokémon within the Pokeball, transmitting a spectrum of colors to the clan's central computer for an initial evaluation of the trainer's prowess. A champion level would be indicated by gold, an elite by silver, a quasi-champion by azure, and an elite rank by black. Only those whose status registered as black at the age of 20 would earn the clan's recognition and enjoy its privileges. After a brief respite, Liu Qing prepared to venture into the evergreen forest. Yet, as he opened the door, a crimson figure collided with him, knocking him to the ground and leaving a trail of footprints as it bounded past. "My apologies. Are you all right?" Miss Joy hurried over, concern etched on her face as she helped Liu Qing to his feet. "I'm fine," Liu Qing replied, rubbing his chest, which still felt a bit dazed. He offered a smile to the apologetic Joy, only to discover that the cause of his tumble was a sleek-furred Houndour, now ravenously devouring the Pokémon food that Chansey had just brought out. "Miss Joy, so that Houndour belongs to you? Its strength and speed are quite impressive," Liu Qing remarked, admiring the Houndour's coat, gaze, limbs, and exposed fangs. "Hee, this little one isn't my Pokémon. Originally, it belonged to the police department of the city, but due to its overly combative nature and lack of sociability, it was excluded from the canine unit. I am currently caring for it," Joy explained with a smile. "I see," Liu Qing responded, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the Houndour, contemplating whether he could ask Joy to allow him to capture it. However, he hesitated. Joy, perceptive as ever, discerned his unspoken desire and smiled knowingly. "Miss Kunsa entrusted me with this task specifically to find a suitable trainer for this child. If you wish to take it with you, it will depend on your strength. Many trainers have attempted to take it away before, yet none have succeeded. Thank you, Miss Joy." Hearing her words, Liu Qing was elated, promptly expressing his gratitude. He then approached the Houndour, brandishing a Pokeball and declaring, "Houndour, let us battle." Chapter 4. The Houndour seemed accustomed to this spectacle, immediately responding by adopting a battle stance, emitting a deep growl. In the backyard's modest training arena, Joy watched in astonishment as Liu Qing pitted his egg against a Houndour, exclaiming, "Using a grass type against a fire type? While it is true that fire types have an advantage over grass types, it does not guarantee victory," Liu Qing explained, his gaze fervently fixed on Houndour. "Houndour, you may attack first." With a low growl, Houndour unleashed a jet of flames towards the egg. "Remarkable. I did not anticipate that this Houndour could already employ flamethrower. Though the color of the flames suggests their power is limited, it is nonetheless impressive," Liu Qing thought, then commanded, "Egg, use Psychic to counter." Instantly, all 12 of Egg's eyes glowed a brilliant blue as the incoming flames halted midair, then rebounded towards Houndour. With a hissing sound, the flames collided with Houndour, only to be entirely absorbed, leaving it unscathed. Liu Qing quickly deduced the reason: Egg's ability to draw and fire. Maintain control over it, Egg. observing the situation. He remained unfazed, for the flames had indeed been influenced by Egg's psychic. Soon, a blue aura enveloped Houndour as well. Growling fiercely, Houndour struggled against the psychic grip, its tremendous strength causing the blue light to flicker violently. Such power! Increase your psychic force, Egg. Just then, Houndour erupted with a mighty roar, igniting in flames and transforming into a rapidly spinning fireball that broke free from Egg's control, crashing into Egg and sending it hurtling to the ground, gasping for breath. Clearly fatigued from the exertion of breaking free. This is bad, Joy exclaimed in alarm from the sidelines. Humph, it won't be so easily defeated, Liu Qing thought. Showing no signs of concern, he commanded Egg, still airborne, Egg, execute seed bomb. At once, 6 heads of Egg turned downward, unleashing a barrage of seeds upon Houndour. However, Houndour reacted swiftly, employing Dig to burrow underground, presumably waiting for Egg to land before launching a sneak attack. Yet, Liu Qing was not about to grant it that opportunity. Egg, summon nature's power. Chapter 5. The Everlasting Forest, known as the Everlasting, extends beyond just the cities of Everlasting and Nibi, weaving throughout the entirety of the Kanto region and even into the Johto region. It is one of the largest and most pristine forests in the world, home to an unparalleled variety of Pokémon species. Its unique power, known as the Everlasting Force, is highly coveted by the Pokémon League and various factions, leading to strict regulations against any form of destruction within the forest. Such an act would be seen as a provocation against all forces. In pursuit of a shortcut, they plunged into the boundless expanse of the forest, where knee-high grass, ubiquitous thickets, and dense canopies obscured the sunlight, rendering the daytime eerily ominous. Having never traversed such a forest personally, one cannot truly fathom the torment of journeying through such a place. The tangled roots lie concealed amidst the grass, ready to ensnare the unwary, while the omnipresent mosquitoes within the woods prove to be a greater source of discomfort than any insect-like sprite. The occasional appearance of wild beasts adds to the trepidation, leading Liu Qing to comprehend the origins of the meats consumed at home. It becomes evident that this world, in addition to humans and sprites endowed with extraordinary powers, is populated by ordinary animals and fish. These creatures serve not only as sustenance for humanity, but also as prey for various carnivorous sprites. Indeed, some sprites occasionally feast upon their kin. For instance, the Spearow preys upon Pidgey, while Pidgeotto, the evolution of Pidgey, feeds on Spearow, and the evolved form of Spearow, Fearow, consumes both Pidgeotto and Pidgey. These two species are inherently adversarial, and a trainer who captures both types of sprites simultaneously, even if they possess champion-level prowess, will struggle to maintain control. At this moment, Liu Qing finds himself on the periphery of the forest, observing a myriad of creatures such as Caterpie, Metapod, Beedrill, Pidgey, and Spearow, none of which ignite his desire for capture. Liu Qing's strategy necessitates the acquisition of foundational water, fire, and grass-type sprites, alongside a formidable illusionist sprite, Jengar, that possesses the ability to speak. This would yield a perfect roster of 6 sprites. Naturally, his top choice for the water type is the fearsome Gyarados, renowned throughout the Kanto region. He recalls that Misty discovered a Gyarados near a waterfall in the Viridian Forest, although uncertain if that Gyarados still resides there after several months. Liu Qing resolves to seek his fortune at that location. However, the pressing question remains, where is the waterfall? In pursuit of an answer, Liu Qing has wandered aimlessly through the forest for several days. Exhausted from encountering obstructive sprites, his companions, Togepi, Dratini, and Houndour, are equally fatigued. How foolish of me, he laments. I could have simply captured a flying-type sprite to facilitate my search instead of stubbornly scouring the wilderness. Sitting on the ground, savoring a freshly prepared meal from Togepi, Liu Qing suddenly smacks his forehead in frustration. Yet, upon observing the fatigue of his 3 companions, he abandons the immediate plan to capture a sprite. Just then, a green shadow whirls past, creating a gust of wind, and in an instant, the food laid out before them vanishes without a trace. What was that? Togepi, stop it. Gravity field. In the midst of enjoying his meal, the sudden disappearance leaves Liu Qing momentarily stunned, prompting him to shout. Meanwhile, his 3 companions, now incensed, unleash their fiery assaults, flamethrower, dragon breath, and seed bomb, all directed at the green shadow, culminating in a resounding explosion. As the dust settles, Liu Qing finally discerns the identity of the thief. Could it be that I have activated the protagonist's halo? He muses. The green shadow is none other than the renowned flying-type sprite, Scyther, a creature he had envisioned capturing from the outset. Due to the rarity of small sprites like the Scyther even in the Kanto region, I had initially planned to venture into the wilds for a stroke of luck. To my surprise, I encountered one in the J-band forest. However, it should be noted that Ash had only traversed a small portion of the forest's periphery. While I might have already approached its heart, this Scyther was a tender shade of green and rather diminutive, indicating its youth, yet its physique was remarkably well-developed and robust. Its gleaming size and impressive speed showcased its potential for significant growth. Without hesitation, I cast a Pokeball and successfully captured the Scyther. Blissey, please tend to the Scyther and prepare some nourishment, I instructed. Once I released the Scyther again, Blissey obediently healed it and began preparing food. Chapter 6. Scyther is typically known for its pride and combative spirit. However, it willingly submits to those who can best it. Coupled with my culinary prowess and verbal persuasion, the Scyther swiftly acknowledged me and my 4 companions, joining us for a meal. After hearing about my quest to find a waterfall, it readily indicated it knew the way and led me toward it. Scyther, are you certain this is the correct path? I asked, despite having inquired multiple times along the way. Observing the Scyther nod vigorously, I refrained from further questioning. Instead, I added more firewood to the campfire, intensifying its glow. As I gazed at my 4 companions, peacefully slumbering, I couldn't help but reminisce about the day's adventures. Earlier that afternoon, with the Scyther guiding us. The trees around us grew taller and denser, while the grassy terrain transformed into high thickets. The wild Pokémon we encountered became increasingly formidable. The likes of Spearow and Pidgey were easily dealt with, but facing a swarm of Bellsprouts was another matter entirely. The overwhelming cloud of sleep powder they unleashed was enough to send shivers down my spine. Fortunately, due to our training along the way, my Drowsy's telekinesis had significantly strengthened, allowing it to reflect the sleep powder back. With the assistance of my Hounder's flamethrower, we managed to forge a path forward. However, our fortunes took a turn for the worse as we stumbled upon a Beedrill nest, teeming with thousands of the insects. The ensuing chaos ignited a desperate flight. Despite suffering numerous injuries from Hounder's flames, Drowsy's telekinesis, Dratini's dragon breath, and Scyther's wing assaults, we were relentlessly pursued by hundreds of Beedrill until the night was shrouded in darkness. Exhausted, my 4 Pokémon could barely muster the strength to continue. In desperation, I released Blissey, who, though not adept at combat, utilized gravity to control the situation and helped restore some of my companion's stamina. Together, we managed to dispatch the remaining Beedrill. Once the danger had subsided, I realized how utterly fatigued I was from our frantic escape. After Drowsy cleared a patch of ground with its telekinesis, I settled down, allowing Blissey to assist me and my Pokémon in regaining our strength while preparing our meal. After contemplating for a while, I succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Flowing Clear, guided by the Mantis, cautiously navigated to avoid the clusters of tiny sprites. However, the inevitable encounters led to some skirmishes, and by midday, the air was filled with a resounding roar, accompanied by a palpable humidity, signaling that they had finally arrived. After a brief interval, Flowing Clear beheld the full majesty of the waterfall, a vast curtain of white cascading from hundreds of meters above with formidable force, plunging into the pool below and sending up plumes of mist that reached several meters high. Under the sun's embrace, a resplendent rainbow formed. Evoking memories of the poet Li Bai's verses, ascending the fragrant peak, I gazed southward at the waterfall's descent. Its flow hangs 300 zhang, spraying through the valleys for countless miles. Like a bolt of lightning it comes, veiled as a white rainbow ascends. At first, I am startled by the Milky Way's fall. Half drenched in the clouds above, I gaze up in awe as the scene transforms. What a magnificent work of nature. The sea breeze is unyielding. The moonlight reflects upon the river. In the air, beams scatter, washing the azure cliffs on either side. Flying pearls disperse like light mist. The flowing foam bubbles against the lofty stones. As I wander these famed mountains, my heart finds tranquility. Regardless of savoring the jade-like liquid, I cleanse my dusty visage. But in harmony with my desires, I shall forever bid farewell to the mortal realm. In the midst of the pool, one could occasionally spot tadpoles leaping and frolicking joyfully, resembling somewhat Na'vi creatures, while the leisurely hippos basked in the sun. Beneath the water, groups of aquatic sprites floated serenely. This must surely be the source where little Xia encountered the waterfall, otherwise, I cannot fathom what its origin might be. Reflecting upon the wonders of nature, Flowing Clear decided to delay the pursuit of the Gyarados and released the Happiny to prepare lunch. At that moment, Flowing Clear couldn't help but admire her mother's foresight in planning, for without such provisions, the matter of sustenance would indeed be a significant concern. After enjoying lunch and taking a brief respite, Flowing Clear retrieved her diving gear from her bag, preparing to submerge and seek out the elusive Gyarados. Upon entering the water, A refreshing sensation enveloped her, as if the weariness of the previous days evaporated. Taking a deep breath, she dove beneath the surface, swiftly searching for her quarry. Chapter 7. As Flowing Clear ventured deeper into the water, she frequently encountered schools of tadpoles, tree frogs, swift frogs, and various fish such as the goldeen and seeking swimming about. Occasionally, she spotted large clams and armored shells opening and closing in a monotonous rhythm. Where could the Gyarados be? It shouldn't be this elusive. Perhaps it resides in deeper waters? Unfortunately, I have reached my limits here. It seems I must resort to a simpler method, slowly fishing instead. Returning to the shore, Flowing Clear dried herself off and dressed before instructing Happiny to stay close while the other sprites roamed freely. Grabbing a fishing rod, she cast it into the water, settling down to await her catch. Oh no, a seeking. Not you. Goldeen, not you either. Ah, a clam. But still I'll pass. Psyduck? No, thank you. As the sun gradually descended towards the west, the sky grew darker. After spending an entire afternoon without catching a single Gyarados, Liu Qing felt a sense of frustration at having traveled so far only to be met with disappointment. However, he soon noticed that the number of kinglers in the pond seemed to be increasing, and their gathering trend was becoming more pronounced. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the entire surface of the pond appeared to shimmer with a crimson hue. What was that? While idly waiting for dinner on the shore, Liu Qing suddenly spotted a golden figure darting just a short distance away. Although it moved swiftly, it did not escape Liu Qing's keen eyes. A possibility began to dawn on him, one that seemed increasingly likely. He quickly called upon his Scyther and Exeggcute, instructing them, Scyther, take Exeggcute up to the pond and see if you can find a golden kingler. If you do, Exeggcute, use your psychic powers to bring it out. Soon, after a thorough aerial survey conducted by Scyther with Exeggcute in tow, they came to a sudden halt. Exegcute's eyes turned a brilliant blue, and to Liu Qing's anticipation, it captured a golden kingler, which was notably larger than the average, and brought it soaring back to the shore. Indeed, it was a shiny Pokémon. Observing the fiercely thrashing kingler in midair, Liu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He approached and embraced the struggling creature, marveling at its vigorous strength. He could not help but reflect on how much Exegcute's psychic abilities had improved. Otherwise, capturing such a powerful creature would have been quite a challenge. Chapter 8. Kinglers of this variety are known for their simplicity of mind, making them relatively easy to capture without a battle, and even shiny variants are no exception. After successfully securing the kingler in a Pokeball, Liu Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction and promptly released it to join his companions for a delightful dinner prepared by Chansey. That night, as Liu Qing slept soundly, he was suddenly roused by a warm sensation on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a large canine face staring back at him. It was only upon closer inspection that he recognized it as his Arcanine. Sitting up, he embraced Arcanine and surveyed his surroundings, asking, "What's the matter, Arcanine? Where are the others?" After a series of barks, Arcanine leapt from Liu Qing's embrace and trotted ahead, occasionally glancing back at the bewildered Liu Qing. Understanding that Arcanine wanted him to follow, Liu Qing rose to his feet. In the distance, he could see his other Pokémon standing at the water's edge. As Liu Qing followed Arcanine to the shore, he was met with a breathtaking sight that illuminated the reason behind the gathering of countless kinglers. High above, a luminous full moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery beam that cascaded down towards the waterfall, enveloping the surroundings in a gossamer glow. As Liu Qing gazed into the pond, he was met with a sea of red. Countless kinglers were swimming upstream against the waterfall's current, only to be swept back down by the immense force. Yet, undeterred, they persisted in their ascent, seemingly tireless. At that moment, a significant portion of the cascading water was entirely cloaked in red. Could it be that they were attempting to leap over the Dragon Gate? As I gazed upon the scene before me, Liu Qing was taken aback, hastily retrieving his camera to adjust the focus, aiming it at the waterfall. This moment could potentially herald a monumental discovery. After all, it was unheard of for anyone to have witnessed such a spectacle. Once the camera was set, Liu Qing began to observe intently and soon spotted a glimmer of gold amidst the multitude of crimson. Before him was the golden king carp, having surged up the waterfall, valiantly swimming a fifth of the distance, only to be thwarted by an overwhelming force that sent it tumbling back down. After a brief respite, it would once again attempt to ascend, yet each time it failed to surpass its previous distance and was cast back down. Gradually, the beam of moonlight began to retract, and the myriad of exhausted king carps drifted downstream, while the golden one remained undeterred in its relentless pursuit. It was evident that the power of the waterfall was insurmountable. The king carp could hardly make any progress, especially in its current state of fatigue. Watching the tireless Golden King carp evoked a pang of sympathy within Liu Qing. Yet as its trainer, he understood the determination of the king carp more than anyone else. Resolutely, he decided to offer assistance. Scyther, take Blissey and Egg up to the top of the waterfall, and help the king carp ascend. He commanded. Blissey, use gravity at the top to mitigate the waterfall's force against the king carp. Egg, employ your psychic abilities to aid it as well. With a sharp cry, Scyther grasped Blissey and Egg, soaring to the waterfall's summit. After setting the two Pokémon down, it swiftly returned to the side of the king carp, flapping its wings to propel them upwards. Meanwhile, Blissey and Egg unleashed their respective techniques, significantly alleviating the pressure on the king carp. It quickly surpassed the quarter mark, then the third, but as it neared the halfway point, it could no longer hold on and began to descend slowly. Chapter 9. How could this be? According to the principles of dynamics, the resistance of water should diminish as one ascends. Why did it seem that the king carp's struggle only intensified? Liu Qing was perplexed, but recognized the urgency of his involvement. He glanced at the remaining two Pokémon. Arcanine would be of no help. Stripping off his clothing, he clutched his Dragonite and leaped into the water, propelling himself onto a rock beneath the waterfall. At this moment, the beam of moonlight had shrunk to a mere meter in width. Dragonite, unleash Hydro Pump. Though using this technique would typically affect Dragonite with recoil, Liu Qing's embrace meant that the backlash would be absorbed by him, eliminating any concerns about accuracy. In an instant, a powerful Hydro Pump was released, propelling the king carp further up to 3/4 of the distance, yet it still lacked the strength to continue. What to do? At this point, he had exhausted all his resources. How could he navigate the final quarter of the ascent? No, I must have faith in my Pokémon. If I do not believe in them, what right do I have to aspire to become a Pokémon master? Liu Qing gazed anxiously at the ever-diminishing beam of moonlight. Yet his heart steadied as he recalled the relentless efforts of the small sprites and the encouraging barks of the herdier on the shore. With newfound determination, he shouted, regardless of whether the sprites above the waterfall could hear him, "Everyone, give it your all." As his voice resonated, the power of the Hydro Pump held by his cherished Dragonite surged further. The azure glow enveloping the Kingler began to shimmer with iridescence. Liu Qing understood that it was the light of mental interference. The force of the water crashing upon the Kingler diminished slightly. Suddenly, the Scyther, which had been restraining the Kingler, let out a thunderous cry, releasing a white trail of light from its body, employing the move U-turn. In response, the Kingler summoned its utmost strength, propelled forward by the combined efforts of the 5 sprites, and with a triumphant leap, surged over the waterfall just as the moonlight beam narrowed to mere centimeters. Bathed in the glow of the moonlight, it radiated a dazzling white light, its form extending gradually. When the white light faded, a crimson Gyarados emerged above the waterfall, unleashing a thunderous roar that sent ripples of immense pressure throughout the surroundings. As if the very universe had fallen silent, the exhausted Scyther, Chansey, and Togepi plummeted to the ground beside Liu Qing, splashing water everywhere as they nestled against his chest with sleepy eyes. With a gentle chuckle, Liu Qing tenderly stroked the horn atop Gyarados' head, climbing onto its back as it carried him to the shore. He carefully assisted the weary sprites down from its back and retrieved some restorative potions from his backpack to help them regain their strength. Once everything was in order, he allowed the herdier to stand guard, succumbing to fatigue and falling into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Liu Qing discovered that the sprites had already risen and were frolicking in the pond under the guidance of the Gyarados. It was only then that Liu Qing meticulously observed the Gyarados, realizing it measured at least 8 or 9 meters in length, significantly longer than an ordinary Gyarados, and remarkably, it boasted 5 fins, one more than the usual. The extent of its other unique attributes remained to be uncovered. At that moment, the 6 playful sprites noticed Liu Qing and converged around him, led by the Gyarados. "Gyarados, let me see what skills you possess," Liu Qing called out as the sprites returned to the shore. With a mighty roar, Gyarados unleashed a chilling breath, its fangs elongating dramatically as it bit into a rock, instantly encasing it in ice. Then, its massive tail emerged from the water and struck the icy boulder with tremendous force, sending shards flying. The display of 2 skills brought a smile to Liu Qing's face. They were the moves Splash and Tackle originally belonging to the Magikarp. Gyarados' Water Tail and Ice Fang were impressive, yet Liu Qing pondered that from the Tackle move, it could learn the powerful Wave Crash, while Splash ought to be transformed into Thunderbolt. In a moment of clarity, Liu Qing resolved the path for his Gyarados. Furthermore, given Gyarados' substantial size, he needed to enhance its speed and defense. The baby dragon required practice in controlling Hydro Pump, while the Houndour and Scyther focused on agility. As for the Exeggcute, It was imperative to continue strengthening its mental fortitude. With the tasks delineated, it was time to commence execution, naturally setting off towards Nibi City, simply following the course of the river. Chapter 10 days later, having spent a week in the evergreen forest, Liu Qing finally stood atop a rocky hill. The scenery of Nibi City sprawling before him. Reflecting on the richness of the past week, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Mom, I have arrived in Nibi City. At the Nibi City Pokémon Center, after handing over his 6 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, he promptly called home to reassure his family. Liu Qing, it's been a week. You finally called. Your mother was nearly beside herself with worry. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Have you been suffering? Millie's concerned voice resonated through the phone. Mom, I'm on an adventure, aren't I? Traversing through forests takes time. Besides, didn't you ask Chansey to look after me? What is there to be anxious about? Liu Qing replied with a chuckle. Oh, by the way, Mom, here is a glimpse of a rare sight I captured. I'll send it to you now. All right, let me see what you deem a rare sight. Millie responded, evidently intrigued by Liu Qing's words. After a brief pause, she continued. Okay, the transmission is complete. I'm awaiting the good news of your triumph over the Nibi gym. Yes, Mom, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll show you the Nibi badge. Liu Qing said confidently. Indeed, reflecting on the fruits of his training over the past week, Liu Qing felt a sense of satisfaction, even if he was still far from his aspirations. He was confident he could overcome the Nibi gym leader, even if it were Brock's father, Rhydon. Early the next morning, after receiving the 6 Pokeballs from Nurse Joy, Liu Qing made his way to the Nibi gym. Is anyone here? I am Liu Qing from Goldenrod City, here to challenge the gym. He called out as he pushed open the large doors, only to be met with darkness. Oh, a challenger has arrived. With the voice of a middle-aged man. The entire gym lit up, revealing Rhydon, who resembled Brock, seated cross-legged upon a stone. I am Rhydon, the trainer of the Nibi gym. This is your first time participating in a gym battle, I presume? A gym battle is quite different from the casual contests by the roadside. Rhydon declared after a lengthy discourse, finally announcing, the match will be limited to 3 Pokémon. Do you understand? Understood, let us begin. With a snap of his fingers, Rhydon summoned the rocky battleground to life. Let the match commence. Go Onyx. Rhydon leaped off the rock and hurled his Pokeball, shouting with vigor. To Liu Qing's surprise, it was the evolved form of Geodude. Then go Exeggcute. He responded, releasing his Pokemon as well. Originally, you utilized a Grass-type Pokemon, which indeed conferred a distinct advantage and attributes. However, vanquishing me shall not prove to be an effortless endeavor. Let the battle commence. Onyx, launch your tackle. The Onyx, resembling a colossal rock, charged fiercely towards the egg. Engage in direct combat. Seed Bomb. The egg unleashed a barrage of seed bombs from its 6 heads, delivering powerful strikes that forced Onyx back, and it continued its relentless assault. Humph, my Onyx will not merely endure blows. Roll out. Suddenly, Onyx curled its body and rolled rapidly towards the egg, deflecting all the seed bombs with remarkable force. Such formidable power. Observing Onyx's rolling attack, Liu Qing couldn't help but admire it. Yet admiration does not preclude retaliation. Egg, use confusion. Chapter 11. Did you think I would allow you to seize the opportunity to capture Onyx? Wu Neng stated coldly. Indeed, Onyx's speed surged, doubling in intensity, and its trajectory became erratic. Capturing Onyx through confusion would be exceedingly difficult. However, was Liu Qing's true intention to seize Onyx? With a resounding crash, Onyx struck the egg, sending it flying, and Onyx itself was also propelled backward, its body now shimmering with a faint rainbow glow. How could this be? Wu Neng exclaimed in shock. Ha, this is the opportunity one have been waiting for. Egg, unleash nature power. As Liu Qing witnessed the success of his strategy, he called out eagerly. You shall not succeed. Onyx, use Rock Slide. Wu Neng shouted. It was too late. As if affirming Liu Qing's words, a green luminescence enveloped the egg, retracting the confusion and bearing down upon Onyx. With a tremendous roar, the entire arena shook violently, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Egg Seed Bomb. Liu Qing was not naive enough to believe that a single move would suffice to defeat Onyx. He intended to press the advantage. After a series of explosive sounds, the egg emerged from the dust, returning to Liu Qing's side, slightly panting. Once the dust settled, Onyx lay defeated, having lost its combat ability, resting in a sizable crater. Return, Onyx. Wu Neng recalled Onyx, casting a penetrating glance at Liu Qing, acknowledging, I underestimated you. Come forth, Steelix. Return egg. Liu Qing did not wish to grant his opponent free experience, recalling the egg, which had expended considerable energy, and once again threw a Pokeball. Arise, Scyther. As both Pokémon appeared, the battle resumed. It appears you aim to secure victory through speed. However, my Steelix shall not fear you, Wu Neng remarked, seemingly aware of Liu Qing's intentions. Heh, Gym Leader, that remains to be seen. Scyther, showcase your swiftness, Fury Cutter. Liu Qing recognized Wu Neng's attempts at psychological warfare, but remained unfazed, choosing to embrace the challenge. In an instant, Scyther transformed into a green blur, swiftly darting towards Steelix, executing a Fury Cutter aimed at its face. Hold on, Steelix, Rockblade. At that moment, Wu Neng shouted loudly, relying on Steelix's remarkable defensive capabilities. He initially absorbed the opponent's strike before unleashing this all-encompassing attack. Once struck, the opponent's speed would inevitably diminish, allowing Steelix's immense offensive power to truly shine. Liu Qing swiftly discerned Wu Neng's strategy. Although the events unfolded slowly in words, the battlefield was rapidly evolving. The Scyther, after landing a strike on Steelix, let out a pained cry and staggered back a step. However, the surrounding rock blades swiftly launched, sending the approaching Scyther flying. Steelix, charge forward, arm thrust. Dream on, Scyther. Swords dance. Caught off guard by the rock blades, Scyther quickly began to whirl, deflecting all the projectiles, and ascended into the air just in time to evade the incoming arm thrust. The thunderous roar resonating from the arena, along with the scattering debris, revealed the tremendous power behind that arm thrust. An opportunity presents itself, Night Slash. Upon witnessing Scyther complete its sword's dance, enhancing its attack power by 2 levels, and noting Steelix's diminished speed due to the arm thrust, Liu Qing surged towards Steelix from above. Chapter 12. Steelix, once more, Rockblade. Wu Neng did not anticipate that Scyther would employ such a sword's dance at a critical moment, deflecting the rock blades and thwarting his plans. He hastily commanded, return. With Liu Qing's order, the already swift Scyther was enveloped in several white streaks of light. Its speed surged once more, appearing in front of Steelix as if teleporting. The residual force of the Night Slash landed fiercely in the same spot, causing Steelix to let out a howl and crash to the ground, defeated. With the boost from Sword's Dance and the acceleration from Return, that Night Slash exceeded the power of a focus punch, delivering a blow with double the impact, striking true against Steelix. Upon seeing Steelix fall, Liu Qing exhaled a sigh of relief, encouraged the breathless Scyther, and returned it to its Pokeball. Who would have thought that as a first-time participant in the gym challenge, you possess such formidable strength? In this case, I must resort to my final strategy. After 2 of his Pokémon were swiftly defeated while his opponent remained unscathed, Wu Neng had no choice but to take the situation seriously and threw out his last Pokeball. Come forth, Steelix. With a burst of white light, a Steelix approximately 10 meters in length materialized on the battlefield, unleashing a thunderous roar that instilled a palpable sense of pressure, causing Liu Qing to feel a wave of trepidation. This Steelix is impressive. Its mere presence can sap the confidence of an average challenger, and the battle scars upon its body testify to its extensive experience. Liu Qing couldn't help but admire it, yet this only fueled his determination further. Challenger, have you decided which Pokémon you shall use? At that moment, Wu Neng, arms crossed, inquired. Steelix, a Pokémon of steel and ground types, possesses formidable physical defenses. The only way to contend with it is through special attacks, and even then, only fire and water types are effective. After recalling the information about Steelix, Liu Qing swiftly made a decision and summoned his 3rd Pokémon, Bagon. Oh, a Bagon from the Hoenn region, a rather rare Pokémon indeed, Wu Neng remarked, raising an eyebrow. But this ends here. Steelix, use Body Slam. With Wu Neng's command, Steelix let out a thunderous roar, enveloped in a yellow glow, and charged towards the seemingly diminutive Bagon. What an impressive momentum. Although the attack was not directed at Liu Qing, the residual force created an oppressive atmosphere that compelled him to swiftly order, Bagon, leap up to meet it. Are you really going to charge head-on? Wu Neng asked, astonished, as Bagon obeyed Liu Qing's command and dashed towards Steelix. Impossible. Liu Qing scoffed, and just as Steelix and Bagon were about to collide, he shouted, Spiral. Instantly, Bagon began to spin rapidly in the air, narrowly gliding past Steelix's massive form. Well done. The moment he spotted Steelix, Liu Qing was reminded of a scene from his past life where Ash challenged the first gym leader in Sinnoh, encountering a similar situation against a rock-type Pokémon, leading to this very moment. Bagon, use Headbutt. Having evaded Steelix's terrifying assault, Liu Qing seized the opportunity to attack. Upon hearing the command, Bagon ceased spinning, and a blue aura emanated from its forehead as it charged towards Steelix. Boom. Missing its target due to the earlier maneuver, coupled with Bagon's enhanced momentum, Steelix's enormous body crashed into the arena, causing the ground to collapse beneath it. Liu Qing was surprised to discover such a clever method to evade body slam. However, Wu Neng was an experienced trainer. Steelix, Iron Tail. Despite his astonishment at Liu Qing's quick thinking, Wu Neng recognized that Bagon, airborne and lacking support, was essentially a sitting duck. It was logical to attack, and a single strike could potentially knock Bagon out. Oh no, it's the Rockhead ability, Liu Qing thought. He had anticipated that even if Steelix's impact was not devastating, it would at least cause some disorientation, allowing Bagon to land safely for a counterattack. However, as Wu Neng commanded, Steelix's colossal tail glistened with metallic sheen and came crashing down upon Bagon. Is defeat imminent? No, I refuse to believe it. As the iron tail drew closer, Liu Qing frantically recalled Bagon's moves. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited within him. Bagon, Hydro Pump. Indeed, Hydro Pump was the answer. Although Bagon had yet to master the move and would be affected by recoil, losing stability and potentially missing its target. One must not forget that the opponent was the gargantuan Steelix, which would allow Bagon to utilize the recoil to evade the Iron Tail's range. Indeed, the treasure dragon in the sky suddenly inhaled sharply, unleashing a powerful jet of water towards the incoming steel tail. However, it was swiftly overturned, tumbling through the air before crashing onto a rocky surface. The high-pressure water spray missed the steel tail entirely, instead striking the head of the great steel snake, which let out a miserable cry before decisively burrowing underground at Wu Neng's command. Chapter 13. While traveling and training, Liu Qing arrived at the lunar viewing mountain days later, initially intending to catch a glimpse of the scene where Pippi worships the moon. However, to his dismay, he could not locate the animated cave, only finding a few moonstones. Left with no choice, Liu Qing resumed his journey toward Hualan City. After several more days of travel, Liu Qing finally reached Hualan City, pondering whether the Hualan trio had grown stronger. If not, his newly trained Gyarados, now capable of using Thunderbolt, would likely have the upper hand. However, at that moment, Liu Qing had no intention of challenging them. He was utterly exhausted from the journey, as were his 6 Pokémon. After handing over the Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, he first made a phone call home to assure his family of his safety, then checked into a room for a well-deserved rest. The following morning, after watching the performance of the Hualan trio, he approached them. Each of us will summon 1 Pokémon, and you may use 3. If you win, the badge is yours, stated the eldest sister, releasing a Starmie. Go, Scyther. Liu Qing also summoned his Pokémon. Scyther, initiate the attack with X-Scissor. Following Liu Qing's command, Scyther crossed its blades, emitting a radiant white light as it swiftly approached Starmie. Starmie, intercept it with water gun. The eldest sister shouted urgently. Unfortunately, all of Starmie's water guns were evaded by Scyther, which then accurately struck Starmie with X-Scissor, causing its gems to glow a vivid red. Ah, my Starmie. The eldest sister cried out in despair as she recalled her Pokémon, casting a mournful glance at Liu Qing as she stepped aside. The second sister then sent forth her Goldfish King. Wow, that was a swift defeat, Liu Qing thought in astonishment, realizing that Starmie had fallen in just one move. However, in pursuit of balanced development, he recalled the eager Scyther and sent out his well-trained Gyarados instead. Roar. Upon its arrival, Gyarados unleashed a tremendous roar, leaving the faces of the 3 sisters pale with fear. Forgetting that Gyarados was a shiny variant, they immediately recalled Goldfish King, conceding the match outright. Is this how I earn the blue badge? Liu Qing asked incredulously as he accepted the blue badge from the eldest sister, who had retrieved it from the mouth of a white sea lion. Of course, you're so formidable that we could never hope to defeat you. So we had no choice but to hand over the badge, explained the third sister. Suddenly glancing at the time, she exclaimed, Oh no, elder sister, second sister. It's time for our beauty routine. With that, the 3 sisters gasped in unison and vanished, leaving Liu Qing in a state of bewilderment. A sense of exasperation washed over Liu Qing as he recalled the frustrations of his recent encounters. The imposing Gyarados, similarly disheartened, followed him out of the gym and beyond the borders of Hualan City, embarking once more on their journey. Over the course of the following several days, Liu Qing traversed numerous landscapes. However, in pursuit of training his Pokémon, he eschewed the main roads, opting instead to navigate through the woods. Remarkably, he never found himself lost, leaving him puzzled as to how Ash and his companions often strayed from their path. One day, after emerging from a dense forest, Liu Qing arrived at the seashore. The invigorating sea breeze enveloped him, offering a refreshing sensation distinct from that of the forest. Chapter 14. A towering lighthouse loomed atop a nearby hill, likely the very location where Ash and his friends encountered the colossal Dragonite, a sight Liu Qing regrettably could not witness. Though he had little connection with Professor Jingwei, Liu Qing wished to utilize the ocean for an intensive month of training with his Pokémon. To ensure he had a place to stay and could maintain contact with his family, he decided to pay a visit to Professor Jingwei. True to his reputation as a research enthusiast, the professor merely requested that Liu Qing refrain from interrupting him, granting him free rein otherwise. After a day of rest, Liu Qing returned to the seaside at dawn, releasing all of his Pokémon. Gyarados, he instructed, head into the ocean for your training. The pressure of the deep sea and the immense resistance will effectively enhance your speed and defensive capabilities. Additionally, focus on mastering the Aqua Tail skill, aiming to achieve the same speed and power underwater as you would on land, free of water resistance. You must also practice the hydro pump technique. I have already explained its mechanics to you, so strive to master it within a month. Upon hearing Liu Qing's words, Gyarados let out a mighty roar and plunged into the waves, swimming deeper into the ocean. Scyther, Liu Qing continued, your primary focus should be on enhancing your flight speed and the swiftness of your blade strikes. Glide close to the water's surface, utilizing the wind pressure generated by your speed to part the sea. Be prepared for the occasional large wave when they arise. Use your sides to unleash your most powerful attacks. Aim to reach a level where a single strike can cleave through the waves. Turning to his other Pokémon, he said, Eevee, your task is to strengthen your mental fortitude. Houndour, as I have previously mentioned, when using Flamethrower, you must concentrate the flames. Therefore, your focus should be on increasing both the speed and power of your fire attacks. I envision a collaboration between you two. Eevee, use your psychic abilities to manipulate sand into clumps and launch them into the air to target Houndour. Houndour, you must aim your Flamethrower at these clumps, ensuring they do not strike you. Begin with just one clump for practice. At that moment, only Kabutops and Chansey remained by Liu Qing's side. Noticing that Liu Qing had yet to assign him a task, Kabutops nudged him with a claw, calling out for attention. Ah, don't be impatient, Liu Qing chuckled. Though your evolution has significantly enhanced your defensive prowess, it has also greatly restricted your speed. I have devised a method to help you adapt to your own weight, though it will undoubtedly be quite challenging. Are you willing to undertake it? Liu Qing crouched down, gently caressing the shell of the Shelder. Upon hearing Liu Qing's words, the Shelder promptly struck its body with a claw and let out a call. Very well, Happiny. I kindly ask you to generate a gravitational field around the Shelder. However, please begin with a gentle pull, gradually increasing the intensity as the Shelder acclimates. After issuing this command to Happiny, Liu Qing turned to the Shelder and added, your task is to maintain your balance under the influence of Happiny's gravitational field and utilize Dragon Claw to shatter the rocks along the shore. With the assignments in place, Liu Qing observed the Scyther soaring above the sea, while Happiny controlled a mass of sand to assault the Houndour, which valiantly countered with jets of flame, creating a thrilling spectacle. In stark contrast, the scene involving Happiny and the Shelder was quite disheartening. As soon as the gravitational field was activated, the Shelder collapsed onto the beach, struggling for an extended period before unsteadily rising to its feet. Just as it prepared to unleash Dragon Claw, its instability caused it to topple once more, leading to a further struggle. While the Pokémon were undergoing their training, Liu Qing seized the opportunity to enhance his own physical condition. Although the inhabitants of this world possessed remarkably high physical fitness, Liu Qing's 6 years of confinement had left his stamina significantly lacking, inferior even to that of a 10-year-old novice trainer. This lack of endurance often necessitated frequent breaks during his travels. Consequently, he donned his swimwear and plunged into the ocean, relishing the invigorating swim. Time flew swiftly, and it was now the 25th day of Liu Qing's stay at the Jingwei Lighthouse. Chapter 15 unfolds as, beneath the setting sun, a green silhouette darted across the surface of the sea, parting the waters to a depth of approximately 1 meter. As the waves approached, a brilliant white light emanated from the green figure, slicing through the oncoming swell and allowing it to pass unhindered. This green figure was none other than the well-trained Scyther. Meanwhile, under the full effect of Happiny's gravitational field, the Shelder had managed to stabilize itself and, with a single strike of Dragon Claw, shattered the rocks with ease. Happiny's psychic interference transformed from a faint hue to a vibrant display of colors, commanding dozens of sand masses to attack Houndour, which adeptly dodged the assaults by leaping, running, or unleashing jets of flame. The flames took on a deep crimson hue, dissolving the sand masses into a glass-like consistency with each blast. Notably, the Gyarados had not been seen since its descent into the deep sea on the first day, leaving Liu Qing uncertain about its progress in training. Summoning a few Pokémon to rest, Liu Qing retrieved a leaf stone he had discovered in the Tokiwa forest from his travel pack. He addressed Happiny. Your potential has nearly been fully realized. To further advance, evolution is the only path forward. After evolving, you will possess greater opportunities for development. I present this leaf stone to you. With that, he placed the leaf stone in the center of Happany's 6 heads and stepped back. Moments later, both Dandin and Yi Zhi emitted a dazzling white light. As the luminescence faded, a towering coconut tree, over 2 meters in height, emerged, its green leaves soaking in the sunlight under the evening glow. Once the leaves absorbed the sunlight, a pale green beam shot forth from the center of its head, piercing through several layers of ocean waves until its energy gradually waned. Incredible, coconut's tree. I never anticipated you would comprehend the sun's fiery blaze. Liu Qing exclaimed with delight, taken aback by this unexpected evolution. The coconut's tree, evidently elated, let out a thunderous roar from its 3 heads, reverberating in Liu Qing's ears. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Indeed, the coconut's tree lives up to its reputation, rivaling Dodolly." Seeing the coconut's tree evolve, Katy Dog rushed to Liu Qing's side, barking excitedly. "Haha, Katy Dog. I know you wish to evolve as well, but alas, I currently possess no fire stone," Liu Qing said, lifting Katy Dog with a hint of resignation. At that moment, the sea suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. With a thunderous roar, a colossal water spout ascended like a mighty dragon, soaring upwards for over 20 meters before cascading back down, revealing a rapidly rotating pale purple beam. It then plunged back into the ocean with the grace of a dragon entering the water, creating a massive wave towering over 10 meters high. The billion shockwaves, it's the Gyarados. Liu Qing recognized the devastating move upon witnessing the pale purple beam, astonished by its immense power. After all, when he initially taught Gyarados this technique, it was merely a conjecture from his past life, gleaned from animated portrayals. How could he have truly grasped its overwhelming force until this moment? As Liu Qing marveled, Gyarados emerged from the sea, swimming towards him and nuzzling its large head into his embrace, roaring joyfully. "Well done," Liu Qing praised, running his fingers along the horn atop Gyarados' head. Upon closer inspection, he realized Gyarados had grown approximately another meter, now measuring around 10 meters in length. Moreover, its formerly red scales had transformed into a deep crimson hue, almost purple, exuding an aura of unprecedented weightiness. Chapter 16. The originally set 1-month training plan had remarkably been completed in just 25 days. Filled with joy, Liu Qing allowed his Pokémon to relax for a day before bidding farewell to Dr. Jinghui and setting off for Withered Leaf City. After traversing the forest for nearly a week, Liu Qing finally arrived at Withered Leaf City. At the Pokémon Center, after handing over 6 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Following his meal, he ventured into the streets, hoping to find a fire stone for sale, but to no avail. Fortunately, when he called home, his mother, Millie, informed him that they had a fire stone, bringing him some relief as he prepared for the challenges of the following day. Has the gym leader changed? The next day, at Withered Leaf Gym, Liu Qing inquired with curiosity as he faced a middle-aged man, approximately 50, who claimed to be the gym leader. "Ah, you must be referring to that scoundrel Ma Zhishe, who has embarked on a journey, leaving me to stand in for him for 3 years. By the way, I am Ma Zhishe's master, the former gym trainer. Defeat me, and you shall earn this badge." With that, he revealed an orange badge. "I cannot believe you are actually Ma Zhishe's master. However, it matters not. What are the rules?" Liu Qing inquired, pondering that perhaps Ash, having defeated Raichu with Pikachu, had prompted Ma Zhishe to recognize his inadequacies and seek self-improvement through training. "I see you are not new to gym battles. Thus, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Rule 22. Gym trainers may not switch Pokémon," the middle-aged man stated solemnly. "Thus, let the battle commence." The referee announced. "Come forth, Magneton. It's your turn, Houndour." Houndour, with its fiery spirit, gazed up at the levitating Magneton with determination. "Oh, a fire-type Houndour. How advantageous against Magneton," the middle-aged man remarked, though his expression revealed no trace of concern. "Magneton, use Sonic Boom." At the command of the middle-aged man, Magneton began to tremble, emitting a cacophony of piercing sounds. Dig! Despite feeling a wave of nausea from the Sonic Boom, Liu Qing held his composure and shouted. Houndour reacted swiftly, burrowing into the ground with agility. "Naive, do you think this will keep you safe?" The middle-aged man scoffed. "Magneton, Sonic Boom. Huh, you've fallen for my trap. Houndour, unleash Flamethrower." Upon seeing Magneton hover directly above the hole, Liu Qing burst into laughter. "What? This is bad." The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of alarm, as a deep crimson flame erupted from the hole, striking Magneton and sending it crashing into the ceiling, immobilized. "Houndour, deliver the finishing blow, Flame Wheel." Seizing the moment, A spinning ring of fire surged from the hole, hurtling toward Magneton along the path of the flamethrower. Humph. Do you think this will secure your victory? Magneton, use Charge Beam. At the command, Magneton was enveloped in blue electric sparks, gathering energy before unleashing a colossal blue beam towards Houndour. Chapter 17 Boom. Charging forth, having absorbed the energy from the flamethrower, Houndour's flame will had doubled in size. It collided with the charge beam in a spectacular explosion that shattered the ceiling, creating a skylight. Houndour cried out as it fell, struggling to rise again, only to be met with a series of blue electric sparks coursing through its body, causing it to weaken and nearly collapse once more. Meanwhile, Magneton descended from the skylight, landing on the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Indeed, it struck true. Liu Qing sighed in relief. Well done, young one. Huh. Who would have thought I would find myself deceived today? The middle-aged man chuckled as he withdrew the 3-in-1 magnetic creature, his expression suddenly turning grave. Come forth, Raichu, he commanded. Well done, Houndour. After recalling Houndour, Liu Qing tossed out another Pokeball. It's your turn, Gyarados. Ah, shiny Pokemon. The middle-aged man marveled at the golden sparkles that swirled around Gyarados upon its emergence, along with its deep crimson hue and colossal stature that far surpassed its peers. Roar. Gyarados unleashed a thunderous roar at the diminutive Raichu, causing it to flinch and retreat a few steps in fright. This Gyarados was formidable indeed. Observing how a mere roar had intimidated his old companion, the man's demeanor grew unusually serious. Raichu, do not be afraid. Thunderbolt. Understanding the urgency of a swift resolution to this battle, the middle-aged man knew that prolonging it would only intensify the psychological strain on both himself and Raichu. Huh. Upon receiving the command, Raichu steadied itself and launched a thunderbolt that struck Gyarados squarely. Well done. The middle-aged man felt a wave of relief wash over him as the attack landed successfully. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Given the opponent's previous performance, it was improbable that they would not retaliate, and Gyarados' current reaction was rather unusual. Noticing a hint of mockery at the corner of Liu Qing's mouth, the man's heart skipped a beat. Raichu, quickly, use Double Team. Humph. Only now do you realize? It's too late. Aqua Tail. Swift as lightning. A massive tail enveloped in water descended upon Raichu with tremendous force, sweeping through all of Raichu's clones and sending them flying. Ice Fong. Liu Qing, relentless in his pursuit of victory, pressed the attack. Raichu, stabilize your position and use Pin Missile. The middle-aged man shouted, noticing the ice-blue fangs protruding ominously from Gyarados' maw. The dispatched Raichu, obeying the command, swiftly regained its balance, its fur bristling like a multitude of golden needles. Countless glowing pin missiles shot towards Gyarados, but unfortunately, they merely bounced off its scales, akin to a light drizzle, failing to impede Gyarados' momentum. With a powerful bite, Gyarados clamped down on Raichu, eliciting a pained cry from it. Raichu, although the attack was not a direct bite, the ice-encrusted fangs were evidently capable of conducting electricity. The middle-aged man quickly issued another command. Boom. A thunderous crack echoed as a surge of brilliant yellow electricity erupted from Raichu, coursing towards Gyarados along the icy fangs. Thunderbolt. Liu Qing shouted rapidly in response. Roar. Despite the thunderbolt mitigating some of the impact of the electric attack, the residual force still caused Gyarados to howl in agony, flinging Raichu away. Raichu, however, executed a nimble somersault and landed gracefully back in front of the middle-aged man. Indeed, utilizing an electric-type move to counter the electric-type assault against Gyarados proved to be a clever strategy. At this moment, the middle-aged man comprehended how the Gyarados had withstood the thunderbolt. Casting a glance at the panting Electrike, he called out once more, Electrike, unleash another thunder. Such a delightful thought, he mused, as Gyarados prepared for its final strike. Hyper Beam. Liu Qing observed the Gyarados, which, despite being hit by the electric move, displayed only a hint of fatigue, and nodded in satisfaction, commanding it onward. Chapter 18, Roar. Gyarados was now seething with rage. With a thunderous roar, it enveloped itself in a rapidly spinning, pale purple light, breaking through the layers of thunder to accurately strike the Electrike, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the entire arena, enveloping it in a cloud of dust. The Electrike succumbed to its loss of battle strength. Victory belonged to Liu Qing. As the dust settled, the referee gasped at the sight of the deep crater, yet he made his judgment. Come back, Gyarados. The outcome is decided. Liu Qing recalled Gyarados. Sighing, the middle-aged man remarked, Ah, I truly am getting old. This badge is yours. After recalling his Electrike, he approached Liu Qing and handed him the orange badge. Thank you. Liu Qing expressed his gratitude, accepted the badge, and departed the gym. heading to the Pokémon Center to wait until his 2 Pokémon were fully restored before continuing his journey. After a short while, Liu Qing arrived at Kirai Port, not far from Kirai City. However, just as he was preparing to purchase a ticket to Lamperky, he sensed that he was being followed. A man and a woman consistently appeared around him, and despite their constant changes in attire and hairstyles, Liu Qing, whose instincts had heightened significantly since his rebirth, quickly discerned their presence. He maintained his composure and continued walking until he entered a forest, where he halted and coldly demanded, "Who are you? Step forward." An absolute silence ensued, causing a bead of sweat to form on Liu Qing's forehead. He tossed out a Pokeball containing his Exeggcute. Exeggcute, use confusion. As the command left his lips, brilliant, colorful light spread out, swiftly capturing the 2 sneaky individuals and bringing them before Liu Qing. "Who are you? And why are you following me?" Liu Qing inquired, perplexed. "Since you have sincerely asked," the 2 individuals, who had previously been sprawled on the ground, sprang up like zombies upon hearing Liu Qing's question. They pulled back their outer garments to reveal their true outfits and began to recite their lines loudly. "Stop right there. Team Rocket, what do you want with me?" Liu Qing was taken aback to find himself in such a Glitch D scenario. Recognizing that these 2 were none other than the comical trio of Team Rocket, Sakuragi and Yamato, who ranked just below Jesse and James. With a frown, he asked coldly, "Kid, since you know we are Team Rocket, hand over your dazzling Gyarados, or else what?" Liu Qing interjected as Gyarados let out a fearsome roar. "Sakuragi, I feel so cold," Yamato whispered nervously to Sakuragi. "I feel it too. Do you know my surname?" Suddenly, Liu Qing smiled slightly, giving the apprehensive Sakuragi and Yamato a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. "What is your surname?" At this moment, the 2 gentlemen were perplexed as to why Liu Qing posed such a question. He chuckled, "My surname is Bluffing." Despite the gentleness of Liu Qing's tone, it emanated a chill akin to that of an ice cellar. You claim your surname is Bluffing? Could it be that the renowned Sanlang of Golden City feels on the verge of collapse?" Suddenly, he recalled that their leader had instructed them not to provoke the Bluffing clan's heir, who was traveling this year. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance to the figure in the photograph provided by their leader was unmistakable. While the Rocket team was formidable, they were not foolish enough to confront one of the world's most prestigious families, the Jinyu clan. It seemed he had landed himself in dire straits. He could only hope the youth across from him would utter words contrary to his fears. His guesses were astute, yet Liu Qing's words shattered his last glimmer of hope, causing both him and Yamadu to collapse to the ground. "Humph, fortunately, I have subdued you. Otherwise, an avalanche of troubles would have ensued." For the first time, Liu Qing appreciated the power of his family name. After commanding his violent Gyarados to send them flying with its water tail, he returned to the harbor, boarded an exquisitely luxurious ship, and filled it with tickets. Chapter 19. The ship was vast, teeming with numerous trainers engaged in spirited Pokémon battles. However, most of the participants exhibited mediocre skills, failing to capture Liu Qing's interest. After observing a few contests of greater caliber, he participated in several matches before retreating to his quarters to rest. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. Liu Qing disembarked in Lamperky, rested briefly, and after several more days of travel, he arrived at a location known as Maiden Gorge. Uncertain if the talking Jengars still lingered there, he spent a night by the maiden statue, only to leave empty-handed and utterly disheartened. Dismayed, he decided not to linger in Maiden Gorge any longer and proceeded directly to the final location where the Jengars might have ventured, Ziyuan Town. Ziyuan Town, colloquially referred to as Ghost Town, was renowned for its ghost tower situated in the northeastern corner, a favored haunt for ghost-type Pokémon. The tower's origins remained shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that it had existed since the inception of Ziyuan Town. After several weeks of travel, Liu Qing finally arrived at Ziyuan Town one fateful noon, after entrusting his weary Pokémon, who had battled tirelessly along the way, to Nurse Joy. Liu Qing inquired about the ghost-type Pokémon in Ziyuan Town. Nurse Joy, perceiving his intentions, divulged all that she knew, concluding with, "However, I advise you to temper your expectations. I suspect I know which Jengar you seek. It possesses exceptional illusionary abilities. So much so that even the Jengars within the Ghost Tower dare not provoke it. Many trainers attempting to capture Ghost-type Pokémon have returned in utter disarray and fright." "Oh, truly?" Liu Qing's heart leaped with excitement upon hearing this. He hastily inquired, "Nurse Joy, do you know where that Jengar can be found? I have heard trainers mention that it resides in the underworld forest outside Ziyuan Town. If you wish to go, it is best to venture there at midnight, for that is when the Jengars are most active," Nurse Joy advised. After expressing his gratitude, Liu Qing took the healthy little sprite from Miss Joy's hands and began preparing for the upcoming capture battle that night. It was important to note that the opponent was a sprite that had lived for 2,000 years. Who could fathom what hidden tricks it possessed beyond its apparent illusionary abilities? Against Jengars, ground, ghost, dark, and psychic-type moves would be most effective. With this thought in mind, Liu Qing swiftly devised a strategy, confidently awaiting the arrival of midnight. As the clock struck midnight, Liu Qing, accompanied by his Chansey, ventured alone into the eerie forest outside Ziyuan town. The forest indeed lived up to its ominous reputation, not to mention the possibility of ghost-type sprites lurking within. The bizarrely shaped towering trees instilled a sense of dread. Under the moonlight, the entire forest emanated a chilling glow, with gusts of wind stirring the silence, and faint wails echoing in the distance, sending shivers down his spine. Damn, this is even more terrifying than watching horror movies in my past life. Liu Qing swallowed hard, feeling an intensifying fear as he ventured deeper. If he hadn't known that a ghost-type sprite was causing the mischief, he might have succumbed to panic. Suddenly, it felt as though someone was whispering against his neck, causing his blood to run cold. He shivered and glanced around, confirming no one was there before continuing deeper into the forest with Chansey. Little did he know, a figure emerged at his previous location, grinning mischievously before vanishing. What was that? Suddenly, a white shadow darted past Liu Qing's vision, only to disappear when he turned to look again. Infuriated, Liu Qing clenched his fists, urging himself onward, undeterred. A cold breeze swept through his neck again, prompting another involuntary shiver. He turned to see nothing, but upon looking back, he was startled to find a ghostly woman with disheveled hair, a pale face, and a long, protruding tongue lunging toward him. Ah, it's better that you show yourself. It's the unknown that truly terrifies. Upon seeing the ghostly figure, Liu Qing felt an unexpected surge of courage. He shouted, "Stop it, Jengar! I'm here to capture you. Spare me these tricks. I will not be frightened." Cackling, the ghostly figure responded, "How did you know it was me?" As his words echoed, the apparition vanished, replaced by a Jengar. Although it appeared no different from the ordinary, Liu Qing recognized it as the old spirit without question. "My purpose here is you. How could I not investigate you thoroughly?" Liu Qing declared. "Ah, I see. If you wish to capture me, you must prove your worth." Jengar replied, "Defeat me, and I shall accompany you." "Very well, then. Come forth, Houndour," Liu Qing exclaimed, releasing his Houndour from its pockball. "Oh, how amusing. Do you truly believe this little pup can defeat me? Even with your Chansey by your side, it will be futile," the proud Jengar remarked, having lived for countless ages. "Huh, that remains to be seen. With Chansey at my side, we just might surprise you," Liu Qing retorted with a smile. "I shall await with bated breath. First, allow me to present my move, Shadow Ball," Ghastly declared as he unleashed a sphere of deep purple and black light towards the Houndour. "Dig!" Liu Qing shouted urgently upon witnessing the swiftly approaching Shadow Ball. Just as his words echoed, the Shadow Ball struck where Houndour had been moments before. Ah, not bad. It managed to evade the attack. Ghastly remained nonchalant, and soon a spectrum of colors radiated outward as it employed Confuse Ray in an attempt to locate Houndour's whereabouts. Gravity field. At that moment, Ghastly, who had been levitating, felt an oppressive weight and plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, Houndour emerged from the earth, delivering a direct hit to Ghastly with remarkable efficacy. Houndour bite. Ignoring Ghastly's anguished cries, Houndour sank its teeth into Ghastly once more, eliciting a wretched scream. "It hurts terribly. Curse little dog, get away from me." Wailing, Ghastly's disembodied hands grasped at Houndour's form in an attempt to pry it away. Yet, would Liu Qing grant it such an opportunity? Clearly not. Following Liu Qing's command, Houndour tightened its grip on Ghastly and unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed Ghastly, then arched its body to execute Flame Charge, propelling both itself and Ghastly forward. This rapid succession of actions transpired swiftly, yet it was Ghastly's complacency that led to its downfall. A single misstep can result in eternal regret. Just as Ghastly sought to regain composure, Liu Qing had resolved to seize the moment. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the cries of anguish gradually subsided. "Go, Dark Ball!" Liu Qing, not daring to rely on an ordinary Pokeball against such an old specter, produced the meticulously prepared Dark Ball and hurled it towards the Ghastly still ensnared in the flames. Upon contact, Ghastly transformed into a beam of black light and was drawn into the ball, which began to shake violently. Unlike standard Pokeballs, the Dark Ball possesses a superior capturing ability, particularly effective in the night or within caves. Nonetheless, even this ball quivered incessantly, as though Ghastly might escape at any moment. It could be surmised that had Liu Qing employed a regular Pokeball, Ghastly would likely have emerged immediately. Watching the shaking dark ball and the flickering black light, Liu Qing's heart raced in synchrony with the ominous glow, rendering him breathless. After an indeterminate passage of time, at last, with a decisive thud, the black light extinguished, and Ghastly ceased its struggles. Liu Qing exhaled a long-held breath, filled with exhilaration, ready to exclaim in triumph. He retrieved the Pokeball, returning Houndour and Chansey to their confines, and hastily departed the eerie, haunted forest. Ghastly, what say you? I have indeed vanquished you. The following day, after reclaiming the now-recovered Ghastly from Nurse Joy, Liu Qing released it. I was too careless. I did not anticipate you would possess such a sophisticated Pokeball. Had it been a mere ordinary Pokeball, even in my weakened state, I would not have been captured. Gistone sighed and said, however, I keep my word. Now that you have captured me, I shall heed your commands. So you need not worry. With that, Gistone returned to its Pokeball. Phew, I was truly afraid of bringing back a troublesome one. Haha. Liu Qing, now completely at ease, packed up and departed from Ziyuan Town. Chapter 21. Ziyuan Town, a quaint settlement under the jurisdiction of Golden City, lies in close proximity to it. Upon arriving in Golden City, Liu Qing made his way directly to the Golden Gym to challenge Naji. Greetings, I am Liu Qing from Golden City. Here for a gym battle, he announced as he stepped onto the battlefield. Is it you? Naji's voice echoed as she gracefully emerged from behind the curtain to join him in the arena. The rules of the match were straightforward, a battle of 11, where a trainer loses if their Pokémon can no longer fight. I understand, Liu Qing nodded. Alright, go Alakazam. Naji released her Pokeball. Oh, it has already evolved to its final form, Liu Qing mused, pulling out his Dark Ball and tossing it. Gistone, the outcome of this battle rests upon you. Alakazam. Use Psychic, Naji commanded, her eyes glowing red, mirrored by Alakazam, which emanated a blue wave of energy. This was Naji's unique battle style. Gistone Shadow Ball. In response to the incoming psychic attack, Gistone was unfazed, launching a Shadow Ball that crashed into Alakazam with a resounding thud, causing it to grimace in pain and interrupting the psychic attack. Alakazam, recover. Following Naji's command, a dazzling yellow light enveloped Alakazam, visibly healing its injuries at an astonishing rate. Recover? What a troublesome ability, Liu Qing remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Alakazam Psybeam. Naji once more directed Alakazam to unleash its special move, as it twirled its spoons and released two beams of colorful light. Dark Pulse. At Liu Qing's command, Gistone clapped its hands together, releasing a dark purple wave that collided with the Psybeam. Remarkably, there was no sound. It seemed to be consumed instead, vanishing swiftly, while the dark pulse enveloped Alakazam, resulting in a tremendous cry of anguish. Teleport. Use Recover again, Naji declared, her eyes glowing brighter, and in an instant, Alakazam escaped the dark pulse's grasp, its wounds healing once more. Do you think I would allow you to use the same tactic twice? Liu Qing scoffed. Hypnosis. Hee. Gistone emitted a chilling sound, clasping its hands to conjure a red orb, unleashing a flurry of red rays at Alakazam, who was simultaneously under the effect of Recover and succumbed to sleep. Alakazam. Wake up, Naji urged, her voice still calm, despite the intensity in her gaze. Gistone, deliver the final blow, Dark Pulse. Although Naji forcibly roused Alakazam, it was struck once more by Dark Pulse, revealing a painful expression as it cried out and succumbed to defeat. You have triumphed. The golden badge is now yours. Under the influence of Nasi, the golden badge gracefully floated into Liu Qing's hands. After expressing his gratitude, Liu Qing retracted Genghis Khan and departed from the Golden City Gym, making his way towards the outskirts, heading to the home he had left months ago. How wonderful it is, my son. I can finally see you again. You appear much thinner than when you were at home, Millie said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed at Liu Qing. Mother, though I may have lost a bit of weight, I am far healthier than before, Liu Qing replied, as he retrieved the badge box from his travel bag and opened it. Moreover, mother, look, I have already acquired 4 badges. Indeed, you are my son, truly remarkable, Millie exclaimed, her joy evident as she beheld the 4 badges in Liu Qing's hands. She then took him to the breeding garden, saying, release your Pokémon so I can have a look. Chapter 22. Mother, you are a top-notch breeder. It would be perfect for you to evaluate my Pokémon. Liu Qing marveled at the breeding garden, which resembled a wild sanctuary, and couldn't help but reflect on the family's wealth. He released all 7 of his Pokémon, introducing them to his mother. This is Scyther, Gyarados, Genghis Khan, Houndour, Exeggcute, and the shiny Gyarados you showed me in that video, along with Chansey. Goodness. Just look at their vigor, their shiny coats, their robust forms. My son, could you share with me your training methods? Even from my perspective, I can find no faults. Millie praised, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she surveyed the 7 Pokémon. And the Firestone you requested last time, is it for Houndour? It seems to be the perfect time for evolution. Hee hee. Mother, you are absolutely right. This little pup is indeed ready for its evolution, Liu Qing said. Just as a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. Who is speaking? Millie shuddered at the unexpected sound. Mother, it's my Genghis-Khan. This Pokémon has been with me for so long that it has learned to speak, Liu Qing explained hastily. What? You mean, apart from those that can communicate telepathically, there are Pokémon that can actually talk? Millie's gaze fixed intently on Genghis-Khan. Say something. I want to hear you speak. Even Genghis-Khan, a ghost-type Pokémon, felt a chill at that moment. What do you want me to say? Ah, it's true. It really spoke. Millie gasped in astonishment, causing Genghis-Khan to immediately vanish from sight, unsure of where to hide. Well, you all go play, Liu Qing said, seeing that Genghis-Khan had left. He allowed the remaining 6 Pokémon to rest, and then took the still excited Millie back to the breeding house, asking, Mother, where is my younger brother? I haven't seen him since my return. Oh, that little rascal went to the company with your father. However, I have already sent someone to notify him. He should be back shortly, Millie replied, retrieving a delicate box from the cupboard in the breeding house and handing it to Liu Qing. Son, this contains the Firestone. Thank you, Mother. Liu Qing received the box and, upon opening it, discovered a fiery red stone nestled within, resembling a flame ablaze. What a silly child. Why be so polite with your mother? Millie gently tousled Liu Qing's hair. Mother, big brother, you truly are here. Father has returned with me and is currently waiting in the living room. Liu Qing's younger brother, Liu Yuan, exclaimed as he dashed in. Understood, let us proceed. Millie replied with a nod, rising and making her way outside, with Liu Qing and Liu Yuan following closely behind. Big brother, I heard you've already obtained 3 badges. Is that true? Liu Yuan asked curiously during their walk. Incorrect. Before returning, my brother challenged the Golden Gym and has now acquired 4 badges, Liu Qing chuckled, revealing the badge case to Liu Yuan. Ah, big brother is truly impressive. Liu Yuan praised, then paused. Did you capture those Pokémon along the way? In addition to the Happiny he took from home, the fully evolved Kabutops, and the already evolved Exeggcute obtained from Professor Oak, Liu Qing had also captured 4 others, Gyarados, Scyther, Houndour, and Ghastly. That Gyarados must be the one featured in the last video you sent back, right? Liu Yuan remarked, his eyes sparkling. The scene was truly breathtaking. I still remember the commanding presence Gyarados exuded after its evolution. I can only imagine how profound the experience was for you, big brother. Indeed, you speak truthfully. The spectacle was indeed magnificent, Liu Qing replied, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he recalled that moment. Soon, they arrived in the living room, where Bo Fingyu was visibly delighted to see Liu Qing, encouraging him to share his experiences, and Liu Qing recounted his adventures with great enthusiasm. Chapter 23. After a day of respite at home, Liu Qing resolved to set forth once more. However, upon seeing the luxurious Huayu brand sedan parked before him, with Millie, dressed like an elegant lady, inside, Liu Qing curiously asked, Mother, where are you planning to go? Of course, we are heading to Rainbow City. Millie replied, winking. The perfume I use is all customized from there, and I've run out recently. Since you happen to be going as well, we might as well travel together. Besides, I wish to witness your gym battles. All right then, Liu Qing replied, somewhat speechless, as he climbed into the passenger seat, and they sped off towards Rainbow City. After more than 2 hours, Millie and Liu Qing arrived in Rainbow City, where the air was infused with a delightful fragrance, and the city itself was quite prosperous, boasting department stores and electronic amusement parks. Suddenly, the car halted in front of a perfume shop, where a beautiful saleswoman was seen through the glass, recommending fragrances to customers. What a delightful scent. It invigorates the senses, Liu Qing remarked, unable to resist inhaling deeply as Millie entered the store. Oh, does this young man have an appreciation for perfumes? As the sweet sound of conversation filled the air, a dark-haired young lady emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing Millie, she warmly greeted her, revealing herself to be Lady Kazekage. Welcome. This young man is Koko, and this is my son, Kazekage Ryuki. Millie smiled and remarked. It seems he is quite taken with your perfume. He praised it the moment he stepped in. Ah, that is truly my honor, Koko replied with a smile. I happen to have several types of men's fragrances. Would you like to try some? No, thank you, Master Koko. I am here for the gym challenge. Ryuki promptly stated as he noticed a staff member approaching with men's perfumes. Oh, how did you know I am the master of the Rainbow Gym? However, today is not feasible. I am in the midst of developing a new type of perfume, and it is at a crucial stage. Coco glanced at Ryuki's disappointed expression and chuckled lightly. However, it may be completed today. If you wish to challenge me, let us do it tomorrow. I will await your arrival at the gym. Wonderful. I shall come to the Rainbow Gym tomorrow morning, Ryuki responded eagerly. Coco, what kind of new perfume are you developing? May I have a glimpse of it? Millie, invigorated by Coco's words, inquired hastily. Of course. Lady Kazekage is also quite the connoisseur of perfumery, Coco laughed, leading Millie into the inner room, leaving Ryuki momentarily forgotten. Indeed, the world of perfume is captivating. Ryuki mused, recalling the electronic amusement park in this city and remembering how, in his previous life, he could exchange game points for little Pokémon. He wondered if such rewards existed here. Upon arriving at the service desk of the amusement park, he noticed a large banner on the wall behind the counter, proclaiming the ultimate prize of the electronic amusement park, a mysterious little Pokémon. However, he pondered what kind of Pokémon it could be. Despite his curiosity, he exchanged for game tokens and found a machine to sit at. Having already discerned a pattern from his previous gaming experiences, he applied the same strategy and, after a few trial rounds, achieved a legendary feat that would be spoken of for a long time. On a certain day, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy won the highest prize in the gaming hall with just 10 tokens. Exiting the gaming hall, he chuckled at the astonished expression of the attendant and the comically distressed smile of the plump manager who hurried over. Come forth. Let me see what Pokémon you truly are. Upon reaching the grassy expanse of Rainbow City Park, Ryuki tossed out the unverified Pokeball he had exchanged for at the amusement park. Chapter 24. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a Dratini. As he watched the little Pokémon attempt to flee the moment it appeared, Ryuki threw out a Scyther to block its path, a smile breaking across his face. The world differs significantly from the realm of animation. In the latter, the Pokémon that appear alongside Ash in each new region merely symbolize those creatures that were either first discovered or are most commonly found in that locale. Over the years, however, various Pokémon from different regions have coexisted within each area, albeit more elusive and harder to uncover. Consequently, each Pokédex released encompasses a comprehensive collection, with the exception of those Pokémon yet to be discovered. For instance, in Liu Qing's Pokédex, there is no record of Eevee's evolution forms beyond water, fire, and electric types. Generally speaking, inhabitants of each region possess a deeper understanding of their native Pokémon, while knowledge of those from other regions is scarce. The 3 dragon Pokémon, a recent artificial creation from the Kanto region, were initially intended to be released if deemed ordinary. However, that necessity has now been alleviated. Scyther, use Night Slash. At Liu Qing's command, Scyther swiftly darted towards the 3 dragons, its scythe gleaming white as it struck fiercely, sending the dragon Pokémon flying. It grimaced in pain but retained its fighting spirit, enduring the agony as it conjured a triangular yellow energy formation to launch at Scyther. An indomitable spirit, how intriguing. Liu Qing observed as Scyther elegantly evaded the triangular attack. Once more, Night Slash. With a swift motion, Scyther soared back to the 3 dragons and delivered another powerful strike, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Go, Pokeball! Liu Qing seized the opportune moment to throw his Pokeball, which struck the 3 dragons precisely. After a few flickers, it stabilized and vanished into the grass. I suppose it's being transported back to the breeding center, Liu Qing mused, unfazed by the vanishing Pokeball as he returned to the perfume shop. The following day at the Rainbow Gym, Liu Qing and Elygia took their positions, listening attentively as the referee delineated the rules of their match, which would follow a 3-on-3 format. Though your mother is a patron of my perfume shop, I shall show no mercy, Elygia declared earnestly as she released her first Pokémon. Go, Venusaur. It appears to be the evolved form of Oddish, Liu Qing remarked as he retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it into the air. Scyther, you're up. Go, Liu Qing. Cheered Millie from the audience, her voice ringing with encouragement as the battle commenced. Venusaur, attack first with Vine Whip. At Elygia's command, Venusaur extended 2 glowing purple vines towards Scyther. Dodge it, and counter with Aerial Ace, Liu Qing calmly instructed. With a low exclamation, Scyther flapped its wings, deftly avoiding the incoming vines, its body enveloped in a brilliant white aura as it instantaneously appeared before Venusaur, landing a decisive blow that sent it crashing to the ground. X-Scissor. Liu Qing pressed his advantage, witnessing Venusaur's painful descent. Venusaur, protect yourself, Elygia urgently called out as Scyther launched into the air, its arms glowing white as it aimed for Venusaur. Boom. Though the Gyarados was struck by Yanfei's attack with remarkable efficacy, it promptly invoked its protective shield, successfully thwarting the lethal blow from the Scyther, resulting in a stalemate. How fortunate! Elygia exhaled in relief, observing the two battling Pokémon locked in confrontation. "Gyarados, unleash your primordial power," she commanded. With a resounding roar, the verdant aura surrounding Gyarados dissipated, and a brilliant white light emanated from its form, swiftly coalescing at its chest before being launched toward the Scyther. Although the Scyther attempted to fend off the assault with its crossed scissors, the residual force propelled it backward, displaying evident agony from the quadruple impact. "Gyarados, seize it and bring it down." Eliga seized the opportunity, issuing another command as two tendrils coiled toward the Scyther. Chapter 25. Scyther, gather your resolve and execute Swords Dance. Liu Qing recognized that the close-range primordial power inflicted severe damage upon the Scyther, yet this presented an opportunity. With the activation of its bug-type alarm ability combined with the enhancement from Swords Dance, a single decisive strike could potentially incapacitate Gyarados. Upon hearing Liu Qing's encouragement, the Scyther crossed its arms and performed Swords Dance, spinning rapidly and deflecting the advancing tendrils. Brilliant! As the Scyther executed Swords Dance, Eliga conceived a clever strategy and promptly shouted, "Gyarados, use sleep powder." As her words fell, Gyarados shuddered, releasing a myriad of yellow spores that were drawn into the whirlwind generated by the Swords Dance, swiftly forming a yellow vortex. "Haha, Liu Qing, you won't escape this time." Eliga grinned, confident in her scheme. Indeed, Gym Leader Eliga, a clever tactic. However, you may have underestimated a crucial point. My Scyther need not cease its Swords Dance to employ its skills, Liu Qing remarked coolly. "Scyther, use cross scissors." In the midst of Eliga's astonished expression, the command was executed. The yellow whirlwind, resembling a drill, surged towards Gyarados, striking it fiercely and sending it crashing to the ground, rendering it unable to continue the battle. As Scyther returned to Liu Qing's side, it too fell under the influence of the sleep powder, crackling with yellow sparks and kneeling in exhaustion. "Gyarados has lost its fighting capability," the referee announced promptly. "Spectacular. Well done, my son. Excellent work, Scyther." Millie clapped her hands enthusiastically. "Truly impressive," chimed in a chorus of young apprentices from the audience. "Well fought, Gyarados," Eliga tenderly recalled her Pokémon, turning to Liu Qing and expressing, "You certainly surprised me." "Not at all. Gym Leader Eliga caught me off guard as well." Liu Qing replied with a smile as he returned Scyther to its Pokeball. "Deceiver, I perceive you are quite composed," Eligia remarked with an alluring glance at Liu Qing, as she produced her second Pokeball. "Arise, Victory Bell. And you, Rapidash." Simultaneously, Liu Qing released his recently evolved Rapidash. Suddenly, the battlefield was graced by the presence of the two Pokémon. Upon noticing the Fire-type Pokémon Liu Qing had summoned, Eligia realized she was at a disadvantage. And without hesitation, she commanded, "Victory Bell, use Leaf Storm." With Victory Bell's cry, an array of shimmering green leaves materialized around it, forming a tempest that surged toward Rapidash. "Rapidash, use Fire Spin," Liu Qing commanded, and a blazing column of crimson fire erupted from Rapidash's mouth, creating a formidable barrier against the Leaf Storm. "Now Flame Charge." As soon as the barrier was established, Liu Qing's order rang out, and without a moment's pause, Rapidash enveloped itself in flames, leaping into the heart of the Fire Spin. Rapidash swiftly absorbed the fire's energy, transforming into a colossal flame sphere of approximately 4 to 5 meters in height, which then engulfed the Leaf Storm, striking Victory Bell with overwhelming force. Victory Bell was rendered incapable of battle. As the flames dissipated, the sight of the scorched and steaming Victory Bell sprawled on the ground revealed its defeat. Chapter 26. I apologize, Miss Eligia. I may have been too vigorous, Liu Qing said, swallowing hard as he observed Victory Bell's dire condition and the disdainful gazes from the female spectators. "Humph, it's to be expected in a gym challenge. I can hardly believe you are a novice trainer, yet you managed to execute 2 combination moves. By this alone, your prowess has already reached the elite level. This is my final Pokémon. Be cautious. Come forth, Vileplume." Eligia stated expressionlessly as she recalled Victory Bell and threw her last Pokeball. "Rapidash, let us end this swiftly, Earthquake." Having learned from television about the terrifying power of Eligia's Vileplume prior to its evolution, Liu Qing hastily commanded. With a ferocious roar, Rapidash lifted its forelegs and slammed them down, unleashing a series of terrifying fissures that spread across the battlefield, causing the ground to tremble. Vileplume struggled to maintain its footing, emitting cries of alarm. Suddenly, a sound akin to a soft poof emanated from Vileplume's flower crown, releasing a noxious yellow-green gas into the air. The foul odor was reminiscent of socks that had not been washed in millennia, mixed with the scent of stinky tofu, decaying matter, and garlic, pervading the entire arena. Liu Qing doubled over as if he might regurgitate his last meal, while Rapidash, with its sensitive nose, succumbed to the stench, collapsing in a faint. Elygia, Millie, the referee, and the young female trainees donned gas masks, seemingly prepared for the foul onslaught, and burst into a fit of laughter at the sight of Liu Qing's pale countenance. With a light-hearted chuckle, Elygia exclaimed, "How delightful this sensation must be! Humph, who dared to bully my beloved Venusaur?" Her laughter echoed, seemingly filled with a sense of vindication. After the noxious odor dissipated somewhat, Liu Qing finally regained composure and retrieved his beleaguered Arcanine into its Pokeball. "What will you do next, Liu Qing? You must be aware that Venusaur's foul stench still lingers." Elygia taunted playfully. "Damn it, out you come, Gengar." Fortunately, Liu Qing had a Gengar with him. One that did not require breathing. Otherwise, the ensuing battle could have been quite unbearable. Ah, Gengar is indeed unfazed by the odor, but what a pity. Elygia sighed as she gazed at the floating Gengar, before adopting a serious demeanor. "Venusaur, use Petal Dance." With a whoosh, countless pink petals erupted forth, targeting Gengar. "Psychic," Liu Qing commanded, and immediately, the surface of all the petals shimmered with iridescent light, rebounding back towards Venusaur. "Dissolving liquid." Elygia responded calmly, and soon, the foul-smelling flower unleashed a torrent of purple liquid from its crown, which hissed upon contact with the petals, swiftly dissolving them. What a formidable dissolving liquid! Liu Qing marveled. Then promptly directed, "Gengar, use Hypnosis." Gengar, without hesitation, detached its hands and materialized before Venusaur, firing a crimson orb. "Trouble! Venusaur, wake up!" Elygia shouted in a panic as her Pokémon succumbed to slumber. "It's over. Gengar, Psychic." Unfortunately, Venusaur remained unresponsive, while Liu Qing's command was executed. A flash of colorful light briefly enveloped Venusaur, causing it to shudder violently before losing the will to fight. Venusaur is unable to battle. The victor is challenger Liu Qing. The referee declared, "I have completely succumbed to your prowess. What an exhilarating match." Elygia remarked as she handed Liu Qing a badge. "The Rainbow Badge, a testament to your triumph over the Rainbow Gym, is now yours." Accepting the sun-like badge, Liu Qing beamed with joy. "Thank you, Gym Leader Elygia." After conquering the gym, Liu Qing did not rush to depart from Rainbow City. Instead, he entrusted his Scyther and Arcanine to his mother, Millie, for healing. As a top-tier breeder, Millie gladly accepted the task and swiftly alleviated the two Pokémon's ailments. After resting for a day in Rainbow City, he bid farewell to his mother and resumed his journey. Days after leaving Rainbow City, Liu Qing arrived at another city. Although this city lacked a gym, it was renowned for its prestigious fighting tournament. Regrettably, this tournament occurred only once every 3 years, and while Ash had coincidentally arrived just in time, Liu Qing was not so fortunate. With a wistful sigh, he replenished his supplies in the city before embarking on his journey towards the Shallow Red Gym. The Shallow Red Gym distinguishes itself from others, not being situated within a bustling city, but rather nestled within a serene forest. The gym leader, Aju, is a master of poison-type Pokémon. According to the memories of a past life, Aju is destined to become the poison-type champion of the Johto region. After replenishing supplies in the nearest town to the Shallow Red Forest, Liu Qing allows only a few of his Pokémon to engage in daily training, refraining from battles with other trainers. At last, he has arrived, guided by his Scyther. After traversing the forest for nearly half a day, a quaint old house emerges into view. However, as he approaches, Liu Qing suddenly halts, reaching out to grasp a stone that had flown out from the right side of the woods. The tremendous force sends a jolt through his wrist as he calls out, "Who goes there?" Simultaneously, Scyther remains alert, eyeing the direction from which the stone had come. Haha, impressive reflexes. A figure clad in ninja attire steps out from behind a tree. "I am Aju, the leader of the Shallow Red Gym. You are here to challenge the gym, I presume. What is your name?" "I am Liu Qing, hailing from Goldenrod City." Liu Qing introduces himself. "Very well," Aju nods nonchalantly. "Come, you have passed my test, and I accept your challenge." "Test?" Liu Qing inquires, following Aju closer to the gym. "Indeed, you possess 3 essential qualities of an exceptional trainer: stamina, judgment, and insight. You are worthy to be my opponent." As they arrive at the battlefield, Aju continues, "The rules are simple, a 3-on-3 battle. I won't belabor the details. This is my first Pokémon, Mothim." With that, he releases his first creature. "Now, Liu Qing, what will your first Pokémon be?" "Scyther, you're up for the first battle." Liu Qing commands. Huh. Scyther lets out a cry, its wings flapping as it soars into the air to face Mothim. U-turn. Supersonic. Almost simultaneously, Liu Qing and Aju call out their commands. In an instant, Scyther, enveloped in a white aura, appears before Mothim, which begins to vibrate its wings at a high frequency. unleashing a wave of sound. Boom, boom. Two resounding crashes echo as Mothim is slammed against the wall by Scyther's attack. However, Scyther falters, caught in the effects of supersonic, crashing into the ceiling and intermittently changing to a purple hue. It's poisoned. Mothim is releasing toxic dust. Liu Qing's expression shifts as he closely observes the revived Mothim, noticing the faint purple powder that surrounds it with each flap of its wings, nearly undetectable without keen focus. Indeed, Mothim is perpetually surrounded by toxic powder. Aju remarks with a hint of disappointment. It seems your observational skills need refinement. Very well, Mothim, use Psybeam. Return Scyther. After being struck by Psybeam and losing its combat effectiveness, Liu Qing recalls Scyther and retrieves his second Pokeball. Go, Exeggcute. The Mothim unleashed a powerful ultrasonic wave, and Aju countered with the same technique. Humph. By using ultrasonic waves to disperse toxic powder, he could simultaneously confuse his opponent and inflict poison. Truly, he was a trainer destined to become a champion. Liu Qing observed closely and soon discerned the flaw in the ultrasonic wave, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Psycho Shift. With Liu Qing's command, a vibrant aura enveloped the coconut's tree, while the toxic powder, along with the Mothim, shimmered with the same brilliance. The Mothim displayed signs of agony, and as the effects of the ultrasonic wave dissipated, a radiant glow emanated from it, followed by a pained shriek as it succumbed to the battle, collapsing onto the floor. The action unfolded in an instant, and only after the Mothim had been defeated did Aju process the outcome. Haha, well done, you won the first round. After a brief moment of shock, Aju burst into laughter, recalling the Mothim and sending forth his second Pokémon. Come forth, Zubat. Coconut's tree, use Psycho Shift again. Liu Qing swiftly commanded. Dodge it. Poison Fong. Aju waved his hand. In a flash, Zubat disappeared from its original position, instantly reappearing above the coconut's tree, its gleaming purple fangs sinking into the leaves atop the tree before swiftly darting away and circling around the coconut's tree. The three heads of the coconut's tree let out a tremendous wail. How could it be so fast? Liu Qing was taken aback by Zubat's speed, which had given the coconut's tree no time to defend against the Psycho Shift, allowing it to strike and retreat without granting Liu Qing a chance to retaliate. Fortunately, the attack had not poisoned the coconut's tree. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Zubat, vacuum cut. Just then, Aju's command rang out again. In an instant, Zubat flapped its four wings, unleashing numerous crescent-shaped blue blades directed at the coconut's tree. If all struck true, the coconut's tree would undoubtedly be rendered unable to continue the battle. Coconut's tree, Psycho Shift, unleash all your power. At Liu Qing's command, the already fatigued coconut's tree erupted with a massive burst of colorful energy, rapidly spreading outwards and immobilizing all the vacuum cuts in midair. Quick, escape, Zubat! Aju exclaimed, shocked that Liu Qing would have thought of such a tactic to counter Zubat's speed. Can you escape? Liu Qing watched as Zubat fled in all directions, a cold smile forming in his heart. Indeed, within moments, the entire arena was enveloped in the colorful Psycho Shift, leaving Zubat with nowhere to run, ensnared in the psychic energy which converged upon it. Not good, Zubat, break free. Aju's expression twisted in anguish as he saw Zubat caught, prompting him to call out urgently. Upon hearing Aju's command, Zubat struggled desperately. The coconut's tree was already low on stamina, and its psychic energy was nearly exhausted. Observing the fading brilliance of the Psycho Shift and the panting coconut's tree, Liu Qing shouted, natural power. A flash of green light darted past the coconut tree, followed by the emergence of a triangular yellow energy that struck the freed Zubat, who had just escaped mental interference. A thunderous roar filled the air, as the Zubat was pinned against the ceiling, letting out a shriek before transforming into a solid block of ice and plummeting to the ground. Return, Zubat. Aju called back the creature, then tossed another Pokeball to summon Arbok. He gazed at Liu Qing, expressing his surprise. I did not expect your coconut tree to possess such formidable psychic power. You have won this third match, and this badge is yours. He produced a heart-shaped pink badge as he spoke. Indeed, I will triumph in this third battle, Liu Qing replied confidently, recalling his coconut tree and releasing the Pokeball containing Gengar. Come forth, Gengar, you are my final contender. Chapter 29. As the white light faded, Gengar materialized in the arena, and the temperature around them seemed to drop by 5 degrees instantly. Gengar, initiate the attack with Shadow Ball. Liu Qing commanded swiftly. Crunch. Aju remained unfazed, issuing his command as the Shadow Ball hurtled towards them. With remarkable speed, Arbok's head lunged forward, sinking its fangs into the Shadow Ball, which dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. leaving Arbok barely swaying. This is the coiling of the serpent. Stillness is but a prelude, yet once it moves, it strikes with lethal precision. Liu Qing was astounded, calling out again. Gengar, use Confuse Ray, let us see how it defends. Glare, Aju retorted, as Arbok's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, glaring fiercely at Gengar. The ghost type was momentarily immobilized, although it soon regained its composure due to its extensive lifespan and formidable mental strength. This brief hesitation, however, was sufficient for Aju to react. Arbok propelled itself off the ground, launching towards Gengar like a cannonball, executing the crunch move. Watch out, Gengar, evade! Liu Qing exclaimed in alarm. Just as Gengar attempted to dodge, a flash of yellow sparks erupted, causing it to falter. In that moment of hesitation, Arbok seized the opportunity, clamping down on Gengar and unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. Damn it, that hurts. Curse you, snake. Let go, let go. If it weren't for my misstep in capturing you, I wouldn't be paralyzed like this. How intriguing. I encounter a Pokémon that can speak. Aju remarked with a slight smile, seizing the opportunity. Arbok, use Mud Bomb. Gengar, unleash Dark Pulse towards its mouth. Liu Qing, hearing Aju's command, felt a surge of urgency. As Gengar braced itself against Arbok's fangs, Liu Qing's eyes brightened with inspiration. Boom. Gengar, being a Pokémon that had lived for countless ages, executed its move with astonishing speed. Just as the mud bomb erupted from Arbok's mouth, Gengar released its Dark Pulse from its hands, causing both forces to collide explosively between Arbok's jaws and Gengar's body, sending them both flying. Gengar, conceal yourself. In the moment of the explosion, Liu Qing conceived a strategy to confront the Arbok and immediately called out, while Aoki reacted with remarkable swiftness. The Arbok quickly adjusted its body, landing on the ground. Coiling itself tightly, its hood raised as it scanned the surroundings anxiously. Arbok, do not be hasty. Calm your mind and search diligently. As the Arbok struggled to locate Gengar without success, it began to exhibit signs of agitation. Aoki, embodying the essence of a ninja, promptly commanded, focus. Upon hearing Aoki's order, the Arbok steadied itself, continuing to sway its head in vigilance against a potential ambush from Gengar. Being a ghost-type Pokémon, Gengar possesses no body heat, making it utterly impossible for Arbok to detect it through thermal sensing. Liu Qing silently chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Arbok's position, and smiled faintly. Gengar, once more? Use hypnosis, a mental disruption. Humph, at last, it has revealed itself. Arbok, use glare. Aoki sneered. Unfortunately, Aoki's smirk quickly froze on his face as a pair of ghostly claws suddenly emerged from Arbok's shadow, completely covering its eyes. After a burst of crimson light, they retreated, reappearing with a malevolent grin on Gengar's form. Clearly, Gengar harbored a grudge. As Arbok succumbed to slumber, its eyes ignited with an intimidating iridescence. Soon, Arbok was brutally hurled away, seized once more for another strike, and after several impacts, Gengar's fury subsided. At this moment, Arbok had lost all combat capability. Ha ha ha, vengeance is mine, Gengar exclaimed, its laughter echoing eerily before Liu Qing, with a furrowed brow, recalled it into its Pokeball. Come back, Arbok, you performed admirably. After retrieving Arbok, Aoki approached Liu Qing, presenting him with a pink badge. This competition was truly full of surprises. Now, this badge is yours. Thank you. Liu Qing replied with a smile, accepting the badge. After bidding farewell to Aoki, he departed from the gym, first administering an antidote to his Scyther to alleviate its poisoning before promptly setting off towards Shallow Red City. Chapter 30. Departing from the Shallow Red Gym. Following Aoki's indicated path, Liu Qing arrived at the bustling Shallow Red City after more than an hour. Swiftly traversing the tidy streets, he reached the Pokémon Center, where he entrusted his 3 battling Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Rest assured, I frequently care for Pokémon afflicted by poison after challenging the Shallow Red Gym. Your Scyther will be restored to health in no time. Nurse Joy reassured Liu Qing when he expressed that the antidote he had prepared was unsuitable for Scyther's poison. Thank you for your assistance, Nurse Joy, Liu Qing acknowledged, realizing he had been overly cautious. After all, Nurse Joy had worked in Shallow Red City for quite some time and surely possessed ample experience. It appeared that yet another challenger had failed against the Rainbow Gym. Otherwise, they would not have rushed to Nurse Joy for an antidote. The trainers resting in the Pokémon Center had already taken note of the flustered Liu Qing's entrance, exchanging amused whispers. Ah, indeed, the gym leader of the Shallow Red Gym is truly formidable. It took me 3 Pokémon to finally defeat the first 2 of Gym Leader Aki's Pokémon, but alas, I was swiftly vanquished in the end. What? You managed to defeat 2 of Gym Leader Aki's Pokémon? I could barely overcome the first one with my 3 Pokémon, and when I encountered the second, I was quickly dispatched. Instantly, the entire Pokémon Center buzzed with conversation. Hearing the hushed whispers around her, Liu Qing smiled nonchalantly and approached the public telephone, dialing her home. "Mom, I have arrived in Shallow Red City." Liu Qing first reassured Millie of her safety. "Wow, you reached Shallow Red City so quickly. I thought it would be several more days before I heard from you. How is it? Did you obtain the Shallow Red badge?" Millie inquired. The loudness of the public phone caused Millie's question to silence the entire Pokémon Center, as if everyone were eagerly awaiting Liu Qing's response. "I challenged the Shallow Red Gym upon entering the city, and I have indeed acquired the Shallow Red badge," Liu Qing said, retrieving the badge case and displaying it to Millie. "Well done. I never imagined my son would defeat even the candidate champion." Millie exclaimed joyfully. "Candidate champion?" Liu Qing asked, perplexed. "Yes, just a few days ago, when your cousin Kana visited, she suddenly mentioned that gym leader Aki is now a candidate champion in the Johto region. She told me to inform you that if you happen to fail in your challenge against the Shallow Red Gym, there is no need to be disheartened. Just keep striving forward," Millie replied with a smile. "Indeed, my memory serves me well. It seems that by next year at the latest, Aki will become the Johto Poison-type champion," Liu Qing thought to herself. After chatting with Millie about the 3 dragons she had previously mentioned, she ended the call. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a purple-haired boy of around 11 or 12 years old blocking her path, gazing at her with a blank expression. "Are you using the phone?" Liu Qing asked, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a familiar face. After a moment of hesitation, she realized that, with a bit more maturity, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the rival Shinji from the Sinnoh region. Could it be that he was traveling in the Kanto region at this very moment? "No, I came to find you," Shinji replied coldly. "Find me? Is there something you need?" Liu Qing asked, puzzled. "You mentioned on the phone that you obtained the Shallow Red badge. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Would I lie to my own mother?" Liu Qing was taken aback that Shinji would approach her with such a question. Feeling her achievements were being questioned, she grew somewhat displeased and attempted to circumvent him, but Shinji blocked her path once more. "Hey, what exactly do you want?" Although aware that the boy before her was likely the Shinji from Sinnoh, Liu Qing's expression darkened, and she spoke with irritation. "Shinji, what are you doing?" At that moment, a youth who appeared to be of similar age to Liu Qing, with long purple hair, black eyes, and clad in a reddish-brown outfit, entered the Pokémon Center. He promptly noticed Zhenshe confronting Liu Qing and rushed over, seizing Zhenshe's arm and inquiring sharply. Then, turning to Liu Qing, he introduced himself. "I am Lei Ci. And this is my younger brother, Zhenshe. I sincerely apologize for the trouble he has caused you. Forget it, as long as you do not obstruct my path." Liu Qing replied upon recognizing the two and deciding to avoid further complications. Just then, Zhenshe interjected, "Please wait a moment. I am also sorry for what happened earlier, but I would like to challenge my brother to a battle." "Zhenshe, what are you saying?" Lei Ci was taken aback, not anticipating that his usually stoic brother would issue such a challenge. "Ah, I see," Liu Qing remarked, grasping Zhenshe's intent. "It appears your brother has failed to secure a victory at the Shallow Red Gym, and upon hearing of my acquisition of the Shallow Red badge, you resolve to have him challenge me. If he wins, it would suggest that my attainment of the badge was undeserved, thereby rendering it a facade. Conversely, should he lose, he could gain valuable battle experience from me to prepare for a subsequent challenge at the Shallow Red Gym. Am I correct?" "You are absolutely right. That was indeed my plan," Zhenshe admitted, momentarily surprised that his thoughts had been so readily unveiled. "Lei Ci, you are fortunate to have such a perceptive brother," Liu Qing said with a slight smile. He then opened his badge case, pointing to the Shallow Red badge, and asked, "So, do you still wish for your brother to challenge me?" "Hiss, I never anticipated that this lad had already acquired 6 badges. And aside from the one from the Hualan Gym, the rest are all from the top gyms of Kanto. How could he possess such formidable strength? Indeed, it is quite astonishing. I once attempted to challenge Naji in Jinhong City and was unable to succeed even with ghost-type Pokémon. I am at a loss as to how this individual triumphed." The murmurs of astonishment spread throughout the Pokémon Center as Liu Qing displayed his badge case. "If we are to battle, I propose a full 6-on-6 match." Before Zhenshe could respond, Lei Ci proclaimed, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Lei Ci from the Sinnoh region, specifically from the Curtain City, and I am currently challenging my 6th gym. It is a pleasure to meet you." "I am Liu Qing, a novice trainer from Jinhong City." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Liu Qing replied, extending his hand for a handshake with Lei Ci. "You are a novice trainer?" Zhenshe exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "Haha, I have only recently embarked on my journey this year due to personal reasons. If you doubt my words, you may verify my information online. I am indeed a trainer who registered just this year, Liu Qing chuckled, then turned to Lei Si. As for your 6-on-6 battle, that is acceptable, but my Pokémon sustained some injuries during my prior challenge at Shallow Red City. If we are to engage in battle, it will have to wait until tomorrow. Very well, let's meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at the public arena behind the Pokémon Center, Lei Si replied eagerly. Certainly. Miss Joy, would you be so kind as to officiate the match tomorrow? Liu Qing inquired as he approached Miss Joy. Chapter 32 Of course. One of you has earned 6 badges, while the other is challenging the 6th gym. I eagerly anticipate the clash between you two. Miss Joy replied with a smile. Having established the venue and time for the challenge, Liu Qing departed from the Pokémon Center. The following day, upon retrieving his Pokeballs from Miss Joy and arriving at the public arena behind the Pokémon Center, he was greeted by a throng of spectators. The majority were local citizens who had come upon hearing the news, while the remainder were trainers. Once Liu Qing and Lei Si took their positions, Miss Joy announced, "We shall now commence the 6-on-6 battle between Liu Qing and Lei Si. The battle concludes when either side's Pokémon can no longer fight. Go, Poison Scorpion." With that, Lei Si released his first Pokémon, while Liu Qing summoned his own. Go, Rapidash. With a resounding pop, both Pokeballs opened, revealing the 2 Pokémon in the arena. Roar. The 2 Pokémon let out a fierce roar upon seeing each other, entering a standoff. What is that Pokémon called Poison Scorpion? I've never seen anything like it. Indeed. How can you strategize against an opponent when you don't even know what their Pokémon is? The crowd murmured, glancing curiously at Lei Si's Pokémon. As the match commenced, with both sides having released their first Pokémon, Miss Joy promptly declared the start. Poison Scorpion, use Cross Poison. Lei Si commanded decisively. Upon receiving the order, Poison Scorpion roared and crossed its claws, emanating a violet glow as it charged toward Rapidash. Block it, Liu Qing calmly instructed, watching the oncoming Poison Scorpion. In response, Rapidash leapt into the air and descended forcefully to the ground, creating visible shockwaves that swept the dust into the air like crashing waves directed at Poison Scorpion. The latter was compelled to halt, howling under the dual impact as its speed diminished. Flame Wheel. Liu Qing, always keen to seize the advantage, immediately issued the command. Rapidash let out a fierce cry, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that coalesced into a fiery letter in midair. Subsequently, Rapidash executed the Flame Wheel, engulfing itself in the fiery energy, transforming into a massive fireball several meters in diameter that surged toward Poison Scorpion. This is bad. It's a fusion skill with tremendous power. Lei Si's heart sank at the sight of the colossal fire wheel, prompting him to urgently shout, Poison Scorpion, use Destruction Beam. With a thunderous roar, the Poison Dragon Scorpion gathered energy at the command of Lei Si and unleashed it swiftly. Unfortunately, the destructive beam could not change its course, and the massive fire wheel deftly avoided the beam, directly striking the Poison Dragon Scorpion, which was left momentarily immobilized. The colossal fire wheel completely engulfed the creature, and all that could be heard were its increasingly faint cries of anguish, until silence reigned. Only then did the Wind Speed Dog absorb all the flames into its being and return to Liu Qing's side. The Poison Dragon Scorpion, rendered incapable of battle, surrendered victory to the Wind Speed Dog. Miss Joy gazed at the charred and steaming Poison Dragon Scorpion, a look of sympathy crossing her face, yet she still declared, Come back, Poison Dragon Scorpion, you performed admirably. After recalling the Poison Dragon Scorpion, Lei Si turned to Liu Qing and remarked, First, disrupt the opponent's formation with a bulldoze. Then deliver a decisive combination attack. Truly formidable. Next, he summoned his second Pokémon, his initial companion, the Emperor Penguin. As a flash of white light illuminated the arena, a small creature adorned with what appeared to be a crown materialized before the Wind Speed Dog. What an impressive Pokémon, Liu Qing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration at the Emperor Penguin nurtured by Lei Si. However, he quickly shifted his tone, stating, But I shall not hold back. Wind Speed Dog, bulldoze. Emperor Penguin, use Drill Peck. As the Wind Speed Dog leaped into the air, the Emperor Penguin spun horizontally like a massive top, launching itself toward the Wind Speed Dog. Wind Speed Dog unleashed the big character flame. At that moment, airborne and unable to evade, the Wind Speed Dog followed Liu Qing's command without hesitation. With a hissing sound, the Wind Speed Dog exhaled a torrent of flames toward the Emperor Penguin, yet the rapidly spinning creature executed Drill Peck undeterred, piercing through the flames and colliding with the Wind Speed Dog. The impact elicited a pained expression from the Wind Speed Dog, sending it flying across the ground, leaving a trail behind. Emperor Penguin, Hydro Pump, commanded Lei Si, as a luminous orb of water rapidly formed at the beak of the airborne Emperor Penguin, hurtling toward the Wind Speed Dog. Wind Speed Dog, Big Character Flame. A thunderous clash erupted as the flames met the hydro pump, filling the arena with a dense mist. Emperor Penguin, calm yourself and sense your opponent's position, Lei Ci instructed, his voice steady amidst the swirling vapor. Unfortunately, just then, Liu Qing's voice pierced through the fog, and a massive silhouette charged forth at breakneck speed. With a sudden flash of electric light, the Wind Speed Dog's fangs sank deeply into the Emperor Penguin, causing it to cry out in agony. Wind Speed Dog, unleash the Big Character Flame. Liu Qing commanded once more. A flurry of rapid commands, accompanied by the Wind Speed Dog's precise identification of the Emperor Penguin's location, caught Lei Ci completely off guard. Nevertheless, with experience gained from training in numerous regions, he quickly regained his composure. Observing the Wind Speed Dog, which was already emanating a crimson glow from its mouth, and the Emperor Penguin, racked with agony and crackling with electric sparks, he swiftly made a decisive call. Emperor Penguin, unleash your most powerful hydro pump. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Although the mist obscured the spectator's view, the two resounding explosions and the flickering scarlet glow within the vapor vividly illustrated the immense power of the attack. When the mist finally dispersed, it revealed both Pokémon lying on the ground, devoid of fighting spirit. Emperor Penguin and Wind Speed Dog are unable to battle, declared Miss Joy. Return, Wind Speed Dog, Emperor Penguin. Liu Qing, how did the Wind Speed Dog accurately locate the Emperor Penguin? Lei Ci inquired. Hee. Dogs have an exceptionally keen sense of smell, Liu Qing replied with a smile, tossing out a second Pokeball. Come forth, Shelmet. Ah, I see, Lei Ci nodded, releasing his third Pokeball. Come forth, Ludicolo. Chapter 34, Shelmet, Breath of the Dragon. As Liu Qing gazed at Lei Ci's Ludicolo, a moment of contemplation passed through her mind. Given that Lei Ci had summoned Ludicolo to confront Shelmet, it was evident that Ludicolo possessed ice-type abilities. Consequently, Shelmet's hydro pump would be rendered ineffective. Using it would only risk freezing itself, resulting in a significant disadvantage. Thus, the only viable options left for Shelmet were Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, and Draco Meteor, each of which would pose a challenge against Ludicolo. As the dark green Dragon Breath surged toward Ludicolo, it swiftly employed Double Team to evade the attack. Shelmet, unleash a barrage, Liu Qing commanded urgently. Ludicolo, Ice Beam. With Liu Qing's directive, Lei Ci shouted in response. Instantly, all Ludicolos converged into a singular form, emitting an icy blue beam that struck Shelmet, gradually encasing it in a layer of solid ice. Although it did not lose its fighting spirit, it became incapable of breaking free from the ice, rendering it unable to battle. Though it may have seemed slow, the transition from Double Team to Ice Beam occurred in the blink of an eye, prompting a resigned sigh from Liu Qing as she recalled the completely encased Shelmet and retrieved her third Pokeball. Come forth, Scyther. As the white light faded, a vibrant green Scyther materialized in the air, surveying the jubilant Ludicolo with an indomitable spirit. Ludicolo, Leaf Blade. The moment Lei Ci's command was issued, dozens of razor-sharp leaves shot forth from Ludicolo, whistling towards Scyther. Without needing further instruction from Liu Qing, Scyther swiftly flapped its wings to evade the onslaught. Then, at Liu Qing's command, it executed a wing attack, charging toward Ludicolo. Protect. Following Lei Ci's order, Ludicolo extended its arms in front of itself, enveloped in a sphere of green light, successfully blocking the wing attack. Wave of water. The protective barrier vanished, revealing a blue orb of water coalescing in the outstretched hands of the joyful river sprite, which was then launched towards the flying mantis. With a sharp crack, the mantis, undeterred by the imminent wave of water, effortlessly cleaved through it, demonstrating its prowess by slicing the watery surge in two. The residual force struck the joyful river sprite, sending it sprawling to the ground, while the bisected water dissipated into a fine mist. Emboldened by this success, the flying mantis crossed its arms, emanating a brilliant light, and aimed another strike at the fallen sprite. Once more, protect, cried Lei Ci anxiously. The crosscut landed forcefully against the green shield, producing a resounding echo that momentarily shook the barrier but ultimately held firm. Joyful river sprite, freeze ray, Lei Ci commanded, summoning an icy blue orb that unleashed beams of chilling energy towards the flying mantis. In a moment of miscalculation, the mantis was caught off guard by one of the rays, emitting a cry of pain, its agility waning. This is bad, exclaimed Liu Qing. Flying mantis, dance of blades. With a swift flourish, the mantis whirled its twin blades, intercepting the freezing rays with remarkable speed. Chapter 35, Flying Mantis, Crosscut. Having successfully deflected the chilling assault, Liu Qing sighed in relief and issued another command to attack. Protect, Lei Ci shouted, observing the mantis approach with precision. Return. Liu Qing called out upon seeing the joyful river sprite extend its hands once more. In an instant, the mantis appeared before the sprite, executing its combination of the return maneuver and crosscut before the sprite could react, sending it flying out of the arena and crashing into some spectators, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The joyful river sprite can no longer battle. Miss Joy declared, "Come back, joyful river sprite. You have fought valiantly." Lacey returned the sprite to its Pokeball, reflecting on the match. "Your defensive and offensive strategy is commendable, providing me with significant insight." "Thank you," Liu Qing expressed, exhilarated by Lacey's battle style. Against an average trainer, this approach would undoubtedly disrupt their composure, leading to a loss. However, it was unfortunate that it faced Liu Qing. Though effective, it ultimately fell short. "It appears this strategy is not yet flawless," Lacey sighed. "Well then, it is time for my fourth Pokémon. Go, Ninetales." A flash of white light revealed a majestic Ninetales, elegant and regal, gracing the battlefield. "Flying Mantis, return," Liu Qing commanded, as the Mantis prepared for its next move. "Ghost Fire." Lacey immediately issued a command, and soon dozens of ethereal blue flames encircled the Ninetales. "This is bad. Scyther, stop." However, Yanfan's warning came too late. For Scyther, propelled by its incredible speed, lunged forward. Though it struck the Ninetales, it was engulfed in flames, its expression contorted in agony as it struggled to escape, only to collapse onto the ground, half kneeling and once more consumed by the fiery blaze. "Ninetales, finish it off. Unleash your flames." "Oh no, dodge." Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, Scyther attempted to rise and evade the incoming flames, yet its body was once again engulfed in fire, ultimately succumbing to the Ninetales' fiery onslaught. When the blaze subsided, Scyther lay charred on the ground, devoid of combat capability. "Scyther is unable to battle," Miss Joy declared. "Return, Scyther," Liu Qing murmured as he recalled his Pokémon, retrieving the Pokeball of his Gyarados and tossing it into the arena. "Arise, Gyarados." With a resounding roar, accompanied by a cascade of golden sparkles, the formidable Gyarados emerged, its imposing presence radiating an aura of dread that caused the Ninetales to retreat in trepidation. "My goodness, look at the enormous size of that red Gyarados. Indeed, it must be nearly 10 meters long, surpassing the average Gyarados by a considerable margin." The appearance of Gyarados elicited a chorus of astonished gasps from the onlookers. Chapter 36. Ninetales, remain composed. Utilize your psychic abilities. Observing the retreating Ninetales, Lacey's heart sank, and he urgently shouted, "Aquatail." Simultaneously, Liu Qing called out, "Gyarados." "Aquatail." With a fierce roar, Gyarados faced the approaching colorful vortex without fear. Its colossal tail, enveloped in swirling water, struck down towards the Ninetales, casting a massive shadow upon the ground. "Dodge quickly," Lacey bellowed. Boom. Unfortunately, Lacey's warning was quickly drowned out by the thunderous impact. The ground where Ninetales stood was decimated, collapsing into a deep pit. Once Gyarados withdrew its tail, it became evident that Ninetales lay incapacitated within the crater. How spectacular! Having witnessed 3 battles, the exhilarated Jinzi could not help but exclaim, his heart racing with excitement. A voice within him fervently proclaimed, "This is the true strength of Pokémon. One day, I too shall possess such a magnificent creature. Yes, one day." Ninetales is unable to battle. After regaining her composure, Miss Joy gazed at the colossal Gyarados with a hint of fear and declared her judgment. "Return, Ninetales." Lacey, still in awe of the previous strike, took a deep breath before recalling his Pokémon and tossing forth his 5th Pokeball. "Now it's your turn, Devourer." "Gyarados." "Aquatail," Liu Qing commanded, noting that Lacey had released his 5th Pokémon. "Energy storage," Lacey ordered. The Devourer suddenly opened its massive jaws and inhaled deeply, causing its body to swell dramatically, growing by more than half. As the mighty Gyarados struck with its water tail, the area impacted became distinctly concave. After a brief retreat, it swiftly regained its form, effortlessly deflecting the tail of Gyarados. Such formidable defense, Liu Qing mused inwardly, observing the seemingly unscathed Devourer. "Devourer, once more, energy storage." At that moment, Lacey commanded again. "This is not good. We cannot continue like this." Witnessing the Devourer channeling energy once more, Liu Qing felt a surge of alarm and shouted, "Ice Fang." With a thunderous roar, Gyarados opened its massive jaws, its fangs glistening with an icy sheen as they sank into the Devourer. Simultaneously, the Devourer completed its 2nd energy storage. However, this time it failed to repel Gyarados' assault. Displaying a visage of agony, Gyarados, unleash the wave of millions. Liu Qing exclaimed, seizing the moment. Devourer, release the energy. Upon seeing a rapidly spinning, pale violet energy shield enveloping Gyarados, Lazy shouted in urgency. Boom. With a ferocious roar, Gyarados unleashed the wave of millions, colliding with the Devourer and crashing into the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent dust billowing into the air. Concurrently, a colossal beam of crimson and white light propelled Gyarados' immense frame into the air, landing with a resounding thud. Gyarados, Devourer. Both Liu Qing and Lazy cried out in anxious unison at the sight of their battered Pokémon. With a fierce growl, Gyarados, panting, rose from the debris, glaring into the cloud of dust, and let out another deafening roar. Noticing the scorched scales on Gyarados' upper body, Liu Qing understood the immense power of the released energy. Fortunately, the opponent had not managed to store energy a third time. Otherwise, a direct hit might have rendered Gyarados incapacitated. Devourer is unable to continue. Soon, as the dust settled, it became evident that the Devourer had slipped into unconsciousness, as Nurse Joy announced. Return, Devourer. Lazy quietly recalled his Pokémon and produced his final Pokeball, casting it forth. Long Crown, emerge. With a flash of white light, Long Crown appeared in the arena, emitting a cry directed at Gyarados, activating its Intimidate ability. Roar. Gyarados responded in kind, triggering its own Intimidate ability. Chapter 37, Gyarados. Water Tail. With Liu Qing's command, Gyarados let out a thunderous roar, its massive tail, encased in water, sweeping towards Long Crown, who was airborne. Long Crown, dodge. Flap your wings. Lazy urged, waving his right arm vigorously. With a sharp flap of its wings, Long Crown ascended, evading the water tail, and rapidly struck Gyarados with its wings shimmering in white light. Alas, Gyarados remained unfazed, while Long Crown was sent tumbling. Ice Fang. Liu Qing commanded, as Gyarados' icy fangs elongated, aiming for Long Crown. Such incredible defensive prowess. Lazy was taken aback by Long Crown's misfortune, gasping in surprise, and quickly shouted, Long Crown. Close combat punch. Upon hearing Lacy's command, the Longwan Wong immediately steadied itself and unleashed a close-range punch against the oncoming Ice Fang. The Longwan Wing utilized its wings and claws in a series of relentless attacks, successfully repelling the Ice Fang and even causing the violent Gyarados to rear back. Gyarados, Thunderbolt. To everyone's astonishment, the close-range punch of the Longwan Wong exhibited such formidable power that Liu Qing was taken aback, yet he decisively issued his command. With a furious roar, Gyarados unleashed a surge of yellow electricity, striking the Longwan Wong, which cried out in pain. Hang in there, valiant bird, Lacy shouted, observing the Longwan Wong still under the onslaught of Thunderbolt. In a moment of desperation, the Longwan Wong, amidst the electric assault, struggled to respond to Lacy's command. Emitting a determined cry, with wings drawn in, it ignited in a brilliant blaze of fire, transforming into a striking blue entity that collided with Gyarados' head. The impact resulted in a tremendous explosion, shrouding the arena in black smoke. Soon after, Gyarados let out a mournful wail as its massive form collapsed, while the Longwan Wong fell from the smoke-laden air to the ground. Gyarados, Longwan Wong, both Liu Qing and Lacy exclaimed, as all eyes turned towards the two Pokémon in the arena. At that moment, the Longwan Wong, despite its struggles, managed to rise and emit a cry. However, before Miss Joy could finish her observation on Gyarados' unfortunate fate, the Longwan Wong was enveloped in a blue aura, and with a sorrowful cry, it succumbed to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Yet, in a surprising turn, the previously fallen Gyarados suddenly regained its stance, letting out a weary yet triumphant roar, proclaiming itself the ultimate victor. The Longwan Wong has lost its fighting capability. Gyarados is the winner, thus Liu Qing emerges victorious. Miss Joy rendered her final judgment. At that moment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Return, Gyarados. Longwan Wong. After recalling their respective Pokémon, the two approached the center of the arena, clasping hands. What an exhilarating match. I hope we can compete again at the court's conference, Lacy remarked with a smile. Indeed, I look forward to it, Liu Qing replied. Equally cheerful. Please allow me to tend to your Pokémon's injuries, Miss Joy interjected as she approached them. Thank you, Miss Joy, they responded, placing the 10 Pokémon that had just battled onto the tray offered by Chansey. Hee, it's my duty. How could it be a bother? Miss Joy smiled before returning to the Pokémon Center with Chansey. Liu Qing then bid farewell to the brothers Lacy and Jinxi and made his way back to his room. On the following day, after retrieving his Pokémon from Miss Joy and promising Lacy to meet again at the league tournament, Liu Qing set forth on his journey once more. Chapter 38. On this day, Liu Qing finally arrived at the Wild Plains. From what he had seen on television, this area was home to mother and baby Haxorus, and he wondered if he might have the opportunity to encounter them. After obtaining 30 Pokeballs from Caesar, Liu Qing ventured into the grassy plains of the wild area. Observing the herds of toros galloping around him, he felt little desire to capture them, instead setting his sights on the Dratini at the center. However, he pondered whether Caesar had relocated them since their discovery. As he traversed the plains, he encountered a dense jungle, realizing that the glimpses of the wild area shown on television merely scratched the surface. In the short distance he had traveled, he had already spotted over 70 unique Pokémon native to the Kanto region, yet none sparked his desire for capture. Liu Qing's aspirations were naturally directed towards those with exceptional potential and determination. Suddenly, he heard the familiar sound of an EV. Instantly, his attention sharpened as he followed the sound. Indeed, it was an EV. To his surprise, it was being besieged. After turning a few corners, he saw an EV clutching a fruit in its mouth, surrounded by 3 aggressive Beedrill. Its fur was splendid, flowing and glossy, and it had an uncanny ability to feign vulnerability. Liu Qing was taken aback by the mischievous glimmer in the EV's otherwise pitiful eyes. As the EV's ears perked up, it glanced in Liu Qing's direction, demonstrating keen observational skills. Liu Qing couldn't help but admire the creature, and a strong desire to capture it welled up within him. The EV let out another plaintive cry, stirring compassion in Liu Qing's heart. Yet the 3 Beedrill remained unmoved, steadfastly surrounding the EV, their stingers twitching incessantly. At that moment, the EV suddenly emitted a cry, and a series of white orbs, resembling water droplets, materialized around it. In a swift motion, they struck the 3 Beedrill, creating an opening for the EV to escape. It glanced back at Liu Qing and dashed away. "Gengar, follow it," Liu Qing commanded, observing the injured Beedrill with a newfound understanding. To his astonishment, the EV had utilized its Ice-type awakening ability. It seemed this EV possessed a hidden Ice-type trait. "Gengar, I have located its position," Gengar ominously announced, appearing before Liu Qing. Noticing Liu Qing's calm demeanor, Gengar expressed disappointment. "Why are you never startled?" "Well," the air turned cold. "So it was obvious you were here. Why should I be afraid?" Liu Qing replied with irritation. "Let us go, lead me to it." Just ahead, Gengar floated forward, inquiring. "You wish to capture this EV, don't you?" "Of course. It's not every day I encounter a Pokémon that meets my criteria," Liu Qing affirmed. "To be honest, despite my many years of existence, this is the first time I've met a novice trainer like you. You are remarkably astute, and I've never seen you make a mistake. Your judgment is impeccable, and your training skills are impressive," Gengar remarked thoughtfully. "I have a premonition that your strength will one day rank among the elite in the entire Pokémon world." "Thank you for your kind words," Liu Qing replied with a smile. Liu Qing chuckled softly, secretly thinking to himself, "Of course, in my previous life, not to mention the unfinished regions of the United Areas, I had witnessed 5 regions and 7 grand competitions. With such an abundance of theories, if I could not achieve success, I might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Here it is, within this cave." Suddenly, the ghostly Giston came to a halt, announcing the presence of a vast cavern ahead. "Surely, this cave is not solely inhabited by EV, is it?" Gazing into the murky depths of the cave, Liu Qing inquired. "Hee, indeed, the most numerous inhabitants are the Zubat, followed by Abra, Coughing, and various other Pokémon," Giston replied. "This is troublesome." Liu Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that entering this cave would not be easy. "Giston, go inside and retrieve the EV for me." "All right, I understand." As Giston floated into the cave, moments later, he re-emerged, holding tightly the EV that Liu Qing had set his sights on, its form shimmering with iridescent light. "Well done. Go, Pokeball." Liu Qing tossed the specialized ball designed for the wild area, eager to see if he could capture it directly. The EV was struck by the ball, which then shook violently before exploding, allowing the furious EV to escape and glare at Liu Qing, adopting an aggressive stance. Chapter 39. "Very well, since you wish to battle, let us engage. Giston, you shall confront it." Liu Qing signaled for Giston to step forward as EV's opponent. EV let out a cry and initiated its attack, launching a shadow ball towards Giston. "Clever indeed, resorting to ghost-type moves against me," Giston remarked ominously, yet continued to unleash its dark pulse. Boom. Giston's dark pulse enveloped the shadow ball and surged rapidly towards EV. Sensing the impending danger, EV attempted to evade with a quick attack, but was still caught in the explosive aftermath, letting out a pained cry. "Giston, use confusion to seize it," Liu Qing commanded. "Understood," Giston replied, sending forth a wave of colorful light towards EV. Seeing the confusion approach, Eevee quickly executed a roll and burrowed underground. Hee, do you think you can escape? Giston chuckled darkly, its hands swiftly detaching and flying into the cave. Soon, a terrified cry from Eevee echoed, as it was forcibly pulled from the earth. Hypnosis. Liu Qing recognized that this battle was merely a playful endeavor. While this Eevee displayed intelligence, the experience gap with Giston was insurmountable by mere cleverness. And it was soon lulled into a deep slumber by Giston's hypnosis. Go Pokeball. This time, Liu Qing threw his own Pokeball, and it successfully captured Eevee after a brief shake, before slowly vanishing from sight, transported back home under Liu Qing's watchful gaze. In the nurturing house located north of the Windstorm Clan's manor in Golden Yellow City, Millie paused her tasks upon the sudden arrival of a Pokeball. She retrieved it from the transporter, pondering that it must have arrived from the wild wilderness zone. This young trainer is quite meticulous about capturing Pokémon. It is only now that he has returned with a Dragonair. I wonder what it will be this time. Ah, it's an Eevee. How utterly adorable. Millie's face lit up with delight as she beheld the slumbering Eevee. This particular Pokémon is a rarity exclusive to the Kanto region, and its charming appearance makes it a favorite among 90 of trainers. After wandering for a short while, Liu Qing finally emerged from the dense forest, revealing a magnificent lake before him. What a breathtaking sight. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting shimmering reflections across the water. Unable to contain his admiration, Liu Qing exclaimed, "Everyone come out." Now that he had discovered this place, he felt no urgency. He released all 7 of his Pokémon to revel in the splendid scenery together. Blissey, please start preparing dinner. Scyther, could you fetch some fruits from the woods? Having given his instructions, Liu Qing changed into his swim trunks and leaped into the lake, joyfully swimming alongside his Gyarados. As dusk settled, Blissey had prepared a delightful meal. Enticed by the aroma, Liu Qing, who was already quite famished, quickly made his way ashore, dried off, and sat down to enjoy the feast with his 7 Pokémon. Gyarados, why don't you dive into the lake and see if you can find any other Dratini or Dragonair? Liu Qing asked with a hint of nervousness after dinner. With a roar, Gyarados nodded and swiftly submerged itself beneath the water. Before long, Gyarados resurfaced, letting out a roar as it communicated with Liu Qing. It conveyed that it had inquired with the other Pokémon in the lake, revealing that there had originally been a Dragonair and a Dratini residing there. But they had been taken away not long ago. Gengar translated this for Liu Qing. Oh well, some things are meant to be, and some are not. I already have a Shelder that can evolve into a Gyarados, so I should be satisfied, Liu Qing sighed inwardly. After resting for the night, Liu Qing returned the next day with a splendid capture of a Rhydon, somewhat alleviating his earlier disappointment. Chapter 40. Upon reaching Half Moon Town, Liu Qing was escorted across the unfinished bridge to Sunlight Town by Scyther. Traversing through Pikachu Forest, he spent the day either training his Pokémon or challenging rivals, leading to an immensely fulfilling experience. At long last, he arrived at Stone Town, renowned for its production of evolution stones. Nearly every type of evolution stone could be unearthed here. Liu Qing was determined not to miss the opportunity to collect these precious items, as it would spare him the trouble of seeking them out for his Pokémon when the time for evolution came. After resting for another day, Liu Qing ventured into Evolution Mountain. Hey, are you in search of evolution stones? 3 young boys suddenly appeared before him, inquiring. Indeed, I am, Liu Qing replied. Liu Qing gazed at the trio before him, their appearances strikingly similar, save for their vibrant hair, one golden, another crimson, and the last azure. It was the red-haired youth who inquired. You seem to be a trainer as well. Would you care to face us 3 brothers in a match? If you win, each of us shall generously present you with a complete set of evolution stones. And what if I lose? Liu Qing queried. If you are defeated, we shall reveal to you the locations abundant in evolution stones, though you must provide us with a set of evolution stones in return, replied the golden-haired boy. Oh, I see. You wish to make me your free laborer, Liu Qing chuckled, but alas, your evolution stones must bear the name of the Windstorm clan. Do you dare to challenge us? The red-haired one frowned. Very well, I accept. However, before we commence, I would appreciate it if you could share your origins and demonstrate your capability to back your wager. Liu Qing responded affirmatively. Humph. We are the Eevee triplets from Rhydon Town, Raizang, Aki, and Miski, declared the golden, red, and blue-haired youths in succession. Our Pokémon are the electric type, fire type, and water type respectively. Each of them then retrieved 9 evolution stones of varied hues from their bags. I am Liu Qing from Golden Yellow City, and my Pokémon is Exeggcute. Who shall step forth first? Liu Qing announced, releasing Exeggcute, which immediately erupted into a cacophony of noise with its 3 heads. I shall go first. Come forth, fire Pokémon. called Aki, the red-haired brother. So, you intend to use fire against grass. A clever notion indeed, Liu Qing mused. But mere type advantages will not suffice to overcome me. Humph, mere words do not determine capability. Aki retorted, Fire Pokémon, unleash flamethrower. Upon receiving the command, the fire Pokémon promptly expelled a torrent of flames towards Exeggcute, showcasing commendable speed and power. Use confusion, Liu Qing commanded in response. Exeggcute, undeterred by the flames, swiftly employed confusion to control the fire, sending a colorful wave of psychic energy surging toward the fire Pokémon. Fire Pokémon, deploy smokescreen. Aki, startled by the approaching psychic wave, shouted urgently. Instantly, a thick cloud of black smoke enveloped the area, obscuring the fire Pokémon from sight. However, this did not deter Exeggcute, which continued to seek out its target undaunted by the smoke. Exeggcute soon emitted a sound of confusion. Not there. Liu Qing comprehended Exeggute's meaning, and upon noticing a smirk of triumph on Aki's lips, he quickly commanded, Exeggcute, use nature power. Oh no. Fire Pokémon, emerge quickly. Aki reacted swiftly, attempting to summon his fire Pokémon from underground, but it was too late. Exeggcute glimmered with green light, causing the ground to tremble violently as fissures erupted outward from its position. The fire Pokémon, shrieking in pain, was forcefully ejected from one of the cracks, landing on the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Chapter 41. You have lost. Who is next? Liu Qing turned to the remaining two individuals and declared, I'll take the lead. Go ahead, Water Sprite. Although the Fire Sprite had been swiftly defeated, the three brothers understood that their chances of success were dwindling. Yet, as long as a glimmer of hope remained, they were reluctant to concede. In that moment, the blue-haired Miski stepped forward. The red-haired Achi withdrew the Fire Sprite and retreated beside the golden-haired youth. Coconut tree, clear the skies. Liu Qing snapped his fingers. In the arena, the three heads of the coconut tree called out in unison, and a luminous sphere emanating from the center of its foliage shot up into the sky. What an opportunity! Water Sprite, Ice Beam. As the coconut tree executed its supportive move, Miski was determined not to miss the chance to attack. Otherwise, the subsequent round would become exponentially more challenging with the support effect in play. Unfortunately, despite his quick reflexes, he overlooked a crucial detail. The luminous sphere ascended and suddenly exploded, causing the sunlight to intensify dramatically. Regrettably, the Water Sprite was facing the sun and was momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. Consequently, the ice beam was delayed, and by the time its vision was restored, the coconut tree had deftly evaded the attack with a sudden surge in speed. Damn it! Water Sprite, water gun. Frustrated by the missed opportunity, Miski shouted in anguish. Coconut tree, solar flare. The moment for counterattack had arrived. As the blue water column surged toward it, the coconut tree absorbed the sunlight and unleashed a massive pale green beam. Thanks to the cleared skies, the power of the water-type move was halved, causing the water gun to dissipate upon encountering the solar flare, engulfing the Water Sprite in an instant. Now it's your turn. After delivering a decisive blow to the Water Sprite, Liu Qing's gaze shifted to the last golden-haired youth. I'm sorry, big brother. The blue-haired youth apologized as the golden-haired boy approached. Never mind. Our skills are lacking compared to yours. Losing is nothing to lament. What matters is learning from defeat and growing stronger, Leizong said, patting Miski on the shoulder. He then summoned the Thunder Sprite, adding, Although I know I am not your match, I still wish to challenge you. Very well, you may strike first. Liu Qing concurred with Leizong's perspective, finding his impression of the three brothers slightly improved. Thunder Sprite, Thunderbolt. Leizong exclaimed. In the arena, the Thunder Sprite's spiky fur stood on end as it leaped into the air, unleashing a rapid stream of golden electricity toward the coconut tree. Dodge. Solar Flare. Under the clear skies, the coconut tree's speed doubled, allowing it to evade the Thunderbolt effortlessly before launching its own colossal solar flare. Shadow Clone. At a crucial moment, Leizong's command came through. The Thunder Sprite rapidly divided itself into over a dozen clones, encircling the coconut tree. The solar flare obliterated one of the shadowy duplicates, creating an explosion that transformed the ground into what appeared to be molten rock, showcasing the move's formidable power, much to Leizong's astonishment. This is troublesome, coconut tree. Nature's power. Observing the shadow clones that had circled around, Liu Qing commanded. With a thunderous rumble, the natural forces of the coconut tree caused the ground to shake violently, resulting in the complete disappearance of all shadow clones. No true form. Liu Qing paused momentarily as he surveyed the arena. It was at this moment that Leizong declared, Thunder Sprite, Missile Needles. Suddenly, the figure of the Thunder Sprite leaped forth from a fissure in the ground. unleashing a barrage of white missile needles towards the coconut tree. Caught off guard, despite the coconut tree's doubled speed, it could not evade them all. At least half struck its body, and all three heads emitted a tremendous wail, showcasing the effectiveness of the attack. Chapter 42. I did not expect you to utilize the fissures created by the earthquake when battling the fire sprite to conceal your form, thus seizing an opportunity for offense. I must commend your swift reaction and impeccable timing. However, even so, the immense damage inflicted by the earthquake upon the thunder sprite remains undeniable, Liu Qing remarked, observing the thunder sprite gasping for breath across from Legendaries. You are indeed correct. The impact of the earthquake on the thunder sprite is substantial. However, had the coconut tree been unable to evade the missile needles and been fully struck, the current situation would have undoubtedly reversed, Legendaries lamented, surprised by the coconut tree's remarkable speed. It's over, coconut tree. Deliver the final blow with your mental disturbance. Liu Qing nodded in agreement with Lei Zhang's assessment and then issued his last command. As the coconut tree unleashed its mental disturbance, the thunder sprite, unable to evade, lost its fighting capability. With 3 sets of evolution stones in hand, Liu Qing set forth on his journey once more. After more than 10 days of travel, Liu Qing finally arrived at Dark City one midday. In Liu Qing's recollection, Dark City housed 2 gyms. However, when Ash arrived, they had yet to receive recognition from the League, and he wondered how things stood now. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, he entrusted his Pokémon to Nurse Joy and inquired about the status of the gyms. To his surprise, he learned that the 2 gyms had merged into one, gaining recognition from the League, and had issued the black badge. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing understood. According to the League's regulations, a city with a child population exceeding 10,000 could establish 1 gym, while a population of 100,000 or more could support 2. These gyms were not merely for show, as gym leaders were official members of the League, receiving subsidies, and were also required to cooperate with the local police to ensure the city's safety and issue League badges. As trainers needed to collect 8 badges to participate in the League competition, the League had instituted rules to prevent gyms from being bribed to ease the challenges. Hence, if a gym issued badges consecutively 3 times, it would lose its gym status. Consequently, there were times when trainers, after losing their first challenge, would return for a second attempt and emerge victorious, as it was possible that 2 other trainers had already acquired badges before them during their initial challenge. According to Liu Qing's understanding, the population of children in the Dark City certainly does not exceed 100,000, and the strength of both gym leaders appears to be rather limited. Consequently, prior to their union, they struggled to gain recognition from the alliance. Now, with the merging of the 2 gyms, their acknowledgement seems entirely justified. After a day of rest, Liu Qing arrived at the Dark Gym early the next morning. Greetings. I am Liu Qing, a challenger from Golden City, he announced to the 2 individuals positioned opposite him in the gym's battle arena. I am Yas, replied a tall, slender man. And I am Kaz, added a shorter, stockier man. We are the trainers of the Dark Gym. The rules here differ from those of other gyms. We engage in double battles. The match concludes when either side's 2 Pokémon are rendered unable to continue. Do you understand? Yas explained. Understood, Liu Qing nodded affirmatively. Go. Scyther and Electabuzz. With Liu Qing's acknowledgement, both trainers threw their Pokeballs into the arena. Shuckle and Manectric, you're up. Liu Qing also released his 2 Pokémon. Electabuzz. Use Thunderbolt. Scyther, Fury Cutter. Both trainers issued their attack commands simultaneously. As the commands were given, the 2 Pokémon exhibited remarkable synergy. Electabuzz unleashed a golden Thunderbolt towards Shuckle and Manectric, while Scyther maneuvered around the trajectory of the Thunderbolt for cover, swiftly closing in. Manectric used Thunderfang. Liu Qing quickly retaliated against the opposing attack. Why is he only giving orders to 1 Pokémon? Is he struggling with double battles? Yas commented to Cass, just as their attacks reached their targets. With a mighty roar, Manectric opened its mouth, filled with golden electric energy, absorbing the Thunderbolt entirely, creating a crackling sound. Meanwhile, Shuckle was engulfed by the Thunderbolt, and as the electric energy dissipated, Scyther's attack followed closely. Scyther's dual blades struck fiercely against Shuckle. Yet to the astonishment of the 2 gym leaders, it only produced a few sparks. Chapter 43. After a journey of over half a month, Liu Qing finally arrived at the intersection of desert and forest at dusk, the vibrant neon town. Though it was still early evening, the various neon lights throughout the town had already illuminated the area as brightly as daytime. However, this excessive brightness deprived the townsfolk of restful sleep, rendering their tempers quite irritable. Even during Liu Qing's brief journey to the Pokémon Center, he witnessed several altercations erupting on the streets. After entrusting his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, Liu Qing was initially puzzled by the absence of reports regarding the discovery of living fossils in the Grand Canyon during his time in this world. He intended to inquire about it with Nurse Joy, but upon seeing her impatient demeanor, he decided to swallow his curiosity and resolved to investigate the matter himself the following day. Neon Town, renowned as a city that never sleeps, offers a plethora of attractions. After finishing a meal, Liu Qing stepped out of the Pokémon Center, having retrieved his Pokeballs, pondering his next destination. Suddenly, he was captivated by a distant melodic voice, imbued with an enchanting quality that felt almost hypnotic, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could he be missing Ash and his companions? This notion prompted Liu Qing to collapse onto the ground and succumb to slumber. Upon awakening the next day and wiping the remnants of paint from his face, a smile crept onto Liu Qing's lips as a plan began to form in his mind. He gathered his belongings and set off towards the Grand Canyon, a place celebrated worldwide for its breathtaking vistas. Recently, news had surfaced about the discovery of ancient fossils, attracting a multitude of fossil enthusiasts eager to excavate. However, Liu Qing held little interest in these fossils or the slumbering fossil Pokémon that had been dormant for millennia. The prolonged slumber of these creatures rendered their potential stagnant, unlike the ever-living Ghastly. Nonetheless, if a Pokémon were to be revived from a fossil or hatched from an egg, its potential would be immense. Liu Qing was aware that research into fossil revival technology was underway, albeit still in its infancy. Thus, his primary target was an egg, particularly that of a Togepi. Perhaps Liu Qing had left Neon Town too late, but upon arriving at the Grand Canyon, he was met with an explosive boom, followed by the ground trembling slightly. He swiftly retrieved a Pokeball and threw it, commanding Ghastly, "Ghastly, search the rock layers or underground for a small Pokémon egg characterized by a white base adorned with blue and red triangular patterns. Focus primarily on the rock layers. And if you find nothing, then explore other types. You aren't seeking an egg from a fossil Pokémon, are you? Even if there were one, it would likely be a fossil," Ghastly remarked, observing Liu Qing's enigmatic demeanor, curious about the source of his confidence. With that, he vanished and drifted towards the indicated area, prompting Liu Qing to follow suit. Upon reaching the site of the explosion, Liu Qing witnessed a number of miners, led by Junsha and Joy, busily clearing away rocks. Among them was a girl dressed in a yellow top and blue skirt, reminiscent of Misty from the anime, alongside a dark-skinned young man with a flat cap, who was none other than Brock. Encountering two of the most iconic supporting characters from his previous life stirred a wave of excitement within Liu Qing. However, having spent considerable time in this world, he quickly quelled his enthusiasm. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the absence of Ghastly, likely still on the hunt. Observing the collective effort of the miners, Liu Qing released his Happany's Pokeball. Happany, use Gravity Field to alter the weight of the rocks. With a light call, the whimsical Jigglypuff waved its hands, creating a transparent barrier that enveloped the pit like a mystical shield. Instantly, the once heavy boulders seemed to transform into mere props, easily moved aside by the group, revealing a dark abyss. However, in the wake of a thunderous roar, a colossal gray figure emerged from within, the fossil Aerodactyl. Gazing at the little sprite perched atop a rock pillar, a glimmer of divine light ignited in Liu Qing's eyes, astonished by this ancient creature. Indeed, it was unlike any ordinary sprite, exuding an aura of desolation and wildness. As per the narrative, Ash found himself seized by the fossil Aerodactyl moments before being devoured. Just then, Charmeleon underwent its evolution. Yet, in Liu Qing's eyes, this fire dragon appeared grotesquely evolved, lacking even the average stature of its kind, let alone its other attributes. The newly evolved Charizard, still unfamiliar with its flying capabilities, struggled to catch up to the fossil Aerodactyl. Its flames inadvertently scorched Ash instead. At that moment, the melodic Jigglypuff reappeared, filling Misty with renewed hope. She rushed to the side of Jigglypuff, urging it to sing. Chapter 44. The hypnotic melody, the lilting song spread forth, its hypnotic effects weighing down not only the eyelids of the fossil Aerodactyl, but also inducing lethargy among all present. Just as Liu Qing was about to succumb to slumber, he caught sight of a purple-black figure swaying towards him, hands and mouth clutching a white-based egg adorned with prominent red and blue triangular patterns, jolting him awake and dissipating much of his drowsiness. "Well done, Gengar," Liu Qing exclaimed, rallying his spirits to praise as everyone else remained oblivious to Gengar's arrival, their attention fixated on the direction of the fossil Aerodactyl. In this world, the traveling backpack had transcended spatial limitations, allowing for the storage of numerous items. However, A notable drawback was that living creatures could not be stored within this space, necessitating their placement in their natural sizes. Liu Qing had initially believed it remarkable for Gengar to retrieve a single egg, yet he was astonished to discover 3. Hastily, he accepted one to stow in his shoulder bag, cradling the other 2 in his arms. Eventually, overcome by sleepiness, he leaned against the rock wall and dozed off, unaware that one egg slipped from his grasp, rolling aside and landing beneath Ash, who had just tumbled from Charizard. At the Pokémon Center in Neon Town, Liu Qing was on a phone call with his father, Bofingyu. Indeed, it was Neon Town. This day marked the evening following the fossil Pokémon incident in the Grand Canyon. Sooner or later, this event would come to the attention of all factions, but the Alliance would undoubtedly safeguard this secret until then. By the time the various forces became aware, the Alliance would have already reaped considerable benefits, leaving only scraps for the others. As a member of the Jinyu clan and the son of the clan leader, Liu Qing felt an obligation to plan for his family's future, thus divulging all details of the incident to his father. Are you saying it's a living fossil Aerodactyl? In the eyes of Exeggcute, a glimmer of brilliance flickered. As the leader of the Golden Feather clan, he possessed not only the power of at least a king-level trainer, but also specialized in nurturing flying Pokémon. Naturally, he held a keen interest in formidable ancient flying creatures. If he could acquire a fossilized pterodactyl and cultivate it, it would undoubtedly become a vital asset for his family. A new reserve of Pokémon species. Indeed, Liu Qing nodded in agreement, stating that while he was uncertain whether there were more ancient Pokémon slumbering in the underground world, he had indeed laid eyes upon the fossilized pterodactyl. Perhaps due to its recent awakening, its movements were still somewhat stiff, preventing it from showcasing its full strength. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. According to his Gengar's investigation, numerous Pokémon eggs resided within the nearby rock formations and subterranean caverns. Some had transformed into fossils, while others retained their vitality, and the 2 eggs in his possession had been extracted by Gengar from the rock layers. Exeggcute had already formulated his plans upon hearing this. He praised Liu Qing for the remarkable progress he had made during his travels over the past few months, and, after discussing some travel-related matters, concluded the call. Subsequently, Liu Qing located a shipping company affiliated with his family in Neon Town and sent the 2 Pokémon eggs back home. After a day's rest, he embarked on his journey to the final gym. Scyther Wing Attack, Gengar Shadow Ball, Kabutops Dragon Claw. After more than half a month of battling and traveling, Liu Qing finally arrived at the southernmost port of the Kanto region. He boarded a passenger ship, and within half a day, the silhouette of Red Lotus Island came into view. Once the ship docked, Liu Qing disembarked alongside the crowd, greeted by a plethora of bustling shops, a testament to thriving commerce. Chapter 45. Upon arriving at Red Lotus Island, the foremost delight was the hot springs. Liu Qing, being human, could hardly resist this indulgence. He luxuriated in a rejuvenating soak, thoroughly alleviating all his fatigue. It was not until 3 days later that he finally found the seemingly dilapidated Red Lotus gym. What could be cold in the head yet warm in the body? Suddenly, a voice echoed behind Liu Qing, startling him greatly. Turning around, he saw an elderly man with golden hair and spectacles standing behind him. Ah, old man, scaring someone could be deadly. Liu Qing recognized him immediately as Xiaobo, the gym leader of Red Lotus, but pretended not to know him. As for your question, the answer is an outdoor hot spring. Haha, correct. Now for another. What is inside a balloon? Air. What about a life preserver? People. Another one. Wait, old man, who are you? Why do you keep asking me questions? Liu Qing inquired, exasperation evident on his face. You are a trainer, are you not? I am the one you seek, Xiaobo, the gym leader of Red Lotus. You are Xiaobo? Liu Qing feigned surprise and replied, Hello, I am Liu Qing from Golden City. Will you accept my challenge, Xiaobo? Of course. You have answered 2 rather challenging questions, so I assume your strength is formidable. I would be delighted to accept your challenge. Xiaoboda. This dojo has long since fallen into disuse. Accompany me to the new dojo. The temperature is exceedingly high, as the sweltering heat enveloped him. Liu Qing could not help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Indeed, this dojo is situated atop a volcano. Xiaobo turned back with a smile, only to be taken aback by Liu Qing's calm demeanor. He chuckled inwardly, sensing that this challenge would indeed be quite intriguing. Chapter 46. The dojo competition follows a best-of-3 format. If there are no objections, we may commence, Xiaobo stated. Observing Liu Qing nod in agreement, he released his first Pokémon. Go, Ninetales. Liu Qing responded by casting his own Pokeball. It's you, Kabutops. As both Pokeballs burst open across the arena, the 2 Pokémon emerged. Xiaobo deployed his formidable Ninetales, while Liu Qing summoned Kabutops, who had honed its mastery of the Dragon Starburst move through extensive training. "Oh, a dragon type, is it? Let me see how you will respond," Xiaobo remarked, issuing the first command. "Ninetales, unleash Flamethrower." In this sweltering environment, the heat of Ninetales' flames was akin to a raging inferno, swiftly racing across the field towards Kabutops. Hydro Pump. In the face of such flames, Liu Qing dared not allow Kabutops to endure the attack directly, commanding it to retaliate. Boom. Kabutops, confronting the fiery onslaught, expelled a colossal jet of water, clashing with the flames and resulting in a spectacular explosion. The steam generated from the vaporized water billowed out, obscuring the vision of both contenders. The power of Kabutops' Hydro Pump was significantly dampened, while Ninetales' fire-based skills were enhanced. Indeed, securing victory in this match proved far from straightforward. From the initial round of probing, Liu Qing gleaned an understanding of the effects of this unique arena. "Ninetales, use Steel Tail." At that moment, Xiaobo's voice rang out. "What?" This Ninetales possesses the ability to discern Kabutops' location. Observing the silhouette of Ninetales swiftly approaching in a zigzag pattern through the mist, Liu Qing, though uncertain of the exact angle of attack, quickly devised a strategy, shouting, "Kabutops, employ Headbutt." Buzz. As soon as the command was issued, a blue luminescent barrier enveloped Kabutops, who cautiously surveyed its surroundings. The moment it detected Ninetales' position, it would strike with precision. Boom. In an instant, a metallic tail swept against the blue barrier with a thunderous crash. Kabutops' eyes gleamed with determination. It let out a fierce roar, contracting the barrier, gathering its energy before charging towards Ninetales, while simultaneously, a second tail swept in, with a series of 8 explosive sounds. Ninetales' final tail came crashing down upon the now faint blue barrier, resulting in a tense standstill between the two Pokémon. Kabutops seized Ninetales' tail, Dragon Starburst. Although awestruck by the spectacle of Ninetales' simultaneous attacks, Liu Qing quickly regained his composure and shouted decisively. "Roar!" The armored dragon let out a deafening roar, causing the blue energy shield to dissipate in an instant. As its tail descended, it seized hold of its opponent with a fierce bite, while a yellow energy sphere began to coalesce within its abdomen, intending to channel it forth. "This is bad. Ninetales, unleash a torrent of flames." Summer, observing the situation as the mist cleared, shouted urgently. With the tail ensnared, Ninetales, struggling against its grasp, responded to Summer's command by turning and unleashing a surge of fire towards the armored dragon, attempting to compel it to release its grip. However, the armored dragon, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, endured the searing heat and maintained its hold. Soon, the yellow energy sphere erupted from the armored dragon's mouth, enveloping Ninetales before soaring into the sky, exploding like fireworks, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the arena, a truly magnificent sight. As the sounds of the meteor shower's impact faded, it was evident that, although Ninetales had yet to succumb to defeat, its limbs trembled, and it gasped for breath. Yet its gaze remained fiercely fixed upon the armored dragon, embodying an indomitable spirit. "I must commend you, Summer. I did not anticipate your Ninetales to be so resolute, refusing to yield even in such dire circumstances," Liu Qing remarked, visibly impressed by Ninetales' demeanor. "Indeed, I am quite proud," Summer responded with delight at Liu Qing's praise, addressing Ninetales. "Deliver the final blow, Fire Vortex." Recognizing that fire-type attacks were not particularly effective against the armored dragon, he aimed to inflict continuous damage. Liu Qing, understanding Summer's strategy, promptly commanded, "Armored Dragon, High-Pressure Water Pump." As the two commands were executed, a crimson fire vortex collided with a blue water column. The water surged through the flames, and upon reaching Ninetales' mouth, it detonated with a thunderous explosion. Ninetales let out a pained cry as it was hurled across the arena, collapsing to the ground, rendered powerless, while the fire vortex dissipated. "Well done, Armored Dragon. Let us press on with our next battle," Liu Qing said with a smile directed at the armored dragon, which responded with evident joy. "Impressive explosive power, agile thinking, and calm deliberation. What a remarkable trainer you are," Summer silently assessed as he withdrew Ninetales, taking out a second Pokeball and declaring, "For the second match, it is your turn, Steel Tyrannosaurus." With a flash of white light, the massive form of Steel Tyrannosaurus materialized in the arena, emitting a powerful roar that commanded attention. The armored dragon, undeterred, responded with a fierce growl, and the two Pokémon stood poised for battle. "Strike first, Steel Tyrannosaurus." "Horn Drill," Summer commanded, seizing the initiative. The Horn Drill, a potentially lethal move, saw the sharp horn on Steel Tyrannosaurus' head spin rapidly as it charged towards the armored dragon like a tank. While the horn drill could indeed be a one-hit knockout, its accuracy was typically low. However, Summer had clearly identified the armored dragon's slower mobility as a weakness and sought to capitalize on it. Furthermore, despite knowing that the armored dragon would employ the high-pressure water pump, he chose Steel Tyrannosaurus, indicating that this creature had been trained to possess a formidable resistance to water. Liu Qing quickly discerned Xiaobo's intentions, yet he remained unperturbed, watching as the distance between the armored Tyrannosaurus and the shelled dragon diminished. Xiaobo, observing Liu Qing's composure, revealed no emotion, evidently brimming with confidence in his strategy. As the armored Tyrannosaurus approached within a mere 2 meters of the shelled dragon, Liu Qing issued his command. Shelled dragon, leap and unleash hydro pump. Typically, a shelled dragon would be incapable of such a jump due to its substantial weight. But Liu Qing's shelled dragon had trained in the gravity field of the Happiny, allowing it to achieve at least a modest elevation. In an instant, a colossal jet of water erupted from its mouth, striking the armored Tyrannosaurus at close range. The creature immediately exhibited a pained expression, causing the shelled dragon to drift backward due to the force of the hydro pump. The armored Tyrannosaurus, utilizing its sharp horn, pierced through the water. At that moment, Xiaobo's command resonated. The armored Tyrannosaurus obeyed, aligning its horn with the hydro pump and charging forward, intent on colliding with the shelled dragon. Not good. Shelled dragon, unleash hydro pump against the ground. To Liu Qing's surprise, the armored Tyrannosaurus's horn pierced through the hydro pump with remarkable power, and it screamed as it neared the shelled dragon. Responding swiftly to Liu Qing's command, the shelled dragon lowered its head, directing the hydro pump downward, narrowly avoiding the oncoming horn. With a resounding crash, the horn struck the ground, causing a tremendous explosion and showering debris into the air. Now's your chance. Hydro pump. Ignoring the flying shards, Liu Qing seized the moment while the armored Tyrannosaurus was still recovering. Roar. The hydro pump struck true, eliciting a deafening roar from the armored Tyrannosaurus as it collapsed back to the ground. Armored Tyrannosaurus, rally yourself. Use arm thrust. Xiaobo shouted fervently, as if attempting to imbue the creature with his own vigor. Roar. Sensing Xiaobo's fervor, the armored Tyrannosaurus roared in response, its powerful arms glowing white as they slammed heavily into the ground. The earth trembled violently beneath them, fissures rapidly spreading toward the edge of the arena where the shelled dragon stood. The ground beneath the shelled dragon fractured, sending it plummeting toward the magma below. Chapter 48. Shelled Dragon. To Liu Qing's astonishment, the armored Tyrannosaurus's strike had caused a catastrophic rupture in the arena. As he witnessed the shelled dragon falling toward the magma, a heart-wrenching cry escaped his lips, memories of their shared journey flooding his mind. In a moment of clarity, a brilliant idea illuminated his thoughts. Shelled dragon, haven to you always desired to fly? The time has come, evolve. Roar. The once dormant armored dragon, poised to succumb to its fate, was suddenly stirred by Liu Qing's words. An intense desire to soar surged within its mind. With a tremendous roar, just before being engulfed by the molten lava, it erupted in a brilliant white light. Its form elongated, and a magnificent pair of enormous wings sprouted from its sides. As the radiance faded, the colossal blue creature, adorned with a white underbelly and crimson wings, revealed itself as a mighty salamence. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a whirlwind and swiftly returned to the arena, unleashing a thunderous roar directed at the iron armor Tyrannosaurus, a wave of immense pressure emanating from it, causing the very air to feel as if it had solidified. Marvelous salamence. At that moment, a glimmer of tears welled in Liu Qing's eyes. It was fortunate that the armored dragon had already been on the brink of evolution. He had merely restrained its transformation to allow it to practice the Dragon Star group. Otherwise, he would have never forgiven himself. Roaring in response, Salamence seemed to sense Liu Qing's concern, turning back to him with an affirming cry before focusing on the iron armor Tyrannosaurus, which had regained its footing in the arena. To think it evolved at the last moment, Xiaobo remarked, gesturing towards the lava. In truth, even if the armored dragon fell, it would not face any peril. The duckbill fire dragon is below to catch it. Liu Qing glanced down and indeed spotted a duckbill fire dragon slowly emerging from the lava. He nodded in gratitude. Though Salamence escaped on its own, I still appreciate your assistance. Haha, no worries. Now, let the match continue. Xiaobo chuckled. Iron armor Tyrannosaurus, unleash your rock blade attack. With a resounding roar, the iron armor Tyrannosaurus summoned 2 rapidly spinning white light bands that transformed into countless stones, which were launched towards Salamence in midair. Before Liu Qing could issue a command, Salamence let out a fierce roar, enveloped in a spiraling purple light. deftly evading the rock blade and then colliding forcefully with the iron armor Tyrannosaurus, sending it crashing to the ground, where it skidded to a halt, devoid of combat capability. Cosmic Shockwave. Today was indeed full of surprises. Not only had Salamence evolved, but it had also mastered the formidable move, Cosmic Shockwave. Return, Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Xiaobo recalled his Pokémon and addressed Liu Qing. According to the rules of the match, you have won 2 rounds and are eligible for the badge. However, I still possess my strongest combatant, the Duckbill Fire Dragon. It is up to you to decide whether to challenge me. Of course I wish to battle, and I intend to use a Fire-type Pokémon for this challenge. This is a splendid opportunity for training that I cannot let slip by, Liu Qing declared, promptly recalling Salamence and retrieving another Pokeball. Go, Rapidash. Well, I have one condition. If you lose this 3rd match, I shall not award you the gym badge. Xiaobo stated, somewhat surprised by Liu Qing's readiness. Nevertheless, Xiaobo, my aim in challenging the gym is not solely to obtain the badge, but to seize the opportunity for growth. Liu Qing responded directly. With a hearty laugh, Xiaobo exclaimed, ah, delightful. The youth is formidable. Come forth, Duckbill Fire Dragon. At his command, the Duckbill Fire Dragon erupted from the magma with a terrifying heat, landing on the ground and turning the rocky surface a fiery red, as if it were on the verge of melting. Duckbill Fire Dragon, unleash your flames. Xiaobo commanded first. Wind Speed Dog, Fire Truck. Liu Qing's order followed closely behind. In the arena, upon hearing the commands, the Duckbill Fire Dragon exhaled a wave of searing flames, hurtling towards the Wind Speed Dog. Yet, the Wind Speed Dog faced the oncoming inferno with unwavering composure, opening its mouth to release a flame that transformed into a massive character, shielding itself before launching the fire truck directly into the heart of the fiery character, simultaneously absorbing its power along with the flames emitted by the Duckbill Fire Dragon. The entire fire truck rapidly expanded at a visible rate. Oh no, it possesses the fire attraction trait. Realizing Liu Qing's Wind Speed Dog's unique ability, Xiaobo hurriedly shouted, Duckbill Fire Dragon, halt. But it was too late. Wind Speed Dog, charge forward. As they beheld the enormous fire truck, at least 6 to 7 meters in diameter, Liu Qing was not entirely satisfied. While the fire truck was indeed colossal, its power was dispersed. Had it been reduced to the size of the Wind Speed Dog itself, its potency would have multiplied exponentially. However, this was not the time for such considerations. Directing the Wind Speed Dog, they surged towards the Duckbill Fire Dragon. Quick, evade. Even Xiaobo dared not let the Duckbill Fire Dragon confront the terrifying fire truck head-on, urgently instructing it to dodge. Chapter 49. Regrettably, the Wind Speed Dog's keen senses surpassed the need for sight, effortlessly tracking the fleeing Duckbill Fire Dragon. Duckbill Fire Dragon, flame collision. Seeing that evasion was futile, Xiaobo ceased to avoid and issued an attack command. In the arena, the Duckbill Fire Dragon, darting about, ignited with blue flames upon hearing Xiaobo's command and charged towards the Wind Speed Dog. A resounding boom echoed as the fire truck collided with the flame collision. One bore high-quality flames while the other, though inferior in quality, was abundant in quantity. The clash yielded no advantage to either side, as their flames dissipated under the immense force of the impact, both being thrust backward. Wind Speed Dog, roll out. With the battle unfolding in the air and the descent in progress, Liu Qing seized every opportunity, calling out the command. Oh no, Duckbill Fire Dragon. Use Fire Punch against the ground. Upon hearing Liu Qing's order, Xiaobo sensed impending danger and shouted loudly. In the arena, upon receiving Liu Qing's instruction, the Wind Speed Dog emitted a powerful roar and landed heavily on the ground, sending shockwaves of dust swirling outward from its center. Meanwhile, the Duckbill Fire Dragon, nearing the ground, felt the recoil from the flame collision suddenly surge. A flash of blue electricity coursed through its body, causing it to emit a muffled grunt as it missed the optimal moment to execute Fire Punch. Upon striking the ground and being subjected to the roll attack, it displayed an expression of pain. Thunderfang. After the bulldoze attack, the swift Wind Speed Dog had nearly formed a habit of close combat. Before Liu Qing even issued a command, the creature had dashed to the side of the Duckbill Dragon and, perfectly synchronizing with Liu Qing's order, sank its teeth into the dragon's body, eliciting a pained cry. Quickly break free, Steel Tail. Despite the backlash from the fiery collision affecting Liu Qing's series of assaults, Xiaobo swiftly countered. The Duckbill Dragon, being Xiaobo's mainstay, executed the Steel Tail command immediately. Although the Wind Speed Dog had released its grip, it had not yet escaped and was swept away by the Steel Tail. Fortunately, the Duckbill Dragon was also striving to break free from the Thunderfang, and the hastily gathered force was not too substantial, sparing the Wind Speed Dog from severe injury and allowing it to halt its retreat swiftly. Once more, bulldoze. Liu Qing shouted again. Duckbill Dragon, jump into the air. To counter the bulldoze, there was no option but to leap into the sky. The earthquake and similar moves were inherent skills, and since the Duckbill Dragon did not possess bulldoze or earthquake, it had no choice but to ascend. Unfortunately, Xiaobo failed to notice that the Duckbill Dragon was experiencing fear at that moment, disobeying his command. It could not withstand the wind speed dog's bulldoze attack for long and collapsed, becoming unconscious. You've worked hard, Duckbill Dragon. Xiaobo approached, gently patting the dragon's head before retrieving it into its Pokeball, then walked over to Liu Qing, who was praising the wind speed dog. Xiaobo, Liu Qing exclaimed upon seeing him approach. I haven't experienced such an exhilarating match in a long time, young man. This deep crimson badge is yours. As Xiaobo spoke, he placed a flame-like crimson badge into Liu Qing's hands. Thank you. Liu Qing accepted the badge, retrieving a badge case from his messenger bag to store it away. Oh, I didn't expect you to have qualified for the league tournament already. Xiaobo remarked with a smile, looking at the badge in the case. Hee indeed. Thanks to my Pokemon's hard work, these badges remind me of their valiant battles. Liu Qing said proudly. Haha, I knew I was right. You are an exceptionally talented trainer. I believe you will achieve remarkable results at the league conference. Yes, Xiaobo. I am traveling with the goal of becoming the league champion. Liu Qing smiled confidently. Chapter 50. After resting for a day on Red Lotus Island, the following morning, Liu Qing found a deserted spot to release his Salamence and became a dragon rider, soaring towards Golden City on the back of the Salamence. With its incredible speed, it took only half a day for the silhouette of Golden City to come into view. Liu Qing did not allow the Salamence to halt and charged straight into his home, startling the security personnel inside, who mistook the arrival for an invasion, prompting them to release various flying-type Pokémon such as Zubat, Swablu, and Pidgey to encircle the Salamence. However, upon witnessing the young master Liu Qing dismount from the mighty Salamence, he realized that his earlier alarm was unwarranted. He quickly dispersed. Though had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, Liu Qing would never have fathomed the formidable protective force that his home possessed, not to mention the several individuals concealed in the shadows. Liu Qing. Such a commotion naturally alerted his mother, who, upon seeing him, chided him lightly. Sorry mom. I momentarily lost control, Liu Qing replied with a cheerful grin. Millie cast a knowing glance at Liu Qing, well aware of her son's inclinations. Yet, she paid it little mind and inquired, So, you've returned home, I presume in preparation for the upcoming Indigo Conference? Yes, Mom. With over 2 months to go, I've already visited all the necessary places. Now, I'll just train my Pokémon at home until the conference begins. Liu Qing nodded affirmatively. Let us send the Salamence to the breeding center. With such a large size, it's rather inconvenient for it to linger here, Millie suggested. Understood, come back, Salamence. Liu Qing called back as he followed Millie toward the breeding center. Inside the breeding center, Liu Qing released all his Pokémon, allowing them to roam freely before glancing at the 3 Pokémon, Dragonite, EV, and Rhydon, that had been teleported back earlier. He then returned to the breeding house with Millie. These are the 2 Pokémon eggs you sent back, though they have yet to hatch, Millie said, carefully retrieving the eggs from a glass incubator and handing them to Liu Qing. I'm quite eager to see them. I've never encountered such Pokémon eggs before. They must be a rather rare species, Liu Qing replied with a smile. Otherwise, how could Mom, with her discerning eye, not recognize them? Stop being cheeky. Millie playfully tapped Liu Qing on the forehead, her face betraying an unmistakable smile. Did you know your name has spread among the younger generation of our family? Is that so strange? Weren't those people already aware when I regained consciousness? Liu Qing shrugged. Don't act coy with me. I genuinely hadn't realized my son possessed such exceptional talent, achieving the feather rank in less than a year since his debut. The elders and your father are thrilled. Your name has been mentioned several times at family gatherings as a paragon for the new generation, Millie said, a hint of mystery gracing her smile. Moreover, due to the news you sent home last time, the elders have decided to grant you a reward after this alliance competition. A reward? Liu Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As the son of the clan leader, he could be said to have everything he desired, but the notion of a reward spoke of something extraordinary. Mom, do you know what the reward is? I cannot disclose that just yet. Millie gently shook her head, speaking cryptically. However, I can reveal that the higher your rank in this competition, the more satisfying the reward will be. Mom, my goal is to become the champion. If I don't secure the championship, I would rather forego the reward, Liu Qing declared with utmost seriousness. Chapter 51. Ambitious aspirations. Very well. I shall discuss with your father about preparing the very best for you, Millie exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. By the way, mother, why haven't we seen Liu Yuan yet? Liu Qing inquired, pivoting the conversation with curiosity. It's the weekend, and isn't that boy usually fond of staying here? Liu Yuan mentioned that a classmate had spotted an EV in the forests on the outskirts of Golden City. Consequently, several students from his class, who already possessed their initial Pokémon, organized a friendly competition to see who could capture the elusive EV during the holiday as a small practical exercise before embarking on their journey at the age of 10. Oh, Liu Qing raised an eyebrow. Generally, those who possess their initial Pokémon before the age of 10 are scions of noble families. And being in the same class as Liu Yuan signifies that he is among the elite. Though this competition may seem trivial, it can also be perceived as a contest among prestigious families. If I recall correctly, Liu Yuan's initial Pokémon is a Piku, the offspring of Father S. Piku, Pika. Now it has evolved into a Pikachu. Millie interjected, her eyes twinkling. It had undergone evolution not long ago. Huh. It seems Liu Yuan has inherited his mother's nurturing talent. Liu Qing chuckled. The evolution of Piku into Pikachu requires a significant bond, and this Piku was a birthday gift for Liu Yuan when he turned 5. Despite the passing years, his ability to evolve it before reaching 10 still reflects Liu Yuan's extraordinary potential. Mother, look. I won the competition. As twilight descended, while Liu Qing and Millie tended to the Pokémon in the nursery, a disheveled figure came running towards them, a dirty face beaming with joy. Upon seeing Liu Qing, the expression transformed into one of surprise, and he shouted, "Elder brother, look, I have an EV too." He raised the EV he cradled in his arms. Though his eyes revealed a hint of fatigue, they sparkled with life. The EV's coat was lustrous and sleek, its body supple and limbs strong. This EV is quite impressive, Liu Qing remarked, stroking the Pokémon in Liu Yuan's hands, which made Liu Yuan beam even brighter. All right, hurry back to wash up. You're turning into a muddy little monkey, Millie said, noticing Liu Yuan's eagerness to recount his day. Be good now, and after your bath, I will listen to your tale. Understood, mother. Liu Yuan elongated his tone, clearly exhilarated by the day's events. His tousled golden hair danced as he darted away in an instant. Huh, that boy, had it not been for the bodyguard waking him, he might have slept through the night. Liu Qing chuckled softly. Though this contest was a childish game, the prominent families were keenly observing. Millie and Liu Qing learned the specifics of the outcome. After locating the EV, Liu Yuan found himself at a disadvantage in battle. Ultimately, it was Pikachu's singing move that enabled him to capture the sleepy EV before succumbing to slumber himself. Without delving into the details of how Liu Yuan recounted his experience of capturing an EV after bathing, he retold the tale once more upon his father's return that evening. After a day of rest, Liu Qing arrived at the breeding center, gathering the 7 Pokémon that were to participate in the forthcoming competition. As you all know, the Alliance tournament is merely 2 months away. This period is opportune for us to address your shortcomings in training, he proclaimed. Scyther, Gengar, and Chansey, you must achieve evolution before the tournament. Scyther, I have already arranged for your evolutionary item, the metal coat, to be procured, and news of its arrival should come soon. For now, focus on enhancing your flight speed, attack speed, and power. Gengar, your level is more than sufficient for evolution. The reason for your hesitance eludes me, but you must evolve into your final form. As for Chansey, our bond should be strong enough for your evolution, yet your lack of combat experience hinders it. Therefore, engage in paired training with Gengar. Arcanine, your task is to unleash the flamethrower and then compress your flames with all your might, transforming the red flames into blue. I trust you have gained profound insights after witnessing the flames of a Charizard. Exeggcute, your objective is to rapidly absorb enough energy to unleash Solar Beam without relying on Sunny Day. Remember to compress the energy during the launch. If you achieve this, your speed and power in executing Solar Beam will greatly enhance once you utilize Sunny Day. As for Salamence and Gyarados, your primary training focus will be on the move Hyper Beam, given its side effect of immobilization post-use. Should you fail to defeat your opponent, you will be vulnerable to their counterattack. Thus, your mission is to minimize the duration of this immobilization. In the arena, regaining mobility even a second sooner could mean evading a fatal blow. After using Hyper Beam to strike, it would be prudent for you to retreat swiftly before the paralysis sets in. Salamence, you can soar into the sky, while Gyarados, though you possess an additional fin and enhanced genetic potential, your ability to fly is still in its infancy. However, with practice, you may find yourself soaring freely. As time is short before the Alliance tournament, prioritize distancing yourself from your opponent and safeguarding your vital points with your sturdy scales until you regain mobility. That shall be your current task. Now, practice diligently Liu Qing concluded. Upon hearing this, the Pokémon let out a collective cry and set off to train. Chapter 52. The Wavewind family, renowned as a prestigious lineage, demonstrated their vast resources by fulfilling Liu Qing's request within a single day, procuring the metal coat. This particular item, a special evolutionary tool within the family, possessed the attributes of lightweight metals, ensuring that even upon evolving into a sizer, the weight would not hinder its ability to fly. After donning a metallic exterior, the mantis successfully evolved into the formidable red claw mantis, and due to this transformation, its speed increased remarkably, rivaling that of a crimson lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. On this day, Liu Qing was diligently training his 7 little Pokémon at home, as usual. However, while directing Gengar and Exeggcute in combat, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept in from afar, causing several Pokémon to involuntarily halt their training, adopting cautious stances towards an orange figure hurtling towards them. Meanwhile, numerous flying Pokémon, released by Liu Qing's security forces, pursued this swift orange silhouette, but its speed was simply too astounding for them to catch up. It was not until this figure descended not far in front of Liu Qing that they realized it was a Dragonite, bearing a brown satchel. Clearly a beloved Pokémon of its trainer. Is the post office now so upscale that they employ Dragonites as couriers? Observing the Dragonite retrieve a letter from its bag, Liu Qing gestured for the encroaching security personnel to step back, muttering as he accepted the correspondence. Upon opening the letter, he discovered a small electronic disc. As Liu Qing extracted it from the envelope, a blue beam of light emanated from the center of the disc, revealing the image of a lady adorned in a brown top hat and formal attire. After performing a courteous curtsy, she spoke in a calm and composed voice. Please forgive my audacity in writing to you. You have been identified as one of the most promising Pokémon trainers, and I would like to extend an invitation to you to attend a gathering hosted by my master for the strongest Pokémon trainers. The location is New Island 183, Pokémon City. At this juncture, the blue beam displayed the location of New Island. I wonder if you would be inclined to attend. Please mark your response on the postcard. This is an invitation for the strongest Pokémon trainers, and your presence is essential. With that, the lady bowed once more, and the blue light dissipated. How intriguing. Although my memories from my previous life have begun to fade under unknown influences since arriving in this world, I still distinctly recall this significant event. It must be the invitation from Mutwo. Earlier, I had learned that a powerful and mysterious Pokémon had escaped from the Tokiwa gym under the care of Kurigane, and I thought I might never encounter Mutwo. While I am uncertain how Mutwo became aware of me, the opportunity to witness the battle between Mutwo and Mew, and perhaps even seek counsel from Mutwo, would be an extraordinary experience for me and my Pokémon. Extracting the postcard from the letter, Liu Qing unhesitatingly marked his affirmative response, then returned it to the Dragonite. Watching as the Dragonite vanished into the sky like a flash of lightning, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, murmuring to himself, I am also curious about how Ash, who was struck by the combined attacks of Mew and Mutwo, managed to revive. I cannot believe that the tears of those ordinary Pokémon possess such miraculous restorative powers. Anticipation fills the air as the location of the new island, summoned by Mutwo, is set to depart from the harbor of Shallow Red City, nestled within the ocean near the island of Crimson Lotus. By the time Liu Qing arrives at the harbor, the sky has been shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, and soon a fierce wind begins to howl, cloaking the world in a curtain of rain. Such terrifying energy. Since Liu Qing's reincarnation, possibly due to the layering of souls, he has acquired a remarkable ability. Initially, this power was not very pronounced upon awakening, but after a prolonged journey, it has seen significant advancement. At this moment, he can vaguely sense an unnatural force within the dark clouds above, continuously infusing the atmosphere, which in turn drives the weather into a frenzy. This turbulent energy has unsettled some relatively weaker Pokémon, causing them to become agitated. Not far from Liu Qing, a Rhydon and a Kingler are affected, barely refraining from erupting into battle under the soothing influence of their trainers. Attention, esteemed travelers. Due to the storm, ferry services to the new island have been temporarily suspended. After a brief interval, Liu Qing observes a drenched trio hastily entering the harbor. Ash, Misty, and Brock, whom he had previously encountered in the Grand Canyon. At that moment, an announcement crackles through the loudspeaker, igniting a wave of commotion as nearly all the trainers crowd around the woman holding the microphone, voicing their discontent. Chapter 53. Faced with the dissatisfaction of the trainers, the harbor manager, Poigia, offers an explanation, detailing the storm's ferocity. Yet, trainers are inherently adventurers, and such tempestuous weather cannot quell their enthusiasm for the ultimate Pokémon trainer party. Consequently, they flocked to the harbor. Among them, a black-haired man clad in red mounts a Fiero, a stocky man with brown hair dressed in light blue releases a Gyarados, a brown-haired woman in black unleashes a Spearow, and a short-haired woman adorned with a Pokeball around her neck sends forth a Blastoise. Blastoise, I entrust you with this. Liu Qing calls out as he sprints to the harbor, unleashing his Blastoise's Pokeball and leaping onto its back. With a powerful roar, Blastoise breaks through the rain curtain, charging towards the new island. Blastoise's speed is remarkable. Despite the storm's might, it cannot hinder him. Soon, Liu Qing surpasses all trainers heading to the new island. After navigating through the tempest, he arrives in a serene area devoid of wind and waves, with a brilliant starry sky overhead. Looking back, he sees the heavy clouds swirling around this tranquil region, at the very heart of which lies their destination, the new island, crowned by magnificent structures. Presumably the Pokémon city built by Mewtwo. Sensing the formidable pressure emanating from the island, the violent salamander hesitated, while Liu Qing also faintly perceived a powerful energy residing at the pinnacle of the fairy city, realizing that it must be Mewtwo. An involuntary excitement welled up within him as he reassured the violent salamander to approach the landing site of the new island and descend. Welcome. Please present your invitation letter. After traversing the storm, Liu Qing spotted a woman standing before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Miss Joy from the missing person notices posted at the port, though her eyes were vacant, clearly under some sort of manipulation. Very well. Liu Qing nodded and retrieved a disc from his travel bag. Instantly, a blue light burst forth, revealing Miss Joy's figure, her voice as calm as a still pond. This individual is indeed the trainer we invited. Confirming the identity, she gestured. This way, please. Other trainers holding invitation letters will arrive shortly. Miss Joy, holding a lantern, turned and walked inside, while Liu Qing recalled the violent salamander and swiftly followed her. After traversing a lengthy rocky tunnel, Liu Qing accompanied Joy to a grand entrance. As the door confidently opened, it unveiled a vast interior, adorned with flowing streams and vibrant lights. You are the first trainer to arrive. Please wait here. Soon, other trainers who have traversed the stormy region will arrive, and my master will appear then, Miss Joy declared, extinguishing the lantern. She paused, turning her vacant gaze upon Liu Qing. Please release your Pokémon from their Pokeballs and take a seat. You are the chosen trainer. Gengar, come out and play. Liu Qing exclaimed, tossing the Pokeball. Gengar materialized in a swirl of darkness, surprisingly devoid of its usual eerie grin. Instead, it flew around Miss Joy in a puzzled manner, resting its chin on one hand as if in contemplation, murmuring, strange enough with the curiosity. Liu Qing couldn't help but admire Gengar, a spirit that had lived for over 1,000 years, for noticing Miss Joy's peculiarity. Although it couldn't discern the true oddity due to its inferiority compared to Mewtwo, this was still commendable. Upon hearing Liu Qing, Gengar relinquished its inquiry, and Miss Joy seemed to receive a command, gesturing for Liu Qing to remain seated before retracing her steps. It appeared new trainers were arriving. Mewtwo's perceptive abilities were indeed formidable. Liu Qing pondered as he approached a stone table, pulling out a chair to sit down, while Gengar began munching on the fruit atop the table. Before long, Miss Joy ushered in a trainer riding a Pidgeot, who, upon hearing her words, released all of his Pokémon, which included Pidgeot, Venusaur, Rhydon, Donphan, Shiftry, and Scyther. Shortly after, a man and a woman arrived on a Gyarados and a Walrein, respectively, each unleashing their own Pokémon, the water type, Tentacruel, Seadra, Golduck, and Nidorino, while the other released Ninetales, Rapidash, Blastoise, Jigglypuff, and Vileplume. At last, Ash and his companions arrived, unleashing a few Pokémon, including Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Vulpix, and Psyduck. Aside from Pikachu and Togepi, did we not encounter each other in the Grand Canyon? Ash inquired uncertainly, glancing at Liu Qing after the remaining 3 trainers introduced themselves. Indeed. I recall you being trapped beneath a rock at that time. Liu Qing responded with a slight nod, greeting Ash. Just as Ash was about to engage in further conversation, the lights in the entire hall abruptly extinguished, and a blue beam of light descended from the center of the spiral staircase before them. Dear guests, I apologize for the wait. The mightiest Pokémon trainer is about to make an entrance. Miss Joy calmly announced, her gaze fixed on the radiant beam. The Pokémon released by the others sensed an imminent threat and assumed defensive stances, while Togepi and Pikachu scurried onto Misty and Ash's shoulders. Soon, a tall Pokémon, its eyes radiating a brilliant blue light, swiftly descended from the beam. Indeed, this is the most formidable Pokémon trainer, the legendary Mewtwo, Miss Joy declared solemnly. just as Mutwo's psychic powers momentarily dissipated, restoring illumination to the hall. A Pokémon is a Pokémon trainer. How could such a thing occur? Exclaimed a rather impulsive man clad in aquamarine attire, his demeanor brimming with indignation, as the others regarded the situation with caution and confusion. Is that so? I shall determine my own rules. Mutwo responded telepathically, controlling Miss Joya's speech as it pointed a hand towards the man. With a surge of psychic energy, a blue light erupted, lifting him into the air before hurling him into the fountain where his Pokémon resided. This action evidently stunned everyone present, and the man, unwilling to accept this humiliation, retaliated by commanding his Gyarados to unleash Hyper Beam. However, Mutwo effortlessly countered and redirected the attack. How trivial, Mutwo remarked, observing the incapacitated Gyarados. Its eyes glimmered with blue light as it turned its attention to Joy. With a wave of its hand, it declared, "You are no longer of concern," and released its control over her. As Joy regained her senses, she appeared disoriented and nearly stumbled, only to be caught by Brock, whose hat fell off, revealing Joy's distinctive hairstyle. "Where am I? Why am I in such a place?" Joy queried, struggling to open her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings, filled with confusion. "I brought you here to assist me, as having a doctor familiar with Pokémon health is quite convenient. You have been of immense help, even if you may not remember anything." In response to Joy's inquiries, Mutwo offered a reply that evidently astonished and displeased Brock, the guardian of flowers. Unfazed by such discontent, Mutwo continued, asserting that with my power, mere humans can be manipulated at will. However, such statements clearly incited the disdain of all the humans present. I once aspired to coexist with humanity, yet I was disillusioned. Humans are inferior beings compared to Pokémon. Should such feeble and excessive creatures be allowed to wield dominion, this planet would face ruin. So, you propose that this world should be governed by you, a mere Pokémon? Brock retorted sharply upon hearing Mutwo's words. Pokémon are also unfit for governance, Mutwo explained, for this planet has long been under human control, and those Pokémon living for humans are incapable of fulfilling such a role. Just then, Pikachu, belonging to Ash, leaped forth, challenging Mutwo with a cry. What did you say? You are not merely a puppet to humanity. You are with that trainer out of affection? Mutwo queried, but after receiving Pikachu's affirmative response, it dismissed the notion, proclaiming, your association with him is fundamentally erroneous. With that, Mutwo used its psychic abilities to hurl Pikachu away. Ash, however, rushed forward, embracing Pikachu and shielding him from Mutwo's influence. Observing this scene, Mutwo remained unmoved, coolly stating, only weak Pokémon depend on humans. Regardless of the Pokémon. If it is a Pokémon, I shall surely subdue it. Go forth, my Rhydon. Mutwo's actions incited the ire of all beings present, prompting a man clad in red to issue commands. Yet, the might of Rhydon proved ineffectual against Mutwo, as it was swiftly controlled by psychic force and sent reeling back. Chapter 56. Futile, for from the moment of my birth, I have surpassed any Pokémon on this planet. Mutwo self-assessed. How can one know without attempting? Ash, embodying an impulsive and passionate spirit, could not refrain from issuing a challenge. Mutwo, recognizing that none present could rival its power, refrained from direct confrontation, instead allowing its eyes to glow with a blue light. Soon, 3 holes appeared in the floor, from which emerged 3 peculiar patterned Pokémon, Blastoise, Venusaur, and Charizard. Mutwo then calmly declared, those who aspire to be trainers will possess the starter Pokémon, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. These are mere replicas of their evolved forms created by me. As Mutwo's words echoed through the hall, an unusual sound reverberated, and the wall behind Mutwo vanished entirely, revealing a more expansive area within. As 4 spotlights illuminated the space, it transformed into a colossal battleground, shining as brightly as day. I have Venusaur, exclaimed the man in red. I have Blastoise, declared a woman adorned with Pokeballs. I have Charizard, chimed in Ash, as they all voiced their Pokémon proudly. As Ash released Charizard, it unexpectedly launched a fiery assault on Mutwo. However, such power was trivial to Mutwo, who effortlessly extinguished the flames with a mere wave of water, casually remarking on Charizard's lack of refinement before leading everyone to the battlefield. The situation clearly indicated a battle among 3 Pokémon of the same type, commencing with a contest between Bulbasaur. In the face of the Leaf Blade, the clone controlled by Mutwo shattered it with a Vine Whip and then hurled Bulbasaur Bana aside. Next, the duel shifted to the battle between Blastoise, where Scyther unleashed a Hydro Pump, only to be countered by the clone's rapid rotation, which struck Scyther and sent it flying. Finally, Ash's Charizard was overwhelmed by Mutwo's Charizard, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. With their battles concluded, only you remained. As the first to arrive, do you not possess the courage to challenge? Liu Qing, who had remained silent until now, caught Mutwo's attention. Glancing at the defeated Pokémon, Mutwo turned its gaze to Liu Qing. I do not possess those 3 Pokémon, Liu Qing declared as he stepped past Ash and the others to take his place in the arena. However, since you claim to be the strongest Pokémon trainer in Pokémon, I would like to battle you after defeating these 3 Pokémon. Arrogant, Mutwo remarked, yet it refrained from further rebuttal, signaling for Bulbasaur to step onto the battlefield. First, Bulbasaur. Gengar, you're up. Shadow Ball, Liu Qing commanded. And Gengar floated into the air, swiftly gathering energy to launch a Shadow Ball at Bulbasaur. Leaf Blade, Mutwo promptly ordered, and Bulbasaur's back leaves began to flutter rapidly, releasing a barrage of leaf blades that collided with the Shadow Ball, resulting in a thunderous explosion, with the remaining leaf blades advancing towards Gengar. Indeed, the power of this move, enhanced by Mutwo, was formidable, Liu Qing thought to himself, yet he remained unperturbed, observing Gengar exhibiting exceptional evasive maneuvers in the air. Noticing Gengar's now invisible hands, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. Gengar, Hypnosis. At Liu Qing's command, a pair of black claws suddenly appeared before Bulbasaur, radiating a crimson light. Instantly, Bulbasaur's eyes glazed over, swaying as it succumbed to sleep. Dream Eater. Following Liu Qing's relentless pursuit, a shadowy figure emerged from Gengar, piercing through Bulbasaur's form, causing the previously swaying Bulbasaur to collapse onto the ground. Chapter 57. What an impressive Gengar. Observing the fallen Bulbasaur, Ash and the others expressed their astonishment. It seems I have won the first round. Liu Qing smiled slightly, addressing Mutwo, who remained silent, merely signaling for Blastoise to take the arena. Another water type, Gyarados, this is your turn. Liu Qing spoke as he threw out the Pokeball containing Gyarados. With a resounding roar, Gyarados emerged amidst a cascade of golden light. Liu Qing immediately commanded, Aqua Tail. Roar. Gyarados let out a thunderous bellow, its massive tail enveloped in swirling water, crashing down towards the position of Blastoise. Hydro Pump. After suffering defeat in the first battle, Mutwo no longer underestimated Liu Qing, though it did not adopt an overly cautious demeanor, merely displaying a hint more seriousness. Following Mutwo's order, the cannons on Blastoise's back aimed at the incoming Aqua Tail and unleashed 2 powerful jets of water, colliding with the tail, sending splashes in all directions. Neither side could gain the upper hand with their respective moves. Rapid Spin. As the hydro pump ceased, Blastoise quickly withdrew into its shell, spinning rapidly as it barreled towards Gyarados' head. So fast, although Liu Qing was startled, he remained composed and countered swiftly. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Incredible. Those watching from the sidelines gasped in astonishment. Gyarados emitted a mighty roar, its entire body enveloped in a spiraling, pale purple aura as it charged directly at the spinning Blastoise, resulting in a resounding thud upon collision. Waves of energy rippled outward from the point of impact. Yet in the blink of an eye, Blastoise let out a cry of distress, its form being hurled back into the ground by Gyarados' Hyper Beam. Victorious, Gyarados raised its head and unleashed a triumphant roar. Next came the final round. Salamence, I entrust you with this. Liu Qing wasted no time. After calling Gyarados back, he swiftly tossed out his last Pokeball. With a resounding roar, Salamence appeared, flapping its crimson wings in midair. Impressive. You indeed possess strength that surpasses the other trainers. If your Charizard falls in this next battle, I shall grant you the right to challenge me. Despite having lost 2 consecutive rounds, even Mutwo's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After all, these 3 Pokémon were meticulously bred clones of its own design, and it had never anticipated facing defeat in battle. However, despite Mutwo's seemingly fierce demeanor, it honored its promise and commanded the final Charizard to emerge, soaring into the sky to confront Salamence. This round is surely mine, Liu Qing declared confidently, issuing commands with haste. Salamence, Dragon Claw. As Liu Qing's command echoed, Salamence transformed into a streak of blue light, charging towards Charizard, its right claw radiating a brilliant white glow. Yet, Charizard was no pushover. It deftly evaded the Dragon Claw and countered with a torrent of flames, which Salamence skillfully dispersed with its Dragon Claw. A hydro pump struck Charizard, who was unable to dodge in time, and as Salamence closed in, it delivered a decisive Dragon Claw that sent Charizard crashing to the ground, securing victory. Chapter 58. Scyther, Exeggutor, and Arcanine come forth as well. Having triumphed over 3 diminutive spirits, Liu Qing's countenance grew grave as he released his remaining trio of companions. With a steady gaze directed towards Mutuo, he spoke. My allies are Salamence, Gyarados, Arcanine, Exeggcute, Gengar, and Scyther. Together, we have trained and grown, and now I shall challenge you with them. Mutuo, your courage is commendable. Yet as the most formidable entity in existence, I shall not be defeated by you. Mutuo remained undaunted, perceiving Liu Qing's 6 Pokémon merely as robust insects. Biding its time for Liu Qing's onslaught. I have never entertained the notion of besting you. I simply relish the opportunity to engage in battle with a being as powerful as yourself. This will be an invaluable experience for both me and my Pokémon. Liu Qing paused, then continued. As for your claim of being the strongest in the world, I cannot concur. This continent alone harbors beings of equal might, such as the sea god Lugia and the rainbow god Ho-Oh. Not to mention, across the ocean on the Hoenn continent lies the legendary Kyogre, creator of the sea, and Groudon, creator of the land, alongside the sky god Rayquaza. In the Sinnoh region, we have the time god Dialga, the space god Palkia, the legendary Regigigas, and the myriad of other mythical entities residing in distant lands, including Arceus, the creator of the world. Their powers have been accumulating since the dawn of existence, and can hardly be compared to your relatively recent emergence. You articulate a fascinating perspective. It is surprising that a human such as yourself possesses knowledge of such formidable beings. Yet, why have I never sensed their presence? Are you questioning my strength? Mutuo, newly born and possessing innate power, nonetheless lacked extensive experience. Akin to an adult with the understanding of a child, this gathering was merely an outlet for its frustrations, a reflection of its own confusion. Upon hearing Liu Qing recount the existence of such powerful entities, Mutuo found itself intrigued, though its demeanor remained unfriendly, akin to a child who, despite interest, wishes to conceal it. Not only was Mutuo captivated, but also Ash and his companions listened with great enthusiasm. Why can you not perceive their existence? Liu Qing smiled faintly, responding, it is because beings of your caliber transcend the world's comprehension, opting instead to dwell in alternate dimensions, where your powers can flourish without the fear of causing destruction to this realm. This is why you cannot sense the presence of others of your own level. In light of your revelations, I shall grant you the first strike. Let your Pokémon launch their assault. After a moment of contemplation, Mutuo addressed Liu Qing. Liu Qing nodded, turning to his 6 Pokémon. Let us unleash our full power in this battle. As Liu Qing's words fell, 6 little sprites responded in unison. At that moment, Ghastly's body suddenly emitted a radiant white light, gradually intensifying in brilliance. Within this luminous glow, Ghastly's form began to expand. And as the light of evolution dissipated, a Gengar materialized in midair. Under the immense pressure exerted by Mutuo, Ghastly had finally evolved. Liu Qing felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He had not anticipated that a goal he had tirelessly pursued for a month would be achieved here. At this moment, Liu Qing's confidence soared, watching as Mutuo began to issue commands for an attack. Salamence, Gyarados, you lead the charge with dual wave impact. When facing an opponent as formidable as Mutuo, selecting a powerful move was the optimal choice. Following Liu Qing's command, Salamence and Gyarados let out a synchronized roar, their bodies enveloped in spiraling lavender light, merging to form an even more colossal spiral force that surged forward, propelled by a terrifying gale towards Mutuo. Meanwhile, Gengar had already vanished from sight. Chapter 59. Manectric, leap and prepare for fire spin. Exeggcute, use nature power to disrupt. Scyther, swords dance. Although dual wave impact appeared formidable, Mutuo merely regarded it with mild concern, extending a hand to effortlessly absorb the attack. Waves of intense energy rippled outward, causing the surrounding air to undulate. Yet they inflicted not a scratch upon Mutuo. Had it not been for the earthquake generated by Exeggute's nature power, which provided Mutuo with a momentary distraction, the combined assault of the 2 sprites would have been swiftly repelled. At that moment, Liu Qing continued to issue commands. Now, Gengar, hypnosis. As his words left his lips, Gengar's silhouette suddenly emerged from the shadows of the entwined Salamence and Gyarados, crimson light bursting forth. Even Mutuo found itself momentarily caught off guard, its mind becoming somewhat hazy. Manectric, Scyther, now unleash your full strength. Fire spin night/go. While the effects of hypnosis seemed lackluster, with Mutuo showing no signs of slumber. The fact that Mutuo was momentarily dazed presented a rare opportunity that Liu Qing could not afford to overlook. He swiftly issued his command. Do you think this meager force can strike me? However, Liu Qing's plans soon crumbled as Mutuo's previously dazed demeanor vanished in an instant. Its eyes radiated a dazzling blue light, and the 6 sprites that had launched their attack simultaneously emitted cries of anguish, being forcefully hurled aside, collapsing motionless at Liu Qing's feet, rendered incapable of further combat. Impressive. What does it mean to be a legendary Pokémon? At that moment, Liu Qing gained a direct understanding of Mutwo's might, realizing that it was far beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Even employing strategies would prove futile. Though hypnosis had momentarily been effective, its duration barely lasted a second, far too brief for Liu Qing to mount an attack. As Liu Qing faced defeat, the remaining companions who had once held hope in him now bore expressions of shock and disappointment. Speed and strength are insufficient. Mutwo gazed at the fallen Pokémon with a calm demeanor, extending its hands to reveal a singular black Pokeball, the center resembling a crimson eye. Under Mutwo's control, it soared towards Liu Qing. Alarmed, upon witnessing these Pokeballs, Liu Qing instinctively tossed out his own, unleashing the evolved Happiny, exclaiming, "Happiny, block their passage." Heeding Liu Qing's command, the newly emerged Happiny immediately waved its arms, emitting a burst of radiant white light. At that moment, 6 of the Pokeballs struck the bodies of the 6 Pokémon, yet the red beams of light emitted from the Pokeballs were deflected, allowing Liu Qing to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the other 3 Pokémon belonging to Ash, Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise were not as fortunate, as they were directly captured within Mutwo's specially designed Pokeballs. Witnessing Ash and his companion's Pokémon being seized, Misty promptly inquired, "How dare you steal others' Pokémon?" "Steal? No. I intend to create stronger replicas of your proud Pokémon, replicas more suited for my purposes," Mutwo proclaimed, as additional black Pokeballs materialized around it. Using its psychic abilities, Mutwo effortlessly dispatched Ash, and all the Pokeballs were released, particularly targeting Liu Qing's side, descending like a torrential rain. Chapter 60. Curse It. Happiny. Use Protect after establishing the gravity field. The sheer volume of these Pokeballs left Liu Qing astounded. He could not guarantee that the blockade would remain effective against such a multitude. Moreover, if Happiny were captured, the blockade would inevitably fail. Thankfully, although Happiny was not particularly suited for combat, its defensive capabilities were exceptional. As the gravity field expanded, the descending Pokeballs broke free from Mutwo's control and fell to the ground. Although Mutwo reacted swiftly to regain control, Happiny had already activated Protect, safeguarding all the Pokémon within its sphere. While Happiny's blockade, gravity field, and Protect formed a trifecta of defense, the remaining trainers' Pokémon were swiftly captured. Even those contained within Pokeballs suffered the same fate, and soon Ash's Pikachu was ensnared as well. At this point, Happiny exhibited signs of fatigue. Despite Liu Qing's fervent encouragement, it ultimately could not rival Mutwo's control over the Pokeballs. Mere moments later, the power of the triple protection dissipated, and the 7 Pokémon were inevitably confined within the black Pokeballs. "Humans, I do not seek your lives. Return swiftly." Mutwo addressed the remaining Liu Qing and his companions with an indifferent tone, its eyes emanating a blue glow. The grand doors of the hall swung open, revealing the tempestuous world outside. "If you can brave that storm." Upon hearing such words, all present, including Liu Qing, displayed expressions of fury, tempered by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that very moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from behind Mutwo, unleashing a multitude of small Pokémon, though these were mere replicas. It remained uncertain whether Liu Qing's 7 Pokémon had been captured too late, as none among the copies bore the same species as Liu Qing's. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Mutwo clearly expressed its surprise, voicing its confusion. Meanwhile, Ash emerged from the thick smoke, accompanied by numerous Pokémon. In Liu Qing's eyes, Ash appeared as a radiant savior, exuding brilliance and seriousness, ready to engage Mutwo in close combat. However, under Mutwo's psychic prowess, Ash seemed utterly insignificant, incapable of resisting the overwhelming force, and was swiftly flung away. Just as he was about to collide with the structure, a pink bubble intervened, cushioning the impact. It was Jirachi. Evidently harboring some grievance against Jirachi, Mutwo launched an attack in the form of a shadow ball. Yet, Jirachi's teleportation was impressive, despite Mutwo's formidable strength. None of its strikes found their mark, and Jirachi appeared to treat the encounter as a game, emitting laughter. This, however, incited Mutwo's ire, as it proclaimed its authenticity while once again attacking Jirachi, successfully landing a blow. In response, Jirachi reflected the force back at Mutwo. After Mutwo asserted that it aimed to create stronger clones, Jirachi countered that a genuine Pokémon would never be outmatched by a copy in a battle devoid of ultimate moves, thus igniting a fierce clash between the two. At this juncture, Both the original and the replicas engaged in close-quarters combat, devoid of any technique or signature moves. Mutuo was enveloped in a blue energy aura, while Jirachi radiated pink energy. The two energies converged, forming a dazzling energy shield that collided, creating ripples through the very fabric of space. Blissey, please heal Gyarados and the others. Liu Qing furrowed his brow as he observed the chaotic battle unfold around him, astonished that it had escalated into this unnecessary conflict. After all, whether original or replica, whether born or engineered, they had all acquired life and become sentient beings. Liu Qing wished to intervene, but found himself powerless, as all of his 6 Pokémon, save for Blissey, had succumbed to Mutuo's assault and lost their fighting capability. For the moment, he could only hope that Blissey could facilitate their recovery. Chapter 61. With only 2 days remaining until the commencement of the Indigo League. As Liu Qing prepared to head to the Indigo Plateau, the flames of his Arcanine had transformed into a striking blue-white hue, far surpassing Liu Qing's expectations. The firing speed of his Exeggutor's solar beam had also significantly increased, its color shifting from a light green to a vibrant green-white. Furthermore, the stiffness duration of Gyarados and Salamence when unleashing their hyper beam had notably shortened. Liu Yuan, are you going as well? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Liu Qing inquired, surprised to see Liu Yuan trailing behind Millie that morning. Indeed, as my elder brother participates in the competition, how could I possibly miss it? Father has also mentioned that if you make it to the finals, he will make time to attend. Liu Yuan chuckled, adding that the school will be on break during the tournament. Hee hee, you rascal, Liu Qing smiled. Then be sure to enjoy your brother's performance and cheer him on. Yes, brother, Liu Yuan replied enthusiastically. All right, let us board the plane. We might catch a glimpse of the Olympic torch relay along the way. Millie, observing her 2 sons in harmonious camaraderie, felt a wave of joy as she led the way onto the aircraft, with Liu Qing and Liu Yuan following closely behind. Though the Quartz Conference had yet to commence, the preliminary torch relay had begun 2 weeks prior to the event. In the cities along the torch's route, throngs of spectators and trainers waved miniature flags emblazoned with Pokeballs to welcome the torchbearers. After witnessing the lively festivities in several towns, their plane landed at the Quartz Plateau Airport. Aunt, Liu Qing, Liu Yuan. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by Kona, who wore an identification card around her neck. Cousin, Liu Qing and Liu Yuan called out in unison, while Millie exchanged pleasantries with Kona. Aunt, Liu Qing, Liu Yuan, shall I first take you to your accommodation, and then we can familiarize ourselves with the area? Kona inquired. Certainly, Millie readily agreed. Although the competition had yet to begin, the arrival of participants had already enlivened the entire Quartz Plateau. Following Kona out of the airport and into the vehicle, they soon arrived at a luxurious hotel, where nearly all the rooms had been reserved by affluent spectators attending the event. After settling their luggage, Kona drove the trio around to enjoy the sights. They halted near the registration area. Welcome to this year's competition. May I ask which of you is the participant? Liu Qing approached to register, with Liu Yuan curiously trailing behind. It is I, Liu Qing indicated himself. Excellent. Please fill out this personal information form. Upon reviewing the form, Liu Qing noted it only required basic details such as name, gender, and place of birth. He swiftly completed it and handed it over to the staff. Please provide 8 badges or other qualifying emblems. Once verified, you may participate in the Quartz Conference. To partake in the league tournament, one must collect 8 badges. However, due to various circumstances, the number of individuals who genuinely obtain 8 badges each year rarely exceeds 100. To ensure the tournament's feasibility, representativeness, and vibrancy, regulations state that students who graduate from Pokémon schools with outstanding results, as well as those who pass the Pokémon appraisal exam, are also eligible to compete. However, the students who have passed the assessment and graduated from the school are merely candidates for the conference. After the formal registration concludes, the conference will determine the number of participants by confirming the difference between the entrants holding 8 badges and the predetermined number of contestants. Prior to the commencement of the competition, a preliminary selection will be conducted among these candidates, which lasts merely half a day, with each participant using only 1 Pokémon to determine the victor. Thus, while the Alliance Conference garners registrations from at least 10,000 contenders, only around 200 will officially appear and compete during the opening ceremony. Liu Qing presented the badge case, and soon, all 8 badges were verified. After the staff returned the badges, they informed Liu Qing, "You have qualified to participate. If you possess a Pokédex, please present it. If not, kindly provide your identification." Chapter 62. The Pokédex and identification serve as personal identification cards, allowing the staff to record these details. In the future, Merely displaying the Pokédex and identification will suffice for participation, eliminating the need for extensive verification. Upon completing the registration, the staff also provided Liu Qing with a trainer's manual, advising him that any uncertainties could be clarified by consulting the manual. On the vehicle, Kana pointed at the pedestrians by the roadside, remarking that they were likely experienced trainers participating in the competition. He noted the importance of not only reviewing the information published by the Alliance, but also utilizing one's own observations to gather insights about other trainers. As the official data is often quite superficial and incomplete, you should be aware that by following me, you have already caught the attention of those trainers. Many keen observers will be closely watching you. Well, it matters not. Liu Qing replied nonchalantly, sweeping his gaze over those who were fixated on him. Kana was taken aback, his lips parting in surprise. You really are quite arrogant, aren't you? I shall await your performance with great anticipation. The following day, on the eve of the Quartz Conference, the number of registrants reached an unprecedented peak, forming a long queue at the registration venue. Among the crowd, Liu Qing spotted a familiar figure, Ash. Although they had made a preliminary acquaintance during the Grand Canyon incident, Liu Qing found Ash's brash demeanor and his singular focus on perseverance to be unimpressive. Thus, he refrained from approaching him, instead encountering Brock and Misty, who were not in line. The Alliance competition is one of the grandest events across various regions, attracting not only local spectators, but also visitors from other continents, resulting in a surge of tourism and commercial prosperity. At this moment, Liu Qing was enjoying a leisurely stroll through the bustling streets with Liu Yuan. Hey, isn't that Liu Qing? Hey, Liu Qing. A sudden call drew Liu Qing's attention to a young boy waving at him from in front of an open-air CAF. His name was Lei Zi, a friend he had met in Qianhong City. Seeing a friend, Liu Qing naturally approached to greet him. Beside Lei Zi stood a few others, including his brother Jin Zi, while the remaining individuals were likely acquaintances. This is my brother, Liu Yuan. After leading Liu Yuan before a few individuals and providing introductions, he pulled out a chair and sat down, with Liu Yuan taking a seat beside him. He inquired, you have arrived here smoothly as well. It seems you have successfully acquired 8 badges. Indeed, Lei Ci replied. After parting ways with you, I challenged the gym leader of the Shallow Red Gym. Although I emerged victorious, it was a hard-fought win. He chuckled lightly, turning to the others nearby. Lei Ci, may I introduce these individuals? Oh, forgive me. I almost forgot to introduce them. The one in black attire with dark hair is Shaoan, while the one dressed in blue is Han Yi. Do not be misled by his name. Despite the word cold in it, his temperament is anything but calm. He tends to be impulsive. The one in the checkered shirt is a Xian. These 3 are friends I met during my journey in Kanto, and they have all also obtained 8 badges. Qualifying them as trainers for the competition, Lei Ci introduced one by one. Greetings, I am Liu Qing. I look forward to competing against you all in the grand tournament. Liu Qing nodded towards the 3. So do I. Ever since Lei Ci spoke of your battle, I've been unable to contain my excitement and am eager to face you in the tournament, Han Yi expressed enthusiastically. Likewise, I anticipate our match. Both Shaoan and a Xian chimed in simultaneously. Liu Qing, does your brother also participate in the tournament? Lei Ci suddenly inquired. No. My brother is here to watch me compete, Liu Qing responded, then turned towards the quiet and aloof Jin Ci, asking, what about your brother Jin Ci? He is the same. For now, he is observing various matches to gain experience. I have discovered numerous formidable trainers among the participants. It remains to be seen who will ultimately seize the championship, Shaoan interjected. Chapter 63, is that even a question? Of course, it will be me. Han Yi declared loudly. Humph, with your impulsive nature, you dare to aspire to be the champion? Shaoan retorted sharply. You. Han Yi exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Could it possibly be you? Why don't we compete right now? Enough bickering, you two. The championship will undoubtedly belong to me, the eldest here, Xian asserted, presenting himself with an air of authority, appearing to be around 20 years old. Humph, age does not equate to strength, Jin Ci scoffed. Well said. The championship is surely destined for my elder brother, Liu Yuan proclaimed. Incorrect. The championship is undoubtedly meant for my elder brother, Jin Ci argued promptly. His initial delight at Liu Yuan's agreement dissipating upon hearing the latter's words. All right, Liu Yuan, cease your squabbling. Winning the championship is not merely a matter of words. It will ultimately depend on one's strength, Liu Qing interjected, eager to prevent Liu Yuan from continuing, while Lei Ci also restrained Jin Ci. Liu Qing is right. It will indeed depend on strength. I must go and train intensively, Han Yi stated before turning to leave. Oh, I forgot there are still some battle specials I have yet to finish watching. I must take my leave as well, as Xian remarked, heading towards the dormitory. I shall depart too. Shaoan followed suit, though he did not provide a reason for his exit. My apologies, Liu Qing, I must take my leave as well. In a fleeting moment, the crowd dispersed, leaving Liu Qing and Liu Yuan exchanging glances. Elder brother, do you wish to return for special training as well? Liu Yuan inquired. He, it is unnecessary, Liu Qing replied with a smile, rising to continue his stroll. Although Liu Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, he could only remain silent in the face of Liu Qing's confidence and chose to follow along. At last, the long-anticipated opening ceremony of the quartz conference commenced. With countless Pidgey released into the sky, in the Kanto region, the absence of the gray dove, a symbol of peace, prompted the use of Pidgey to convey the same sentiment. Contestants began to line up for entry from both sides of the venue, including Liu Qing, Ash, Gary, Rhydon, Dark, Ashian, and Han Yi. Regardless of past rivalries or camaraderie, the singular focus was to give their all for a chance at the coveted trophy. Once all competitors were in place, the final torchbearer clad in white entered the venue, ascending the long staircase to ignite the main torch. Instantly, fireworks erupted in the sky, and the audience erupted in cheers, with various vessels commencing a comprehensive filming operation. Following a speech by President Damalanki, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, and the quartz conference was officially inaugurated. Chapter 64. The competitors' contests would not commence until the afternoon. According to the rules, for one-on-one elimination matches were to be held first. Only upon the conclusion of these matches would they transition to the main venue for the competition. Securing a spot in the main venue presented a significant challenge for the trainers. The initial 4 elimination matches would determine opponents through a draw at the selection venue, which featured dozens of service points dedicated to assisting the multitude of participants. Upon Liu Qing's arrival at the venue, a considerable crowd had already gathered, with even more spectators arriving. However, as the preliminary rounds progressed, the numbers would gradually dwindle. After a lengthy wait in line, it was finally Liu Qing's turn. Hello. Welcome to the selection area, the staff member greeted with a professional smile. Please present your registration certificate. The registration certificate, akin to an identification card or Pokédex, was handed over by Liu Qing. The staff member placed the Pokédex into a nearby reader, retrieving the data. Are you Liu Qing from Goldenrod City? Indeed, Liu Qing affirmed. Upon confirmation, the staff member returned the Pokédex, stating, registration complete. Please select your competition venue. The first 4 matches would take place in 4 distinct sub-venues surrounding the main arena, testing the trainer's battlefield capabilities. The first round would encompass a total of 128 matches, with each venue hosting 32 contests, each lasting half an hour. Therefore, the first round of preliminaries would not conclude until the following evening. Liu Qing placed his hand on the button, and as the cursor on the display began to spin rapidly, he pressed it. The cursor slowed and finally settled on the rock field. Your venue is the rock field, and your opponent, after the staff inputted the data. The display revealed a muscular contender. The competition consists of 8 matches held in a rocky arena, anticipated to commence at 4:30 p.m. The staff provided a courteous reminder. Thank you, Liu Qing said as she returned to the hotel. Soon, the afternoon matches began, and Liu Qing found herself seated in the players' preparation room. Engrossed in the intense battles broadcasted on the silver screen, feeling the fervor in the atmosphere as her blood surged with excitement. Before long, the previous match concluded, with a young female trainer emerging victorious. As the entrance gates opened, Liu Qing composedly stepped forward into the arena. Now, the 8th match in the rocky arena was about to begin. Emerging from the left passage was Liu Qing, representing the city of Jinhuang in the Kanto region, while from the right came Zhuo Li, hailing from Hualan City in the same region. At this moment, the commentators elaborated on the profiles of both competitors. Standing on the contestant platform, surrounded by a sea of spectators, Liu Qing effortlessly spotted Liu Yuan and Mi Li in the VIP section, waving at her. The large screen in the audience displayed the photographs of both contestants, with 3 red and green squares representing their respective 3 Pokémon. Haha, little one. Do you really think someone as frail as you can compete? Zhuo Li taunted, flexing his muscles. Do you see this? I could knock you down with a single punch. Well-built physiques often signify simple minds. Let us see your true skills on the battlefield, Liu Qing retorted, observing the muscle-bound opponent. She then retrieved her first Pokéball, eyeing her adversary as they awaited the referee's signal to commence. The match between Liu Qing from Jinhuang City and Zhuo Li from Hualan City began. As the referee waved the flag, both Liu Qing and Zhuo Li hurled their Pokéballs into the arena, unleashing 2 beams of white light that simultaneously revealed their Pokémon on the rocky field. Zhuo Li's first choice was Onyx, while Liu Qing sent forth her Scyther. What fierce clashes would ensue between these 2 Pokémon? The commentator quickly narrated the unfolding events, and images of Onyx and Scyther appeared on the big screen. Haha. Little one, witness the might of my attack. Zhuoli laughed heartily, commanding, Onyx, use Rock Blade. Upon receiving the command, Onyx spun rapidly, transforming into a flurry of stones that hurtled towards Scyther, who, without any directive from Liu Qing, darted around the arena like a flash of red lightning, evading the assault with remarkable agility. Curse it, Onyx, once more, Rock Blade, unleash it in all directions. Zhuoli shouted, frustrated at having failed to hit his opponent, only exhausting his own Pokémon in the process. Roar. Onyx, evidently incensed by Scyther's agility, bellowed as it unleashed Rock Blade from its center, sending shards flying in all directions. Blade Dance. The audience gasped in astonishment at Onyx's extensive range of attack, erupting into thunderous applause. Yet, Liu Qing remained unfazed, coolly calling out her next move. The rapidly spinning Scyther, resembling a crimson whirlwind, deftly deflected all the incoming razor-sharp rocks. Liu Yuan, pay attention. Your elder brother is about to determine the victor, Millie remarked with a slight smile, pointing towards the arena, as she observed the excitement radiating from Liu Yuan's flushed face. Upon hearing Millie's words, Liu Yuan focused intently on the battlefield, where the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Oh no! At that moment, the Rhydon, which had been launching rock projectiles, suddenly came to a halt. A sense of alarm surged through Zhuoli, prompting him to shout, Rhydon, transform into a sphere. Rock Smash. The timing was impeccable. Liu Qing would surely seize the opportunity. In an instant, the Scyther ceased its dance of blades and transformed into a streak of red light, seemingly teleporting in front of the Rhydon. With its glowing pincers, it delivered a powerful strike to the Rhydon's head. A thunderous crash resonated, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. As the dust began to settle, the crimson silhouette of the Scyther reappeared before Liu Qing. In that moment, the audience fell into a hushed silence, their gazes fixed on the dissipating dust, eager to witness the fate of the once dominant Rhydon. The Rhydon has lost its combat capability. Soon, the dust cleared, and the referee raised a flag to signal Liu Qing's victory, while the image of the Rhydon on the large screen faded to black. What an astonishing outcome. The commentator resumed his animated discourse, and from his fervent tone, Liu Qing could easily envision the spittle flying from his mouth. Mom, what just happened? Why didn't Rhydon follow the command? Liu Yuan inquired, puzzled. And to defeat the opponent with a single blow is simply unbelievable. This was primarily due to your brother's opponent overestimating his Pokémon, leading to a miscalculated command. He assumed that the omnidirectional rock blades could inflict significant damage on the Scyther, but he failed to recognize that maintaining such powerful attacks was a considerable strain on the Pokémon, easily causing it to falter mid-move, Millie explained. As for your brother, upon witnessing this, he commanded the Scyther to execute the Dance of Blades in Liu Qing's hands. This move not only enhances the attack power, but can also serve to defend against the opponent's moves, something his adversary clearly did not anticipate. Moreover, the longer the skill is maintained, the greater the increase in attack power. Thus, your brother was more than willing to allow his opponent to prolong their attack. Given that the Scyther's attack power was already formidable, combined with the extended duration of the Dance of Blades and the use of the fighting-type move Rock Smash, it was only natural for him to defeat the opponent in one strike. I never imagined that such a seemingly minor competition could encompass so many intricacies. My brother is truly impressive, Liu Yuan marveled, astonished. That pesky little brat. I shall send you back to drink your milk this round, Zhuoli said, his gaze complex as he looked at Liu Qing. After recalling Rhydon, he resentfully tossed out a second Pokeball, declaring, Go, Shavarang. In a flash of white light, Shavarang appeared, arms crossed over its chest, perched atop a rock, looking down upon the Scyther. Clearly, the Scyther was not fond of such scrutiny, as it flapped its wings and ascended into the air. Shavarang, vacuum wave, Zhuangli shouted. Behold! Shavarang clenched his fist and launched a punch towards the giant mantine from a distance. Boom! A transparent wave of energy surged forward, striking the giant mantine and sending it reeling. Flying knee strike. With renewed fervor, Zhuangli called out again. In the arena, Shavarang leaped from the rocky surface, driving his right knee into the giant mantine. The vacuum wave served as a preemptive strike, catching the giant mantine off guard. It was now cornered. Did it still believe it had a chance? Although the vacuum wave had made contact, Shavarang's special attack power was not particularly high, rendering the move somewhat ineffective. Thus, Liu Qing remained unperturbed, a smirk creeping across his lips as Shavarang approached the giant mantine. Chapter 66. Giant Mantine seized Shavalang's leg. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, the giant mantine accelerated suddenly, swiftly ensnaring Chevaling's right leg. What? Zhuangli, who had glimpsed victory, was taken aback as he watched Chevaling's leg caught, his smile faltering into alarm. Chevaling, Inferno Kick. Not a chance. Liu Qing scoffed, sword dance. In the air, Chevaling, who had been struggling fiercely, ignited a flame on his left foot in response to Zhuangli's command, preparing to strike the giant mantine. But at that moment, the giant mantine began to spin rapidly, dragging Chevaling along with it due to the grip on his leg. The swift rotation threatened to make Chevaling lose his lunch, leaving him unable to summon the Inferno Kick. Only able to emit pitiful cries. Giant mantine, final blow, gale return. Suddenly halting its rapid spin, the giant mantine allowed Chevaling to plummet, enveloped in beams of white light, before crashing down with tremendous force, resulting in a massive explosion that sent clouds of dust soaring. When the dust settled, the giant mantine soared into the sky, returning triumphantly to Liu Qing's side. As the dust cleared, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, revealing Chevaling lying in a deep crater, devoid of fighting spirit. Chevaling has lost its fighting capability, the referee quickly concluded. Well done, giant mantine. With 2 consecutive victories, the giant mantine's spirit soared higher, and Liu Qing beamed with delight. Offering praise, Zhuangli was left with 1 Pokémon, while Liu Qing had 3 remaining. Thus far, Liu Qing had maintained a commanding lead throughout the match. From the first round against the Geodude, the outcome of the battle had nearly become apparent. Yet, the commentator, with his silver tongue, managed to weave an intricate narrative, keeping the audience on the edge of their seats. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, sweat poured from Zhuangli's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he produced his 3rd Pokeball. Go. My final trump card, Machoke. A brilliant flash of light revealed the muscular Machoke with its 4 powerful arms, ready to engage in battle. Swift and decisive, gale return. Liu Qing observed the powerful creature still flexing its muscles on the battlefield, feeling a mix of incredulity and urgency as he swiftly issued commands. Grapplocked, enhance your physique. Hold your ground. Zhuali simultaneously shouted. The mighty Grapplocked let out a tremendous roar, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, fearlessly extending its arms against the oncoming swift assault of the Scyther. As the attack landed, Grapplocked emitted a cry of pain, despite its valiant effort to withstand. It was driven backward by the sheer force of the Scyther, crashing into numerous boulders along the way. Grapplocked, summon your fighting spirit, and show your adversary your strength. Zhuali bellowed. Inspired by Zhuali's encouragement, Grapplocked roared fiercely, its 4 muscular arms bulging with newfound vigor. With a powerful stomp, it managed to counteract the retreating momentum. Seize it. Hell roll. Zhuali suddenly shouted. No. Scyther, retreat quickly. Liu Qing realized the peril and urgently called out. In the arena, Grapplocked, having barely withstood the previous attack, heeded the command and swiftly grasped the Scyther's limbs, sending them both tumbling across the battlefield. With a swift rotation, the Scyther generated a tremendous force, colliding violently with Grapplocked before crashing into the surrounding wall, bringing its assault to an abrupt halt. The referee quickly assessed that Grapplocked had lost its fighting capability. A relaxed smile spread across Liu Qing's face as he promptly retrieved the Scyther into its Pokeball and left the arena amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Chapter 67. The following day, Liu Qing and his companions spent the day watching other trainers compete, witnessing many formidable opponents. Among them were Lei Xi, Xiao and Xian, and Han Yi, who had recently become acquainted and successfully advanced to the next round of the selection tournament. As evening fell, the first round of the preliminary matches concluded, unveiling the 128 contenders who would progress to the second round. The second round was set to comprise 64 matches, with 16 battles held in each venue. Consequently, the league stipulated that the match locations would be drawn the next morning, with 8 matches to take place in the afternoon and the following morning. On the morning of the 3rd day, Liu Qing returned to the selection area, where he drew the grass arena for the 3rd match, scheduled for 2 p.m. The announcer proclaimed the upcoming battle in the grass arena, introducing Liu Qing from Golden City on the left and Xiaomi from Tokyo City on the right. In the previous match, the commentator had enthusiastically discussed their records. Standing on the contestant platform, Liu Qing waved to Millie and the others before taking out a Pokeball. Gazing intently at the young trainer across from him, who appeared to be of similar stature, awaiting the referee's command. Let the battle commence. Go, Venusaur. Xiaomi kissed her Pokeball and tossed it high into the air, releasing a splendidly cultivated Venusaur, its massive floral crown radiating vivid brilliance. Gengar, it is you. Liu Qing's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing his opponent release a Venusaur, prompting memories of his past encounter in Rainbow City. He swiftly exchanged the Pokeball containing his Scyther for Gengar. As the white light flickered, Gengar emerged with a sinister grin, the temperature around them plummeting by several degrees, casting an eerie atmosphere despite the sunny day. Liu Qing's action of switching Pokeballs did not escape the commentator's keen eye, who seized the moment to elaborate, leaving the audience to ponder the implications. Why did my brother suddenly change his Pokeball? Lu Yuan inquired. Perhaps it is a remnant of his challenge in Rainbow City. Millie chuckled, recounting Liu Qing's embarrassing moment, for the final Pokemon of the Rainbow City gym leader was indeed Venusaur. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Venusaur, Petal Dance. Xiaomai, undeterred by Liu Qing's rationale for the switch, initiated an attack. With a whoosh, countless pink petals spiraled toward the airborne Gengar. A breathtaking sight under the sun. However, as the petals approached, they found Gengar had vanished. The unseen ghost type was the most terrifying, instilling a sense of dread in the already tense atmosphere, causing Venusaur to grow increasingly restless. Venusaur, stay calm. Solar Beam. Although Xiaomai could not locate Gengar, she prepared her ultimate move, lying in wait for an opportunity. A commendable strategy, but it is time to conclude this, Liu Qing remarked, raising his hand. Gengar, Hypnosis. Where? Xiaomai gasped, scanning her surroundings. Not good. Beneath you, Venusaur, don't look down. Regrettably, her warning came too late. Venusaur, sensing something amiss below, glanced down and was met with a crimson orb emanating brilliant red light, before succumbing to drowsiness. Return, Venusaur. As soon as Venusaur fell asleep, Xiaomai hastily attempted to recall it into its Pokeball, but would Liu Qing permit such a maneuver? Chapter 68, Dream Eater. At Liu Qing's command, a shadow enveloped Venusaur, obstructing the red light emitted from the Pokeball. When the shadow dissipated, Venusaur's eyes had transformed into spirals. Venusaur lost its fighting capability. Indeed, Gengar, renowned for its eerie abilities, has effectively demonstrated its prowess, the commentator reiterated. Return, Venusaur. Xiaomai glared at Liu Qing with fury for a long moment before finally recalling her Pokemon. With Venusaur's shadow gone, Gengar revealed itself, floating back to Liu Qing with a wicked grin, performing various frightful antics before Xiaomai. Xiaomai, please release your second Pokeball. The referee, noticing her hesitation, prompted her. Liu Qing, observing Xiaomai's indecision regarding her next choice against Gengar, smiled faintly and recalled Gengar, tossing the Pokeball containing Scyther once more. As Liu Qing replaced his Gung-Gui with the formidable Scyther, a palpable silence descended upon the arena. Yet, as the commentator recounted Scyther's illustrious victories, the atmosphere rekindled with fervor. Go, Fire Spirit. Xiaomai, feeling slighted by Liu Qing's choice, summoned her Fire Spirit with a hint of indignation. Fire Spirit, unleash a torrent of flames. With a roar, the Fire Spirit seemed to sense its master's ire and expelled a searing blaze directed at the airborne Scyther. Blade Dance. At Liu Qing's command, Scyther spun rapidly, deflecting the incoming flames with ease. Vice Grip. As the flames were dispersed, Liu Qing swiftly issued a counterattack. Fire Spirit, Dig. Upon witnessing the white glow emanating from Scyther's pincers as it charged forward, Xiaomai cried out in alarm. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground beneath the Fire Spirit collapsed, leaving it nowhere to be seen. Phew, that was close. Xiaomai exhaled, relieved to have evaded the onslaught. Scyther, ascend into the sky and remain vigilant. Liu Qing, uncertain of the Fire Spirit's whereabouts, commanded Scyther to take flight. Fire Spirit, continuously use flamethrower from underground. Following Xiaomai's directive, the Fire Spirit suddenly erupted from the earth, launching a stream of fire at the airborne Scyther before burrowing back underground, only to reappear elsewhere to unleash another fiery assault. What a cunning tactic. In the audience, Liu Yuan watched as Scyther deftly evaded the flames, bitterness etched on his face. Liu Yuan, remember, in the arena, only victory and defeat matter. Notions of cunning are irrelevant. Furthermore, you must understand that in the face of true power, all else is mere chatter. Millie interjected wisely, suggesting that Liu Yuan could learn from his elder brother, who remained inscrutable amidst the chaos. Yet, as the battle progressed, it became evident that Scyther was on the verge of defeat. Though Scyther was swift, it had been struck by flames from unseen angles. And although the hits were not direct, the cumulative damage was beginning to take its toll. Watch closely. Your brother is on the brink of victory, Millie remarked. How could that be? Liu Yuan retorted, his focus unwavering on the battlefield. Indeed, as the Fire Spirit burrowed through the ground, the roots of the grass beneath were scorched by its heat, causing them to wither. Though the surface roots remained intact, they lacked the vigor of other flourishing plants. After several assaults from the Fire Spirit, Liu Qing finally discerned its trajectory. Observing a patch of grass gradually losing its vitality, a sly smile crept onto his lips. Scyther. Vice grip, he commanded. With agility, Scyther soared towards the indicated spot, its pincers glowing with a brilliant light as it struck down fiercely. A resounding crash reverberated through the arena, and the audience gasped as the fire spirit was sent flying with a desperate cry. How could this be? Xiaomi was suddenly struck with disbelief. Yin Fan. Flowing Clear paid no mind to the astonishment of her opponent and issued another attack command. The Scyther was already in close proximity to the fire sprite, and now Yin Fan executed a direct hit, propelling the fire sprite upwards into the sky. Fire sprite. Use Fire Fong. Upon hearing the anguished cry of the fire sprite, Xiaomi finally came to her senses, but at that moment, Scyther had already surged into the sky at an incredible speed, the rushing wind drowning out Xiaomi's commands. With a thunderous roar, after ascending to a great height, Scyther spun around and dove back towards the ground with astonishing velocity, crashing the fire sprite into the earth with a resounding impact, while it itself skidded along the ground just before landing. The fire sprite had lost its fighting capacity. With the fire sprite now completely unconscious, the referee waved the flag, declaring, "What a dramatic turn of events. The competitor Flowing Clear, who was initially at a disadvantage, has suddenly reclaimed her ground, delivering a powerful attack and dazzling speed that has taken down Xiaomi's fire sprite." The announcer eloquently relayed the moment, while the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers that soared to the heavens. Return, fire sprite. Xiaomi glared fiercely at Flowing Clear as she recalled her fire sprite, gritting her teeth as she produced her final Pokeball. "It's your turn, Whimsicott." A flash of white light revealed the whimsical creature in the arena. "Scyther, let's finish this quickly with Night Slash." Flowing Clear commanded loudly, her determination evident. "I may not be able to defeat you, but I won't let you win too easily." Xiaomi retorted angrily. "Whimsicott, use Explosion." In an instant, Whimsicott radiated a brilliant white light, exploding in a dramatic display before Flowing Clear's astonished gaze, resulting in a mutual defeat with Scyther. Whimsicott and Scyther are both unable to battle, thus the victor is Flowing Clear. The referee, visibly taken aback by Xiaomi's move, took a moment before announcing the result. Boom. Upon hearing the referee's voice, the equally stunned audience gradually regained their composure, and the announcer resumed his commentary. "This girl truly has a knack for surprises," Millie remarked, bemused. Chapter 70. After exiting the arena, Flowing Clear rushed to the Pokémon Center to hand over her participating Pokémon to Nurse Joy, before reuniting with Millie and Liu Yuan to watch nearby matches at the Rocky venue. Coincidentally, they witnessed Lazy triumph over his opponent, successfully advancing to the next round. After a night's rest, Flowing Clear returned to the venue early the next morning with Liu Yuan to watch the matches. They soon spotted Xiaoan, Xian, and Han Yi all progressing through the selection round successfully. By midday, the second round of selections concluded, with 64 trainers emerging to advance to the third round. The draw for the next round took place in the afternoon. This time, only 32 matches were required, with each trainer participating in 8 battles, allowing the event to conclude by the next morning. Flowing Clear drew the first match at the water arena, set to commence at 7 a.m. against a lively blonde girl with 2 braids. Time flies swiftly, and the morning of the third round of the selection tournament has arrived. Initially, it was anticipated that the early hour would deter many spectators. However, upon Liu Qing's entrance into the venue, a tremendous roar of applause erupted throughout the hall, with the audience densely packed in their seats. The first match of the water arena in the third round of the Quartz Conference is about to commence, featuring contestant Xiaomi from the Johto region on the right, and Liu Qing from Goldenrod City on the left. Prior to the official start of the match, the commentators began a detailed analysis of both competitors, who had already showcased their prowess in the previous rounds. "Big brother, do show some mercy," teased the girl standing across from Liu Qing, playfully sticking out her tongue. Yet, Liu Qing, recognizing that no competitor who has made it this far can be deemed weak, merely nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. He produced a Pokeball and signaled to the referee. "Now, let the battle between Liu Qing and Xiaomi commence," declared the referee, dramatically waving the flag to initiate the match. "Go, Gyarados." Liu Qing was the first to throw out his Pokemon. With a roar, the red Gyarados surged forth from the water, emerging amidst a cascade of golden glitter, its formidable presence overwhelming the cheers of the crowd. Waves of pressure emanated from it, causing the very air to thicken with tension. My goodness, this is the first shiny Pokemon to appear in this session of the Quartz Conference. Although Gyarados has not fully revealed itself, it appears to be at least 10 meters long, significantly exceeding the average size, exclaimed the commentator. "What Pokemon will Xiaomi use to counter this Gyarados?" Let us eagerly await the showdown. As the commentator finished, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch. The audience's excitement soared. Shiny Pokémon are exceedingly rare, often appearing once in thousands of creatures, making it impossible for anyone to avert their gaze. The arena was awash with flashing lights from cameras capturing the moment. Fortunately, Gyarados hasn't fully revealed itself. Otherwise, if you all saw that my Gyarados has 5 fins, you would surely go wild. Liu Qing thought mischievously to himself. Go, Lantern. Xiaoni, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Gyarados, finally steadied her nerves and released her first Pokémon, a dual electric and water-type evolution from the Johto region. With a mighty roar, Gyarados reacted fiercely as Lantern appeared, causing the latter to retreat in alarm. Lantern, use Thunderbolt. Xiaoni commanded, realizing that she could not afford to be overwhelmed, lest her momentum be completely suppressed. In the arena, Lantern halted its retreat upon hearing Xiaoni's command, and a brilliant golden electric current surged from the yellow orb on its head, enveloping Gyarados in a dazzling display of energy. Excellent, Lantern. Keep it up, do not relent. As soon as Little N.I. witnessed the Thunderbolt hit, she was instantly exhilarated. The Gyarados appeared immensely powerful, yet it seemed rather unimpressive, having been so easily struck by the Thunderbolt. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed that the Gyarados showed no signs of pain, which sent a chill of apprehension through her. Just as she intended to react, Liu Qing denied her the opportunity. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Following Liu Qing's command, the Gyarados let out a thunderous roar, dispersing the electric energy that enveloped it. A rapid rotation of violet waves emanated from its body as it leaped majestically, revealing its immense form. With an overwhelming force akin to a mountain's weight, it collided with the electrode, sending it crashing to the bottom of the pool with a resounding thud. It then surged forth from the water like a dragon emerging from its lair, gracefully landing in front of Liu Qing and shielding her from the massive waves crashing towards her. The electrode had lost its fighting spirit. After a brief period of stillness, the pool finally calmed, and the defeated electrode floated to the surface. The referee, suppressing his astonishment, rendered his judgment. Following the tumult, the entire arena erupted in thunderous applause, celebrating the spectacular display brought forth by the Gyarados. Absolutely exhilarating. What a breathtaking spectacle. Your brother is truly extraordinary. In the audience, Liu Yuan found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Haha, Liu Yuan, you may not be aware, but the family elder has mentioned that your brother has reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-King rank and is highly likely to advance to Silver Wing at the conclusion of this tournament. Millie chuckled, clearly delighted by her son's prowess, adding, moreover, your future sister-in-law is not to be underestimated either. Chapter 71 Indeed. Your brother's Gyarados is a paragon of brute strength, while the Scyther exemplifies pure speed, and the Jengar embodies sheer mystery. I wonder what the other Pokémon are like. Liu Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. However, upon hearing Millie's final remark, he paused in surprise. Future sister-in-law? Precisely. This is a union the family has arranged for your brother, and the engagement ceremony will be held right after the league tournament concludes, Millie said with a mysterious smile. Your brother is yet unaware of this, so you must keep it a secret. Though curiosity stirred within him, Liu Yuan nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, in the contestants' preparation room, Lei Zi and Xiao exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the fiery ambition in the other's eyes, eager to compete against Liu Qing. Here she comes. Little Ni's second Pokémon is a Seadra. Can it defeat Gyarados? At this moment, Little N.I. finally released her second Pokémon, an Ice-Water dual-type creature. Seadra, Ice Beam. Little N.I. initiated the attack. Gyarados, Ice Fang. The battlefield witnessed the Seadra unleash a barrage of icy beams, radiating a chilling aura. Gyarados opened its maw wide, channeling the frigid air to its Ice Fang, and with a ferocious bite, it struck Seadra, eliciting a cry of agony from the creature. Thunderbolt. With the command of Liu Qing, the Gyarados was enveloped in a golden electric glow that coursed through its teeth and struck the Lapras. Moments later, the Lapras succumbed to defeat. Lapras. Xiaoni cried out in anguish, her eyes brimming with tears as she recalled it into its Pokeball. At this juncture, Liu Qing had decisively won 3 consecutive matches, while Xiaoni was left with but 1 Pokemon. Could this remaining Pokemon secure a victory for her? Let us await the outcome. The commentator realized he had overstated the situation. It was abundantly clear that Xiaoni and Liu Qing were not competing on the same level. Go, Bellossom. After the referee prompted once more, Xiaoni gritted her teeth and released her final Pokémon onto the floating platform atop the water. Bellossom, use Petal Dance. Xiaoni called out. Upon receiving the command, the floral crown around Bellossom's neck stirred, and countless pink petals floated towards Gyarados. Dive in, Ice Fong. Liu Qing commanded directly. With a roar, Gyarados plunged into the water just before the petal dance could envelop it. Watch out, Bellossom. Protect. Xiaoni cried out anxiously upon seeing Gyarados submerge. Boom. Although Bellossom responded swiftly with the protect move, it was still sent soaring into the air by Gyarados' immense power. Stay calm, Bellossom. Use Solar Beam. Seeing Bellossom flailing in the air, Xiaoni immediately shouted, Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Liu Qing issued his command without hesitation. In the air, Bellossom quickly regained her composure and unleashed an orange-yellow beam of light aimed straight at Gyarados. Meanwhile, Gyarados was enveloped in a purple beam of energy. Yet instead of engaging directly with Solar Beam, it spiraled along the beam's path, crashing into Bellossom with a thunderous impact. Instantly, Bellossom displayed an expression of agony before being dragged into the water by Gyarados. Moments later, Gyarados surfaced beside Liu Qing, unleashing a triumphant roar to signify its victory. Chapter 72. Bellossom has lost its fighting capability. As Xiaoni's 3 Pokémon had all been defeated, the victor was declared to be Liu Qing. The referee announced. The commentary followed suit, and the arena erupted with thunderous applause and countless cheers. Come back, Gyarados. You did well. Liu Qing praised his Pokémon before recalling it, and joining Millie and Liu Yuan in the VIP section to watch the remaining matches. Hey, Liu Qing. Liu Qing's overwhelming victory had elevated the atmosphere of the entire tournament to a crescendo, with the subsequent 7 matches proving equally exhilarating, captivating the audience. Just as all matches concluded, while Liu Qing was en route to the selection area, a familiar voice called out to him. Hey, Lazy, Xiaoan, Xian, and Hanya, it's you. Liu Qing turned to see several acquaintances. Are you heading to the selection area? Hanya inquired. Indeed, there is no need for a selection process now. I have only the ice arena left to explore, and all I require is knowledge of my opponent. Liu Qing, he remarked. Yes, we are down to just 32 participants, and only 16 matches are needed to determine the top 16 who will advance to the main venue, which means each arena will host 4 matches. Xiaoan stated. I have only the rock arena remaining. I am uncertain who my opponent will be. I am in the same boat as you, having yet to visit the ice arena. Xian added. I have yet to face the water arena, Lei Ci declared. I still need to compete at the grass arena, Han Yi remarked with a chuckle. It seems Xian and Liu Qing might meet in the next match. With a 25 chance, the possibility is quite substantial, Xiaoan responded. Speculating here is futile. We should proceed to the selection and find out, Liu Qing suggested. Indeed, let us hurry and see if my predictions are accurate, Han Yi called out. And the group promptly made their way to the selection area. At this moment, only 32 participants remained, and the selection area was relatively calm. The group each chose a workstation to proceed with their selections. Moments later, Liu Qing's opponent's photograph appeared on the screen. And Hanya's prediction was confirmed. It was indeed Xian. The two were set to compete in the 3rd match at the ice arena the following morning. Haha. My guess was spot on. Xian, your opponent is Liu Qing. Han Yi burst into laughter. Lei Ci, Liu Qing, Han Yi, Xiaoan, I must take my leave. Xian said, his expression somewhat grave upon discovering his opponent was Liu Qing. He bid farewell to the others and departed hastily. That fellow must be studying your records and strategizing, Han Yi remarked to Liu Qing. Hee, I have only utilized 3 Pokémon thus far, even with research. I doubt I would glean much, Liu Qing replied with a smile. As for studying Xian's information, that's unnecessary. I tend to be rather lazy. Then I shall return to investigate my opponent's data, Han Yi said, bidding farewell to the group before departing. Subsequently, Xiaoan and Lei Ci also left in turn. And upon witnessing this, Liu Qing exited as well, coincidentally encountering Ash and his companions. Chapter 73. Before long, the 2nd day arrived. At this moment, the ice arena had already completed 2 matches, and Liu Qing and Xian stood at their respective podiums. The 3rd match at the ice arena was about to commence, with Liu Qing, representing the city of Jinhuang, positioned on the right, while Xian, hailing from the Hoenn region, stood on the left. Based on Xian's performance in his previous 3 battles, the announcer delivered an extensive commentary before the referee finally waved the flag and declared, let the match begin. Go. Gungue. Liu Qing initiated the battle by releasing his Pokémon. You too, Yajuran. Xian responded, throwing forth a Pokeball. As white light flashed, the 2 ghost-type Pokémon materialized simultaneously on the arena floor. Liu Qing, my Yajuran was specifically trained to counter your Gungue. You must be cautious, Xian warned, subtly indicating to Liu Qing that his Pokémon was uniquely suited to counter him, suggesting impending defeat. Let me see the results of your research from yesterday. Victory leads to the main venue, while defeat halts at the top 32. Liu Qing Dao, what strategies do you possess? Bring them forth. Night Giant, conceal yourself for now. Xian observed the vanishing Night Giant, then turned to gaze at the Gung-Gui hovering in the air across from him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shadow Punch Barrage. Xian's command rang out once more, and suddenly, countless shadowy fists materialized from all directions, striking relentlessly at the Gung-Gui in the air, causing it to emit cries of distress. This is bad. Why isn't my brother counterattacking? In the audience, Liu Yuan watched anxiously as the Gung-Gui was relentlessly battered. Liu Yuan, pay close attention and do not be deceived by illusions, Millie remarked with a sigh, noting her younger son's lack of the composure and wisdom befitting a leader. Seeing Liu Yuan still puzzled, she added, look closely at the Gung-Gui. Does it truly scream with such vigor while being so severely beaten? Ah, this Gung-Gui is a fake? Liu Yuan's heart jolted. Indeed. Your brother's Gung-Gui is quite special. It can create lifelike illusions without using any skills. At this moment, this illusion has bewildered all the spectators. Particularly your brother's opponent, Millie explained. In truth, when the Gung-Gui emerged from the Pokeball, it had already concealed itself. What the audience sees is merely an illusion, biding its time for a fatal strike. This is the essence of deception, a lesson you must learn during your travels. Therefore, seek your brother's guidance often. The path to mastery is the same across all disciplines. Yes, I understand, Mother, Liu Yuan replied, recognizing the wisdom in her words. It's over. Night Giant, Shadow Ball. As he spoke, the Night Giant materialized before the Gung-Gui, launching a shadow ball that struck the Gung-Gui, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a cloud of black smoke. Hee, it's resolved, Xian chuckled delightedly. Is it? At that moment, Liu Qing's voice suddenly echoed. Gung-Gui Shadow Ball. With a resounding boom, a dark sphere surged forth from the black mist, striking the Night Giant and causing an explosion that revealed the creature's pained expression. What? How could your Gung-Gui be unscathed? Xian exclaimed in shock, momentarily disregarding the Night Giant as he watched the Gung-Gui drift out of the mist, completely unharmed. Nothing is impossible. Gung-Gui Dark Pulse. Liu Qing, unfazed by Xian's astonishment, issued another command. Chapter 74. Humph, Night Giant, perish together. Xian shouted, I don't care how you recovered. Let us see how you handle this attack. Boom. The black pulse instantly sent the Night Giant hurtling away, crashing through countless ice spikes before finally coming to a halt, devoid of combat capability. At that moment, a dark beam shot from the Night Giant, striking the airborne Gung-Gui, which let out a chilling scream before its demeanor visibly weakened. The Night Giant has lost its fighting capability, the referee declared. How is that possible? Your Jengar is still standing strong. The realization that mutual destruction did not incapacitate Jengar left Xian profoundly shaken. Jengar, what transpired just now? Why do you seem so weakened? Liu Qing, disregarding Xian's inquiry, turned to the concealed Jengar beside him. This illusion was conjured by me. The move of mutual destruction is one that leads to both parties' demise, but it does not affect my illusion, which charged directly at me. Therefore, I allocated half of my mental energy to the illusion, allowing it to absorb that attack. Consequently, I effectively sacrificed half of my strength to evade a fatal blow. Jengar explained softly in Liu Qing's ear. I see. Liu Qing nodded in understanding. Return, Night Giant. Not receiving a response to his question, Xian accepted it as Liu Qing's secret and refrained from further inquiries. He recalled the Night Giant and threw out his second Pokeball. Go, Miss Mismagius. The unexpected setback in the first round did not deter Xian. Now he deployed his second Pokemon, Mismagius, as the announcer's voice echoed throughout the venue. Mismagius, hail! Xian commanded swiftly. In the arena, Mismagius's eyes glimmered with a blue light, and then dark clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing a hailstorm. Using the special effect of hail to deal damage to Jengar each turn, Liu Qing's mind stirred as he instantly grasped Xian's intent and issued a command. Jengar, Dark Pulse. Upon hearing Liu Qing's order, Jengar clasped its hands together, and a wave of black energy surged across the field towards Mismagius. Mismagius, Shadow Clone. Xian felt an intense surge of anxiety. Although Jengar had not succumbed to mutual destruction, it seemed to have suffered nonetheless. As long as Mismagius could defeat Jengar, he would have a chance to turn the tide. It was evident that this Mismagius was of a high level, as it swiftly conjured dozens of clones surrounding Jengar. Use Psychic to capture it. Just as Mismagius encircled Jengar, Xian issued another command. Following the order, Mismagius's eyes radiated a blue light, preparing to unleash Psychic. Unfortunately, Jengar would not grant it that opportunity. After Dark Pulse struck Mismagius's clone, Jengar did not cease its assault. Instead, it swiftly split its hands apart, and the dark pulse transformed into a black ring that expanded outward from Jengar's center. Such rapid reflexes caught even Mismagius, who had just initiated Psychic, off guard. All of its shadow clones were obliterated, and the original was sent flying, anguish evident on Mismagius's face. In an instant, the dazzling display of combat sparked a fervent cheer from the crowd. Though some were not entirely comprehending, the spectacle was thrilling enough. Jengar Shadow Ball. The cheers from the audience did not distract Liu Qing in the slightest. The icy surface was treacherous, and Mismagius, struck by Dark Pulse, struggled to regain its footing, sliding uncontrollably across the ice. Liu Qing, seizing the opportunity, promptly commanded, "Once more, Shadow Clone." Asuin shouted anxiously as he watched the swiftly launched shadow spheres. In Chapter 75, amidst the arena, Mei Chun, who had been gliding gracefully, reacted to Asuin's command. A flash of white light enveloped her as multiple clones were created, successfully evading an impending strike. Mei Chun blizzard, Asuin ordered, fearing that Gung Gue might retaliate with a powerful attack. At that moment, the weather was rife with hail, ensuring a near-perfect accuracy for the blizzard move. To Asuin's astonishment, all the shadow clones did not dissipate, but instead conjured the blizzard simultaneously, demonstrating the exceptional prowess of Asuin's Mei Chun. As the blizzard descended upon the arena like an overwhelming tide, Liu Qing quickly devised a counterattack. Gung Gue, Hypnosis. Gung Gue remained unfazed by the howling blizzard, raising its hands above its head to gather a crimson sphere of energy, which erupted in a brilliant red light. One by one, Mei Chun's shadow clones vanished, revealing her true form. In a swift motion, Gung Gue glided across the icy surface, appearing before the drowsy Mei Chun and pressing the glowing sphere into her, causing her to collapse into a deep slumber. In an instant, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Meanwhile, in a studio at the main venue of the Alliance tournament, four screens were broadcasting the matches from 4 different arenas, and the viewers were none other than the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto. Giggle, Josie-senpai, how does my cousin's Gung Gue compare to yours? Kina asked, observing Liu Qing's impressive display with a grin, raising an eyebrow at Josie. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. The Jin Yu clan has promising successors, Josie replied nonchalantly. Kina, initially eager to see Josie's embarrassment, was taken aback by her response, offering a sheepish smile. This tournament has showcased numerous young talents. Who do you believe stands the best chance of winning? Josie inquired. Giggle. Well, there are many skilled individuals, but only 2 seem to navigate their matches with relative ease. I suspect the ultimate champion will emerge from these 2. Wouldn't you agree, Do? Kina remarked with a chuckle, glancing at Do. Indeed. It's hard to keep secrets from you. My clan, the Yulong, also has a direct descendant competing. My brother, known as the Second Dragon Envoy, Yulong Yongzi. Du replied with a smile. This tournament has drawn participants from various factions. The one named Han Yi is likely the nephew of the evil king, Yu Xiaoli Lin, from Qingdu. However, I can only place my bets on 2 contenders. One has revealed merely 3 Pokémon thus far, while the other has yet to showcase their primary team. I am eager to see the remarkable displays these 2 will present when they unleash their full potential, Shiba exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Damn it, Liu Qing's reaction speed is astonishing, and that Gung Gue is incredibly powerful, even when using the same technique. It exhibits a myriad of transformations, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary Gung Gue. On the battlefield, gazing at the slumbering Lipstick Sister and the eerily grinning Jengar hovering in the air, Xian could not help but clench his fists. Jengar Dream Eater. With Lipstick Sister in a deep sleep, Liu Qing issued another command. Jengar's sinister smile widened as a shadow erupted from its body, swiftly penetrating Lipstick Sister's form. In her dream, she contorted her features in pain, yet she had not lost her fighting spirit. Jengar, momentarily taken aback, quickly retaliated with a shadow ball, finally rendering Lipstick Sister unconscious. Meanwhile, the hailstorm effect had subsided. Although it had inflicted considerable damage on Jengar, it had regained much of its strength after using Dream Eater. With Lipstick Sister incapacitated, the referee waved the flag. At this moment, Xian had lost his Night Giant and both of his small Pokémon, while Liu Qing still had 3 Pokémon remaining. From the onset of the match, Liu Qing had expertly utilized Jengar, demonstrating its omnipresence. Chapter 76, Return, Lipstick Sister. While the commentator continued to chatter incessantly, Xian recalled Lipstick Sister and addressed Liu Qing. Liu Qing, I am left with but 1 final Pokémon. Though I am aware that my chances of victory against you are slim, I shall fight with all my might in this last battle, so that I may have no regrets. Xian, In this final round, I too will give my all. Liu Qing nodded in agreement. Go, Infernape. Xian tossed a Pokeball into the air, and with a flash of white light, Infernape appeared atop an ice spike, energetically leaping and swinging its fists. What a spirited Infernape, Liu Qing thought to himself with admiration. Infernape, detect. Using a fighting-type move against a ghost-type was essential. So Xian immediately commanded Infernape to employ this skill. On the field, a red light flashed in Infernape's eyes as a crimson barrier expanded outward from its center, swiftly enveloping Jengar's form and spreading across the arena. Jengar, Shadow Ball. Liu Qing's command followed closely behind. Infernape, dodge and use Focus Punch, Xian shouted in response. In the arena, as the rapidly approaching Shadow Ball bore down on Infernape, it nimbly leaped and rolled to the ground, evading the attack. With a white glow emanating from its right fist, Infernape charged towards Jengar. Jengar, clearly displeased that its opponent had evaded its skill, unleashed a barrage of Shadow Balls. However, the agile Infernape adeptly dodged them, swiftly closing the distance to land a punch. Hypnosis. Liu Qing was momentarily taken aback by Infernape's remarkable agility. But he quickly realized that even the most skilled fighter would be of no use if they fell asleep. Just as Infernape leapt to deliver a punch to Jengar, the latter grinned malevolently, sidestepping to Infernape's side and pressing a red sphere against its body. Ah, it's the Intimidate ability. Liu Qing exclaimed upon noticing that Infernape showed no signs of slumber, immediately reacting with urgency. Jengar, quickly evade. At this moment, the battle arena was fully aware of the effects at play. Thus, Jengar's illusion was rendered ineffective. This was indeed the true form, and being struck could lead to dire consequences. Just then, the command from Ahuan arrived. With keen eyes, the fire monkey targeted Jengar at its side, its left fist emanating a dark glow. In a swift motion, it landed a blow on the unsuspecting Jengar, causing a flash of grayish-white to envelop it before it collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Jengar was incapacitated. The referee waved the flag. Wait. The fire monkey clearly fell victim to hypnosis earlier. Why is it not asleep? Lu Yuan, seated in the audience, questioned as he listened to the commentator's narration. That's due to its vital spirit ability. It simply cannot fall asleep, Millie explained. The fire monkey, with its agile dexterity, rapid reflexes, unwavering spirit, and formidable strength, truly proved itself to be a remarkable Pokémon, Liu Qing reflected, admiring Jengar's defeat. Thank you for the compliment. Now, which Pokémon will you deploy next? Ahuan inquired. It shall be Scyther, Liu Qing proclaimed as he tossed forth his second Pokeball. In a flash of white light, the red Scyther materialized in midair, striking a battle-ready pose. Now, Liu Qing has chosen his second Pokémon, Scyther. The commentator quickly referenced Scyther's statistics from the prior 3 matches, passionately detailing its prowess. Scyther, use Wing Attack, Liu Qing commanded, seizing the initiative. With a sharp cry, Scyther executed a swift maneuver, releasing several white streaks of light as it lunged toward the fire monkey. Having triumphed over Jengar, Ahuan felt a renewed determination to defeat Scyther, believing that doing so would bring him and Liu Qing back to an equal footing. Thus, he concentrated all his energy, fixating intently on the unfolding battle. Just as Scyther was about to strike the fire monkey, Ahuan finally called out, "Fire monkey, jump!" Upon hearing Ahuan's command, the already tense fire monkey leaped just in time to narrowly evade the incoming assault. However, Ahuan's intent was not merely to dodge, but to retaliate. He issued another command. Fire monkey, use Fire Punch. In that moment, the leaping fire monkey's right fist ignited with flames as it charged down towards Scyther. Frustrated by its missed attack, Scyther turned mid-flight to continue its assault on the fire monkey. Boom. The collision between Wing Attack and Fire Punch resulted in a tremendous explosion, the shockwave instantly sending both Pokémon careening through the air. Scyther, use Sword's Dance, followed by Wing Attack. Ahuan shouted, "Fire monkey, execute Focus Punch." As both Pokémon were sent tumbling, Liu Qing and Ahuan simultaneously issued their commands. Scyther, spinning through the air, formed a spiraling red and white drill, surging directly toward the fire monkey. In a breathtaking display, the fiery primate executed a backflip in midair, landing adeptly on an ice spike. With a radiant white light emanating from its right fist, it charged towards the formidable Scyther. As both Pokémon unleashed their devastating moves, the audience collectively held their breath, captivated by the impending clash as the two combatants drew ever closer. In an instant, they collided. However, at the moment the fiery primate struck, Scyther suddenly altered its trajectory, dipping below and soaring past, only to reverse direction and launch an attack from behind. Alarmed, Xian gasped. Realizing the dire situation, Yet, there was little he could do. The fiery primate's punch missed its target, causing its aerial stance to falter. Before it could regain its balance, Scyther's assault struck with immense force, propelling the fiery primate forward and shattering the ice spikes scattered across the icy arena. It continued its relentless trajectory until it crashed against the arena wall, where it slumped, unconscious and embedded within the structure. With the fiery primate rendered unable to battle and all of Xian's Pokémon incapacitated, the victor of this match was declared to be Liu Qing. The referee delivered the final judgment, and the venue erupted in exuberant cheers. Victory! The commentator's voice resonated throughout the arena, congratulating Liu Qing for triumphantly advancing through the 4 qualifying rounds in rock, grass, water, and ice, thus securing a place among the top 16 competitors of the court's conference and earning a spot in the main event. I shall now elucidate the key moments of Liu Qing's 4 qualifying matches for the audience. Having listened to countless commentaries, Liu Qing recognized that commentators often emphasized what was most captivating, and thus he paid little mind to it. He extended his hand to Xian, greeting him warmly. What an exhilarating match. Indeed, although I lost, the thrill of such a contest leaves me quite fulfilled, Xian remarked with a smile. You have bested me, the one who ought to have claimed the championship. Now, the mantle of that task falls to you. Certainly. That is my singular aim in this competition, Liu Qing replied, filled with determination. After sharing light-hearted banter with Mil and Lu Yuan in the VIP section, Liu Qing shifted his focus back to the ongoing match. At that moment, both sides had lost 2 Pokémon, and the battle reached a pivotal juncture. A young man in his 20s, with striking blue hair, launched a powerful attack, and Scyther's pincers struck fiercely against the opposing Ninetales, securing victory in this encounter. Following the conclusion of this match, a computer-generated ranking would be displayed on the large screen, detailing the matches to be held in the main venue the following day. As a result, the audience remained patiently, eagerly awaiting the announcement. After approximately 10 minutes, the broadcast resounded simultaneously across the 4 arenas. Good morning, esteemed spectators and trainers. After days of intense qualifying rounds, we are thrilled to announce that 16 formidable trainers have emerged victorious. The upcoming matches in the main venue will be randomly assigned by computer. Please direct your attention to the large screen. As the broadcast concluded, 2 rows of photographs of the 16 contestants graced the large screen. Among them, Liu Qing spotted familiar faces. Aside from himself, there were Ash, Lei Ci, Han Yi, and Xiaoan. As for Xiao Miao, he, much like in the animated series of his past life, fell short at the top 32. Once the images of the 16 participants appeared, they swiftly began to rotate. When the spinning ceased, it revealed that the positions of the contestants had shifted. Liu Qing found himself in the foremost position, facing a long-haired girl whose slightly upturned lips exuded a playful charm. Ash, without exception, was set to battle A Hong, while the 2 acquaintances, Han Yi and Xiaoan, were pitted against each other, occupying the last 2 spots in the front row. Lei Ci, on the other hand, was scheduled for the final match of the following day. The announcement continued. The first match of the main venue tomorrow will feature Liu Qing from the Golden City of Kanto against Ali from Rainbow City, scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning. The broadcast reiterated the timings for all matches. Chapter 78. This time, the competitions in the main venue would unfold over 2 days, with 4 matches held each day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The estimated duration of each match had been extended from half an hour to 1 hour, a stark contrast to the preliminary rounds. Unlike the sub-venues, the main venue was at least twice as expansive, expected to host over 100,000 spectators. Since Liu Qing's match was the inaugural contest of the main venue, he arrived early with Lu Yuan. Fortuitously, they encountered his opponent at the entrance. Later, Liu Qing learned that the girl was named Ali, and the individual accompanying her, who had been defeated, was Xiao and I. Humph, so you are Liu Qing, Ali remarked, circling him before adding, you don't seem all that impressive. Yet, inwardly, she was trembling, thinking, how can someone be so handsome? Hello, Liu Qing replied, perplexed by his opponent's intentions. Is there something you need? I just came to tell you that I am not pleased with how you bullied Xiao and I. During the match, I will avenge her, Ali declared, disregarding Xiao Ni's continual apologies, and she pulled her into the main venue. Wow, your opponent is quite amusing. Lu Yuan chuckled from the side. Enough chatter, let us enter the venue, Liu Qing said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he made his way inside. Though it was still early, the audience seats were already filled with at least 1,000 eager spectators, clearly unable to contain their excitement. After Lu Yuan settled into the VIP section, Liu Qing proceeded directly to the contestant preparation room, closing his eyes to rest and await the commencement of the match. The following event is the top 16 match of the Quartz Conference. Entering from the right is the contestant Liu Qing from the city of Jinwang in the Kanto region. And from the left is the contestant Ali from the city of Rainbow, also in the Kanto region. Soon, the time for the match arrived. At the reminder of the staff, Liu Qing stepped onto the battlefield from the right player's passage, while Ali emerged from the left, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the crowd. A sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. As both contestants prepared their Pokeballs, the referee announced, "We now commence the battle between Liu Qing and Ali. Let the match begin." "Go, Scyther," exclaimed Liu Qing. "Meowth, I entrust this to you." With the referee's flag waved, both Pokeballs were thrown simultaneously. As the bright light faded, Scyther and Meowth appeared before the audience. "Scyther, attack first with Fury Cutter," Liu Qing commanded. "Not so fast, Meowth. Show your dominance." Ali countered. Meowth leapt into the air, performing a graceful flip before landing deftly in front of Scyther, extending its forelimb to deliver a light slap, interrupting Scyther's Fury Cutter with a sharp clap and visibly staggering it backward with rippling waves. "Meowth, use Steel Tail," Ali called out once more. Following her command, Meowth's tail gleamed with a metallic sheen as it launched itself, belly up, aiming a strike at Scyther's head. Liu Qing marveled at Meowth's impressive agility and balance, appreciating its remarkable physical capabilities, yet a smirk crept upon his lips. "Scyther, grab its tail and unleash Fury Cutter." Just as Steel Tail was about to connect with Scyther, a crimson claw shot out, clenching Meowth's tail fiercely at its base, halting its advance. Meanwhile, the other claw glowed with a bright light, striking Meowth squarely in the abdomen, eliciting a pained cry that resonated through the arena, the impact formidable. Following this, Scyther prepared to attack again. "Meowth, stay strong. Use Awakening Power," Ali shouted, taken aback by Liu Qing's swift counterattack. Meowth, sensing the impending Fury Cutter, let out a determined cry, surrounding itself with droplets of awakening energy, which it then unleashed. A thunderous explosion ensued as the awakening energy collided with Fury Cutter, granting Meowth the opportunity to escape Scyther's grasp, panting as it returned to Ali's side. The audience was captivated by the thrilling battle, their cheers rising in intensity. "Awakening Power with a fire attribute," Liu Qing observed, noticing the evident burn marks on Scyther's left claw, his brow furrowing. Despite the protective energy of Fury Cutter, the Awakening Power had nonetheless inflicted damage upon Scyther. Indeed, those who have advanced to the top 16 are not to be underestimated. "Return, Meowth." At that moment, Ali withdrew Meowth into its Pokeball and summoned her second Pokémon, Solgaleo, to the field. The commentator eagerly showcased his commentary skills as Ali switched from Meowth to the psychic Pokémon, Solgaleo. "Solgaleo, use Psychic," Ali commanded without delay. As her words resonated, a blue light emanated from Solgaleo's eyes. "Scyther, move." Liu Qing, not wishing for Scyther to be captured, immediately issued a command. Scyther transformed into a streak of red lightning, darting around Solgaleo at great speed. "Solgaleo, do not rush," Ali shouted. As she noticed Solgaleo struggling to keep pace with Scyther, she cautioned against becoming dizzy in pursuit of the elusive opponent. "Now, Fury Cutter." At that very moment, Liu Qing shouted, "Oh no, this opponent is merely waiting for my command," Ali exclaimed, alarmed. Just as Solgaleo halted its chase, Scyther suddenly ceased its circling and struck fiercely from behind with a Fury Cutter, its tremendous force driving Solgaleo into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Solgaleo, don't let it escape," Ali urged as Scyther attempted to take flight after its strike. Almost immediately, a circular ring tethered by a line shot forth from the dust, swiftly ensnaring Scyther's legs, as Solgaleo followed in pursuit. "Scyther, remain calm, Fury Cutter." Caught by the thin line, Scyther began to panic, flipping in the air, trying to shake off its opponent. Yet Liu Qing understood that while handling an ordinary Pokémon might be straightforward, dealing with one that relied on psychic prowess was an entirely different challenge. Furthermore, this aerial maneuver was draining Scyther's stamina. "Solgaleo, bind." At this juncture, Ali issued another command. Just as Scyther executed its Fury Cutter, a red glow erupted in Solgaleo's eyes, followed by a similar glow enveloping Scyther, effectively nullifying the Fury Cutter. What a splendid opportunity, Hypnosis. Seizing the moment when Scyther's attack faltered, the ring in Solgaleo's grasp floated in front of Scyther, gently swaying before crashing down from the air, rendering it asleep on the ground. "Return, Scyther." As soon as it landed, Liu Qing retrieved Scyther into its Pokeball, unwilling to let the sleeping Pokémon become a target for Solgaleo, especially given Ali's visibly frustrated demeanor, indicating her intentions. With Liu Qing having recalled Scyther, The atmosphere on the battlefield became charged with anticipation regarding what Pokémon Liu Qing would deploy to counter Ali's formidable offensive. "Mom, this girl is incredibly impressive," Liu Yuan remarked to Millie, filled with admiration. Chapter 80. How could any contender for the top 16 be weak? It was evident that this young lady had thoroughly researched your brother's profile, as the Pokémon she employed were evidently tailored to counter him. However, now that your brother had become accustomed to her attack patterns, he would find the ensuing challenges trivial. Millie elucidated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectator area, Lei Xi, Xiao and Han Yi, a Xian, and even the trio of Xiao Ji were engaged in discussion. It would not be so easy for this girl to proceed effortlessly, a Xian remarked to the group. Indeed, while her battle strategy was somewhat unconventional, Liu Qing was still able to respond swiftly, especially now that he had become familiar with her tactics. It seemed likely that this battle would conclude swiftly. Lei Xi concurred. At this moment, Liu Qing had summoned his second Pokémon, Gengar. Sucker Punch, Hypnosis. Ollie, realizing the peculiar nature of Gengar, decisively issued her command. Shadow Ball. Following Liu Qing's directive, a shadowy sphere was launched instantaneously. Just as Surskit emitted blue light from its eyes, a resounding explosion occurred upon impact. Surskit is unable to battle, the referee announced, observing the fallen creature. Such rapid-fire attacks. Liu Qing's Gengar has executed its offensive with astonishing speed. What Pokémon will Ollie deploy next? Will it be Persian or her third Pokémon? The commentator's voice resonated, as the audience expressed their astonishment at Gengar's formidable prowess, erupting in cheers. "Come back, Surskit." Ollie glared fiercely at Liu Qing before retrieving a Pokeball. "Persian, I choose you." Gengar, use Dark Pulse. Upon seeing Persian's entry, Liu Qing promptly commanded an attack. "Dive underground." Ollie shouted in haste, as Gengar unleashed a dark wave towards Persian. Alas, even as Persian burrowed into the earth, it could not evade the dark pulse. The dark energy traversed the tunnel and soon, a pained cry echoed as Persian was ejected from the ground. Hypnosis, Dream Eater. Gengar, lurking in the shadows, sinisterly pressed a crimson sphere into Persian's form. Then a shadowy figure surged forth, piercing through Persian. In an instant, Persian succumbed to defeat. Persian is unable to battle, the referee accurately declared. As Ollie faced the loss of two Pokémon in succession, the atmosphere among the audience reached a fever pitch, eagerly anticipating what marvel her final Pokémon would bring to the contest. "Come back, Persian. Rest well." Ollie consoled her fallen Pokémon before casting her last Pokeball. "Ditto, it's up to you." With a flash of white light, a purple, rubber-like Pokémon materialized in the arena. Upon noticing Gengar, it radiated a bright glow, transforming into Gengar's likeness. In a remarkable turn of events, Ally's final Pokémon was a Ditto that had transformed into a Gengar. Ditto is an extraordinary Pokémon capable of morphing into the likeness of any Pokémon it encounters, thereby replicating all of its attributes, including abilities, level, moves, individual values, attributes, and traits. At this moment, it could be said that Liu Qing's adversary was none other than his own Pokémon. The announcer's voice resonated throughout the main venue. "Mom, did my brother win against the Gengar transformed Ditto?" Liu Qing inquired, unable to contain his excitement. Of course he can win. Although Ditto can replicate Gengar's abilities, it cannot duplicate its stamina or innate experience. Moreover, Ally, the master of Ditto, is not as familiar with Gengar's capabilities as your brother is, Millie elucidated. Liu Qing nodded in understanding and began to observe the match intently. At this moment, the two Gengars were embroiled in battle. They frequently vanished and reappeared, unleashing a flurry of skills that filled the arena with continuous explosions. Ditto, use Hypnosis. Suddenly, Liu Qing's Gengar appeared right before the Ditto, which had only recently materialized, and Ally seized the opportunity to shout out her command. Chapter 81. Shortly after Liu Qing settled beside Millie, the second match commenced, featuring a female competitor named Xiaoyan from the Hoenn region and a male competitor named Au from Kanto. Upon entering the arena, Xiaoyan unleashed her Beautifly to face Au's Galarian Farfetch'd. Although the Farfetch'd's bone boomerang inflicted considerable damage on Beautifly, it ultimately succumbed to a water pulse delivered by Xiaoyan. Au then sent out his Magnemite, a combination of steel and electric types, which relentlessly pursued Beautifly. Despite Beautifly's attempts to retaliate, neither its water nor bug-type moves were particularly effective against Magnemite. Eventually, a critical error on Xiaoyan's part led to her defeat at the hands of a Thunderbolt. To counter Magnemite, Xiaoyan deployed her Fire and Fighting-type Blaziken, which appeared to be her starter Pokémon and showcased formidable prowess. With a powerful Sky Uppercut, Blaziken successfully sent Magnemite flying. AU's final Pokémon was also a fire type, the iconic Charizard, leading to an exhilarating clash between fire-type starters that captivated the audience. Ultimately, due to Blaziken sustaining some injuries from its encounter with Magnemite, it fell victim to Charizard's Earthquake. Xiaoyan's last Pokémon was an electric-type Raichu, creating a thrilling spectacle as fire and lightning clashed, elevating the audience's excitement to its peak. In the end, Charizard was struck by Raichu's thunder and succumbed to the ground, losing its fighting capability. The afternoon match between Xiaoyan and Hanya was equally riveting, yet the outcome revealed Hanya, the impulsive type, triumphing over Xiaoyan, the calm strategist. Much to Liu Qing's astonishment. The following day, Lazy's battles were filled with suspense, but ultimately safe. However, Ash's progress was halted at the top 16 due to Charizard's complacency. After the top 8 were determined, the large screen once again shuffled and rearranged the photos of the 8 trainers, swiftly establishing the order of combat. Given that the quarterfinals were a full match of 6 versus 6, the schedule was set for 1 match per half-day, to be completed in 2 days. On the screen, Ahong was to face a contestant named Yuji in the first match, followed by Liu Qing against Han Yi in the second, Lei Ci competing with Xiao Lian in the third, and finally, a battle between a trainer known as Xiao Feng and a girl called Yu Er. Liu Qing, although your prowess is formidable, I refuse to be bested by you. Tomorrow, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. As Liu Qing exited the venue, she encountered Han Yi, and Xiao and Han Yi, brimming with determination, proclaimed, "No, the one who will triumph tomorrow will surely be me." Liu Qing shook her head affirmatively, then departed, pondering that engaging in such futile verbal sparring was far less beneficial than resting. "How dare you disregard me?" Han Yi fumed upon seeing Liu Qing leave. "Others simply do not wish to engage in pointless debates," Xiaoyan interjected, despite having lost to Han Yi in their match. "Your abilities are vastly inferior to hers." "Humph. So what if she is stronger? Many who have faced me were far more skilled, yet here they are, beneath my heel." Such occurrences are far too common. When it comes to actual competition, the outcome remains uncertain, Han Yi retorted dismissively. Xiaoyan's expression stiffened, yet she continued, "I only remind you out of kindness. For this year's court's champion is not easily attained. Lei Ci, Yu Er, Yuji, and Liu Qing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these 4 will likely advance to the semifinals. While your scenario may hold some truth, it is improbable in a 6-on-6 full confrontation. Such matches assess a trainer's comprehensive abilities." Afterward, Xiaoyan presented a small booklet to Han Yi, saying, "Take a look at this." Han Yi, puzzled, accepted the booklet, which contained detailed records of the 8 contestants' profiles for tomorrow's matches. Liu Qing, currently utilized Pokémon. Scyther, noted for its speed, skills used. Gengar, noted for its peculiar abilities. Rapid attack speed, skills used. Gyarados, powerful, exceedingly strong, skills used. Chapter 82, Speculated Pokémon. Arcanine, Shelgon, specific skills unknown. This is the utmost assistance I can offer you. I hope it proves beneficial for your match tomorrow, Xiaoyan remarked. Indeed, it is immensely valuable, but not merely this booklet. It's you. I will share all my Pokémon with you. Please help me strategize for tomorrow. Han Yi chuckled heartily, placing a hand on Xiaoyan's shoulder. Come, let us return and discuss thoroughly. The morning match featured Yongzi competing against Ahong. Even before the contest commenced, many seasoned spectators and trainers had already predicted the outcome. After all, Yongzi's effortless journey through the challenges was evident to all, while Ahong had struggled significantly. Had he not encountered a rebellious Charizard in the round of 16, he would have had no chance of advancing to the top 8. Consequently, the result unfolded as many had anticipated, with Ahong's 6 Pokémon managing to defeat merely 2 of Yongzi's. In the afternoon, the match was set between Liu Qing and Hanya. It remained unclear what Hanya had prepared, as he appeared utterly confident upon meeting Liu Qing. Liu Qing, of course, did not inquire further. They both took their places on the contestant platform, listening to the announcer's customary pre-match speech. Standing on the platform, Hanya exhibited none of the impatience Liu Qing had previously perceived. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed, closing his eyes to adjust his mindset. Liu Qing, meanwhile, cast a glance towards the audience and, upon spotting Liu Yuan, smiled and nodded. The audience held up large photographs featuring Liu Qing alongside his Scyther, Gengar, and Gyarados, as well as images of Hanya and his Pokémon, clearly indicating the support each competitor had garnered. At long last, the announcer concluded, and the referee approached the arena, raising a flag. After receiving a signal from both Liu Qing and Hanya, he declared the match to commence. Scyther go? Liu Qing tossed the Pokeball into the air, and with a flash of white light, Scyther emerged onto the battlefield. Exploud, it's your turn, Hanya remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Just as Xiaoan had predicted, Liu Qing's first Pokémon was indeed Scyther. Even if his initial choice had been Jengar or Gyarados, Exploud would still hold a significant advantage. Scyther, showcase your speed with Fury Cutter, Liu Qing commanded eagerly. In an instant, a streak of red lightning zipped across the arena, and Scyther appeared before Exploud, delivering a powerful Fury Cutter that caused Exploud to grimace in pain. Thunderwave, Hanya's voice rang out coldly at that moment. Dodge, Liu Qing urged. Not wishing for Scyther to be struck by the thunder wave, a sudden paralysis could spell disaster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Scyther flapped its wings to flee swiftly. Yet its speed faltered, as if ensnared, and it soon succumbed to Exploud's thunder wave, sparks of electricity crackling across its body, causing it to halt momentarily. Exploud, use Thunderbolt, commanded Hanya. With that, Exploud unleashed a rapid torrent of golden electricity, striking the unprepared Scyther, which let out a cry of distress as it fell to the ground, kneeling and intermittently sparking with electricity. Return, Scyther, Liu Qing declared with urgency. He would not allow Scyther to continue battling, risking its combat effectiveness. Swiftly, he retrieved the Pokémon into its ball and glanced at Hanya, remarking, that magnetic ability seems to have been specifically prepared for me. Indeed, this self-destructing magneton evolved during my journey in the Sinnoh region, specifically at the peak of Mount Coronet. Its magnetic properties irresistibly attract Steel-type Pokémon whenever a Steel-type approaches. It is inevitably drawn in. This was precisely devised to counter your Scyther's speed. With the chill of the night and the influence of electromagnetic waves, it successfully reduced Scyther's velocity to its minimum. Had it not been for your swift retreat, I would have gained the upper hand. You are correct. Now, allow me to introduce my second Pokémon. Liu Qing retrieved another Pokéball, casting it forth. Exeggcute, it's your turn. Upon emergence, Exeggutor's three heads simultaneously emitted a resounding cry, their varied tones creating a cacophony. Behold, Liu Qing has summoned the first ever Exeggutor in this tournament, the commentator enthused, stirring the audience's excitement. As a dual grass and psychic type, it will surely showcase its prowess against Magneton. Let us anticipate its performance. Magneton, use Magnet Bomb, Hanyi commanded, launching the attack preemptively. With a thunderous boom, three magnets detached and hurtled towards Exeggutor, exploding upon impact. Once my Magnet Bomb detonates, Exeggutor will be ensnared by magnetism, leaving it no escape. Hanyi beamed, satisfied with his successful strike. Magneton, unleash electromagnetic wave. Not so fast. Liu Qing remained unfazed. Psychic interference, seize it. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Exeggutor, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, emerged, enveloping the approaching Magneton in a vibrant psychic wave, sending it crashing to the ground. How is this possible? Hanyi gasped in astonishment. Natural power, Liu Qing commanded without mercy. With a brilliant green flash emanating from Exeggutor, the ground trembled violently, fissures spreading outward from its center. When the tremor subsided, Magneton lay unconscious. Magneton is unable to battle, the referee declared. Return, Magneton. You've worked hard, Hanyi said, recalling his Pokémon. Mom, isn't magnetism conductive? How did Exeggutor, now imbued with magnetism, remain unaffected by the electromagnetic wave? Liu Yuan inquired. Exeggutor shielded itself with psychic interference during the Magnet Bomb. Thus it was never actually magnetized, and consequently, conductivity is irrelevant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shinji posed a similar question, and Reiji thoughtfully explained the matter to him. Chapter 84. Come forth, Mismagius. At this moment, Hanyi released his second Pokémon. Originally intended for your Jengar, now aptly suited to confront Exeggutor. Clear skies. In the face of malevolence, the Ice Ghost dual-type Pokémon, Mismagius, finds itself in a state of complete subjugation against the coconut tree. The psychic interference proves nearly futile, yet grass-type moves and nature power remain viable options. However, Mismagius' speed is formidable. Utilizing Sunny Day could potentially level the playing field. Mismagius, Ice Punch. Cold Night commands, unwilling to allow the coconut tree to bolster its abilities. In an instant, the coconut tree conjures a sphere of light above its head, launching it into the sky. Simultaneously, Mismagius' right fist glows with an azure hue, surging forward with icy ferocity toward the coconut tree. With a thunderous crash, as Mismagius' Ice Punch nears its target, the effect of Sunny Day activates. The coconut tree swiftly evades, the Ice Punch narrowly missing as it crashes into the ground, instantly encasing the area in a sheet of ice. The coconut tree, grazed by the attack, displays a fleeting expression of pain. Mismagius, continue your assault. Quick attack. With this command, Mismagius reacts swiftly, its right arm emanating dark energy as it lunges again at the coconut tree. Solar beam. At that moment, Liu Qing issues his command. The leaves atop the coconut tree absorb sunlight at an astonishing rate, and just as Mismagius strikes, a green-white beam erupts from its mouth, striking Mismagius with tremendous force. The impact sends Mismagius flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, yet no dust rises. Instead, the crater created by the solar beam transforms into a pool of molten lava, emanating a searing heat. Mismagius, half kneeling beside the pit, is enveloped in steam, gasping heavily. Is this truly a grass-type move? The heat generated is more terrifying than some fire-type attacks, remarked Lei Ci from the audience, taken aback. Cold Knight is in a precarious position. Coconut tree, nature power. Liu Qing presses the attack, undeterred by Mismagius' labored breathing. After being struck by the doubled power of quick attack, the coconut tree is not in much better condition, having underestimated Mismagius' extraordinary speed, rivaling even that of Scyther. Beware, Mismagius, jump. Cold Knight, surprised that the severely weakened coconut tree could retaliate so quickly, shouts a warning, but it is too late. With a resounding tremor, the earth shakes violently as Mismagius cries out in distress, its eyes swirling in defeat. Mismagius is unable to continue. The referee declares, at this juncture, Cold Knight has lost 2 Pokémon, yet Liu Qing has not gained a significant advantage. Both the coconut tree and Scyther are barely able to continue the fight. Overall, the 2 trainers find themselves on equal footing. Xian turns to Lei Ci, saying, indeed, however, with Mismagius incapacitated, dealing with Gengar will certainly pose a challenge. There's no need for concern. Besides Mismagius, Cold Knight has prepared a special Pokémon from his hometown, one that completely counters Gengar. After Xiaoan concluded his thoughts, he mused to himself that Han Yi had prepared an absolute trump card in the form of a little Pokémon, which he had acquired from the Moonlight Clan as his initial companion. If he were to lose again, then Liu Qing's strength was truly formidable. Could it be a Pokémon from the Johto region? He pondered what creature could possibly contend with Gung-Gui. Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. We shall wait and see, remarked Xiaoan. At that moment, Han Yi finally unleashed his 3rd Pokémon, the Natural Bird, a remarkable fusion of flying and psychic types. Coconut Tree, Solar Flare. Liu Qing swiftly commanded an attack. The effect of clear skies still lingered, thus the Solar Flare was launched with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously after Liu Qing's words, the green and white flames surged toward the Natural Bird suspended in the air. Teleport. With Han Ye's command, the Natural Bird's form vanished before the oncoming Solar Flare, only to reappear elsewhere. Yet, it was met once more by a Solar Flare, compelling the Natural Bird to utilize Teleport again to evade. Coconut Tree, Psychic Interference, seal the space. After 2 consecutive failures to land a hit, Liu Qing decided to change tactics. Centered around the coconut tree, a spectrum of colorful waves rapidly expanded, swiftly enveloping the entire arena, immobilizing the Natural Bird that had just reappeared after using Teleport. Chapter 85, Solar Flare. Upon Liu Qing's command, the coconut tree gathered energy once more, and the green and white solar flare erupted from its head, striking the Natural Bird and producing a resounding explosion, accompanied by a cloud of black smoke. Natural Bird. Shadow of Night. The sequence from psychic interference locking onto the Natural Bird's position to the launching of the solar flare seemed to unfold in slow motion. Yet it was executed in the blink of an eye, leaving Han Yi with no opportunity to react. However, as the Natural Bird tumbled out of the black smoke and the effect of clear skies faded, Han Yi recognized his chance and shouted decisively. Suddenly, the Natural Bird, which had its eyes closed, opened them wide, conjuring a purple-black orb of energy in front of it, unleashing several beams of purple-black light that sliced across the arena, striking the coconut tree, which had lost the enhancement of clear skies. The coconut tree immediately displayed signs of pain and subsequently succumbed to its injuries. At last, Han Yi had managed to eliminate one of Liu Qing's Pokémon. He resolved to press on with renewed vigor. What an unexpected match this was. Han Yi seized the fleeting moment when the effect of clear skies dissipated to launch a counterattack, defeating Liu Qing's coconut tree. What Pokémon would Liu Qing deploy next? The commentator took the opportunity to resume his analysis. Gung-Gui, come forth. With Liu Qing casting his Pokeball, a flash of white light revealed the ominous figure of Gung-Gui, enveloping the arena in an eerie atmosphere. The temperature plummeted, causing those spectators closest to the battleground to shiver in unison. Gung-Gui, Dark Pulse. With a chilling smile, Gung-Gui extended its arms, and a wave of darkness swiftly traversed half the arena, hurtling towards the Natural Bird. Instantaneous movement. Han Yi had long anticipated Gungui's rapid assault, and thus, after issuing a command to Liu Qing, he promptly shouted, "Whoosh!" The natural bird in midair suddenly vanished from its original position, evading the dark wave's strike. Futile. Liu Qing shook his head, and indeed, as he spoke, Gungui split its hands, transforming the dark wave into a circle of black light that spread outward. Caw! Shortly after the black wave expanded, a cry of anguish echoed through the air, and the natural bird was swept aside by the dark force. Although the potency of the dark wave had significantly diminished, rendering the blow insufficient to incapacitate it, the attack was nonetheless remarkably effective. Coupled with the instantaneous movement, it left the natural bird somewhat drained, causing it to falter in flight. Shadow Ball. Liu Qing seized the moment to pursue. Natural bird, rally yourself, foresee the future. Han Yi felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the natural bird's pained cry, at this moment, facing the rapidly approaching Shadow Ball. Even if he wished to recall the natural bird, it would be too late. It would be wiser to leave Gungui with a parting blow. Perhaps it could yield an unexpected advantage. Caw! Upon hearing Han Ye's voice, the natural bird emitted a cry, its eyes flashing with a blue light before being struck instantaneously by the oncoming Shadow Ball. Following a violent explosion, the natural bird plummeted from the billowing black smoke. Rendered incapable of continuing the battle, the natural bird is unable to battle, the referee declared. Han Ye's natural bird ultimately succumbed to Liu Qing's relentless assaults. And at this point, Han Yi had lost 3 Pokémon, while Liu Qing had only 1 incapacitated. What Pokémon would Han Yi select in the forthcoming 4th match to reverse his fortunes? Why did that natural bird's foresight yield no effect? Liu Yuan inquired in confusion. It didn't lack effect, it simply took 2 turns to activate. Moreover, prior to the skill's activation, it placed considerable pressure on your elder brother, Millie replied with a smile. Yet, my brother seems utterly unfazed, Liu Yuan observed, gazing at Liu Qing, who remained composed and unchanged. In the arena, trainers must maintain a calm demeanor, regardless of the circumstances they encounter. Your brother excels in this regard, Millie remarked, and this will undoubtedly serve you well in the future. Chapter 86. Go Black Luja. After recalling the natural bird, Han Yi threw forth his 4th Pokeball. A chilling howl erupted as Black Luja entered the fray, intensifying the already eerie atmosphere. Gungui return. Against Black Luja, none of Gungui's abilities proved effective, prompting Liu Qing to retrieve it immediately. Black Luja, pursue. Han Yi commanded suddenly. In the arena, upon receiving a command, the imposing Houndoom swiftly dashed towards the Jengar, which had transformed into a crimson orb of light. With its dark tail crackling with energy, it delivered a fierce strike, causing Jengar to display an expression of anguish before being recalled into its Pokeball. Ah, what an unexpected technique. Truly, it is a Dark-type move, equally as enigmatic as Ghost-type moves, managing to strike Jengar just as it was about to return to its ball, yielding exceptional results. Moreover, due to the nature of this technique, its power was unexpectedly doubled compared to its usual effectiveness. Naturally, the commentator seized this opportunity to elaborate incessantly, igniting an even more fervent atmosphere among the audience. The damage was substantial. Liu Qing furrowed his brow as he gazed at the Pokeball containing Jengar, turning to Han Yi, remarking, I didn't expect you to prepare 2 Pokémon specifically to counter Jengar. Of course, I am thoroughly prepared to face you. Han Yi replied with a hint of pride. Well, since you are utilizing Johto Region Canine Pokémon, I shall employ a Kanto Region Canine as well. Liu Qing proclaimed as he tossed forth his 4th Pokeball, revealing the swift and formidable Arcanine. The roar of Arcanine, though not as terrifying as that of Houndoom, exuded an aura of majesty. Its imposing stature, towering over Houndoom at over 2 meters, evoked a sense of might, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. This Arcanine is even more powerful than the one encountered in Shallow Red City, Lei Ci mused from the stands. Indeed, it appears Arcanine is present. So Han Yi's choice for the next Pokémon is quite astute, Xiaoan thought to herself. Liu Qing's 4th Pokémon, Arcanine, marked the first appearance of canine Pokémon in the Quartz Conference, promising an exhilarating clash between the 2 sides, a moment eagerly anticipated by the commentator. Indeed, Arcanine has entered the fray, so return, Houndoom. Upon witnessing Liu Qing's choice, Han Yi prepared to recall Houndoom. Yet the red light emitted from the Pokeball was deftly evaded by Houndoom, which gazed at Arcanine and unleashed a long howl. In response, Arcanine echoed with its own howl. Do you wish to battle? Han Yi contemplated, then declared, very well, Houndoom, let us see who reigns supreme in this contest against Arcanine. Arcanine's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. Observing Arcanine poised for attack, Liu Qing swiftly commanded, Arcanine, Use flamethrower. With a mighty roar, Arcanine gathered fiery energy within its maw. Now's your chance, Houndoom. Take cover. Han Yi shouted decisively. With a resounding howl, Houndoom surged forward, its dark tail striking Arcanine with tremendous force, sending it sliding backward. While the prescient power struck true. Nevertheless, this would not deter Arcanine. Instead, it intensified the Pokémon's fighting spirit. After being struck, the energy of the flames did not cease to accumulate. Once he stabilized his form, the great fire was unleashed towards the recently attacked Houndoom, instantly hitting its mark and transforming into a massive flame, propelling Houndoom away. As Houndoom tumbled in the air before landing swiftly on the ground, it refocused its gaze on the speedy dog and let out a long howl. In this initial round of probing, neither side gained an advantage. It was either the early bird ability or the flash fire. Observing that Houndoom did not absorb the flames of the great fire and had indeed sustained damage, a judgment was formed in his mind. He had not anticipated that the speedy dog could retaliate even after suffering a surprise attack and a premonition. Han Yi mused quietly, wondering why his brother opted for the great fire instead of using the more effective move, smokescreen, which counters fire types. In Liu Yuan's recollection, employing moves that exploit an opponent's weaknesses seemed the most prudent approach. So why did his brother choose a fire-type attack that would yield less favorable results? Houndoom possesses two abilities, Early Bird and Flash Fire. Millie explained, your brother's choice to use a fire-type attack was to test Houndoom's ability, aiding in strategizing for the subsequent battle. Ah, I see. But why didn't his opponent test the ability of the speedy dog? Liu Yuan inquired. Chapter 87. This illustrates the disparity in skill levels among trainers. Your brother is quite formidable. He has achieved this so early in his travels. Remember this when you embark on your own journey in the future, Millie remarked with a hint of wistfulness. This highlighted the inherent differences in talent among individuals. Some may quickly grasp such nuances, while others might never come to understand them throughout their lives. Houndoom, use flamethrower. At this moment, a new round of attacks commenced. Speedy dog, jump. Upon witnessing the roaring flames, Liu Qing shouted. Just as her command echoed, the speedy dog had already leapt high, the flamethrower passing beneath it. Damn it, Houndoom, don't let it escape. With Han Yi's command, Houndoom unleashed its flames fiercely towards the airborne speedy dog, enveloping it instantly in fire. It's over. From the audience, upon seeing the speedy dog consumed by flames, Millie stated directly. Why? Liu Yuan, known for his inquisitive nature, asked. Liu Qing instructed the speedy dog to jump as a preparatory maneuver for earthquake, creating an illusion that the speedy dog was evading the flamethrower, prompting Han Yi to pursue it midair. This was yet another of his brother's traps. The speedy dog absorbed Houndoom's flames, and once it executed smokescreen, it would surely unleash a significantly enhanced fire attack to conclude the battle. Millie patiently elucidated. Hiss, my brother is quite cunning. Liu Yuan gasped, then chuckled, but still. Mother is remarkable. Your brother's schemes cannot escape your notice. I am merely an observer. If I were in the midst of the competition, such fleeting changes would not be so easily discernible, Millie replied with a smile. As trainers, our goal is to maintain the perspective of an observer during battles. This is not good. The fire characteristics. Black Lucario ceased the flame eruption at once. In this moment, Han Yi observed the wind speed dog, which was entirely unperturbed by the flames, instead continuously absorbing them. A wave of panic washed over him. Too late, the steamroller. Following Liu Qing's command, the wind speed dog inhaled deeply, drawing in the surrounding flames, and then crashed down to the ground. Instantly, the entire arena quaked in rippling waves. A terrifying force radiating from the wind speed dog as it spread through the dust, causing Black Lucario to exhibit signs of distress and howl in agony. Flame charge. Following the steamroller, the wind speed dog unleashed the flame charge, swiftly traversing half the arena and striking Black Lucario, propelling it into the wall of the venue before coming to a halt, letting out a triumphant howl as it returned to Liu Qing's side. Black Lucario was rendered incapable of battle. The referee, witnessing the steam rising from Black Lucario, couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Moments earlier, the flame charge had surged past him, its overwhelming heat almost incinerating him. He quickly waved the flag, declaring the outcome. The rapid conclusion of the match left the audience momentarily stunned until the announcer's voice resonated throughout the venue, igniting a fervent cheer. Come back, Black Lucario, you did splendidly. Han Yi quietly recalled Black Lucario and retrieved his fifth Pokeball, enlarging it in his hand before casting it forth. Mytiana, arise. Roar. Upon its emergence, Mytiana let out a powerful roar, glaring fiercely at the wind speed dog. Hanya's fifth Pokémon was one of the starter Pokémon from the Johto region, characterized by its formidable jaws and sharp fangs, reputed to be capable of shattering rocks. It possessed a type advantage over Wind Speed Dog. Could Hanyi turn the tide? Would Liu Qing opt for another Pokémon with an advantage? The announcer's voice rang out once more. Mytiana, Hydro Pump. Hanyi swiftly issued the attack command. Mytiana opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful stream of water that surged across the arena towards the Wind Speed Dog. Fire Spin. Liu Qing sought to test Mytiana's strength as Wind Speed Dog unleashed a torrent of flames, forming a fiery spiral that collided with the Hydro Pump. The two forces became locked in a fierce struggle, generating a thick cloud of steam that quickly enveloped the arena. Wind Speed Dog, locate the opponent. Liu Qing was least concerned about battles obscured by vision, for Wind Speed Dog's sense of smell was unparalleled. A mere sniff would reveal the opponent's location. As Wind Speed Dog searched for Mytiana, the sound of crashing waves reached Liu Qing's ears, growing increasingly closer. Not good, it's surf. Mytiana couldn't see Wind Speed Dog, but could utilize this wide-ranging attack to cover the area. Liu Qing's heart raced. Looking up, he indeed discerned the vague outline of waves, with Mytiana positioned atop the crest. Chapter 88. Wind Speed Dog, Fire Spin, but do not compress the flames. At this moment, there was no way to evade the impending danger. Observing the height of the waves, it was evident that the Wind Speed Dog could not leap so high. Swiftly, a command was issued, and upon hearing it, the Wind Speed Dog recognized the urgency of the situation. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, transforming into a massive fire wheel with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters, swirling in place. Meanwhile, the spectators had a clearer view as a colossal wave surged above the mist, with the mighty crocodile gracefully positioned atop the crest, howling as it barreled towards the arena where the Wind Speed Dog stood. The wave finally crashed down, merging with the terrifying heat of the fire wheel. As the fire wheel diminished in size, a substantial volume of steam began to disperse once more. When only a thin layer of flames remained, the water from the wave was completely evaporated, leaving a dense fog that was now several times thicker than before, obscuring visibility just a meter ahead. Mighty Crocodile, Earthquake. The cold night, aware of the Wind Speed Dog's acute sense of smell, shouted as the mist enveloped the area anew. It was critical to note that the mighty crocodile was positioned in the vicinity of the flowing stream, and although the status of the Wind Speed Dog remained uncertain, if it were to counterattack, the cold night might have little time to react. Wind Speed Dog, roll over. To counter the earthquake, aside from jumping into the air, employing a rolling technique was essential. The Wind Speed Dog had already expended considerable energy dealing with the wave, and should it leap only to fall back down weakened, it would be vulnerable to the earthquake's onslaught. As the commands were issued, the entire arena reverberated with cracking sounds and a deep rumble. Although the audience could not discern the situation due to the mist, they could envision the catastrophic clash between both sides, which had likely left the arena in ruins. Thunderfang. At the precise moment the earthquake paused, the flowing stream immediately commanded, "Mighty Crocodile, be cautious of your surroundings." With no effective means to counter the Wind Speed Dog, the cold night could only wait for an opportunity. The Wind Speed Dog was aptly named for its ability to move with the swiftness of the wind, making it a formidable challenge for the mighty crocodile to locate. It was not until the Wind Speed Dog approached that the mighty crocodile realized the danger, but there was no time to react. The Wind Speed Dog's Thunderfang sunk its teeth into it, the electric force surging throughout its body, eliciting a cry that echoed across the arena. Hearing the mighty crocodile's anguished wail, the cold knight's face paled, and he shouted in desperation, "Mighty crocodile, hold on. High-pressure water pump. Great fire wheel." At that moment, the flowing stream issued a command. With a thunderous boom, two blue lights flashed through the mist before erupting in a massive explosion. The shockwave from the explosion forced the flowing stream to shield himself with his arm, but it also dispersed the fog, revealing the devastated arena and two small spirits lying in a deep pit. Wind Speed Dog and Mighty Crocodile have both lost combat capability. The judges simultaneously waved their flags, declaring the outcome. The audience, who had initially been quietly awaiting the outcome of the match, erupted with excitement upon witnessing both Pokémon lose their fighting capabilities. The powerful alligator had also succumbed, leaving Han Yi in a state of shock, having already lost 5 Pokémon. Although Liu Qing had lost 2 of his own, and the remaining 2 were injured, Han Yi was uncertain whether his last Pokémon could contend with Liu Qing's remaining 4. Despite understanding that his chances of victory were nearly non-existent, Han Yi was resolute. He was determined to fight on. Chapter 89. Go, Banjira. Han Yi clenched his fist and returned the alligator, throwing out his final Pokeball with unwavering determination. A flash of white light illuminated the arena as the towering Banjira, standing 2 meters tall, emerged. As it entered the battlefield, a whirlwind of dust was stirred up, a manifestation of Banjira's ability, Sandstorm. If the opponent was lacking in steel, ground, or rock-type Pokémon, it could drain their health by 1/16 each turn, while simultaneously boosting Banjira's special defense by 15 times, a truly remarkable trait. As the match progressed, Han Yi had already lost 5 Pokémon, while Liu Qing had only lost 2, effectively securing his place among the top 4. Nevertheless, Han Yi refused to yield. Summoning the unique Pokémon from the Johto region, Banjira, the commentator began to elaborate on its significance. Come forth, Gyarados. After recalling his wind speed dog, Liu Qing produced a Pokeball, enlarging it before casting it onto the field. A flash of white light accompanied by a shower of golden sparkles heralded the arrival of the deep red Gyarados, fully revealing its impressive form to the audience. Its massive physique radiated an overwhelming aura as a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena, causing the comparatively diminutive Banjira to feel exhilarated in response to its formidable presence. Oh my goodness, what is this? Liu Qing's Gyarados appears to possess an additional dorsal fin compared to ordinary Gyarados. Could this be the hallmark of a shiny Pokémon? The previous appearance of Gyarados had been in the water arena, where much of its body had been submerged, thus remaining unnoticed. Now, with its true form unveiled, the commentator gasped in astonishment, prompting a flurry of discussion among the spectators. Banjira, use Rock Blade. In the arena, Han Yi swiftly commanded the attack. Upon receiving the order, Banjira let out a mighty roar and unleashed Rock Blade, charging toward Gyarados. Water Tail. Liu Qing, recognizing the threat, quickly instructed Gyarados to evade the incoming attack. With a powerful roar, Gyarados' enormous tail, enveloped in water, swept towards the Rock Blade. The collision resulted in a minor explosion, scattering debris as the Rock Blade was completely dismissed, though the force of the water tail was diminished. Nevertheless, it continued its trajectory toward Banjira. Banjira, brace yourself. Han Yi commanded coldly. In the arena, as the water tail approached, Banjira extended its arms, disregarding the impending damage, and unleashed a tremendous roar. After taking a few steps back, it successfully caught the water tail, and thus, the battle raged on, culminating in a radiant beam of destruction. In the frigid night, Han Yi witnessed Banjira seizing the tail of the Gyarados, a glimmer of triumph gracing his face as he commanded with authority. The strength of this Banjira was formidable. Once its tail was captured, Gyarados thrashed violently, but could not break free. At that moment, Banjira began to gather energy for a destruction beam, causing Liu Qing's heart to leap, prompting him to shout urgently, Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Roar. Trapped and furious, Gyarados responded to the attack order with a thunderous roar, its body emanating a rapid swirl of purple brilliance. As it pivoted, it charged towards Banjira. Boom! The purple Hyper Beam collided fiercely with the orange-yellow destruction beam, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent both Banjira and Gyarados tumbling away, rendered motionless by the force. The explosion left a massive crater several meters deep at the point of impact, showcasing the sheer power of the attack to the audience in the venue and those watching on television. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as all eyes were transfixed on the two immobile Pokémon. Chapter 90. So powerful. This match is incredibly thrilling. Ash couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The high caliber of both trainers indeed made this a breathtaking contest. Brock nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Gyarados, still in a state of rigidity, unleashed a deafening roar, while Banjira remained motionless. A satisfied expression appeared on Liu Qing's face, contrasting sharply with Han Ye's pale countenance. In the stands, experienced trainers recognized the grim reality. The match was nearing its conclusion. Gyarados' water tail. With Liu Qing's command, Gyarados' tail became enveloped in a swirling torrent of water, crashing down towards Banjira, its massive form casting a significant shadow over the arena. This water tail was not diminished by rocky blades. With a resounding crash, the entire venue shook as Gyarados' colossal tail struck the ground. When Gyarados retracted its tail, a vast trench marred the already damaged arena, and Banjira lay within it. Yet, it had not succumbed to defeat. Its hands were raised in a valiant effort, clearly having regained movement at the last moment to make a feeble attempt at defense. However, the double impact of the water tail was no trivial matter. Observing Banjira wobbly rise to its feet and assume a battle stance once more against Gyarados, Han Yi felt a surge of warmth in his eyes as he shouted, Banjira, deliver the final blow, Destruction Beam. Despite the dire circumstances, Banjira's tenacity shone through. Liu Qing, deeply moved, was astonished by Banjira's indomitable spirit. Very well, If you wish to continue fighting, then let us proceed, he declared to Gyarados. Thunderbolt. Roar. The fierce Gyarados let out a mighty roar, its body crackling with golden electricity before unleashing a devastating thunderbolt, striking the still-gathering energy of Bankura. As the electric assault dissipated, Bankura stood motionless, enveloped in wisps of black smoke, gazing at Gyarados. With a chilling cry echoing through the night, Bankura finally toppled backward, rendered incapable of battle. With Bankura defeated, all 6 of Hanye's Pokémon were incapacitated, declaring the victor to be Liu Qing from the Golden City of Kanto. As the match concluded, the commentator resumed their narration, while the audience erupted into fervent cheers. After retrieving their Pokémon, Hanye and Liu Qing did not hasten to leave. Instead, they approached the sidelines and shook hands. This time, I concede to you, but I shall reclaim victory next time. Kazekage Liu Qing of the Kamuri clan. Hanye declared as they exited the arena. I, too, look forward to it, Moonlit Hanye. Liu Qing replied with a smile. Already informed by his mother of Hanye's true identity, thus not surprised by Hanye's awareness of his own. Chapter 91. After a night of rest. The fatigue from the competition had completely faded. As predicted by Shaoan, the final 2 matches of the top 8 featured Lei Ci and Yu Er advancing to the semifinals. Following their appearance, the big screen displayed the computer-generated arrangement for the semifinal matches. The first battle would be between Yongzi and the only girl, a beautiful trainer named Yu Er, while the second match was set to showcase the handsome trainers Liu Qing and Lei Ci. Each match would occur once every half-day, concluding within a day. The next day, the semifinals commenced as scheduled. In the first battle, Yu Er faced Yongzi, utilizing a team of 6 Pokémon: Piku, Jigglypuff, Nidoran, Moonlight Pokémon, Elegant Meow, and Absol. Yet, despite her valiant efforts, she could not withstand Yongzi's formidable assault, thus halting her journey in the top 4 of the Quartz Conference. Soon, the afternoon match arrived, with Liu Qing and Lei Ci standing on the contestant stage, eagerly awaiting the commencement of their battle. Ever since our last encounter in Shallow Red City, I have anticipated another clash with you. Now, my wish is finally fulfilled, Lei Ci remarked, his gaze fixed on Liu Qing. Likewise, let us give our all in this battle, Liu Qing responded. That is precisely what I desire, Lei Ci nodded, falling silent as he closed his eyes, taking deep breaths to adjust his mindset. Before long, the referee approached the arena, announcing the rules of the match. After confirming both contestants were ready, he waved the flag, signaling the start of the second semifinal match. Scyther, it is you. Liu Qing released his leading champion. Ninetales, go? Following Liu Qing, Lei Ci summoned his Pokémon. As the white light faded, both Pokémon appeared in the arena, having faced each other previously, with Scyther having been bested by Ninetales before. Thus, upon their reunion, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Scyther, be careful. Use Fury Cutter. In the previous encounter, the Scyther had succumbed to its opponent's Will-O-Wisp, resulting in a loss. This time, however, caution was paramount, as Liu Qing reminded. The Scyther nodded in acknowledgement, its wings unfurling like crimson lightning as it soared towards the Ninetales. Ninetales, intercept. Lei Ci commanded, unfazed by the impending attack. With a soft cry, Ninetales spread its 9 magnificent tails, resembling a peacock fanning its plumage, eliciting gasps of admiration from the audience. At that moment, the Scyther's strike descended, its pincers gleaming with white light, aimed directly at Ninetales. Yet, Ninetales did not flinch. Its tails danced gracefully, forming a barrier, and the Scyther felt as though it had struck a cloud, finding no resistance. Beware, Scyther, retreat. Liu Qing's urgent command pierced through the air. Trusting Liu Qing implicitly, Scyther attempted to withdraw, but to its dismay, it found its wings immobilized, entrapped by Ninetales' alluring crimson gaze. Before the spectators, Ninetales' 9 tails shifted wildly, ensnaring Scyther's limbs, neck, and wings, binding it securely at the waist, rendering it motionless. Chapter 92. Well done, Ninetales, showcase your allure, enchant. As Lei Ci's voice resonated, the already enchanting eyes of Ninetales glimmered with an otherworldly red light. A heart-shaped beam struck Scyther, causing it to cease its struggles, entranced by Ninetales' beauty. Oh no, return. Scyther, Liu Qing exclaimed. Ninetales, with its charm, captivated its opponent without even employing its alluring abilities, and now, with them unleashed, it became a force of devastation. Scyther, under such enchantment, would willingly face demise. Liu Qing hastily produced a Pokeball, aiming to retrieve Scyther, but the red beam was thwarted by a flick of Ninetales' tail, leaving Liu Qing with no time to act. Ninetales, incinerate, commanded Lei Ci. In response, Ninetales radiated a dazzling red light, enveloping Scyther in a conflagration of red, yellow, and white flames. Strangely unaffected by the overwhelming assault, Scyther remained entranced, gazing adoringly at Ninetales until it finally succumbed to its loss of vitality. Its charred form being nonchalantly cast aside by Ninetales. With its tails gracefully retracting, Ninetales elegantly settled upon the ground, head held high, provoking another round of ecstatic cheers from the female spectators. Scyther has lost the ability to battle, the referee proclaimed, waving the flag. Such formidable prowess from Ninetales. The commentator enthused. Lacey, who would have anticipated you could harness the full potential of Ninetales' tails so effectively? Truly, not a foe to be underestimated. Liu Qing withdrew his giant clawed Scyther and addressed Lacey. Hee, I was inspired by the Ninetales of Shabo from Honglian Island. This is my first time employing it in actual combat, and I never anticipated such remarkable results. With ease, he defeated a small sprite, which brought a hint of joy to Lacey's heart, prompting him to respond, I see. Shabo's Ninetales has honed its 9 tails into rigidity, while yours has cultivated them into flexibility. Both are paths of application. Upon hearing Lacey mention Shabo, Liu Qing was reminded of Shabo's 9 tails. Please, Liu Qing, release your second sprite, the referee interjected, aware that the match was still ongoing and that the two should not linger in idle conversation. Go, Gyarados, as the referee urged. Liu Qing promptly tossed the Pokeball. A flash of white light erupted, accompanied by a scattering of golden powder, revealing a deep crimson Gyarados that unleashed a thunderous roar towards Ninetales, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Ninetales, unable to maintain its noble demeanor, immediately stood upright and retreated slightly, displaying signs of trepidation. Return, Ninetales. Lacey, recognizing Ninetales' lingering fear from its last encounter with Gyarados, understood that although its strength had significantly improved, Gyarados had grown even stronger. Coupled with Gyarados' intimidating presence, it was no wonder Ninetales felt fear. He swiftly recalled it into its Pokeball and released another. Go, Happiny. As Happiny entered the fray, it joyfully bounced around, embodying a natural optimist. Even in the face of Gyarados' intimidation, it merely paused momentarily before continuing its lively antics, effectively uplifting the atmosphere among the audience. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Liu Qing issued the command first. Roaring in response, Gyarados, already irked by Happiny's incessant provocations, was further incensed by Liu Qing's order. It unleashed a powerful Aqua Tail, intent on transforming Happiny into mere pulp. Protect. Although Water-type moves had minimal effect on Happiny, the nature of Aqua Tail classified it as a physical attack imbued with Water-type properties. If it struck, Happiny would not merely sustain light damage. In the arena, faced with the oncoming Aqua Tail, Happiny sensed the gravity of the situation and halted its bouncing. It enveloped itself in a green protective shield, employing the Protect move. Wrap it up. Thunderbolt. Just as Aqua Tail was about to collide with the protective barrier, allowing Happiny to withstand the blow, Liu Qing suddenly recalled the image of Ninetales manipulating its tails, inspiring him with an idea. Though puzzled by Liu Qing's abrupt command change, Gyarados complied, transforming the strike into a wrap, ensnaring Happiny. The swirling waters of Aqua Tail and the green protective shield soon dissipated, and golden currents of electricity surged through Gyarados' body, transferring to Happiny, which instantly contorted in agony. This is bad. Could this be instant karma? Upon witnessing this scene, Lacey could not help but smile wryly. Yet he called out, Latte Kappa, muster your strength. Absorb with 1,000,000 power. Hearing Lacey's words, Latte Kappa, amidst the currents, barely opened its eyes and let out a cry, launching a green beam from its rain dish atop its head, binding it around the Gyarados and siphoning its vitality. As its energy was drained, the Gyarados displayed a pained expression, unleashing a furious roar, and with a surge of force, it hurled Latte Kappa into the sky, ceasing its thunderbolt attack. Ice Fong. As Latte Kappa soared into the air, Liu Qing shouted without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Gyarados, having lost some vitality, took a moment to catch its breath before roaring and opening its frost-laden maw to bite down on the descending Latte Kappa. Latte Kappa, use Seed Bomb. At Lacey's command, Latte Kappa, facing the rapidly approaching Gyarados, promptly released a seed from its head that landed squarely on the Gyarados' forehead. Instantly, the seed took root, enveloping the Gyarados' head and not only nullifying its Ice Fong, but also spreading rapidly throughout its body, absorbing the Gyarados' vitality. Although it only siphoned 1/8 of the Gyarados' strength, combined with the previous 1,000,000 power absorption, it remained within the tolerable limits for the robust Gyarados, allowing Latte Kappa to evade the Ice Fong and recover a significant amount of vitality lost to the Thunderbolt. You're amazing, big brother. In the audience, Zhenshe clenched his fists in excitement, envisioning the moment when Lei Ci would triumph over Liu Qing and then over Yongzi, standing atop the podium with the trophy raised high. Come on, big brother. On the other side, Lu Yuan shouted anxiously, for the first time witnessing Liu Qing in a predicament, clearly at a disadvantage. Lu Yuan, do not fret. The situation is not entirely unfavorable for your brother. It merely depends on whether he realizes it, Millie said with a gentle smile. Mom, is that true? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Indeed, look. Your brother may have already perceived it, Millie pointed out towards the arena. Chapter 94. In the arena, although the Gyarados was completely ensnared by the seed bomb, Liu Qing remained remarkably calm, searching for any breakthrough. Suddenly, he noticed that Latte Kappa, usually lively, was exhibiting peculiar behavior, prompting a smile to cross his lips. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. At Liu Qing's command, after enduring another bout of vitality absorption, a rapidly spinning purple shield materialized around the Gyarados, instantly obliterating the thorns produced by the seed bomb. The massive creature charged towards Latte Kappa. Defend. In response to this attack, Lei Ci decisively issued a defensive command. Hearing Lei Ci's order, Latte Kappa prepared to unleash its ultimate move, but suddenly, a surge of yellow electric sparks enveloped its body, causing it to momentarily falter. Alas, paralyzed. At this moment, Lei Ci's expression suddenly shifted. However, just then, the colossal shockwave surged forward, its immense force colliding with the Happy River Kappa and propelling it onward. With a resounding crash, it breached one wall of the arena, creating a sizable opening before returning to Liu Qing's side, succumbing to a state of rigidity. Fortunately, the audience was seated at a safe distance from the wall. Otherwise, this move from the Gyarados could have resulted in injury. The Happy River Kappa had lost its fighting capability. The referee hurried over to assess the situation before rendering a verdict. It was utterly unexpected. No one anticipated that Lei Ci's Happy River Kappa would suddenly succumb to paralysis. Consequently, both Liu Qing and Lei Ci found themselves in a stalemate. What would Lei Ci's third Pokémon be, capable of overcoming Liu Qing's formidable Gyarados? As the commentator elaborated, Lei Ci rushed to the Happy River Kappa's side and recalled it into its Pokeball. Dai Wei Li, I entrust you with this. Upon returning, he tossed out his third Pokeball. Roar. At this moment, Gyarados had regained its mobility. Although it had lost considerable energy while battling the Happy River Kappa, its spirit remained undaunted. It let out a fierce roar directed at Dai Wei Li, who, upon emerging, appeared rather dazed. Staring blankly at Gyarados, it scratched its head in confusion, seemingly unperturbed by the intimidating roar. Ha! Dai Wei Li's bewildered demeanor instantly elicited laughter from the audience, while the spectators erupted in mirth. Liu Qing wore a serious expression, commanding, Gyarados, Thunderbolt. Roar. Gyarados felt as though it were losing its mind. First, a cheerful opponent, and now, a complete airhead. Neither seemed intimidated by its presence. Determined to teach Dai Wei Li a lesson, Gyarados unleashed a tremendous bolt of golden lightning aimed directly at it. Roll spin. As Liu Qing issued his command, Lei Ci also called out his own. The one-sitting Dai Wei Li suddenly spun around and began to rotate rapidly, evading the thunderbolt and rolling toward Gyarados. Roar. Seeing that Dai Wei Li had evaded its attack infuriated Gyarados. Enraged, it unleashed an even more powerful thunderbolt, but this time, it struck the ground first before arcing towards the rolling Dai Wei Li. The earth shattered beneath its path, the depth and width of the damage rendering it hard to believe such destruction stemmed from an electric-type move. The overwhelming power provided an immense visual impact to the audience, who erupted into fervent cheers. However, when the thunderbolt struck the rolling Dai Wei Li, the spectators were left in disbelief. Such formidable energy, upon hitting Dai Wei Li, seemed to only momentarily affect it before being repelled, as if it had sustained no damage at all, continuing its roll toward Gyarados. As the attack proved ineffective, the Gyarados momentarily paused. In that fleeting instant, the rollout of the Dunsparce collided with Gyarados, producing a resounding crash. Gyarados displayed a pained expression, as the rock-type move inflicted double damage upon it. During the rapid spinning, the water on Dunsparce's surface was flung away, rendering the impact of the thunderbolt less pronounced. Upon realizing that electric-type moves had no effect on the water and normal dual-type Dunsparce, Liu Qing understood the reason and promptly shouted to the enraged Gyarados, calm down. Use Aqua Tail. With its eyes now tinged with red, Gyarados heeded Liu Qing's command and abruptly regained its composure. A massive tail formed a circle of water, sweeping towards the oncoming Dunsparce. Indeed impressive, Lazy thought, recognizing Liu Qing's swift adaptation to the situation. As he watched the aqua tail sweep by, he quickly instructed, Dunsparce, leap. In the arena, the rapidly rolling Dunsparce, upon receiving the order, jumped into the air, aiming to evade the aqua tail and continue its roll towards Gyarados. However, Lazy seemed to have overlooked Gyarados' considerable length. Its tail was equally extensive. With merely a slight movement, Gyarados could cover a significant distance. Consequently, just as Dunsparce avoided the sweeping aqua tail, Gyarados' body presented itself before the airborne Dunsparce, striking it with force. Dunsparce, grab Gyarados' tail. Came Lazy's urgent command as the aqua tail was about to make contact. Gyarados, throw it away. Liu Qing echoed, reacting swiftly. Suspended in midair. Dunsparce immediately halted its rotation upon hearing the command. When the aqua tail struck, it astonishingly withstood the immense force, gripping Gyarados tightly. As Gyarados' tail slammed towards the ground, Dunsparce executed a rapid reversal, positioning itself atop Gyarados' tail, and began to run along its body, showcasing agility that starkly contrasted with its earlier clumsiness. Gyarados, Thunderbolt. Dunsparce, Fury Fang. Liu Qing and Lazy issued their commands almost simultaneously. In a flash, Dunsparce's fangs glowed with a brilliant white light, extending as it aimed for Gyarados beneath. At that moment, Gyarados unleashed a dazzling golden electric discharge. With a thunderous roar, Thunderbolt and Fury Fang collided simultaneously, resulting in a violent explosion that sent Dunsparce hurtling away from Gyarados. Though Gyarados tilted slightly backward from the blast, it quickly regained its stance. Shockwave. Ice Beam. In the wake of the explosion, both Liu Qing and Lazy commanded once more in unison. In the arena, as the Gyarados adjusted its stance, it let out a mighty roar, summoning a rapidly spinning purple shield around its body. Unfazed by the icy beam hastily shot by the Bidoof, the shield deflected it, causing the beam to collide with the Bidoof itself, resulting in a thunderous crash that sent dust swirling into the air. The Gyarados returned to Liu Qing's side, panting heavily. The Bidoof was rendered incapable of battle. Once the dust settled, the referee waved the flag, declaring the Bidoof incapacitated. Return, Bidoof, you performed admirably. At this moment, although the Gyarados had not yet lost its fighting capability, it had undergone a plethora of attacks, including the powerful absorption of life energy, the parasitic seed, the rolling maneuver, and the menacing bite that halved its opponent's stamina, leaving it on the brink of exhaustion, with little strength remaining to continue. As the match progressed, Liu Qing had lost one Pokémon, while Lazy had lost two. While the commentator provided analysis, Lazy had already retrieved another Pokeball and tossed it forward. Empoleon, I entrust you with this battle. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, revealing the proud figure of Empoleon. Return, Gyarados, you have worked hard. With the Gyarados now at its limits, Liu Qing recalled it and unleashed another Pokeball. Herdier, come forth. Empoleon, use Peck. Lazy commanded with urgency. In the arena, upon receiving the command, the crown on Empoleon's forehead emitted a dazzling white light as it spun rapidly, charging toward Herdier. Herdier, Thunder Fang. This maneuver was reminiscent of their earlier battle in Qianhong City. Liu Qing understood that this attack could penetrate defenses, and given Herdier's swift speed, it could potentially create an opening if executed properly. Without resorting to special attacks, he shouted the command. Responding to Liu Qing's order, Herdier let out a fierce howl, baring its golden, electric-infused fangs, and lunged at the oncoming Empoleon. A series of bizarre sounds erupted as Herdier summoned its strength, halting its retreat. Suddenly, Herdier seized Empoleon by its crown, causing it to come to an abrupt stop, electric sparks coursing from Herdier's fangs into the visibly pained Empoleon. How is this possible? Lazy stared in disbelief at Herdier, his mind reeling, while the audience watched in stunned silence, only to erupt into thunderous applause moments later. Chapter 96, Herdier, Inferno. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, Herdier opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped Empoleon, transforming into a colossal character-shaped blaze in the air. Instantly, Empoleon let out a cry of distress. Empoleon, pull yourself together, Hydro Pump. The sequence from Herdier seizing Empoleon to the fiery inferno engulfing it unfolded in an instant. And Lazy only reacted once the flames struck, shouting in a panic. Amidst the flames, Empoleon, spurred by Lazy's command, rapidly gathered energy, forming a spiraling column of water that shot forth. Upon colliding with the inferno, it instantly transformed into a myriad of steam, dispersing throughout the arena. No, Emperor Penguin, quickly use the vortex cage and stand upon it. As the mist of water dispersed, Lacy sensed impending danger and urgently shouted. The Emperor Penguin immediately opened its beak, unleashing a colossal vortex, upon which it stood, vigilantly observing its surroundings. Wind Speed Dog, Flame Wheel. Upon detecting the Emperor Penguin, Liu Qing commanded. Following Liu Qing's order, the Wind Speed Dog exhaled a jet of flame and executed the Flame Wheel move, transforming into a blue and white fire wheel approximately 3 meters in diameter, hurtling towards the Emperor Penguin. Boom. Although the specifics remained obscured by the mist, the resounding explosion indicated that the Wind Speed Dog had undoubtedly struck the Emperor Penguin. The shockwave from the detonation dispersed the mist, revealing the Emperor Penguin, now severely burnt and collapsed on the ground, devoid of combat capability. Even from Lacey's vantage point, he could feel the immense heat radiating from the Emperor Penguin, prompting him to cry out in anguish. The Emperor Penguin has lost its fighting ability, the referee remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the Wind Speed Dog before decisively waving the flag. Come back, Emperor Penguin. Lacey silently recalled the Emperor Penguin and turned to Liu Qing. It must be your Flame Wheel combination move. I never anticipated its power to be so formidable. I apologize for inflicting such severe damage on your Emperor Penguin. Liu Qing, having also sensed the heat emanating from the Emperor Penguin, felt a twinge of unease and offered a sincere apology. No worries, mishaps are inevitable in battle. Although your Wind Speed Dog is impressive, I will not concede easily, Lacey declared, tossing out a Pokeball. Ninetales, return to the fray. In a flash of white light, Ninetales appeared on the battlefield, gazing at the Wind Speed Dog. Its 9 tails unfurled dramatically, adopting a battle-ready stance. Wind Speed Dog. Roll out. Ninetales' ability also ignited flames, rendering the Wind Speed Dog's fire-type moves ineffective. Lacey surmised that this was why he opted to send out Ninetales against the Wind Speed Dog. Ninetales, use Psychic. Observing the Wind Speed Dog responding to Liu Qing's command, its forelegs lifted high, Lacey swiftly issued his order. Ninetales, it cried, as a colorful halo emanated from its crimson eyes, shooting across the arena toward the Wind Speed Dog. However, just as Psychic was about to seize the Wind Speed Dog, it landed heavily, causing a massive cloud of dust to rise, engulfing Ninetales, who instantly displayed a pained expression. Ninetales, hold on, capture it. Seeing Ninetales prepare to retract Psychic, Lacey shouted, recognizing the opportunity at hand. It was imperative for Ninetales to exert itself further to ensnare the Wind Speed Dog. Though in agony, Ninetales heard Lacey's encouragement. Its 9 tails flared wide, and its crimson eyes glimmered with an eerie light as the colorful halo of Psychic enveloped the Wind Speed Dog, lifting it and drawing it towards Ninetales. Wind Speed Dog, break free. Unexpectedly, this Ninetales displayed remarkable resilience, enduring the onslaught of a move that should have inflicted double damage. As it continued to unleash its psychic prowess, seizing the swift canine, Liu Qing was taken aback, observing the Wind Speed Dog being ensnared and drawn ever closer to Ninetales. Liu Qing shouted urgently. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, the Wind Speed Dog struggled with renewed vigor, even its psychic energy fluctuating. Yet, simultaneously, the 9 tails of Ninetales began to thrash wildly, their crimson glow intensifying, instantly trapping the Wind Speed Dog in an unbreakable grip, silencing its cries. This is troubling. How could this Ninetales possess such formidable psychic strength? No. It must be the tails. The tails of Ninetales harbor a mysterious power. Lacey has already harnessed one aspect of its flexibility. Has he also developed an enhancement of psychic capabilities? Gazing at the radiant, moonlit glow emanating from Ninetales' tails, Liu Qing was momentarily stunned, realizing the extraordinary nature of Ninetales. It was already a momentous achievement for another to tap into even one facet of its tail's power, yet Lacey had astonishingly unlocked 2. And perhaps even a third allure, as the enthralling ability Ninetales employed was exceptionally potent. Ninetales, ensnare it. Enchant. At that moment, Lacey calmly issued his command. Oh no. At this juncture, the Wind Speed Dog had been completely drawn before Ninetales, its neck, limbs, and torso ensnared by 5 of its tails. Suddenly, its eyes flared with a brilliant red light, transforming into hearts that surged into the Wind Speed Dog's mind, causing it to cease all struggle, its gaze turning adoringly towards Ninetales. Chapter 97. Once again, Ninetales had employed this very tactic to vanquish Liu Qing's contestant, the Scyther, in the first match. Now, the Wind Speed Dog found itself ensnared by the same ploy. Would the outcome mirror that of the Scyther, resulting in a loss of combat capability? The commentator's voice rang out, while the audience erupted in fervent applause, captivated by Ninetales' prowess. Powerful, enchanting, and utterly mesmerizing. This is splendid. Now Liu Qing is destined to lose a Pokémon, Jinzi exclaimed with excitement. As Lacey had earlier suffered a significant blow, losing 3 Pokémon in quick succession. Meanwhile, Liu Qing watched the match with palpable tension, his expression marred by concern. Ninetales. Dark Pulse. At that moment, Lei Ci, witnessing the wind speed dog ensnared in a state of enchantment, allowed a smile to grace his face as he commanded an attack. With a soft cry, Ninetales conjured a dark wave before it, engulfing the wind speed dog completely. Suddenly, the wind speed dog's heart-shaped eyes flickered back to clarity, enduring the dark pulse while emitting a low, pained howl. It's recovered. Seeing the wind speed dog in distress, Liu Qing felt a surge of joy, shouting, "Wind speed dog, Thunder Fong. Ninetales, increase your power." Realizing the wind speed dog was regaining consciousness, Lei Ci lamented the situation. As the wind speed dog prepared to unleash Thunder Fong, he promptly issued a command. Hearing Lei Ci's directive, Ninetales amplified its energy output, causing the dark pulse to thicken, once again immobilizing the wind speed dog just as it was about to strike. Roar. Suddenly, the speed dog let out a fierce roar, its teeth shimmering with golden electrical sparks, crackling as it lunged towards the Ninetales' tail. In an instant, a surge of electric energy coursed through the tail, resulting in a loud explosion. The Ninetales, racked with pain, instinctively retracted its tail, sending the speed dog flying. Oh no! The thought surged through Lei Ci's mind as Ninetales withdrew its tail. Indeed, Liu Qing seized the opportunity and immediately shouted, "Speed dog, bulldoze!" With a powerful howl. The airborne speed dog adjusted its body, landing forcefully on the ground, causing the Ninetales to be struck again by the shockwave. The creature winced in agony, emitting a series of mournful cries. Thunder Fong. Following Liu Qing's command, the speed dog, having just executed the bulldoze, pushed off the ground with the swiftness of the wind, racing toward Ninetales. By the time it reached the creature, it had gathered the energy for Thunder Fong, sinking its teeth into Ninetales' neck, electric energy surging throughout its body. After a series of convulsions, Ninetales fainted. The execution of bulldoze followed by a swift dash to Ninetales, all seamlessly executed, left Lei Ci stunned. By the time he comprehended the situation, Ninetales had already lost its fighting capability. The audience, after a moment of shock, erupted into thunderous applause. Ninetales has lost its fighting capacity, the referee declared. Come back. Ninetales, you performed admirably. Lei Ci retrieved Ninetales into its Pokeball. Lei Ci, your Ninetales is formidable. If it weren't for luck and the special effect of Dark Pulse dispelling the confusion, the speed dog might have lost, Liu Qing remarked, glancing at Lei Ci. Luck is also a part of strength, Lei Ci replied, producing another Pokeball and tossing it into the air. Now behold my 5th Pokémon, Gluttony King. Speed dog, can you continue battling? Liu Qing inquired, observing the heavily panting speed dog, which had suffered considerable fatigue from the previous encounters. With a defiant howl, Speed Dog struck a battle pose in front of Gluttony King. Very well, Speed Dog, use Flamethrower. Liu Qing commanded with a wave of his hand. With a mighty roar, Speed Dog unleashed a fiery torrent in the shape of a large letter A towards Gluttony King. Chapter 98, Gluttony King, Energy Absorption. At that moment, Lei Ci's command arrived. Facing the incoming flamethrower, Gluttony King's body suddenly lunged forward, opening its disproportionately large mouth to absorb the flames. Its form expanded significantly, and then it exhaled a cloud of black smoke that slowly dispersed into the air. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by gasps of astonishment. After a brief moment, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Impressive, Lei Ci. Your Gluttony King truly is remarkable. It absorbed the flamethrower as energy. Liu Qing exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Lei Ci is certainly applying pressure on himself. Behold, my devouring beast can absorb even your great flame. If you possess any other techniques, feel free to unleash them. Haha. Lei Ci merely smiled. Let us attempt this move once more. Speedy Hound, bulldoze. Liu Qing shouted. Roar. Startled by Liu Qing's command, the Speedy Hound immediately executed the bulldoze move. A resounding boom echoed as a powerful shockwave stirred the dust, enveloping the area. The devouring beast, with a body as pliable as rubber, swayed under the force of the gust, yet its form remained firmly anchored to the ground, minimizing damage. Once again, it harnessed its energy storage, its stature towering even higher. What a supple body. Liu Qing frowned, realizing that matters could not continue in this manner. The devouring beast had utilized energy storage twice already. Should it do so a third time, the ensuing attack would possess immense power, capable of overwhelming even a typical divine beast. Speedy Hound, great flame vehicle. At this moment, Speedy Hound had but one remaining technique to confront the devouring beast, and Liu Qing promptly issued the command. Devouring beast, energy storage once more. Lacy Eye commanded as well. In the arena, Speedy Hound unleashed a flame that transformed midair into a large, character-shaped fire. It promptly leaped into the center of the great flame, absorbing the fiery energy. In no time, it morphed into a flame vehicle, approximately 3 meters in diameter, emanating blue and white flames, barreling directly towards the devouring beast. Meanwhile, the devouring beast, having activated energy storage for the 3rd time, had its entire form reach nearly 4 meters in height. Devouring beast, release your energy. Observing the flame vehicle, radiant with blue and white flames, Lacy Eye felt a surge of excitement. Though its size paled in comparison to the previous encounter, its power was at least several times greater. At that moment, all spectators ceased their chatter, eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. With a thunderous crash, the flame vehicle collided with the devouring beast, resulting in a massive, crimson-white beam of light that engulfed Speedy Hound. In that instant, all present were captivated by the brilliance of the light, compelled to shut their eyes. Even the devastating death ray seemed to pale in comparison to this radiance. Once the light dissipated, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. A profound trench, approximately half a meter deep, stretched from beneath the devouring beast's feet to the edge of the arena, where Speedy Hound had collapsed. It still emitted wisps of steam, a testament to the residual power of the previous attack. Speedy Hound has lost its combat ability, the referee declared, waving the flag. The spectacle was astounding. Not only did the still-standing devouring beast emit energy, but the incapacitated Speedy Hound had just demonstrated a formidable fusion technique capable of unleashing blue and white flames. Aptly named the Great Flame Vehicle. You performed splendidly, Speedy Hound. As the commentator spoke, Liu Qing rushed to Speedy Hound, affectionately patting its head before returning it to its Pokeball and making his way back to the contestants' platform. As the competition progresses, Liu Qing has lost 2 Pokémon, Scyther and Houndoom, while Lazy has already lost 4, Ludicolo, Bibarel, Empoleon, and Ninetales. Liu Qing is astonished that the fusion technique initially developed has been utilized to such an extent today. Before the commentator could finish, Lazy interjected. The power is indeed impressive, but there is still room for enhancement. My goal is to transform the flames into white fire or even a higher grade, and I wish for them to be more compact. Liu Qing candidly expressed his aspirations. I wish you success. Lazy nodded in agreement. Your Ninetales also possesses immense potential. I hope you can unearth the hidden powers of its Ninetales soon. Furthermore, this devourer can even consume large fire blasts. Truly remarkable, Liu Qing remarked. Heh. The commentator is almost done. Release your next Pokémon. Lazy chuckled. Go, Exeggcute. Liu Qing retrieved a Pokeball, enlarged it, and tossed it into the air. With a flash of white light, Exeggcute materialized on the field, bellowing towards the devourer. Having endured the large fire blast from Houndoom, the devourer was already low on stamina and burned, making a swift resolution preferable. Lazy briefly assessed the devourer's injuries and shouted, Devourer, use Poison Bomb. Psychic. Liu Qing commanded in response. As both commands were issued, the devourer opened its mouth to launch the Poison Bomb. Suddenly, a blaze erupted from its body, revealing an expression of agony. At that moment, a vibrant, almost tangible burst of colorful light struck the devourer, sending it flying and rendering it unconscious. The devourer is unable to battle, the referee declared. The commentator noted, Exeggutor's psychic attack was exceptionally effective against the poison-type devourer. Now, Lazy has only 1 Pokémon left, the Poison Scorpion. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. In the Golden City, in the office of the chairman of Huayu Corporation, Bo Fengyu was watching the televised broadcast of the court's conference. He instructed his secretary, cancel all my meetings for tomorrow morning. I will handle everything upon my return in the afternoon. Yes, Chairman. The secretary understood that the chairman was going to personally witness the final match of his son, Liu Qing, and promptly complied. On the battlefield, Liu Qing felt a surge of excitement. It was undeniable. This marked his first participation in the league and his first time reaching the finals, symbolizing the realization of the goals he had set before embarking on his journey. In the VIP section, Millie wore a faint smile, while on the other side, Shinji clenched his fists tightly, anxiously watching the field. Although he knew the odds of his brother winning were slim, he still hoped for a miracle. Liu Qing. This is my final Pokémon, Lazy announced, releasing his last Pokeball. Poison Scorpion, I entrust you with this. As soon as Kakaka made his entrance, the Poison Dragon Scorpion raised its pincers with fierce determination towards the coconut tree, which responded with a thunderous roar from its 3 heads. Poison Dragon Scorpion, use Missile Needle. Lacy Eye commanded swiftly. Psychic Interference. Liu Qing countered decisively. Although psychic interference had no effect on the poison dragon scorpion, it could still control all moves except for dark-type attacks for a counterstrike. Observing the missile needle rebounding under the influence of psychic interference, Xiao Gang in the audience understood the situation. The poison dragon scorpion charged forward, cross-poison fong. Lei Ci ordered coldly. With a swift motion, the poison dragon scorpion clamped its pincers together, emitting a purple glow. It deflected the returning missile needle while advancing towards the coconut tree with all four legs. Coconut tree. Sunny day? Liu Qing declared. The poison dragon scorpion was significantly stronger in speed, power, and technique than when they faced it in Shallow Red City. Its relentless pincers rendered the rebounding missile needle ineffective in halting its advance. Moreover, the coconut tree was not a speedy Pokémon and could only rely on weather conditions and its abilities for support. Liu Qing made a quick decision. Upon hearing the command, the coconut tree immediately abandoned psychic interference and launched a brilliant orb of light into the sky from its leafy crown. In an instant, sunlight flooded the battlefield, just as the poison dragon scorpion was poised to unleash a powerful move against the coconut tree. The intense light momentarily blinded it, halting its assault, allowing the coconut tree to evade. However, at that moment, a purple shadow zipped past, and in the blink of an eye, the coconut tree was ensnared by the scorpion's tail. This is bad. Liu Qing realized the predicament, but it was too late to issue a command. With a swift motion, the poison dragon scorpion retracted and flung the coconut tree into the path of the cross-poison fong, striking a critical point and rendering it unable to continue fighting. How is this possible? Even with a type disadvantage, the coconut tree's strength shouldn't have been overcome in one hit, exclaimed a Xian in disbelief from the audience, recalling his previous encounters with the Pokémon. This is the truth. There's nothing impossible about it, Han Yi remarked, observing the fallen coconut tree and the poison dragon scorpion. That strike must have hit a vital point. But even so, defeating the coconut tree in one blow is unlikely unless the poison dragon scorpion possesses the sniper ability, amplifying the damage dealt by cross-poison fong to 6 times the norm. Now, Liu Qing's Pokémon, including the Scyther, the Houndoom, and the coconut tree, had all been incapacitated, while the Gyarados could no longer battle. Only the Gengar, which had a disadvantage against the poison dragon scorpion, and one last unutilized Pokémon remained. The audience was curious about Liu Qing's next choice. Is there even a choice to make? Clearly, it must be the last Pokémon that has yet to appear. A Xian stated bluntly. A Xian, I dare say your guess is surely incorrect, Han Yi retorted, shaking his head. He mused to himself that the final Pokémon was likely a trump card intended for battling Yulong Yongzi, and couldn't he possibly appear here? Chapter 100. Truly. Even the Buddha is wary of the formidable Mount Poison Stake. In the arena, Liu Qing observed the retracted tail of the poison dragon scorpion with a hint of contemplation. After recalling the coconut tree, he released a black and green Pokeball. Liu Qing, I never expected you to wish to conserve your strength at this juncture, remarked Lei Zi, somewhat disheartened upon seeing Liu Qing unleash a Gengar. Indeed, while Gengar's psychic-type moves are ineffective against the poison dragon scorpion, it does not imply that it is incapable of being defeated. Thus, do not let your guard down, lest you fall easily to me. With such thoughts brewing in his mind, Lei Zi promptly commanded, Poison Dragon Scorpion, use Dark Pulse. The dark waves, resembling countless interconnected black rings, surged towards Gengar. Gengar appeared momentarily startled by the menacing move, its eyes wide with apprehension, remaining utterly still. Despite the uncertainty surrounding Gengar's true power after numerous battles, Lei Zi recognized that Gengar was certainly among the stronger of Liu Qing's 6 Pokémon. Moreover, with its eerie ghost-type abilities, Gengar's peculiar demeanor immediately rendered Lei Zi's expression grave. The dark pulse struck swiftly, directly impacting Gengar. Although a cry was expected, it instead resonated like a feeble groan, almost mocking in its tone. Observing Gengar's reaction, Lei Zi was astonished to see the dark pulse pass entirely through its form, striking the ground behind it. Poison Dragon Scorpion. Disperse the dark pulse. Watch your footing. Lei Zi recalled Gengar's past performances in battles, but was uncertain of its precise location now. I did mention that Gengar is not easily subdued, Liu Qing remarked with a slight smile at Lei Zi's cautious demeanor. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, Gengar, let us have some fun. Before being captured by Liu Qing, Gengar was renowned for its mischievous antics. Although it had seldom employed such tricks since its capture, it had continuously pondered new methods in secrecy. Now responding to Liu Qing's command, Gengar cackled ominously, its form shimmering into countless transparent skeletal apparitions that drifted toward the poison dragon scorpion and Lei Zi. Despite the bright sunshine, Lazy understood this was an illusion, nonetheless. He felt a chilling dread envelop him, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Many female spectators at the scene let out terrified shrieks. Poison Dragon Scorpion. Remain calm and use pin missile. Lazy realized he could not allow these shadows to descend unchecked, or his momentum would be gradually eroded. He quickly commanded. However, before the Poison Dragon Scorpion could unleash its signature move, countless skeletal phantoms had transformed into an array of insecticides. Although it had lost its bug-type classification post-evolution, the innate instinct of the creature still harbored a fear of such substances. Its immediate reaction was to shield itself, lowering its head, giving Liu Qing the opportunity to command. Jengar, use hypnosis. This is bad, Lazy thought to himself, knowing that although hypnosis was a psychic-type move, it was an auxiliary type that the Poison Dragon Scorpion could not evade. In a flash of red light, the Poison Dragon Scorpion collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. Return. Jengar. Liu Qing swiftly completed the substitution of Pokeballs, recalling Jengar, while simultaneously throwing out the Pokeball for Gyarados. Gyarados, use Water Tail. It turned out that Liu Qing's strategy against the Poison Scorpion was to employ Gyarados, but due to its dwindling stamina, he had opted to send Jengar out first to utilize hypnosis and render the Poison Scorpion asleep, allowing Gyarados to execute the decisive attack. In the audience, Xiaoan analyzed the situation. Chapter 101. Poison Scorpion, wake up! In the arena, as the Poison Scorpion was sent tumbling into the air by the Water Tail, Lazy shouted anxiously, Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Liu Qing commanded once more. Under Gyarados' attack, the trajectory of the Poison Scorpion's flight was directed toward its jaws. With a swift motion, the icy fangs sunk into the Poison Scorpion, and due to the Water Tail's assault, the creature became drenched, gradually encased in solid ice from the chilling attack. The Poison Scorpion was frozen. Was the match coming to an end? The commentator's passionate voice echoed throughout the venue. Gyarados. Deliver the final blow, Hyper Beam. Gyarados was already low on stamina, having executed 2 powerful moves in succession, and now appeared extremely fatigued. Liu Qing knew he could not delay any longer and issued the final attack. Poison Scorpion, wake up, hurry. Due to its exhaustion, Gyarados took longer to gather the energy for Hyper Beam. As the pale purple glow began to emanate, Lazy shouted in desperation. Perhaps his thoughts reached the Poison Scorpion's mind as it opened its tightly shut eyes, much to Lazy's delight. He quickly called out, Poison Scorpion. Unleash your most powerful move, Solar Beam. Roar. Upon receiving the command, the Poison Scorpion let out a deep growl from within the ice, gathering orange-yellow energy in its mouth. The Poison Scorpion had awakened. Facing Liu Qing's Gyarados preparing Hyper Beam, Lazy chose to counter with the Poison Scorpion's most formidable attack, Solar Beam. The explosion of these 2 ultimate moves would determine the victor. The commentator immediately raised his voice, stirring the atmosphere of the entire venue. Liyuan, can you discern where the critical point lies in this decisive battle? In the VIP section, Millie pointed to the arena while gently stroking Liyuan's head, asking in a solemn tone, both Gyarados and Poison Scorpion are low on stamina. If either is hit by the opponent's move, it will certainly lose its fighting capability. Therefore, the key now is which side can prepare their attack first and strike the opponent. Liyuan pondered before looking at Millie with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Awaiting her assessment. You are correct. Millie nodded gently, observing Liyuan's cheeks flush with excitement. However, while your observation is accurate, it only scratches the surface. Do you understand why your brother first used Water Tail and then Ice Fang? To freeze the opponent, right? Liyuan replied, glancing at the still encased Poison Scorpion with a hint of confusion. Then let me ask you, why did your elder brother choose to encase the Poison Dragon Scorpion in ice even after it had been hypnotized? Isn't that redundant? Millie inquired further. I don't know. Liu Yuan replied honestly after a moment of contemplation, lowering his head in disappointment. Chapter 102. Liu Yuan. It is already quite fortunate that you have had the opportunity to witness this, despite not having traveled yet. Millie gently smiled at her son, who appeared dejected. Liu Yuan. You must first understand that although the hypnosis technique of the psychic-type auxiliary moves is effective against dark-type Pokémon, its effectiveness is only about half, or even less. Coupled with the ferocious attacks of the Gyarados, the Poison Dragon Scorpion's period of awakening will be extremely brief. Moreover, Gyarados has already exhausted considerable stamina in the prior battles and cannot afford to engage in a prolonged struggle with the Poison Dragon Scorpion. Hence, your elder brother opted for a strategic alternation of Water-type and Ice-type moves to encase it in ice. This way, even if the Poison Dragon Scorpion awakens, it will lack the capacity for free movement, allowing Gyarados to gradually regain its strength. Thus, your elder brother's third command is the Omniversal Shockwave. Millie paused. This is the reason behind your brother's decision to encase the Poison Dragon Scorpion in ice. However, the decisive factor still lies upon that layer of ice. While it encases the Poison Dragon Scorpion, it also inadvertently provides it with a layer of protection, which will significantly diminish the effect of the Omniversal Shockwave. It may even afford the Poison Dragon Scorpion some strength to continue fighting after breaking free from the ice. Similarly, this layer of ice obstructs the destructive beam that the Poison Dragon Scorpion is preparing. If the ice is to be shattered, it will inevitably weaken the power of the destructive beam. Conversely, if the ice remains intact, the Poison Dragon Scorpion will suffer from oxygen deprivation, which is detrimental to its condition. Therefore, the critical factor lies in Liu Qing and his opponent, Liu Qing, and their discerning grasp of the battlefield. The one who can seize the moment will emerge victorious in this clash. Mother, my elder brother still has 3 Pokémon remaining, so the pressure on him must be quite significant now, Liu Yuan suddenly recalled, voicing his thought. Indeed, both your brother and the trainer named Liu Qing are exceptionally skilled. They possess a keen sense of timing, and while Liu Qing still has 2 fully energized Pokémon, it inadvertently places pressure on Liu Qing. Thus, it remains to be seen whether Liu Qing can maintain his composure to achieve the best possible outcome, Millie elucidated. In the arena, Gyarados was enveloped in a swirling, faint purple light, while the Poison Dragon Scorpion, encased in ice, had gathered its destructive beam to near fullness. A flash of determination ignited in Liu Qing's eyes as he snapped his fingers and commanded loudly, Omniversal Shockwave, go! Roar! Gyarados bellowed, its massive form unfurling as it charged toward the location of the Poison Dragon Scorpion. Poison Dragon Scorpion unleashed the destructive beam. At this moment, the destructive beam had reached a point of no return, but the Omniversal Shockwave had yet to strike the ice. Liu Qing felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that his plans were doomed to fail, and he immediately issued a command. Cracks began to spread across the icy surface, and with a thunderous shatter, a colossal orange-yellow beam was launched towards the oncoming Omniversal Shockwave. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, its searing brilliance causing tears to spring forth from the eyes of all present, compelling them to shut their eyes against the blinding light. The thunderous roar echoed all around, gradually subsiding after a brief moment. Upon reopening their eyes, they beheld both Gyarados and Skorupi lying defeated in a large crater, stripped of their fighting spirit. With both the Skorupi and Gyarados rendered incapable of battle, and as all 6 of Liu Z's Pokémon succumbed, the victor was declared to be Liu Qing. The referee rendered the final judgment. Congratulations to Liu Qing for advancing to the top 2 in the forthcoming Quartz Conference Finals scheduled for tomorrow. Who shall emerge as the victor? Having lost, Liu Z let out a soft sigh as he withdrew Skorupi into its Pokeball. Congratulations, Liu Qing. He approached the edge of the arena and shook hands with Liu Qing earnestly, stating, make sure to secure the championship in tomorrow's battle. Thank you. I will strive for that, Liu Qing replied with a smile. Chapter 103, Brother. As the two exited the arena, they were greeted by the simultaneous exclamations of Liu Yuan and Jinzi. Upon noticing each other's presence, their expressions turned fierce, as if electric currents were colliding. Liu Yuan, what are you doing? Sensing an unusual tension between the two, Liu Qing pulled him closer and inquired, while Liu Zi similarly drew Jinzi to his side. Brother, I am here to congratulate you, Liu Yuan responded with a grin. Oh, is that so? Then what were you and Jinzi doing just now? Liu Qing pressed. Humph, brother, it's not my fault. That guy has been giving me the cold shoulder ever since you defeated his older brother, Liu Yuan explained. All right, enough of that. Where's mother? Why did you come alone? Father wanted to watch your finals tomorrow, so she went to greet him, Liu Yuan replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. We should hurry. Okay. Liu Qing nodded, addressing Liu Zi. I'm going to meet my dad. I'll be off first. All right. Liu Zi acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Liu Qing and Liu Yuan hurried towards the airport. Brother, Jinzi called out to Liu Zi. Brother understands your feelings, but losing does not imply a lack of benefits. At the very least, brother has gained valuable combat experience, which will be advantageous for the upcoming challenges in the Kanto Battle Frontier, Liu Zi remarked before departing with Jinzi. When Liu Qing and Liu Yuan arrived at the airport to reunite with Millie and Kana, a private jet soon came into view, landing gracefully at the airport. Upon disembarking, Bofeng Yu joined the group as they made their way to the Quartz Hotel. Liu Qing, you performed admirably. Father has kept his promise and carved out time to watch the finals, Bofeng Yu said to Liu Qing upon their arrival at the hotel. Thank you, Dad. Liu Qing was aware that managing to spare half a day was quite a feat for Bo Fengyu, and he expressed his excitement. Kona, please brief Liu Qing on his opponent for tomorrow, Bo Fengyu instructed. Certainly. Kona nodded and remarked, Liu Qing, your final opponent is Yulong Yuji, a member of the Yulong clan and also the younger brother of Dato, one of the 4 great kings of Kanto. He holds the title of the Second Dragon Envoy and has participated in the Chengdu Alliance 3 times and the Kanto Alliance twice, achieving a top 4 finish in the Chengdu Alliance once, a top 2 finish once, and winning the Chengdu Championship in the previous session, along with a top 2 finish in the last Kanto Alliance. It is evident that his goal this time is the championship. Be cautious, cousin. Realizing he was the brother of King Dato and being acclaimed as the Second Dragon Envoy, it was apparent that he must excel in utilizing Dragon-type Pokémon. It seems that he has yet to reveal his full potential in this tournament. Liu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had greatly admired the Dragon Envoy Dato in his previous life while watching the anime, and now, encountering his brother in this inaugural alliance tournament ignited a flame of determination within him. Indeed, Yulong Yuji had not fully deployed his Dragon-type Pokémon during the tournament, conserving his strength. As far as I know, his initial Pokémon is a shiny Charizard of a grayish-black hue, which, barring any hidden tactics, should be his strongest Pokémon, Kona continued. A shiny Charizard? I wonder what unique abilities it possesses, Liu Qing inquired. Cousin, do you have any footage of Yulong Yuji's previous participation in the Alliance tournaments? Chapter 104 Haha. I anticipated you would want to watch, so of course, I prepared it. Kona pointed to the computer on the table. It's all stored in there. Thank you, cousin. Liu Qing exclaimed with delight, promptly sitting at the computer desk to begin viewing the clips of Yulong Yuji's past matches. Meanwhile, in another room, the protagonist of Liu Qing's discussion was conversing with Dato. Yuji, do you feel confident about your battle against the newcomer, Wolfing Liu Qing, tomorrow? Dato inquired, gazing at his younger brother, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Based on my analysis, Wolfing Liu Qing likely has only 6 Pokémon from his travels this year. The 5 already revealed are Scyther, Exeggcute, Houndoom, Gyarados, and Gengar, so I am familiar with their capabilities and moves. The last one remains unknown. However, Wolfing Liu Qing is unaware of which Pokémon I will use or their abilities, so my confidence is about 80%, Yuji replied, then pondered for a moment before asking, Brother, is Wolfing Liu Qing truly a rookie trainer just starting his journey? What's the matter? Do you find it hard to believe? Dato chuckled. Do you remember the notorious poaching gang incident in Hoenn a few years back? That was instigated by none other than Wolfing Liu Qing. It's astonishing that after lying in bed for 6 years, he would awaken to such remarkable talent, making it this far in his first Alliance tournament. To be honest, I find it hard to believe myself. So it's him. Yuji, being only a year older than Liu Qing, had vivid memories of that incident as he had just become a rookie trainer at the time. Suddenly, Yuji seemed to recall something and asked, Brother, can you discern the special ability of Wolfing Liu Qing's shiny Gyarados? Wolfing Liu Qing is still hiding his true capabilities. I have yet to ascertain that. You shook his head, offering a reminder. However, that Gyarados was not merely a shiny Pokémon. It possessed an additional fin that distinguished it from ordinary Gyarados. Therefore, when you encounter it tomorrow, you must exercise utmost caution. Understood. Yongji nodded in agreement. The following day marked the final day of the Indigo Conference, and the last match commenced promptly at 9 in the morning. As this was the championship round, the venue was packed to capacity, with at least tens of thousands standing in the aisles to witness the competition. Outside the venue, countless individuals were glued to television broadcasts, bringing the crowd surrounding the arena to an astonishing 100,000, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary fervor. Many held aloft large photos capturing the various moves displayed by Liu Qing and Yongji throughout the tournament, cheering and shouting in support of the 2 contenders. Since the opening of the Kanto League Indigo Conference, innumerable trainers have showcased their remarkable training achievements and exhilarating battles in this land. Today, we finally arrive at the grand finale of the tournament. The announcer's sonorous voice resonated throughout the arena, introducing the 2 competitors about to engage in the championship match. On the right stood Yongji from the Johto region's Yamako City, and on the left, Liu Qing from the Kanto region's Jinhuang City. Yongji had participated in 5 league championships, securing a spot among the top 4 in the Johto League, the top 2, and ultimately the championship, as well as finishing in the top 2 in the previous Kanto League. It was evident that Yongji's ambition for this competition was crystal clear. Liu Qing, a novice trainer, emerged as a dark horse in this Kanto League, defeating numerous opponents with extraordinary skill to reach the finals. Who would ultimately claim the championship title, the well-established Yongji or the promising newcomer Liu Qing? What Pokémon would they employ, and what formidable techniques would they unveil? Let us open our eyes wide and await the commencement of the match. As the announcer's words faded, the arena fell into a hushed silence. The referee approached the edge of the arena and inquired, "Are the two competitors ready?" Liu Qing and Yongji, positioned on opposite sides of the battlefield, had been preparing for this moment. Upon hearing the referee's words, they exchanged a glance that sparked with fierce intensity. This was the burning desire for victory, and both were prepared to give their all. They nodded in unison to the referee. What was about to unfold was the championship match between Yongji and Liu Qing in the Indigo Conference. The referee, seeing their readiness, waved the flag and announced, "Let the match begin." Liu Qing, as a novice trainer, reaching this stage is already a testament to your talent. However, standing before you is I. Ensuring that your fate in this battle is one of defeat, Yongji scoffed, brushing back his red hair. He kissed the Pokeball in his hand and tossed it into the arena. "Go, Gyarados." As the white light dissipated, a tremendous roar echoed, revealing a colossal creature towering at least 3 meters high before Yongji. Its sharp claws, powerful limbs, and robust tail, along with skin reminiscent of rock, all displayed the might of this Gyarados, with a fierce glint in its eyes brimming with fighting spirit. The first Pokémon of contestant Yuji has made its grand appearance, a colossal Kangaskhan. The commentator's voice is tinged with astonishment, as a chorus of cheers erupts from the audience, fervently supporting Yuji. To everyone's surprise, it is an exceedingly rare male Kangaskhan. Liu Qing quickly notices that this Kangaskhan lacks a pouch, and a wave of astonishment washes over him. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent could even capture such a creature. It seems that his adversary intends to impose pressure right from the outset of the match. A faint smirk appears on Liu Qing's face as he taunts Yuji, remarking on the prideful nature of the Dragon Clan that is so vividly embodied in him. Though he fears that Yuji may lack the corresponding strength, with a flick of his wrist, he throws a Pokeball into the air, declaring, "Gyarados, you're up." As golden starlight disperses, the immense, purplish-red form of Gyarados unfurls in the arena. The 3-meter-tall male Kangaskhan appears diminutive in comparison to the 10-meter-long Gyarados. And with Gyarados' formidable intimidability, a hint of fear flickers across Kangaskhan's face as it instinctively steps back. Liu Qing notices this and can't help but let a barely perceptible smile escape. Chapter 105. I didn't expect you to deploy Gyarados so swiftly. In that case, allow me to shatter your confidence. Yuji muses internally, commanding, "Kangaskhan, use Rock Slide." Upon hearing the command, Kangaskhan clenches its fists and strikes the ground, unleashing a powerful force that causes the earth to fracture and surge towards Gyarados. With a deafening roar, the ground where Gyarados is stationed shatters and collapses, causing Gyarados to lose its balance and tumble. "Kangaskhan, charge in." Yuji snaps his fingers, pointing at Gyarados. Kangaskhan, massive in size, barrels forward like a living tank. Liu Qing's eyes gleam with insight. He understands Yuji's strategy is to capitalize on Gyarados' momentary instability for a close-range confrontation. However, he is unaware that this Gyarados, while possessing the flying type, is unable to fly. The Rock Slide has not shaken Gyarados' footing in the slightest. "Since you wish to engage in close combat, let us make use of that," Liu Qing devises, commanding, "Gyarados, use Water Tail to block it." Gyarados roars, and its tail radiates with shimmering water energy, sweeping towards Kangaskhan with a whistling sound. "Kangaskhan, brace yourself." Yuji responds with a dismissive smile, clearly confident in Kangaskhan's strength. Kangaskhan is a social Pokémon, and typically, a male Kangaskhan only appears in large groups, tasked with the protection of females and young ones. Hence, their combat prowess is formidable. After training, Yuji's male Kangaskhan has evidently become even more powerful. Upon receiving the command, it steadies its stance, extending its arms to shield against the water tail. With a resounding crash, the impact of the swirling water bursts forth, sending ripples in every direction. The immense force contained within Gyarados' tail causes Kangaskhan to scrape the ground. Sliding backward, the Bag Dragon, in a moment of intensity, executed a shoulder throw. Although it was still retreating, Yuji noticed that Bag Dragon's hands were firmly clasped around the tail of the Gyarados. Realizing the opportune moment had arrived, he commanded with urgency, "Roar." Instantly, Bag Dragon let out a thunderous roar, pivoting on its left foot, twisting its waist, and swinging its arms in a fluid motion. With formidable strength, it managed to lift Gyarados entirely off the ground, igniting cheers from the audience. Gyarados, Thunderbolt. Though Gyarados was lifted, it had yet to reach the pinnacle of the throw, meaning Bag Dragon still relied on its own strength rather than Gyarados' weight for the maneuver. This brief moment provided Liu Qing with a chance. He promptly commanded, "First." wet Bag Dragon's rugged skin with Water Tail, then strike with Thunderbolt for a heavy blow. At this juncture, if Bag Dragon were to release its grip, it would become unsteady due to the momentum, granting Gyarados an opportunity. Conversely, if it held on, it would face a direct Thunderbolt attack, a precarious situation indeed. Yuji, observing the subtle smile on Liu Qing's lips, felt a surge of caution and decisively instructed, Bag Dragon, unleash your maximum power. At this moment, both Pokémon were racing against time. If Bag Dragon could lift Gyarados beyond halfway, it could utilize Gyarados' weight to slam it down. Meanwhile, Gyarados only needed to unleash Thunderbolt to deliver a devastating blow. Thus both exerted their full strength. The fins along Gyarados' body erupted with brilliant electricity, transmitting through its tail to Bag Dragon, which immediately displayed a pained expression. Ah, I see, Yuji realized. The Gyarados' unique ability stemmed from its additional fins, which stored electrical energy. He observed closely, noting that non-electric type Pokémon typically could not store electricity in advance. They converted their own bioelectricity when executing electric type moves, resulting in longer charge times and lesser power compared to electric type Pokémon. It was astonishing that this Gyarados possessed a mechanism akin to an electric type's energy pouch. Were it not for the urgency of the moment, Yuji doubted he would have uncovered this. However, it was still premature for Gyarados to defeat his Bag Dragon. Suddenly, as electricity coursed through Bag Dragon, its upper body muscles bulged. With a fierce roar, it exerted tremendous force, lifting Gyarados high and slamming it down towards the ground, producing a cacophony that shook the arena. Gyarados' anguished and furious cries resonated amidst the billowing dust. Bag Dragon's shoulder throw was a success. The commentator exclaimed with exuberance, prompting a raucous cheer from the audience. Gyarados' Hyper Beam. The strength of Gyarados' scales was unmatched, perhaps only known to Liu Qing and Gyarados itself. Coupled with Gyarados' flying-type attributes, although the shoulder throw was formidable due to its massive weight, its effectiveness was somewhat diminished. Gyarados' cries, though filled with pain, indicated it was merely injured from the throw, and its fury was palpable. Chapter 106. At this moment, despite being knocked down, Gyarados took the opportunity to entwine its tail around Bag Dragon. As Liu Qing's words fell, it flicked its tail, sending Bag Dragon soaring, enveloped in a faint purple spiraling light, charging forward with tremendous force. Yuji, startled, exclaimed in disbelief at Gyarados' resilience despite the shoulder throw, realizing that Bag Dragon was about to be struck. He quickly shouted, Bag Dragon, activate your rage. Roar. The activation of rage caused Bag Dragon's eyes to gleam with a crimson glow, as if engulfed in a layer of brown flames. With remarkable agility, it spun around, unleashing a fierce barrage of punches, kicks, and tail strikes against the oncoming Gyarados, which seemed undeterred. The faint purple energy of the Hyper Beam provided some degree of protection. Upon colliding with Bag Dragon, Gyarados executed a flip, hurtling directly toward the arena. With a resounding crash as Gyarados collided with the ground, the arena shook violently once more, and a powerful whirlwind scattered countless tiny debris, forcing both Liu Qing and Yuji to shield their eyes with their hands. Yuji's intent in activating Rage was to mitigate part of the Hyper Beam's assault while simultaneously attacking Gyarados. However, the cost was that while Bag Dragon retained its fighting spirit, it had succumbed to a state of confusion. Gyarados, having endured the effects of Rage, displayed a slightly dulled sheen on its scales and appeared fatigued, yet it too fell into a state of rigidity. Had it not, it could have delivered a fatal blow to Bag Dragon. Seizing this moment, Yuji called Bag Dragon back. Go, Steelix. Yuji released his second Pokeball, revealing a Steelix of similar size to Gyarados, which let out a tremendous roar, followed by Gyarados' own roar, exhibiting its intimidating presence. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuji's second Pokemon is Steelix. The commentator announced with enthusiasm. Steelix, use Sandstorm. Yuji commanded swiftly. Gyarados, use Water Tail. Liu Qing countered quickly. Upon hearing the command, Steelix's eyes glimmered with a yellow light, and a vast cloud of yellow dust rose, obscuring visibility. Gyarados, in response, raised its tail, shaking it vigorously to release swirling streams of water, dampening the floating sand. As visibility gradually improved, Steelix had disappeared from sight. Gyarados, stay alert. Liu Qing cautioned. Uncertain of Steelix's next move, he carefully scanned the surroundings. Now, Steelix, unleash Dragon Breath. Digging was an instinctive ability of Steelix, which could also serve as an offensive skill. However, as an attack against a flying Pokémon, it would be ineffective. At this moment, Yuji chose not to command a direct attack, but instead opted for Dragon Breath, indicating that digging was not Steelix's primary skill. Yuji's true intention was not to use Dig against Gyarados, but to strike the moment Gyarados' water tail concluded. Boom. Suddenly, from beneath the ground behind the Gyarados, an enormous figure emerged, exuding a surge of dark green energy that rushed toward the Gyarados. At that moment, the Gyarados was still recovering from its previous exertions and lacked the strength to counterattack. However, the absence of a skill did not imply that Gyarados was entirely defenseless. It raised its tail and used its fin to shield itself from the dragon's breath attack. Nevertheless, the force contained within that breath still inflicted visible pain upon Gyarados, as strands resembling electric currents entwined around its tail. Though imperfect, it would suffice. Yuji snapped his fingers and commanded, "Steelix, use Iron Tail." With a roar, Steelix's tail shimmered with a metallic sheen, agilely sweeping toward Gyarados. Fortunately, only the tail was affected by the paralysis. Liu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. But knowing that Gyarados could not use Aqua Tail to defend itself, he quickly shouted, "Vast Impact." Chapter 107. Both Gyarados and Steelix belong to the long-bodied category, akin to serpents, allowing them to twist freely. Thus, as Gyarados turned its head, a soft purple glow enveloped its body as it charged toward Steelix's Iron Tail. A thunderous crash echoed as a transparent ripple spread from the point of collision. However, the stalemate lasted but a moment before Gyarados displayed its superior strength, pushing aside the Iron Tail and striking Steelix under the jaw, forcing it to rear back with a pained howl. "Steelix, pull yourself together, use Body Slam." Steelix's most remarkable trait was its body, harder than diamond. Although the ordinary type Vast Impact was powerful, it was significantly less effective against Steelix's steel and ground types. Coupled with its innate physical resistance and the diminished power after being blocked by Iron Tail, it was evident that Steelix would not lose its combat effectiveness. Indeed, as Yuji's command echoed, Steelix twisted its body, emanating a brilliant yellow glow, charging toward the dazed Gyarados. "Return, Gyarados." Just as Gyarados was about to be struck, Liu Qing swiftly retrieved it into its Pokeball. That was close. In the VIP section, Liu Yuan let out a relieved breath. Indeed, it was perilous. That Steelix was of considerable level, and in its current state, Gyarados would likely be rendered incapable of continuing the battle upon being hit. Pofinjiu remarked that it would not be easy for Liu Qing to secure victory in this tournament. "You certainly reacted swiftly." In the arena, Yuji expressed a hint of regret as he watched Steelix's attack miss its mark. "It's certainly not easy to deal with," Liu Qing murmured, tossing out another Pokeball. "Incineroar. It's your turn." After recalling Gyarados, Liu Qing unleashed the fire-type Incineroar to confront Steelix. Given the type disadvantage, would Yuji opt to switch Pokemon? The commentator speculated. "Incineroar. Use Stomp." Liu Qing issued the first command. "Liu Qing, I see through your strategy. Stomp 1T work against me." Yuji commanded loudly, "Steelix, Iron Tail." The swift canine raised its forelimb, subsequently bringing it down forcefully upon the ground. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind swept up dust towards the steel serpent, which retaliated by striking the earth with its metallic tail, causing the ground to shatter and collapse. As the force of the swift canine's move reached that area, its might was significantly diminished by the layers of disruption. Ultimately, the impact on the steel serpent was negligible. Had the ground, serving as a conduit for the crushing force, been destroyed to the point of rendering the pressure bearable? Indeed, a clever tactic. Liu Qing's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, and he commanded once more, "Swift Dog, unleash Flamethrower." Yet, it proved futile. Yuji scoffed, "Steel Serpent, Sandstorm." This time, the sandstorm unleashed by the steel serpent was not the dispersed weather effect seen at the onset. Rather, it manifested as a swirling cyclone generated by the second axis of its body, effectively blocking the flamethrower attack. Liu Qing's eyes glimmered with a hint of enigmatic amusement. Both of Liu Qing's attacks had been thwarted by Yuji's defense. Would Liu Qing switch his Pokemon or continue the battle with the Swift Dog? The commentator mused aloud. "It seems you have opted not to switch Pokemon." Observing Liu Qing's steadfastness, Yuji smirked. "In that case, it's my turn to attack." Steel Serpent, Body Slam. The frequent use of this move indicated that the Steel Serpent possessed the ability Thick Head, Liu Qing thought to himself. As the Steel Serpent charged forward, Liu Qing issued his command, "Swift Dog, charge ahead with all your might. Prepare Flamethrower." Chapter 108. Is he intending for the Swift Dog to launch a flamethrower at close range? However, since you've commanded a full sprint, I shall not squander this opportunity. A flicker of doubt crossed Yuji's mind as he shouted, "Steel Serpent, move at full speed." The Swift Dog, with its majestic mane, ran with a grace akin to that of a winged creature, eliciting gasps and cheers from the female spectators. Just as the Steel Serpent and the Swift Dog were about to collide, Liu Qing immediately called out, "Swift Dog, jump." With remarkable speed and the impetus from its full sprint, the swift dog leaped into the air, elegantly avoiding the impending clash with the steel serpent. At that moment, Liu Qing's command reached its destination. Swift dog, launch flamethrower. What? Amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, Yuji was taken aback. He watched as the swift dog lowered its head and unleashed the prepared fiery energy towards the ground below. Yuji intended for the steel serpent to withstand the attack, but having ordered it to accelerate, it was now impossible to halt its momentum. The flames struck its torso, yet due to the relative speed of both Pokémon, the duration of the attack was brief, allowing the steel serpent to escape the reach of the flamethrower in a matter of moments. Once more, flamethrower. Upon landing, the swift dog dug its claws firmly into the ground, leaving 4 deep marks as it steadied itself, and once again unleashed a flamethrower towards the steel serpent. Steel serpent. Sandstorm. In this moment, Yuji swiftly launched a counterattack. Roar. The steel serpent steadied its body, disregarding the searing pain coursing through its form, and once again enveloped itself in a sandstorm to shield against the onslaught of the fire blast. Steel serpent, unleash your dragon breath. After the sandstorm took shape, Yuji issued another command. Liu Qing's gaze sharpened as he noticed that the silhouette of the steel serpent had vanished within the swirling sands. Realizing the impending danger, he immediately shouted, Swift dog, flame charge. With a thunderous explosion reverberating through the ground, the steel serpent suddenly materialized behind the swift dog, exhaling a plume of dark green energy. Fortunately, at that moment, the swift dog had already unleashed its flame charge, engulfing its body in flames to counter the might of the dragon breath. The force propelled forward, striking the steel serpent, which let out a pained cry. Steel serpent. Use Iron Tail. It was evident that the bond between the steel serpent and Yuji was profound. As soon as Yuji's command fell, the steel serpent reacted instantaneously. Its metallic tail, glinting with a radiant sheen, struck the flame charge with tremendous force, sending the swift dog flying through the air, revealing its true form as it somersaulted. Steel serpent, body slam. Seizing the opportunity, Yuji commanded without hesitation. Roar. The steel serpent, now panting heavily, let out a mighty roar before charging forward, enveloped in a brilliant yellow light. Swift dog, flame charge. Liu Qing also issued his command without delay. Suspended in midair, the swift dog quickly regained its composure, opening its mouth to unleash a fire blast. It then curled into a ball, forming a fiery circle approximately 3 meters in diameter that radiated blue-white flames, hurtling towards the oncoming steel serpent. With a deafening explosion, blinding light filled the arena and dust billowed into the air. All eyes were fixed in anticipation, waiting for the moment the dust would settle. Chapter 109. The steel serpent is rendered unable to continue, and the swift dog emerges victorious. As the dust cleared, it was revealed that the steel serpent had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the swift dog struggled to stand, panting heavily as it returned to Liu Qing's side. The referee, witnessing this, waved the flag and declared, Swift dog, excellent work. Now, take a well-deserved rest. Liu Qing affectionately ruffled the swift dog's mane, praising it as he retrieved it into its Pokeball. Fantastic. We've won. My brother has finally taken the lead. In the VIP section, Liu Yuan could not contain his exuberance. Even with a lead, one must not be overly confident. The swift dog is also running low on stamina. In truth, both trainers are nearly on equal footing. Wolfing Yu remarked, shaking his head. What does it matter if you lead for now? The ultimate champion shall undoubtedly be mine, Yuji declared, clenching his fist. After recalling the steel serpent, he tossed forth a third Pokeball. Go, Kingdra. Scyther, it's your turn. Liu Qing also casually released his Pokeball. Both trainers summoned their third Pokémon, and the commentator seized the moment to provide insights into the newly released creatures. Scyther or Swords Dance. Liu Qing commanded first. After Scyther executed its signature move, he immediately followed up with Fury Cutter. Kingdra, Rain Dance. Yuji simultaneously commanded. In the arena, the formidable Scyther spun rapidly, resembling a crimson top, its apex radiating a brilliant white light that struck the Dragonair, which emanated a gentle azure glow with lightning speed. The latter emitted a piercing cry. However, the previously clear sky churned ominously, thick clouds rolling in, and a gentle rain began to fall. Scyther once more, Vacuum Wave. Despite being an ice and water-type Pokémon endowed with remarkable stamina, Dragonair was not felled in a single blow, even though the fighting-type move was super effective. Yet, on land, Dragonair faced a distinct disadvantage, lacking the freedom of movement it enjoyed in water, rendering it a perfect target for Scyther. Not so simple, Dragonair. Use Absolute Zero. Yuji shouted, wiping the raindrops from his face. With a melodious cry, Dragonair glowed once more with cerulean light, causing the surrounding raindrops to freeze into a layer of solid ice at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield transformed into an icy expanse, the falling rain morphing into hailstones. Scyther, upon contact with Dragonair, was instantly encased in ice, rendered immobile. Scyther has lost its fighting capacity. Dragonair is victorious, announced the referee. The sheer power of Absolute Zero showcased its lethal charm to the audience. And Yuki had lost one of his Pokémon. What will Yuki's next Pokémon be? The commentator's voice resonated amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd. Who would have thought Scyther's level would not surpass that of Dragonair? Aishian remarked in astonishment from the stands. There's nothing peculiar about it. Although Yuki and his opponent Yuji are evenly matched in strength, Yuki has only been traveling for a year. It is only natural that his Pokémon may lag slightly behind in levels, Han Yi retorted, rolling his eyes. Chapter 110. Utilizing rain as a medium. The accuracy of Absolute Zero reached 100%, indeed, a brilliant strategy. Reflecting on this, Yuki tossed forth his fourth Pokeball. Gengar, it's your turn. Behold. Yuki's fourth Pokémon is Gengar. The commentator bellowed. With Gengar's emergence, the arena grew not only colder due to Dragonair's Absolute Zero, but also imbued with an eerie chill that penetrated the heart. The spectators closest to the battlefield were covered in goosebumps, gazing apprehensively at the grinning Gengar. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Yuki commanded first. Dragonair, evade and use Dragon Pulse. Yuji, aware of Gengar's swift strikes, quickly instructed. The battlefield was slick with ice, and Dragonair, being an ice type, glided effortlessly across the surface, evading the Shadow Ball's onslaught with a swift turn. It then gathered a blue energy sphere in its mouth and launched it towards Gengar, who nimbly dodged with a slight shift of its form. The icy terrain benefits not only Dragonair, but me as well. As the Dragonair glided across the icy surface, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Liu Qing's eyes, and he immediately exclaimed, Gengar, use Hypnosis. A brilliant crimson light enveloped the arena, transforming the icy battleground into a mirror that vividly refracted the hypnosis unleashed by Gengar. Despite Dragonair's swift movements across the ice, it could not evade the effects and soon succumbed to a deep slumber, rendered powerless by Gengar's Dream Eater. Dragonair is unable to continue. Gengar is victorious, the referee announced. Yuji felt a twinge of bittersweet reflection as he recalled how the icy terrain he created for evasion had inadvertently served his opponent's strategy. Retrieving Dragonair, he swiftly tossed another Pokeball, declaring, Bagon, I entrust you once more. The powerful Bagon emerged, much to the excitement of the commentator. Bagon, unleash Rock Slide. Before Liu Qing could issue a command, Yuji preemptively ordered. Bagon roared and struck the ground with a mighty fist, shattering the ice beneath. The commentator quickly remarked, the ice is shattered. It seems Yuji fears another hypnosis from Gengar. The ice was merely a tool I borrowed. Without it, hypnosis remains a viable option. Liu Qing mused with a hidden smirk, directing, Hypnosis. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Bagon, use Rage. Just as Gengar materialized above Bagon, covering its eyes, Yuji's lips curled into a sly grin, and he commanded loudly. With a ferocious roar, Bagon unleashed its power, enveloped in a fiery aura, and struck Gengar, sending it flying. However, shortly thereafter, Bagon too collapsed into slumber. It was astonishing that within such a brief window, it managed to retaliate while evading confusion due to hypnosis. Could it be that Bagon possessed the early bird ability? Liu Qing pondered briefly, yet there was no need for concern now, as Gengar had executed Dream Eater. Bagon, you sleep talk. Yuji ordered with a slight smile. Just as his command echoed, the slumbering Bagon suddenly arose, its dormant flames reigniting, charging directly at Gengar. In a state of sleep, Bagon seemed to possess an uncanny intuition, accurately pinpointing Gengar's location. After enduring the Dream Eater's attack, it relentlessly assaulted Gengar with rapid strikes, leaving the Ghost-type Pokémon with no choice but to endure the blows. It appeared that Bagon had been specifically prepared to counter Gengar's hypnosis. Liu Qing's thoughts sharpened. Recognizing the precision in his opponent's strategy, Yuji had wisely employed the move Rage before succumbing to slumber. The skill's effects lingered for a brief moment, and during that fleeting interval, Bagon's sleep talk would inevitably trigger Rage once more. Gung-Gui is not the type of sprite with a robust physique, and coupled with the formidable power of its signature move, Dark Pulse, which rivals the likes of Fire Blast and Solar Beam, it can unleash its assault consecutively for 2 to 3 rounds. At this moment, Gung-Gui's vitality has plummeted to its limits. However, the health of Bag Dragon is also dwindling. Liu Qing commanded once more, Gung-Gui, unleash your full strength. Dark Pulse. As a specter who has lived for 2 millennia, Gung-Gui has never found itself in such a predicament of merely enduring blows. Infuriated, upon hearing Liu Qing's words, it immediately gathered its scant remaining energy and unleashed it at close range. A resounding explosion echoed, sending both sprites hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground. Bagdragon and Gung-Gui have both lost their fighting capability, the referee announced after inspecting the combatants. As the match progressed, Liu Qing had employed 4 sprites, Gyarados, Houndoom, Scyther, and Gung-Gui, of which Scyther and Gung-Gui had been rendered unable to battle. Conversely, player Yongzi had utilized Bagdragon, Steelix, and Dragonair, all of which had also succumbed to defeat. The exhilarating contest continued, with the commentator's voice resounding throughout the arena. The rain has ceased. Glancing upwards, Liu Qing observed the thick clouds gradually dispersing. He tossed out his 5th Pokeball, calling forth, "Come forth, Exeggcute." To his astonishment, he had maintained the lead until this moment, but the forthcoming battle would not be so straightforward. Yongzi, with a slight smirk, kissed his Pokeball and released his ace. "Come forth, my champion, Charizard." With a grand roar accompanied by a burst of golden dust, a formidable Charizard emerged. Its powerful limbs and towering stature, coupled with a fierce gaze, signifying its immense strength. This is the second shiny Pokémon of this tournament, Yongzi's Charizard. The commentator's voice, filled with awe, echoed through the crowd's cheers. "Have you revealed your trump card?" Liu Qing smiled faintly and commanded, "Exeggcute, nature power." Instantly, Exeggcute was enveloped in a radiant green luminescence, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Although Charizard possessed the flying type, it remained grounded and sustained damage. Yet, it displayed little discomfort, and under Yongzi's command, it took to the skies, unleashing a searing torrent of flames. Chapter 112. This Charizard indeed possesses a high level. Liu Qing's expression turned grave as he recalled Exeggcute and produced his 6th Pokeball. "Since you have deployed your ace, it is time for mine to make an appearance. Go, Salamence." As the Pokeball opened and the white light dissipated, a blue sprite with blood-red wings soared into the air, emitting a draconic roar and activating its Intimidate ability. Behold, Liu Qing's secret 6th Pokemon has finally revealed itself. The commentator shouted hoarsely, "Salamence, a dragon-type Pokemon unique to the Hoenn region, is as exceedingly rare as the Dragonite from Kanto. How could it be Salamence?" As a member of the Dragon Clan, Yuji was profoundly familiar with all Dragon-type Pokemon. At this moment, gazing at the soaring Gyarados in the sky and feeling the emanating draconic aura, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Only such a creature was worthy to be his Charizard's opponent. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Liu Qing chose to confront head-on. A torrent of searing flames collided with an intense jet of water in midair, extinguishing the flames while simultaneously evaporating the water. Yet, to the naked eye, the water column continued to advance until a balance of power was reached, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The remaining force of the Hydro Pump struck Charizard's neck, causing it to stagger backward. Gyarados, close in. The aerial battle was undoubtedly a showcase of the prowess of the Golden Feather clan. With Yuji and Liu Qing evenly matched, Liu Qing had to leverage his advantages, commanding with clarity. Gyarados flew swiftly, transforming into a blue streak as it approached Charizard. At that moment, Charizard had steadied itself, flapping its wings to ascend into the sky. "Chase it down, don't let it escape," Liu Qing shouted instantly. Gyarados flapped its wings, executed a swift 90-degree turn, and shot upwards toward Charizard. In a heartbeat, it closed the distance, and under Liu Qing's command, unleashed Dragon Claw aimed at Charizard's back. Charizard suddenly decelerated, evading Gyarados' strike, and retaliated with a Flamethrower, which Gyarados deftly dispersed with a claw, and the chase resumed. The dazzling aerial battle between Gyarados and Charizard was narrated with enthusiasm. Charizard unleashed Dragon Rage. The Dragon-type Pokémon exhibited high resistance to fire, rendering Flamethrower ineffective against Gyarados. Thus, it was easily deflected. Yuji swiftly altered his command, shouting decisively. Upon receiving the command, Charizard narrowly escaped Gyarados' pursuit and turned to unleash a fiery orb entwined in flames, the very essence of Dragon Rage. Gyarados immediately countered with Hydro Pump, obliterating the Dragon Rage and striking Charizard once more. Charizard let out a pained cry, and as Gyarados closed in, it flapped its wings and dove rapidly towards the ground, prompting Gyarados to follow suit. Both Pokémon were now soaring towards the earth at breakneck speed. A careless miscalculation could spell disaster. However, the aerial maneuvers they had displayed earlier were flawless, ensuring they would not make such a mistake. Just as they neared the ground, Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, gliding just above the surface before ascending once again. Charizard, incinerate everything. At this moment, Gyarados was also flying low, dissipating its momentum, and Yuji seized the opportunity to issue his command. The Charizard, upon hearing the command, was immediately enveloped in a brilliant crimson glow. It then unleashed a colossal tricolor fire column from its mouth. Although the Blastoise promptly retaliated with a high-pressure water jet, it was swiftly extinguished by the overwhelming force of the flames, engulfed entirely. Chapter 113. Charizard, Dragon's Reverse Scale. A flicker of joy crossed Yuji's face as he issued another command. Roar. With a mighty bellow, Charizard seemed to ignite in a blaze of fiery aura, its eyes gleaming with an enchanting red light as it charged toward the Blastoise still shrouded in flames. This radiant Charizard possessed the unique ability to remain unaffected by any status condition, which warranted caution. Liu Qing recalled her observations from Yuji's matches the previous day. Feeling a surge of vigilance, she commanded loudly, Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Boom. As Liu Qing's command resonated, the flames encasing the Blastoise erupted violently, revealing a rapidly spinning purple beam that hurtled toward Charizard. In that moment, it felt as though they had returned to the fierce battle between Gyarados and Dragonite, now replaced by these two Pokémon, with the roles of offense and defense swapped. The Dragon's Reverse Scale was undeniably a formidable Dragon-type move, while the Hydro Pump was an even more potent Normal-type attack. Beyond its offensive prowess, the surrounding purple energy also provided a degree of defensive capability. The two forces clashed, locked in a stalemate, as the purple beam, under Charizard's assault, shattered into a myriad of sparkling fragments, gradually diminishing. Charizard's strength waned, and ultimately, the purple light dissipated, extinguishing the flames enveloping Charizard. Blastoise's final surge of power sent Charizard tumbling backward, while Blastoise was similarly thrown to the ground, gasping for breath as it struggled to rise. Your Blastoise is impressive, Yuji remarked, his fondness for Dragon-type Pokémon evident in his praise. Your Charizard is no weakling either. Liu Qing, harboring a genuine affection for flying-type Pokémon, readily reciprocated the compliments. However, Yuji smirked, but your Blastoise can no longer move, can it? My Charizard's unique ability renders it immune to any status condition, thus I claim victory. Charizard, Dragon's Reverse Scale. With a thunderous roar, Charizard ignited once more, though its flames were noticeably weaker than before as it surged towards Blastoise. Blastoise, gather your strength. Liu Qing understood that if it were struck by the reverse scale again, Blastoise's stamina would surely falter, leaving her with no choice but to unleash their final move. Boom. After a flurry of rapid strikes, Charizard launched Blastoise into the air with a decisive punch, quickly pursuing for a second round of attack. Just then, Blastoise suddenly erupted with a powerful roar, prompting Liu Qing to shout, Blastoise, Draco Meteor. Golden energy gathered from the abdomen of the violent salamander and surged into its mouth, which, at the moment it was struck by the Charizard, was unleashed directly at the creature. The tremendous force propelled Charizard into the sky, scattering countless meteors that rained down, stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, both small Pokémon were seen lying on the ground, having lost their fighting capability. The referee announced the outcome, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Come back, Violent Salamander. You did exceptionally well. Now, take a good rest. Liu Qing comforted as he recalled the Pokémon. At this moment, Liu Qing was left with a fully energized Coconut Tree and two injured Pokémon, Gyarados and Houndoom, while his opponent still had two fully intact small creatures. The outcome was uncertain, as Brock remarked to Ash and Misty from the stands. In the arena, Yongzi produced his fifth Pokeball and threw it forth. Go, Kingdra! A flash of white light revealed a blue Pokémon, approximately 2 meters tall, appearing on the field. Chapter 114. Kingdra, truly a formidable opponent. Liu Qing thought to himself as he released Coconut Tree once more. Kingdra, Rain Dance. Yongzi commanded swiftly. Coconut Tree, Sunny Day? Liu Qing's order followed suit. Both Pokémon unleashed blue and white orbs of light into the sky, which intertwined before dispersing into countless points of light. Yet the weather remained unchanged. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the arena, explaining that both competitors aimed to alter the weather, but unfortunately, the opposing effects of Sunny Day and Rain Dance could not coexist. Utilizing Rain Dance was merely a tactic for enhanced mobility, now that it had failed. Yongzi thought to himself, swiftly commanding, Kingdra, use agility. No sooner had Yongzi spoken than Kingdra began to move rapidly across the field. Liu Qing smiled slightly at this. No matter how fast it moves, it remains on the ground. Coconut Tree, use nature power. A violent tremor rippled through the arena, abruptly halting the swiftly moving Kingdra, which shut its eyes tightly as it endured the damage from the earthquake. Kingdra, in canon. Despite Kingdra's injuries, Yongzi showed no signs of concern and issued the command. Boom. Suddenly, Kingdra transformed into a cloud of smoke, and Liu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Quickly realizing that his opponent had employed the substitute technique, the real Kingdra reappeared around Coconut Tree, moving swiftly and unleashing the ink cannon directly into the eyes of the three-headed Coconut Tree, which lost its vision and began to panic, emitting loud, chaotic cries. Kingdra, use Hurricane. Seizing the opportunity, Yongzi commanded once more, and Kingdra, with its fins flapping like wings, created a massive tornado that engulfed Coconut Tree. Indeed, it was a surprise attack that caught me off guard. The series of attacks unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving Liu Qing no opportunity to react. The Coconut Tree was swiftly ensnared within a tornado. However, at that moment, the Spiked Dragon King was maintaining the whirlwind, inadvertently granting Liu Qing a chance. He promptly commanded, Coconut Tree, calm yourself and substitute your vision with psychic interference. As Liu Qing's words resonated, the Coconut Tree indeed quieted down. Yuji sensed a foreboding shift and immediately shouted, Spiked Dragon King, increase your power. A colossal column of wind surged, whipping up debris from the ground and amplifying its destructive force. Liu Qing quickly called out, Coconut Tree, bring forth the sunlight. With a radiant orb of light soaring from the tornado, it burst forth, flooding the area with brilliant sunlight. A subtle smile graced Liu Qing's face as he commanded, Sunlight Blaze. Utilizing psychic interference, the Coconut Tree was unhindered by the swirling tornado and swiftly pinpointed the location of the Spiked Dragon King. A massive beam of light pierced through the whirlwind, hurtling directly towards the Spiked Dragon King. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending a blue figure flying, and the tornado controlled by the Spiked Dragon King gradually subsided. Gasping slightly, the Coconut Tree, under the influence of psychic interference, gently descended to the ground. Chapter 115, Sunlight Blaze. The sun shone brilliantly, creating an advantageous environment for the Coconut Tree. Liu Qing issued another command. Damn it, Spiked Dragon King, unleash another tornado. Yuji commanded urgently. Unfortunately, before the Spiked Dragon King could launch another tornado attack on the Coconut Tree, a sunlight blaze had already pierced through, striking directly and causing an explosion that rendered it unconscious. The Spiked Dragon King has lost its fighting capability. The Coconut Tree emerges victorious, the referee declared. As the match reached its climax, Yuji still had one Pokémon remaining, while Liu Qing boasted 3. Could Yuji turn the tide? The commentator exclaimed. To Yuji's surprise, he found himself needing it in the end. Retrieving the Spiked Dragon King, he produced his final Pokeball, his eyes filled with affection. Planting a kiss on it, he threw it forth, exclaiming, Go, my darling, Haxorus. In a flash of white light, a slender blue Pokémon floated into the air with sparkling eyes, a petite horn on its forehead, and ears resembling wings on either side of its cheeks. The 3 mysterious crystal spheres on its jaw and tail unmistakably revealed its identity, provoking a thunderous cheer from the audience. It's Haxorus. Liu Qing thought back to his visit to the Wild Plains, where he sought to encounter the Haxorus seen on television but had no luck. To find one here fulfilled a long-held wish. Haxorus, summon the rain. Yuji commanded first. Not so fast. Coconut Tree, psychic interference. Liu Qing immediately countered. Haxorus let out a soft call, raising the 2 crystal spheres on its tail, which emitted an enchanting blue glow. Instantly, the once bright sunlight was shrouded by gathering clouds, and a gentle rain began to fall. Meanwhile, Haxorus was enveloped in a colorful aura, plummeting towards the ground, a result of the Coconut Tree's psychic interference. In the annals of legend, the Hakron's tail and the 3 crystal orbs adorning its body are said to possess the power to alter the weather, a truth that has now been revealed. Liu Qing felt a wave of astonishment. He could perceive that Hakron was not merely employing a skill, but rather exhibiting an innate ability akin to that of a Steelix or a Diglett, an inherent talent that surpassed mere techniques. However, this extraordinary power would vanish upon its evolution into a Dragonite. With a thunderous roar, Hakron emerged as a truly remarkable creature. Though devoid of wings, it soared effortlessly through the skies, never once making contact with the ground, as if some unseen force lifted it aloft. Even when it was hurled towards the earth, it ceased its descent a meter above the surface, stirring up a cloud of dust that was soon quenched by the falling rain. Hakron, unleash thunder, commanded Yongzi. Hakron responded with an electrifying cry, its brow shimmering with bolts of lightning that shot skyward into the ominous clouds. After a tumultuous rumble of thunder, a brilliant strike descended upon the direction of the Coconut Tree, swift as true lightning, leaving no chance for retaliation. The coconut tree, enveloped in steam, succumbed to unconsciousness. The coconut tree has lost its fighting capability. Hakron is victorious, declared the referee after a brief examination. Come back, coconut tree. It's time for you to rest. Liu Qing remarked, his gaze fixed upon the soaring Hakron, a hint of gravity in his eyes. He cast forth the Pokeball containing his Gyarados. I entrust you once more, Gyarados. With a resounding roar, golden sparkles erupted, and Gyarados reappeared in the arena. Its formidable bulk and intimidatability instilling a sense of trepidation even in Hakron, which instinctively retreated. Don't be afraid, Hakron. Use thunder. Yongzi encouraged, responding to his words. Hakron halted its retreat, its brow once again glowing with electric energy. Liu Qing seized the moment to command, Gyarados, Ice Fang. Roar. Gyarados bellowed, exuding a chilling aura that coalesced into a fang-like icicle, lunging toward Hakron. Hakron, evade. Yongzi cautioned, knowing well that ice-type moves were the bane of dragon types. Fortunately, Gyarados was somewhat hindered. If Hakron could maintain its speed, it might just escape the impending strike. You cannot escape, Liu Qing sneered. For his Gyarados possessed the unique ability of dual characteristics. What? Yongzi gasped in astonishment. This dual trait referred not only to Gyarados' Intimidate, but also to the swift swim ability of its pre-evolution, Magikarp, which doubled its speed in the ring. Indeed, before Hakron could ascend far, Gyarados caught up, delivering a fierce bite that elicited a pained scream from Hakron. At that moment, the thunder attack unleashed by Hakron descended with a resounding crash, enveloping both Gyarados and Hakron in a cascade of golden electricity. Gyarados let out a cry of agony and released its grip on Hakron. Hakron, dissipate the weather and employ Dragon Rush. Yongzi commanded. As a Dragon-type Pokémon, Hakron possesses a remarkable resistance to electric-type attacks, thus swiftly liberating itself from the force of the thunder. With its tail emanating a radiant blue glow, it surged towards the Gyarados, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura. Gyarados, boasting both water and flying attributes, is particularly vulnerable to electric-type assaults. However, my Gyarados is an exception. The fin that runs along Gyarados' body serves as a reservoir for electrical energy, akin to electric-type Pokémon, enabling it to absorb and swiftly discharge electricity. Consequently, when struck by the thunder move, the astute Gyarados had already released the stored energy from its fin, mitigating some of the thunder's impact, allowing it to remain in fighting form. As Hakron charged forward, Liu Qing shouted, Gyarados, evade. The Dragon Rush, while powerful, suffers from a low accuracy rate. Had it not been for the rain, Gyarados' considerable size would have made evasion nearly impossible, yet, the weather provided an opportunity. With Hakron having just commanded a weather change, the rain had not entirely ceased, allowing Gyarados to swiftly maneuver out of Hakron's path. Water tail. Liu Qing immediately countered. Dodge. Yuji quickly urged. The massive tail swung gracefully, creating cascading sheets of water. Hakron dodged left and right, but ultimately was struck by a wave of water, sent tumbling through the air. Gyarados, pursue and use Ice Fang. Liu Qing called, seizing the moment. Chapter 117. Now that the weather has changed, do you think you can still catch up? Yuji shielded his eyes from the newly emerged blinding sunlight and commanded, Hakron, Dragon Rage. Hakron's abdomen glimmered with blue light before unleashing a pure blue beam resembling a dragon, hurtling towards Gyarados. Such pure dragon-type power, Liu Qing mused, realizing that Hakron's lineage must be formidable. Boom. The clash of Dragon Rage and Ice Fang erupted in a violent explosion, sending fierce gales in all directions. Hakron was pushed backward, while Gyarados, despite its massive size, found itself drained of energy and unable to withstand the force, toppling backward. Once the energy dissipated, Gyarados struggled to rise, letting out a mighty roar directed at Hakron. Hakron, deliver the final blow, Oblivion Ray. Yuji, well acquainted with Hakron's condition, recognized its dwindling stamina. Although Liu Qing had two other Pokémon remaining, they were in no condition to fight. Victory was within reach if Hakron could vanquish Gyarados. He promptly issued the command. Gyarados, unleash your final strike, Tsunami Wave. Liu Qing declared, rallying his Pokémon for one last effort. As the sharp horn atop Haxorus began to gather a resplendent orange-yellow glow, a faint lavender light gradually enveloped the body of Gyarados. Subsequently, a colossal pillar of orange-yellow light collided with a swirling lavender beam, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Thankfully, the ground remained damp. Otherwise, an immense cloud of dust would have been stirred up. Intense ripples of energy radiated from the point of collision, and Gyarados, being the closest, was hurled away, landing on the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. Haxorus soon followed, collapsing as well, yet still struggling, seemingly attempting to rise again. However, it barely took flight before crashing back down, succumbing to unconsciousness. With both Gyarados and Haxorus incapacitated, the victory was awarded to Liu Qing, who still possessed a swift canine Pokémon. Considering the circumstances, the referee announced loudly, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the venue. The champion had finally emerged. The commentator's exuberant voice echoed through the arena, celebrating the conclusion of a series of thrilling battles that crowned Liu Qing as the champion of the Quartz Conference, who had triumphed since the very first preliminary round. Overwhelmed with emotion, Liu Qing felt as though his heart was brimming with joy, the fervent cheers of the audience fading into the background as he mechanically approached Gyarados. Upon seeing his own image displayed on the big screen, he exclaimed, "Gyarados, we did it. Amazing, big brother, we won." In the VIP section, Liyuan was already dancing with joy, while Kaze and Millie exchanged glances, their faces alight with smiles. "Congratulations, Kaze Liu Qing." In the arena, Yuji retracted Haxorus and approached Liu Qing, extending his right hand. "Thank you." Liu Qing reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with Yuji. "Next time we meet, I will surely defeat you." Yuji withdrew his hand and, after leaving that remark, turned to exit the venue. "Next time? I eagerly anticipate it," Liu Qing whispered to himself, also turning to leave. The closing ceremony would not commence until the top 4 competitors, Lacey and Yuer, determined the third place later that afternoon, affording Liu Qing ample time to recuperate after his exhausting battle. After exiting the venue and delivering his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, he returned to the hotel alongside Kaze, Millie, and Liu Yuan. Big brother, tell me, how does it feel to win the championship?" Upon arriving for dinner, Liu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. "What can I say, aside from feeling grateful for the Pokémon that helped me secure the championship? I am simply exhausted," Liu Qing replied, ruffling Liu Yuan's hair. "You and Yuji are evenly matched, so it is only natural to feel mentally fatigued after such a battle. Now rest well. Your mother will wake you before the evening's ceremony," Millie said gently. Liu Qing nodded, opened the bedroom door, and flung himself onto the bed. He did not stir until Millie called him as dusk descended, and after freshening up, they all headed toward the venue together. As Liu Qing arrived at the court stadium, the stands were filled to capacity, signaling the commencement of the closing ceremony. The announcer proclaimed the gathering of exceptional Pokémon trainers and their companions, all vying to showcase their prowess in the Pokémon League Quartz Conference, now ready to usher in the finale. Following the announcer's words, it was time for Liu Qing and the other competitors to make their entrance. The audience erupted into cheers and applause upon seeing the trainers emerge. The announcer's voice rang out again, announcing that President Damalanki would present commemorative gifts to the participants as a token of their involvement in the event. The trainers formed a long line at the awards podium, where President Damalanki, one by one, handed out these tokens of recognition. Liu Qing's eyes lit up upon receiving a beautifully crafted gift, a base adorned with 2 white wings, beneath which lay a green foundation, topped with a crystalline ornament reminiscent of a Chinese ancient weapon, the trident. At its center was a golden Pokeball encased in a square frame. Later that afternoon, the results of Lei Zi and Yu Er's match were announced, with Lei Zi securing 3rd place. At that moment, Liu Qing, Yongji, and Lei Zi found themselves remaining at the awards podium. Liu Qing stood atop the highest platform, with Yongji to his right and Lei Zi to his left. As he waved to the adoring crowd, Liu Qing felt the exhilarating rush of victory for the first time. "Now that you're up there, you better put in some serious effort, or I might just drag you down from that pedestal," Yongji jokingly threatened, his voice low yet fierce. Liu Qing smirked slightly, replying, "Rest assured, my footing is quite stable. You won't be able to budge me." This elicited a soft chuckle from Lei Zi. The front-runners of the competition, adorned with expressions of joy, waved to the audience, who showered them with thunderous applause. The announcer declared, "The audience is giving them a grand ovation." The applause grew even more fervent. As the closing ceremony drew to a poignant conclusion, the announcer's voice faded, and the lights in the arena dimmed. Before them, a few sparks soared into the sky, bursting into a stunning array of patterns, fireworks. "How beautiful," Liu Qing marveled. "Now, may President Damalanki present the awards to the top competitors," the announcer announced. 3 individuals donned in formal attire approached, standing behind President Damalanki, each holding a trophy and a certificate. The president took the awards from them, first presenting to Lei Zi, followed by Yongji, and finally to Liu Qing. "You 3 performed remarkably well, showcasing thrilling matches and exceptional skills, truly deserving of this honor. May you carry this accolade forward and continue striving for greatness," President Damalanki said with a warm smile. Liu Qing, Yongji, and Lazy nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Liu Qing examined the trophy closely. Its surface was coated in gold paint, and the base was engraved with the words Champion of the 109th Quartz Conference. The certificate boasts a crimson cover, adorned with the golden characters Quartz Conference and a small Pokeball. Upon opening it, the left side reveals a photograph of oneself, accompanied by the inscription, Champion of the 109th Quartz Conference, Liu Qing. On the right side, a vertical arrangement of 6 photographs of Pokémon is displayed, each accompanied by their respective names. From top to bottom, they are Salamence, Gyarados, Gengar, Arcanine, Exeggcute, and Scyther. I hereby declare the 109th Quartz Conference officially concluded. Wishing everyone a splendid evening, announced President Damalan. With the accompaniment of beautiful fireworks illuminating the sky, the Quartz Conference drew to a close. Chapter 119 Liu Qing. Where do you plan to travel next? Inquired Lei Ci as they made their way out of the venue. Not yet decided. How about you? Do you have any plans? Liu Qing replied. Well, I'm continuing my journey in Kanto, preparing to challenge the battle frontier, Lei Ci stated. The battle frontier, you say? Liu Qing nodded. Then I wish you the best of luck in achieving victory. With the conclusion of the Quartz Conference, Liu Qing joined Meili and Liu Yuan aboard a private jet back to Golden City. As for Bo Fengyu, he had departed shortly after Liu Qing's match concluded that morning. Upon arriving home, the butler informed Liu Qing that Bo Fengyu requested his presence in the study. Liu Qing acknowledged this and made his way to the study door. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man seated in the main position, while Bo Fengyu stood respectfully to the side. Seeing Liu Qing enter, he promptly said, Liu Qing, this is the esteemed elder of our family, who has come specifically to see you. Hurry and pay your respects. Yes, I have met the elder, Liu Qing replied, though unsure of the elder's significance. He still greeted him with utmost respect, compelled by the elder's profound aura. Remarkable. To have reached the champion level within just a year, albeit at its inception, is indeed commendable, the elder remarked, his deep blue eyes scrutinizing Liu Qing for a moment before a look of approval graced his features. Thank you for your kind words, elder. Liu Qing expressed his gratitude, though he was increasingly perplexed, as he had only just crossed the threshold into the champion level today. Surely, this visit was not solely for such a matter? Your son remains unaware of the world's true nature. Perhaps you should enlighten him, the elder suggested, seemingly perceiving Liu Qing's thoughts. However, Liu Qing was aware that the elder had not truly seen through him. It was a skill he had acquired since his arrival in this world, allowing him to shield his mind from external probing. Yes, elder, Bo Fengyu replied respectfully. Then turned to Liu Qing. Liu Qing, do you know the standing of our family in this world? I am aware that our Huayu Corporation is one of the top 10 enterprises globally, Liu Qing answered. Indeed, you are correct, but that is merely the surface. Allow your father to elaborate on the realities of our world, Bo Fengyu said, his expression now serious. This world is not as peaceful as it appears. In the Eastern Hemisphere alone, there exists a league, a palace, a tower, and 17 factions that dominate the landscape. The alliance refers to the Elven Alliance, which was initially composed of the 4 prominent families, the Oki family, the Yulong family, the Sasaki family, and the Baiyao family. The hall denotes the Shrine clan, while the tower signifies the newly established Lingling Tower in the Chengdu region. The 17 gates represent various families, including the ordinary Oki family, the fighting-type Xinxiang family, the flying-type Bufing family, the poison-type Qianxiao family, the ground-type Bama family, the rock-type Yamazaki family, the bug-type Yunu family, the ghost-type Xiangla family, the steel-type Zavukasai family, the fire-type Buchihuo family, the water-type Sato family, the grass-type Qiansen family, the electric-type Chimu family, the psychic-type Xinyan family, the ice-type Sato family, the dragon-type Yulong family, and the dark-type Yuexiao family. Notably, both the water and ice families are the Sato clan, and the Baiyao family and the Xiangla family from the 17 gates actually belong to the same lineage. Presently, well-known enterprises across the continents, such as the Devon Group, the Zilifu Group, the Huayu Group, the Sasaki Group, the Nine Group, and the Weimu Group, are all managed by these great powers. Among these factions, the Oki, Yulong, Wufeng, Shrine, and Zavukasai families hold the highest esteem. Liu Qing, do you understand how the Alliance, the Hall, the Tower, and the 17 gates maintain their dominant position? I do not know, Liu Qing replied, shaking her head. Chapter 120. It is due to the existence of champions, individuals of formidable strength. Although the Elven Alliance was founded by the 4 prominent families, many top-tier forces are now involved, solidifying its status as a hegemon. Furthermore, It is estimated that around 10 individuals with champion strength exist covertly. The Lingling Tower has recently seen a significant decline in power, now boasting only one elder of champion strength. The Shrine clan possesses the power of transcendence, but has seemingly fallen into a downturn due to recent events, with approximately 2 champions visible. Among the 4 prominent families, the Oki family holds the highest prestige, with the well-known Alliance President Dama Lan and Professor Oki. The Yulong family, closely related to the Shrine clan, possesses the unique dragon power. During this conference, you encountered Yulong Yuji, a direct descendant of the Yulong family, with around 3 champions reported. The Sasaki family appears to have merely 1 champion. The Baiyao and Xiangla families are in the most dire state, now only represented by the 2 elder ladies, Kikuko and Kikuno, who are of the pinnacle level. If the next generation fails to produce a champion, they will likely be excluded from the 4 prominent families and top-tier forces. As for the 17 gates, several families, like the Baiyao Xiangla, are rumored to lack champions, such as the Qianxin family, which wields nature's power. It seems their reclusive behavior stems from the absence of champions among them, while other noble families have varying numbers of champions in residence. Father, do you mean that only those with champion strength can dominate this world? Liu Qing inquired. You are correct. Wolfing replied. Father, the elder summoned me for something beyond just this, did he not? Liu Qing felt a sudden sense of unease, accompanied by a vague suspicion. Child, I summoned you not merely to share this knowledge, but primarily because we, the elders, discern the potential within you to become a champion, the Grand Elder began. Grand Elder, how exactly is strength categorized? Liu Qing inquired. Allow me to elaborate. There are various tiers of trainers, the third-rate trainers, who possess little understanding and rely solely on brute force, unable to stand on the grand stage. The novice trainers, who have just received their first Pokémon. The ordinary trainers, who have established a harmonious bond with their Pokémon and are familiar with their skills, capable of directing them in battle. The elite trainers, who have further deepened their relationship with their Pokémon, able to devise strategies and create their own rhythm in combat. The quasi-champion trainers, who move in unison with their Pokémon, enhancing their tactical prowess, transforming their battle rhythm into a unique style. The champion-level trainers, who grasp the essence of combat, exhibiting an effortless mastery during battles. The quasi-champions and champions are often referred to as Pokémon masters. Finally, there exists the master level, which is yet to be achieved by anyone in recent years. Liu Qing was taken aback by such a detailed classification, realizing that his ascent to the champion level was entirely due to the perceptive abilities he acquired through his journey. Liu Qing, the reason I see champion potential in you is not only because you reached the champion level in just a year, but also due to your Pokémon, particularly the Salamence and Gyarados, which possess the qualities of demigods. Once you break through in your mindset, they too will ascend to divine levels of power. It is best to carry them with you on your upcoming journey. Moreover, your Arcanine is remarkable. I observed its fire spin, and if it can compress the flames into a pure white form, it will stand out even among the champions. As for your Jengar, it is said to be a Pokémon that has lived for over 1,000 years, possessing formidable mental strength and immense potential. The fate of your remaining Pokémon, the Scyther and Exeggcute, will depend on chance. Thank you for your guidance, Grand Elder. Liu Qing bowed respectfully. It is only fitting. The future of our clan will rely on the support of the younger generation. The Grand Elder sighed with a bittersweet smile. In my generation, I stand as the last survivor. In your father's generation, only he and his brother, Quanlang, possess champion-level strength. I oversee the Hoenn region, while your father, as the clan leader, governs the Kanto and Johto regions, and Quanlang serves as the Battle Tower Master in Sinnoh. I fear that when I pass, if no one emerges as a champion, our family's legacy in Hoenn may perish. Grand Elder, you shall surely live a long life, and I am confident that this generation will yield outstanding talents. Bolfing Yu quickly reassured. As Liu Qing gazed in astonishment at Naruto, he had previously believed Naruto to be of the highest caliber, only to discover that his father, who was always preoccupied with company affairs, was actually a master of championship level. Upon utilizing the perceptive powers acquired through his reincarnation to probe further, he found nothing. Chapter 121. Just then, the Grand Elder cast a curious glance at Liu Qing, seemingly struck by a revelation. A faint smile graced his face as he addressed Liu Qing. Do you know that in this world, there are individuals who possess extraordinary abilities? Indeed, Liu Qing replied, pausing briefly before continuing. Father mentioned several abilities during his introduction, such as dragon mastery, nature's power, and supernatural force. After a moment's reflection, Liu Qing inquired, Grand Elder, are these abilities accessible to all members of their respective families? Precisely. As long as one belongs to the Qianxin, Yulong, or Xindian clans, they can acquire these abilities. However, there are distinctions in strength. Take Du for instance. His dragon mastery is remarkably potent, even surpassing that of his own clan's Grand Elder. Moreover, apart from his dragon power, he inherited the power of the evergreen forest due to his birthright, which allows him to read the thoughts and memories of the forest spirits and heal them. The Grand Elder elaborated. Just as with the evergreen power, there are other abilities waiting for the worthy to discover and inherit, in addition to dragon mastery, supernatural force, and nature's power, as well as capabilities unique to other families. Grand Elder, are you suggesting that I, too, might possess such potential? Liu Qing asked. Though the Wave Wind clan excels in aerial abilities, we do not rely on inherited special powers. Our strength comes from the accumulated wisdom and knowledge passed down through countless generations. However, I sensed an energy emanating from you that resembles the nascent form of an ability. Thus, I speculate you may also be capable of acquiring such a power, the Grand Elder said, producing a Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a natural bird appeared beside Liu Qing. Old friend, please use your foresight to assess this child, the Grand Elder instructed, pointing at Liu Qing. Very well. The natural bird responded telepathically, then began to flap its wings, glowing with a blue light before closing its eyes. Grand Elder, was the natural bird employing telepathy just now? Liu Qing queried. Your deduction is correct. Apart from certain exceptional Pokémon that inherently possess such abilities, only those that surpass the king level, akin to quasi-divine beasts, might attain this capability, though the likelihood is quite slim, the Grand Elder clarified. Divine beasts are categorized by their ranks. Quasi-divine beasts include the legendary birds, legendary beasts, and others, while true divine beasts consist of Mew and Celebi, with ultra-divine beasts being entities like Ho-Oh and Lugia. I see. Liu Qing nodded, recognizing that the classification of these divine beasts mirrored the species values he had encountered in his previous life, where those with a value of 580 were considered quasi-divine, 600 as divine, and 670 or 680 as ultra-divine, with 720 being the creator deities. Just then, the natural bird suddenly crashed against the wall as if struck, emitting a cry of distress. Natural bird, what has happened? The elder was taken aback, hastily placing the natural bird onto the table and inquiring, how remarkable. Your abilities are astonishing, my grandson. The natural bird, still trembling with trepidation, remarked. He rebuffed all my precognitive visions. The three individuals present were stunned. The elder and Kazekage regarded Liu Qing as if he were a monster, while Liu Qing himself was astonished. Did his future self possess such formidable power that it could terrify the natural bird to this extent? Nonetheless, remnants of precognitive memories lingered in his mind. The natural bird, as if ensnared in a dream, gradually articulated, tree, awaken, dream. What does this signify? The elder furrowed his brow. Elder, could it be interpreted that Liu Qing's strength relies on the awakening of dreams and a tree? Kazekage pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. Chapter 122 Your father was equally agitated back in the day. The elder seemed to reminisce, chuckling warmly. Wait, elder. I am merely 18. Surely, you aren't suggesting I should marry already, especially since I have yet to find someone I like? Liu Qing interjected hastily. Liu Qing. Kazekage's expression turned grave. Marriage is a significant matter. It is not for you to decide. However, Liu Qing felt a heaviness settle within him. All right, you should have a serious talk with your son. The elder sighed. Such is the fate we bear as descendants of esteemed families. What is going on? Liu Qing seemed to grasp something, casting a questioning glance at his father. An alliance. Kazekage finally exhaled those two weighty words after observing Liu Qing for a considerable time. It is to form a coalition of interests through marriage. Must it be this way? Liu Qing never anticipated that this world still practiced arranged marriages. Yet, he felt a surge of defiance. Indeed, as the son of the clan leader, it is imperative, Kazekage nodded. But can such a marriage truly bring happiness? Liu Qing's frustration began to surface. Do you think your mother and I are unhappy now? A hint of tenderness flashed in Kazekage's eyes. I was engaged to your mother a year earlier than you are now, and look at us, living quite happily. Liu Qing was momentarily speechless. He had never considered that his parents' union was arranged. With a dejected tone, he inquired, which clan is the other party from? Yet, inwardly he mused, whoever they are, I'll simply avoid them like Kobayashi if need be. They hail from the Ketsu Shrine clan, specifically chosen for you by our elders and your parents. As for appearance, they are undoubtedly a beauty, a reward we have prepared for you, the elder explained. Ah, one of the four great families. Very well, I understand, Liu Qing replied. feeling a wave of despair wash over him at the notion that an arranged marriage was considered a reward. Indeed, in half a month, your engagement banquet will take place. During this time, you should remain at home and prepare. The little sprite will be entrusted to your mother's care. Understood, Liu Qing replied expressionlessly, opening the door and stepping out. Ha ha, this little fellow is quite reluctant. The elder chuckled heartily as Liu Qing exited. No matter how unwilling he may feel, he cannot escape his fate. Furthermore, when the engagement banquet arrives and he meets his fiancée, he might even express gratitude toward us. Bo Fengyu reminisced about the moment he assisted Liu Qing in selecting a fiancée, recalling the chosen one's appearance, as well as the character and abilities he learned from Millie, and he affirmed this notion with certainty. Let us hope so. If he genuinely feels reluctant at that moment, you may tell him that as long as the marriage within the family is completed, he may pursue as many women as he desires outside, without coercion. After all, times have changed. Since the emergence of Yulong-Du, even the most stubborn members of the Yulong clan have been compelled to acknowledge their errors, bringing the Yulong family of 4 back into the fold. The elder recalled the events surrounding Yulong-Du. His father had once escaped to a small village in the Changpan forest with his beloved, defying the family's arranged marriage. And they had 2 sons, one being Yulong-Du and the other Yulong-Yongji. Initially, the Yulong clan felt deep shame over the trio, expelling Yulong's father from the family. However, with the remarkably gifted Yulong-Du, who broke through to the champion level at the tender age of 18, how could the Yulong family afford to relinquish such a promising heir? They resorted to emotional appeals to welcome the Yulong family back. Reflecting on this, the elder made a bold decision, leaving Bo Fengyu somewhat speechless. He had not experienced such privileges in his time. Yet, a woman's visage surfaced in his mind, and a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. Not far from the study, Liu Qing pondered how to execute a successful escape. As for the little sprite, she could capture it later. She fortuitously encountered Lu Yuan on her path and was struck by a brilliant idea. Grabbing Lu Yuan, she said, "Lu Yuan, could you do me a favor?" "Sure, what is it?" Lu Yuan inquired directly. "It's like this. My brother left his bag at our mother's place. Could you fetch it for him?" "Why doesn't he go himself?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Liu Qing, with a quick turn of her thoughts, replied, "Father just asked me to do something, and I must leave now, so I'm relying on you. Please bring it to my brother's room, all right?" "All right. I'll get it right away," Lu Yuan responded, dashing off swiftly. "Excellent." Liu Qing clenched her fist, composed herself, and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before quickly retreating to her room, lying on the bed in anticipation of Lu Yuan's return. Chapter 123 Moments later. The door creaked open, and Lu Yuan peered in cautiously. Upon spotting Liu Qing reclined on the bed, he rushed over. "Big brother, what's wrong? Did you not retrieve it?" Liu Qing asked, furrowing his brow slightly. "Mother said your bag was dirty and has sent it to be cleaned by the servants." "And what about my Pokeball?" "Mother assured me she would take care of it," Lu Yuan replied matter-of-factly. "Oh dear," Liu Qing lamented, clutching his head in distress. Observing this, Lu Yuan retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. "Big brother, Mother mentioned you're tired today, so I won't disturb you. I'll come back to play tomorrow." Liu Qing hurriedly replied in a vague manner. As soon as the door clicked shut, she swiftly sat up, quietly opened the door, and upon seeing no one outside, promptly closed it again. She retrieved all the money from her piggy bank, and, just as she was about to climb through the window, 2 figures suddenly appeared before her, startling Liu Qing. "What are you doing standing outside my window?" she asked. "Young master, the master has instructed us to ensure your safety," the 2 replied with blank expressions. "Your brothers?" Liu Qing asked incredulously. "Do I really need your protection at home?" Seeing their unyielding demeanor, she felt foolish and closed the window. With guards even by the window, escape seemed impossible unless she obtained a Pokeball. Feeling quite dejected, Liu Qing collapsed onto her bed. "Liu Qing, are you asleep?" A voice suddenly called from outside. It was Millie. "Yes," Liu Qing shouted, her mood exceedingly foul. "I had planned to discuss your current troubles with you, but since you're asleep, I suppose it will have to wait," Millie said, her tone tinged with regret. "Wait, I'm not asleep yet." Liu Qing quickly rolled out of bed, hastening to open the door for Millie. "Liu Qing," Millie sighed as she entered and noticed Liu Qing's unhappy expression. "Don't blame your father. He has no choice. Our lives as members of a noble family are indeed more privileged than ordinary people, yet there are also burdens we must bear, such as marriage. This is an obligation for every legitimate heir, including you and, in the future, your brother. But I'm only 18. I don't even know who the other party is. Is there really a need to rush?" Liu Qing frowned. "And how can you be sure that living with this person will bring happiness? Parents never wish for their children to be unhappy." Millie gently tapped Liu Qing on the head. Most children from noble families are engaged early and marry by 20. These 5 years are meant for them to get to know each other. Your father and I were once in your shoes, and, though we were reluctant, we have managed quite well. You are already 18. I understand. As the son of the clan leader, I must set an example. Everything is for the family. Liu Qing sighed inwardly. I will try my best to get along with the other party. Liu Qing, this young lady has been personally chosen by your mother. You will surely be satisfied. Millie reassured Liu Qing, pleased with her acceptance. However, whether this marriage comes to fruition will depend on your abilities, as she has made it clear she will not marry someone weaker than herself. Oh, Liu Qing's interest was piqued, a hint of competitive spirit igniting within her. She raised an eyebrow, curious. Where is she from, and what is her name? Ah, it's good to see you're interested, Millie chuckled inwardly. But in order to keep Liu Qing intrigued, she decided not to reveal the name just yet. I can tell you where she is from, but not her name. Why not? Liu Qing pouted. What name you should ask for on that day is something you must inquire about yourself. As for where she hails from, Millie deliberately paused. Noticing Liu Qing perk up his ears, and smiled. She is from the Sinnoh region. Sinnoh? Liu Qing expressed mild surprise, then remarked, I shall await her arrival. If her abilities are lacking, do not blame me for defying my family's orders and calling off the engagement on the spot. Yet, in his heart, he was already contemplating returning the Pokeball to himself. If he wished to leave, not even his father could stop him. Very well, if that girl possesses insufficient strength, she is unworthy of a union with you. My mother would be the first to object. Millie had achieved her purpose and, with a beaming smile, stood up and exited the room. Shall we engage in battle? Liu Qing clenched his fists, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then let it commence. Chapter 124. Although Bo Fingyu understood that Millie had convinced Liu Qing, he remained uneasy. While he permitted Liu Qing to care for the Pokémon, it was mandatory for Millie to accompany him, along with several dozen security personnel, both overt and covert, keeping a vigilant watch over Liu Qing. Fortunately, his freedom was not curtailed. Otherwise, even though Liu Qing was eager to meet the woman he was to be engaged to, he could not help but feel frustrated. Thus, the days passed. With numerous family members arriving from various locales and countless servants adorning the family hall in resplendent grandeur, brimming with festive cheer. Tailors and craftsmen would present Liu Qing with a new outfit each day, which Millie would then evaluate. On the eve of the engagement banquet, the preparations at home were finally complete. Millie made a decisive choice regarding Liu Qing's attire, ensuring he would no longer be subjected to daily arrangements. At this moment, under Bo Fingyu's guidance, Millie, Liu Qing, Liu Yuan, and other principal family members arrived at the manor's airfield to welcome the temple clan arriving from Sinnoh. Barely having reached the airfield, they spotted a small dark shape emerging from the clouds above, rapidly approaching. Liu Qing soon realized that this small point was, in fact, a colossal airship. After a rush of intense air pressure swept through, the ship landed at the airport, and nearly 100 individuals disembarked, led by an elderly woman who made her way towards Bo Fingyu. Patriarch Bo Feng, it is good to see you. The leading woman's gaze appeared gentle. Yet Liu Qing immediately sensed an air of authority. It was a presence cultivated by long-standing status. Matriarch Kalashina, after your arduous journey, I have prepared a feast to welcome you all. Bo Fingyu extended his hand to shake the woman's. Let us not rush. Who is the one to be engaged to my granddaughter? Kalashina's gaze swept over the members behind Bo Fingyu before finally resting on Liu Qing, her eyes flickering with approval. Haha, it seems the matriarch is quite eager. Bo Fingyu chuckled, gesturing toward Millie, Liu Qing, and Liu Yuan. This is my wife, Sato Millie. This is my eldest son, Bo Feng Liu Qing, the protagonist of this occasion, and this is my second son, Bo Feng Liu Yuan. Liu Qing, this esteemed lady is your fiancée's grandmother. Matriarch Kalashina of the Temple clan. Greetings, matriarch. Liu Qing performed a respectful bow befitting a junior of a noble family. A handsome young man indeed, Kalashina nodded. I have heard that you became the Kanto League champion after merely a year of traveling? Indeed, Liu Qing replied earnestly, nodding in affirmation. Such talent. Kalashina praised with a gentle clap of her hands, but then quickly shifted her tone, asserting that no matter how gifted one might be, if they could not best her granddaughter, the union could not proceed, and they would promptly return home. Instantly, the expressions of all members of the Kazekage clan, including Kazekage-yu, darkened. This matter had already been conveyed by the matriarch. Liu Qing gazed intently at Kalashina's visage, finding it increasingly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. However, this was not the time for such musings, for preserving the family's honor was paramount. Liu Qing spoke passionately, declaring that he had long awaited a duel with her granddaughter, but if her granddaughter proved to be inadequate, the temple clan would merely become guests of the Kazekage clan. Upon hearing this, Kazekageyu's countenance shifted, while Kalasina's expression stiffened. Liu Qing's words not only countered her statement, but also indicated a clear stance. If her granddaughter's abilities were lacking, this engagement would fall through, bringing shame upon the entire temple clan. My sister will not lose. It is you who shall be defeated. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice rang out from behind Kalasina. As a delicate golden-haired girl emerged, her face flushed with indignation as she pointed an accusing finger at Liu Qing. Surely, this must be the clan leader's granddaughter, Luciana, thought Kazekageyu, observing the girl clutching Kalasina's garment with a smile. Kazekage, your keen eye has not gone unnoticed. Since your son is prepared to challenge, my granddaughter shall not hold back. Kalasina nodded, indicating the golden-haired girl who approached her from the crowd. This is my granddaughter, Shalona. Nana, this is the leader of the Kazekage clan, along with his wife and son. Chapter 125. Shalona has met Kazekage and Madame Kazekage. Shalona performed a respectful greeting to Kazekage-yu and Millie, while her gaze briefly flicked over to Liu Qing. At that moment, Liu Qing finally understood why Kalasina seemed familiar. In his previous life watching the anime, she was none other than the grandmother of champion Shalona, a member of the Elite Four. Although the girl before him had yet to exhibit the poise of a future champion, her knee-length golden hair and the veil covering her left eye made it clear that the future champion Shalona stood right in front of him, destined to become his fiancée. In his past life, he had admired Shalona, the sole female champion of the Elite Four, and now, his earlier discontent regarding the forced engagement and desire to escape were momentarily cast aside. All he wished for was to defeat Shalona and join her at the engagement banquet the following day. Kazekage, may we witness the duel between these two children first? I am quite eager to see the outcome. Kalasina glanced at Liu Qing and Shalona before addressing Kazekage-yu. Of course, Kazekage-yu, well aware that Liu Qing had already advanced to Silver Feather, was not one to fear a battle. He nodded, stating that the convoy was ready and inviting everyone to board, as they would soon head to the Kazekage clan's arena. It seems the Kazekage leader has great confidence in his son's abilities, Kalasina remarked, as both she and Kazekage-yu, as clan leaders, settled into the same carriage, Kalasina probing cautiously. The chieftain Karashina is equally confident, isn't she? After Bo Fengyu finished speaking, he and Karashina burst into laughter together. Liu Qing, it seems you are quite pleased with that girl, aren't you? In the vehicle, Millie pointed at the corner of Liu Qing's mouth, unable to conceal her smile. This girl was meticulously chosen by your mother. How could her son possibly be dissatisfied? Liu Qing blushed slightly, clenched his fist, and confidently declared, thus, to honor my mother's earnest efforts, I must triumph in the upcoming battle. Giggle, how clever. Millie immediately laughed. Well then, fight valiantly to satisfy mother by defeating Sharona. The manor where Liu Qing resided belonged to the Bofeng clan, and it served as the venue for the annual assessments of the family's young ones, featuring an outdoor arena comparable in size to the main venue of the Quartz League Conference. The convoy had now halted outside, and Bo Fengyu led everyone inside with purpose. What a splendid venue. Upon entering the arena, Karashina nodded in satisfaction and turned to Liu Qing, asking, young man, the battle will follow the 6-on-6 full participation rules. Are you prepared? As soon as my Pokeballs are transmitted here, the match can commence, Liu Qing replied with a casual smile. Karashina, seemingly benevolent in granting Liu Qing time, was subtly applying pressure. Chieftain Karashina, please accompany me to the stands to observe the battle between the two children. Upon hearing this, Karashina nodded and led her clansmen towards the nearby staircase. Big brother, good luck, Liu Yuan exclaimed as he passed by Liu Qing. Don't worry. You'll be seated beside mother, watching your elder brother display his prowess. Liu Qing chuckled while ruffling Liu Yuan's hair. He glanced at Sharona in the distance, locking eyes with her, and continued, let her become your future sister-in-law. In response, Sharona offered a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by Liu Qing's words, which made him secretly admire her. He recognized that even though Sharona might not possess the strength of a future champion yet, she should not be underestimated. This venue was equipped with a specialized transmission device, and soon Liu Qing received the Pokeballs transmitted from the breeding house. After taking their positions alongside Sharona, the large screen in the arena displayed their images and 6 Pokeballs. The family butler, Fubo, assumed the role of referee and announced the beginning of the match. Chapter 126. As soon as Fubo's voice faded, the previously gentle and smiling Sharona transformed, exuding an air of confidence. With her hands on her hips, she boldly threw out her first Pokeball, declaring, arise, Roserade. Upon the opening of the Pokeball, a petite Pokemon, approximately 1 meter tall, adorned with white petals on its head and red and blue floral hands, materialized in the arena. Roserade, I choose you. Jinghost. Liu Qing also released his Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, Jinghost appeared, floating ominously in the arena. With Jinghost's emergence, the temperature in the entire venue plummeted, creating a chilling atmosphere. Roserade eyed Jinghost warily, on high alert. Roserade, Energy Ball. Sharona calmly commanded. Upon hearing Cynthia's command, Roserade extended a hand forward, and an emerald-hued energy sphere was swiftly launched toward Jengar. Hypnosis. At that moment, Liu Qing's command also arrived. In the arena, Jengar displayed a peculiar smile in response to the rapidly approaching energy sphere, and then, astonishingly, the sphere passed right through Jengar's body as if it were non-existent. Roserade. Psychic powers spin. Cynthia observed this with a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, yet remained composed. Roserade extended her arms outward, releasing waves of colorful light, and then began to spin rapidly in place, causing the psychic power to form a vibrant circle that expanded outward, soon revealing Jengar, who had been holding a red energy sphere, swept out from behind. Shadow Ball. Upon seeing Jengar emerge, Cynthia commanded once more. Jengar, Dark Pulse. Liu Qing shouted simultaneously as Jengar appeared. Just as Jengar was poised to ambush Roserade, it was unexpectedly swept out by Roserade's psychic power and sustained some injuries, leaving it exceedingly frustrated. At that moment, Roserade launched a Shadow Ball at it, prompting Jengar to retaliate with a black Dark Pulse. The Dark Pulse encountered the Shadow Ball mid-flight, instantly engulfing it, and subsequently struck Roserade, sending her hurtling backward, while Jengar vanished into thin air. Hypnosis. Witnessing Jengar's disappearance, Liu Qing shouted again. Roserade, rise quickly and unleash psychic power once more. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, Cynthia felt a pang of alarm and immediately called out. In the arena, the recently launched Roserade, having just regained her footing, attempted to execute her psychic power, only to find Jengar ominously presenting a red energy sphere right before her eyes. In the blink of an eye, the red light flashed, and Roserade succumbed to slumber. Dream Eater. As soon as Roserade fell asleep, a shadow emerged from Jengar, swiftly penetrating Roserade's body, causing her to exhibit a pained expression. Yet she did not lose her fighting spirit. Jengar, taken aback momentarily, acted without Liu Qing's command and launched a Shadow Ball, resulting in a resounding crash that revealed Roserade, now devoid of combat effectiveness. Though it may seem prolonged, the sequence from Roserade being blasted away to Jengar's disappearance and subsequent hypnosis of Roserade transpired in an instant, with the ensuing Dream Eater and Shadow Ball executed with remarkable speed, marking the battle's conclusion in a remarkably brief span. Roserade is unable to continue. Jengar is victorious, the announcer declared without a hint of emotion. It appears my side has taken the lead. Bofeng Yu's face lit up with satisfaction as he turned to Karasina with a smile. The match has only just begun. The outcome remains uncertain. Karasina remarked with calm assurance. Come on, big brother, keep up the momentum and defeat her. Lu Yuan shouted excitedly. Liu Qing glanced over, then fixed his gaze upon Cynthia, awaiting her second Pokemon. Return, Roserade. Cynthia stowed away the captured Pokemon into its Pokeball, her expression remaining unchanged as she released her second Pokemon, the Roserade. Jengar, Shadow Ball. She commanded. Roserade, use your strange whirlwind. As the commands were issued, Jengar swiftly launched a dark purple Shadow Ball towards Roserade, who countered with a swirling gust of dark energy that surprisingly ensnared the Shadow Ball, drawing it into the vortex and propelling it back toward Jengar with great speed. Such exquisite control, Liu Qing praised, devoid of any tension. Jengar, with a sinister grin, attempted to evade but was eerily pursued by the strange whirlwind. Realizing escape was futile, Liu Qing raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Cynthia was indeed a formidable opponent. Boom! The strange whirlwind and Shadow Ball collided with Jengar, resulting in a violent explosion that sent Jengar tumbling from the ensuing black smoke. Roserade, Dark Pulse. Cynthia commanded once more, as dark energy coalesced before Roserade, charging towards the descending Jengar. Jengar! Liu Qing shouted urgently. Just as the Dark Pulse was about to strike, Jengar abruptly halted its descent and vanished into thin air. The Dark Pulse sailed through the space Jengar once occupied, impacting the ground and creating a sizable crater. Shadow Ball. Jengar, a cunning specter with years of experience, swiftly regained composure and seized the opportunity. Roserade, find it, Cynthia ordered. In the arena, Roserade's body shimmered with vibrant colors, radiating outward as it employed its psychic interference to locate Jengar. Suddenly, a Shadow Ball materialized above Roserade and crashed down upon it. resulting in an explosive detonation that filled the air with black smoke. As Gengar prepared to launch another attack, it found itself ensnared by a colorful aura, immobilized. While Roserade emerged from the haze, its eyes glowing with vibrant colors. "Gengar, break free," Liu Qing urged, fully aware of Gengar's formidable psychic strength. Gengar, not one to be easily subdued, immediately countered the psychic interference with its own mental prowess. The colorful light flickered violently before shattering, causing Roserade to display an expression of agony. "Return, Roserade," Cynthia declared, recognizing the perilous nature of mental confrontations, and without hesitation, recalled Roserade into its Pock Ball upon witnessing its distress. "Gengar, are you alright?" Liu Qing inquired, observing Gengar's fatigued form drifting beside him. "I was truly careless this time." Gengar replied softly. "Come forth, Lucario." Cynthia summoned her third Pokémon. In a flash of white light, a striking blue creature materialized on the battlefield, exuding an aura of determination as it faced Gengar. Gengar, Hypnosis. With Ghost and Dark-type moves proving ineffective against Lucario, it was imperative to resort to psychic abilities. "Dark Pulse," Cynthia commanded decisively. Instantly, Gengar vanished from the arena, while Lucario closed its eyes and, with a swift motion of its hands, unleashed Dark Pulse. The attack erupted in a thunderous explosion within the void, sending Gengar hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Gengar is unable to battle. Lucario is the victor. Though the announcer's voice remained steady, it was evident that the servant of the Bowphone clan felt a twinge of disappointment, his allegiance inevitably leaning towards the triumphant Lucario. "Come on, big sister, defeat him," Luciana exclaimed, her previous excitement now replaced by frustration. Recognizing the opportunity, she shouted with fervor, while Lu Yuan also rallied behind Liu Qing, urging him on. "So that's the aura. How could I have overlooked such a crucial detail?" Liu Qing lamented, disregarding Lu Yuan's encouragement. He returned Gengar to its Pokeball and summoned another. "Zygarde, I entrust you with this." With a roar, a magnificent Zygarde burst onto the field, its mane billowing as it let out a mighty cry. "Zygarde, Fire Blast," Liu Qing commanded assertively. Instantly, Zygarde concentrated energy, unleashing a fiery stream that transformed into a large, letter-shaped flame, charging towards Lucario. "Bone Club." Cynthia maintained her composure. In response to the approaching fire blast, Lucario swiftly conjured a bone club, approximately 2 meters long, and began to spin it rapidly before it was engulfed in flames. However, before Liu Qing could revel in his success, the flames suddenly dispersed, revealing a blue figure that darted into the air above Zygarde. Lucario struck down with the bone club, delivering a powerful blow to Zygarde's head, then swiftly pivoted for a second hit, followed by a third, causing Zygarde to stagger back, clearly in pain. "Zygarde, pull yourself together. Flame charge," Liu Qing shouted urgently. Initially dazed from the blows, Zygarde regained its focus upon hearing Liu Qing's command. With a mighty roar, it ignited in flames, preparing to unleash flame charge. Yet, at that moment, Lucario executed a fourth strike with the bone club, interrupting Zygarde's attack. Infuriated, Zygarde surged with flames, launching into flame charge and bracing against the fifth strike of the bone club. The two Pokémon clashed, but Lucario's speed prevailed as it spun the bone club once more, blocking the attack while being pushed back by the sheer force of Zygarde's move. Aura Sphere. At that moment, Sharona suddenly shouted. In the arena, Lucario, who had been fiercely resisting, immediately conjured a swelling orb of light in his left hand upon hearing Sharona's command. With a thunderous explosion, it sent the Zygarde flying. Dark Pulse. Sharona pressed on relentlessly. As Lucario's bone staff transformed into blue light and vanished, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards the beleaguered Zygarde. "Zygarde, use Flamethrower." Seeing the dark pulse advancing towards Zygarde, Liu Qing urgently called out. Struggling to rise after being knocked down, Zygarde opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, then executed Flame Charge, enveloping itself in a fiery aura that swelled to about 3 meters in diameter, emitting blue and white flames as it charged forward, crashing through the dark pulse and barreling towards Lucario with immense heat. Oh, such a formidable combination attack. In the stands, Karasina's eyes flickered with surprise. Earthquake. Although she had watched Liu Qing's matches in the Kanto League prior to coming, knowing Zygarde's move, she only truly grasped its terror when faced with it directly, calling out in hopes that Earthquake could halt the onslaught. Boom. Upon hearing Sharona's command, Lucario struck the ground with a punch, causing the entire arena to shake violently. The flamethrower was significantly impacted but continued to advance. "This is bad," Sharona gasped in alarm as the earthquake failed to stop the flamethrower, swiftly calling out, Lucario, Aura Sphere. Lucario, sensing the immense threat of the flamethrower, extended his hands to gather a glowing orb and launched it at the approaching inferno. With a tremendous explosion, both Pokémon were thrown back by the shockwave, crashing to the ground. Moments later, urged by Liu Qing and Sharona, both Pokémon struggled to their feet, gazing at each other with intense fighting spirit. However, Zygarde, barely back on its feet, let out a sorrowful cry before collapsing once more, losing its fighting capability. On the opposite side, Lucario was suddenly engulfed in flames, swaying unsteadily before kneeling on the ground. Zygarde is unable to continue, Lucario wins. Announced Fubber. Chapter 129. Chieftain of the Wave and Wind Tribe, we now have the lead. Karasina glanced at the unperturbed Buffingyu, offering a subtle smile. Is that so? Did you not just mention, Chieftain Karasina, that the match is not yet over and the outcome remains uncertain? We shall await the final result, shall we not? Buffingyu replied. Karasina, acknowledging his words with a nod, turned her attention back to the arena. Come back, Zygarde. You did well. After recalling Zygarde, Liu Qing retrieved his third Pokeball, summoning Exeggcute to the field. As Liu Qing hurled the Pokeball into the air, a brilliant flash of light revealed Exeggcute on the battlefield, its three heads emitting a cacophony of noise. Lucario, Dark Pulse. Cynthia called out urgently. Exeggcute, immobilize it. Liu Qing commanded without hesitation. At that moment, as Lucario prepared to unleash Dark Pulse, flames erupted from its body, causing a grimace of agony to cross its face. Meanwhile, Exeggutor's confusion had already ensnared Lucario, rendering it unable to move. Lucario, break free. Cynthia urged anxiously. Do not grant it a chance. Nature power. Following Liu Qing's command, a green light flashed from Exeggutor, and the entire arena began to tremble violently. Lucario displayed an expression of intense pain before collapsing. Lucario is unable to battle. The referee announced with enthusiasm. Floors rock, go. Cynthia released her previously summoned Cradily, which appeared from a flash of white light, looking somewhat lethargic. Clearly still recovering from the backlash of psychic energy. Exeggutor, clear the sky, solar flare. Liu Qing commanded swiftly. In response, the left head of Exeggutor shot forth a sphere of light into the sky, while its upper leaves began to absorb sunlight's energy. Cradily, silver wind. Cynthia exclaimed immediately. Following her command, a glimmer passed through Cradily's eyes as it unleashed a silvery whirlwind, enveloping Exeggutor. The latter, suffering quadruple damage, displayed a look of extreme agony, with all three heads letting out pained cries. Just then, the effects of Sunny Day activated. Exeggutor's leaves absorbed the energy completely, emitting a dazzling glow. A green-white beam erupted from the central head, counteracting the silver wind, and struck Cradily with a resounding explosion. Cradily, Dark Pulse. Exeggutor, Solar Flare. Cynthia and Liu Qing issued their commands almost simultaneously. In an instant, a black wave surged forth from the smoke of the explosion, racing towards Exeggutor, which had once again filled itself with energy. A green-white beam shot forth to meet the Dark Pulse, resulting in a thunderous clash and a massive explosion that filled the air with smoke. A dimmer green-white beam pierced through the black smoke, striking Cradily and engulfing it. Once the solar flare subsided, Cradily fell to the ground, having lost its combat ability. Cradily is unable to battle. Exeggutor prevails. The referee declared passionately. Return, Cradily. Cynthia quickly recalled her Pokémon, furrowing her brow in thought before producing her fourth Pokeball. Milotic, emerge. She commanded. Wow, what a beautiful Pokémon. Liu Qing marveled at the soft glow radiating from Milotic. Certainly, the beautiful Milotic, hailed as the most exquisite of all water-type Pokémon, was a source of pride for Luana. She gazed at Liyuan with a hint of smugness, while he could only respond with a slight grimace of envy. Milotic, surf. Sharona commanded. Exeggutor, solar beam. Liu Qing ordered in turn. In the arena, a brilliant blue light flickered in Milotic's eyes, and suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, lifting Milotic and crashing towards Exeggutor with overwhelming force. Faced with such a monumental tide, Exeggutor did not hesitate, immediately channeling sunlight with all its might. Yet, as it struggled to amass sufficient energy, a vast shadow descended, abruptly diminishing its ability to absorb sunlight. The wave had effectively obstructed the sunlight. Exeggutor, continue to absorb sunlight with both heads, while the remaining one uses Psychic to capture Milotic. Liu Qing urged. The speed at which Exeggutor absorbed sunlight faltered once more, and soon, the eyes of its central head glimmered with multicolored light as it unleashed Psychic to ensnare the surfing Milotic. However, Milotic was quick to respond as the psychic force approached. It flicked its tail and gracefully glided through the water, evading the psychic grasp. Milotic, Ice Beam. As the surf reached Exeggcute, Sharona's voice rang out with urgency. With a gentle call, Milotic halted mid-surf, extending its head forward, gathering energy for an ice beam that radiated an icy blue aura, propelling towards Exeggcute ahead of the wave. Exeggcute, reflect the ice beam. Upon witnessing Milotic's ice beam, Liu Qing's eyes lit up with inspiration, and he shouted with enthusiasm. Exeggcute complied, using Psychic to manipulate the ice beam and redirect it back towards the surf. Instantly, the impending wave transformed into a towering wall of ice, encasing Milotic within its frigid embrace. This was Liu Qing's strategy, to utilize Milotic's surf and ice beam to freeze it, subsequently delivering a decisive blow with Solar Beam. A clever plan, indeed, but perhaps too simplistic against Nana. Kulisina could not help but smile slightly at the unfolding events. As the icy encasement threatened to envelop Milotic, Sharona remained unperturbed, calmly calling out to the still unfrozen Milotic amidst the surf, Milotic, use Hurricane. In an instant, Milotic's tail unleashed a fierce whirlwind, the tremendous rotational force swiftly engulfing the remaining water from the surf. The ice that had begun to encase Milotic shattered, merging into the hurricane, and before Exeggcute could react, it was swept into the air. Moments later, the icy wave produced by the surf vanished, leaving only a massive ice water tornado connected to Milotic's tail, with Exeggcute trapped within. Chapter 131. What? As Flowing Clear gazed at the formidable tornado, he was taken aback. Had it merely been a typical whirlwind, the coconut tree might have withstood the assault. However, the swirling tempest was infused with an unknown multitude of ice shards and water, delivering a blow to the coconut tree that was no less devastating than a quadruple strike from a bug-type move. Observing the magnificent tornado, Flowing Clear could not help but chuckle wryly. It appeared he had underestimated Cynthia after all. Boom. Soon enough, Milotic directed the icy waters of the tornado to crash down, producing a thunderous sound. Ice and water were violently dispersed, revealing the coconut tree, now significantly frostbitten and bruised, lying motionless on the ground. The coconut tree has lost its fighting capability. Milotic is the victor, announced Professor Oak. Return, coconut tree. Flowing Clear retrieved the coconut tree into its pockball and then tossed out another. Gyarados, it's your turn. With a flourish of golden powder, the purple-red Gyarados materialized in the arena, unleashing a formidable roar that spread its intimidate ability. Gyarados, use Water Tail. Flowing Clear commanded with conviction. With a resounding roar, Gyarados' massive tail became enveloped in a swirling torrent of water, sweeping towards Milotic. Surf, Milotic. Cynthia responded calmly in the face of Gyarados' assault. In an instant, a blue gleam flickered in Milotic's eyes, and before the water tail could connect, it was propelled skyward by the surging waves of surf, deftly evading the sweeping attack. Shatter it. Flowing Clear bellowed. With his command, Gyarados' tail struck down upon the surf with tremendous force, shattering it into countless droplets that sparkled like rainbows under the sunlight. However, Milotic, having lost its surf, plummeted from the heights. Gyarados, Thunderbolt. Flowing Clear seized the moment with urgency. As soon as the words left his lips, golden sparks of electricity crackled around Gyarados, shooting directly toward Milotic in the air. Liquid Ring, Milotic. Cynthia commanded just as Thunderbolt was about to hit. Milotic's flowing fins, resembling strands of red silk, fanned outward, creating 3 transparent water rings that danced around its form, accompanied by the surrounding rainbow. Even Flowing Clear was captivated by this enchanting spectacle. At that moment, Thunderbolt surged forth, yet the 3 water rings absorbed the electric energy entirely. Milotic gracefully leaped from the electrified rings, and at Cynthia's command, unleashed an ice beam that struck Gyarados. The collision with the electric currents produced a cataclysmic explosion, while the liquid rings, hit by Thunderbolt, disintegrated into countless sparkling droplets that vanished upon touching the ground. Indeed, Cynthia proved her prowess. With a single liquid ring, she not only thwarted Thunderbolt, but also delivered a formidable counterattack to Gyarados. Flowing Clear silently admired her skill, observing Gyarados as it regained its footing from the explosion. Gyarados, use Hyper Beam, he commanded. Roar. The Gyarados glared at the Milotic with eyes aflame with fury. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, it let out a thunderous roar, its entire body enveloped in a rapidly spinning lavender shield as it charged directly towards Milotic. Before Gyarados could reach her, a powerful gust of wind had already caused Milotic's long, crimson fins to flutter gracefully, creating a stunning spectacle. Milotic, brace yourself. Facing the oncoming onslaught of Gyarados' colossal form, Cynthia's expression turned grave. Just as Gyarados was about to collide with Milotic, she shouted, "Milotic, twist and evade." In an instant, as Gyarados was about to strike, Milotic leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the impact of its head. Like a serpent, she began to glide along Gyarados' massive body, and in a fleeting moment, she had already traversed halfway through its length. Liu Qing smirked, recalling how he had witnessed a similar maneuver during his league tournament when a speedy dog had outmaneuvered a Steelix. How naive to think that would suffice to escape, he thought, a hint of derision creeping onto his lips. Cynthia, noticing the smirk on Liu Qing's face, quickly realized the implications. "Milotic, swiftly unleash a twister," she commanded. Just as Milotic was coiling gracefully, she heard Cynthia's order and, without hesitation, summoned a whirlwind from her tail. At that moment, Gyarados, encased in the violet shield, swung its tail violently, crashing through the twister and sending Milotic spiraling away. The impact left her with a pained expression as she tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before finally halting. Chapter 132, Milotic, Liquid Ring. Despite the twister mitigating some damage, Milotic was still significantly hurt. Cynthia called out urgently, "Milotic, get back on your feet." Struggling to rise, Milotic's long fins stirred, conjuring 3 water rings that pulsated rhythmically, easing her distress somewhat. "Gyarados, use Water Tail to ensnare her." After a brief moment, the paralysis that had gripped Gyarados faded, and Liu Qing issued another command. It was then that everyone realized they had focused solely on Milotic. Neglecting to notice that Gyarados had regained its mobility, the Water Tail surged forth, encircling Milotic and ensnaring her as it passed through the liquid rings. "Milotic, freeze beam," Cynthia shouted immediately. As Gyarados' tail approached with the intent to ensnare, Milotic panicked but responded to Cynthia's command. She opened her mouth and unleashed several icy blue beams towards Gyarados' tail, each radiating a chilling aura. Gyarados winced in agony, but its fury had reached a boiling point. Ignoring the pain, it tightened its grip on Milotic, allowing her to unleash the freeze beams, even as frost began to coat its tail. "Thunderbolt," Liu Qing called out as he saw Gyarados firmly grasping Milotic. "Roar." With an explosion of rage, Gyarados let out a deafening roar, electric currents crackling across its body, which flowed through its tail and into Milotic. Instantly, Milotic's face contorted in agony as it cried out, losing its fighting capability and being flung away by Gyarados, who then bellowed in triumph. Milotic had been defeated, and Gyarados emerged victorious, as the referee declared. "Return, Milotic." After recalling Milotic, Cynthia produced her 5th Pokeball and tossed it into the arena. "Blastoise, I entrust you." A flash of white light revealed Blastoise, with its brown shell and pink body. Appearing in the arena, "Gyarados, Water Tail," Liu Qing commanded, taking the initiative. "Roar." Gyarados unleashed a fearsome roar, intimidating its opponent. Though its massive tail had been injured by Milotic's ice beam, it did not diminish the power of its water tail, which swung down menacingly towards Blastoise. "Mud Bomb." Cynthia immediately countered. As Water Tail approached, 3 eyes on Blastoise's head glimmered with blue light, and a swirling vortex of mud formed around its body. The powerful Water Tail collided with the vortex, merging seamlessly as if it had encountered no resistance. Initially puzzled by the effectiveness of its opponent's move, Gyarados soon realized that the deeper its tail sank, the greater the resistance became. When it attempted to retract its tail, it found it nearly impossible to pull free, and the mud bomb began to climb up its body. Gyarados struggled, but the more it thrashed, the quicker the mud spread. How can this be? Is Blastoise's mud bomb akin to quicksand? Even quicksand shouldn't ensnare Gyarados so easily. Liu Qing was taken aback as well, yet remained composed. If we remove the water from the mud bomb, could it still trap Gyarados? "Gyarados, stay calm." "Thunderbolt," Liu Qing shouted as an idea struck him. Gyarados, amidst its frantic thrashing, halted at the command, golden electricity radiating from its body. As the thunderbolt coursed through its tail, the mud bomb began to lose its grip and dry up. "Blastoise, Rock Slide." Seeing the mud bomb gradually desiccate under the thunderbolt, Cynthia seized the opportunity to exhaust Gyarados' strength by issuing an attack command. "Gyarados, break free." Liu Qing shouted in urgency as he noticed the rapidly spinning white rings forming around Blastoise. "Roar." Responding to Liu Qing's command, Gyarados roared, its electric energy surging, causing the remaining water in the mud bomb to evaporate at a visible rate. However, just then, Blastoise's rock slide was ready, and countless sharp stones launched toward Gyarados, striking it as it finally extracted its tail. The resulting explosive sound revealed Gyarados' pain as it cried out in distress. Chapter 133. Gyarados, pull yourself together. Water Tail. As the relentless barrage of stones struck the Gyarados, Liu Qing shouted loudly. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, Gyarados roared fiercely, swinging its massive tail, which sent the sea cow Pokémon flying, effectively evading the continuous onslaught of rock blades. Gyarados, pursue and use Ice Fang, Liu Qing exclaimed, observing the sea cow Pokémon being sent flying. After shaking off the rock blade's attack, Gyarados finally regained its composure. With fury evident in its eyes, it opened its enormous mouth, icy breath spilling forth in long, fang-like formations, and lunged at the sea cow Pokémon. With a thunderous crash, Gyarados struck like a bolt of lightning, its Ice Fang, reminiscent of the coiling attack from the quirky Alolan trainer, clamped down fiercely on the neck of the sea cow Pokémon, which immediately displayed signs of agony. Sea cow Pokémon, use Poison Bomb. As the sea cow was bitten, Sharona shouted. Instantly, the sea cow Pokémon, enduring the biting chill at its neck, summoned a purple glow from its 3 foreheads, launching a mud ball directly at Gyarados' mouth. Watch out. Gyarados, close your mouth, Liu Qing exclaimed, panic-stricken. Gyarados, with its thick scales, would not succumb to poisoning from a hit to its exterior, but a direct hit to its belly would undoubtedly result in poisoning, inflicting far greater damage than an external strike. Regrettably, Gyarados was not inclined to keep its mouth shut. The thought did not even cross its mind. It momentarily hesitated at Liu Qing's command, but that moment was all it took for the poison bomb to be fired into Gyarados' open mouth. Almost instantly, Gyarados' entire body turned purple and began to convulse. Moments later, the colossal creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, rendered incapable of battle. The Gyarados has lost its combat ability. The sea cow Pokémon emerges victorious. The referee announced. This is quite a formidable opponent, Liu Qing remarked, gazing at Sharona, slightly contemplative, before throwing out a Pokeball. Come forth, Salamence. Clearly taken aback by Liu Qing's choice to deploy Salamence at this juncture, Sharona's calm demeanor briefly flickered with surprise before she quickly regained her composure and commanded, Sea cow Pokémon, use Rock Blade. Salamence, unleash a billion shockwaves, Liu Qing declared, initiating a powerful move. With a resounding roar, Salamence enveloped itself in a swirling violet light, showcasing exceptional aerial agility as it deftly evaded the rock blades fired by the sea cow Pokémon. It struck directly at the sea cow, sending it hurtling away, the tremendous force propelling it against the venue's wall before finally coming to a halt, incapacitated. The sea cow Pokémon has lost its combat ability. Salamence is victorious, the referee stated calmly. Sharona, your prowess has earned my respect. Now, with only one Pokémon remaining, should you falter once more, tomorrow you shall become my fiancée. This marked the first official exchange between the two, as Liu Qing smiled confidently, certain of his impending victory. Chapter 134. Defeat my last Pokémon, and I shall become your betrothed on the morrow. Cynthia gazed at Liu Qing's serene smile, a sudden unease washing over her. Recognizing the potential peril of the situation, she took a deep breath to maintain her composure and tossed her final Pokeball into the air. Garchomp, it rests upon you now. As Garchomp materialized, it let out a thunderous roar, activating its Intimidate ability. In response to the provocation, Garchomp also bellowed defiantly, soaring aloft to confront the Salamence. It was truly astonishing that this young trainer had ascended to the level of champion in merely a year, surpassing what many trainers achieve in a lifetime. In this clash of dragons, which do you believe is the superior one, Elder Beaufoam? Caracina inquired. Elder Caracina, Liu Qing still possesses 2 Pokémon. Beaufoam, a discerning individual, could readily discern the strengths of the 2 dragon-type Pokémon. Despite Liu Qing's rapid advancement, the brevity of his training time presented an inevitable limitation, a fact that left Beaufoam feeling somewhat helpless. Garchomp, Dragon Rush, Cynthia commanded first. Upon receiving her order, Garchomp was enveloped in a radiant blue light and charged towards Salamence. Salamence, ascend and unleash Hydro Pump. Liu Qing immediately countered as Garchomp approached with great speed. Reacting swiftly, Salamence flapped its wings, soaring above Garchomp. Taking a deep breath, it prepared to unleash a powerful Hydro Pump. However, at that moment, sharp rocks suddenly erupted around Garchomp's form, striking Salamence directly, and Garchomp swiftly inverted its position, appearing above Salamence. What remarkable reflexes! Truly worthy of Cynthia's ace, my Salamence has much to learn. Liu Qing stifled his astonishment and commanded in a firm voice, Salamence, dive. Realizing Garchomp had positioned itself directly above, Salamence did not hesitate. It flapped its wings, transforming into a blue streak as it dove toward the ground, with Garchomp closely pursuing, gaining ground rapidly. Before long, Salamence neared the ground, flapping its wings once more to skim along the surface before soaring upward again. Garchomp, not to be outdone, executed a maneuver akin to a jet, skimming the ground before ascending in pursuit of Salamence. "Stop! Hydro Pump!" Liu Qing suddenly shouted. In mid-flight, Salamence came to a halt, pivoting to unleash a massive water column directed at the pursuing Garchomp, crashing down with a resounding impact that sent Garchomp sprawling onto the battlefield. Garchomp rock slide. At that moment, Cynthia commanded with urgency. With a command from Cynthia, countless stones were launched from below, creating a barrier against the high-pressure water pump. In an instant, the figure of Garchomp emerged, soaring into the air. "Dragon Claw!" Liu Qing cried out emphatically. Following Liu Qing's command, the Salamence transformed into a streak of blue, swiftly pursuing Garchomp, its claws shimmering with a radiant white light. Just as Dragon Claw struck Garchomp's body, Garchomp abruptly extended its arm, revealing a triangular shield that deflected the attack. With a powerful thrust, it sent Salamence flying. "Dragon Meteor!" Cynthia shouted. "Salamence, intercept it with Hydro Pump," Liu Qing urged. However, Salamence's speed was evidently inferior to that of Garchomp, and the orange-yellow energy spheres soared into the sky, exploding violently and scattering into countless fragments, trailing orange-yellow light as they fell to the ground. As the Dragon Meteor was unleashed, Salamence ceased its Hydro Pump, flapping its wings and weaving through the gaps in the barrage. Yet, after a brief evasion, Salamence could no longer dodge the onslaught, suffering continuous hits. By the time the Dragon Meteor dissipated, it was left battered and gasping for breath. "Return, Salamence." After the battle with Garchomp, Liu Qing recognized the disparity between Salamence and Garchomp. He understood that this was due to his incomplete development of Salamence's demigod potential. Additionally, the latent abilities of his Gyarados, comparable to that of a demigod, had yet to be fully realized. He believed that with more travels across various regions and years of training, both Salamence and Gyarados would rival Cynthia's Garchomp. However, given Garchomp's formidable strength, even Sizer would find it challenging to secure a victory. Contemplating this, Liu Qing took a moment to devise a strategy and retrieve the Pokeball containing Chansey. "Chansey, it's your turn." As the Pokeball opened, the plump, pink Chansey appeared on the battlefield. Liu Qing's companion, Liu Yuan, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Big brother, did you pick the wrong Pokeball? Why are you using such a small Pokemon? What is wrong with Chansey?" Mealy remarked, playfully tapping Liu Yuan on the head. "There are no weak Pokemon, only weak trainers." Although Chansey is often perceived as Joy's assistant, who says it cannot battle, Garchomp, use Dragon Rush. Cynthia commanded directly. "Chansey, weaken Garchomp's speed with gravity and counter with a retaliation." Liu Qing quickly strategized. Upon Liu Qing's command, Chansey waved its tiny hand, and a transparent barrier spread throughout the arena, immediately slowing Garchomp's rapid advance. The closer Garchomp drew to Chansey, the slower it became. However, this did not deter Garchomp's assault, which soon struck Chansey with precision. Chansey grimaced in pain, yet its body radiated an orange-yellow glow, rebounding Garchomp and leaving it panting heavily. "Garchomp, use Hyper Beam." As per Cynthia's command, the retaliated Garchomp was immediately enveloped by a rapidly spinning violet shield, propelling itself once more towards the Happiny. Happiny Healing Wish. Although Happiny possessed an astonishingly abundant stamina, its defensive capabilities were severely lacking. After being struck by Dragon Rush, its remaining vitality would undoubtedly be insufficient to withstand Garchomp's subsequent assault. Otherwise, even if it could endure that blow and retaliate, there would be no need for the emergence of the Salamence, for Garchomp would surely succumb to exhaustion. Nevertheless, even with just a single counterattack, Garchomp's energy was already waning, as its stamina potential paled in comparison to that of Happiny. At this moment, all hopes rested on the fully recovered Salamence to vanquish the Garchomp, which had suffered damage from the Hydro Pump and counterattack. Chapter 136. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, Happiny promptly waved its tiny hands, and a white orb of light materialized in the air. Boom! At that very instant, the Garchomp, unleashing a torrent of shockwaves, charged forward and sent Happiny flying. It fell to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Happiny has lost its fighting ability. Garchomp is victorious. The referee declared. "Come forth, Salamence." After recalling Happiny, Liu Qing released the panting Salamence, instantly witnessing the white orb of light from Happiny merge seamlessly into Salamence's body. The visible injuries on Salamence began to heal at an astonishing rate, restoring it to peak condition, after which it let out a mighty roar directed at Garchomp. "Cynthia, although your Garchomp is indeed formidable, can it still contend with my Salamence, given its diminished stamina?" Liu Qing smiled at Cynthia, casting a glance at the breathless Garchomp. Cynthia remained silent, merely directing Garchomp to ascend into the air once more to face Salamence, indicating her resolve. Garchomp, Dragon Rush. Cynthia commanded decisively. Salamence, Dragon Claw. Liu Qing immediately echoed. At this moment, with its stamina greatly diminished, Garchomp's agility was no longer what it had been at the outset, allowing Salamence to keep pace with Garchomp's speed. The blue and black figures clashed continuously in the air, intermittently separating, accompanied by faint explosive sounds. Truly, these were the legendary Pokémon of the demigod tier. Despite significant stamina depletion, they continued to exhibit such terrifying combat prowess. Liu Qing mused silently as he observed the fierce confrontation of the two Pokémon. Boom. Just then, both Salamence and Garchomp halted. Their Dragon Claw and Dragon Rush locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. Salamence, Hydro Pump. Garchomp, Rock Slide. With two resounding crashes. Both Pokémon were simultaneously struck by each other's ultimate moves, being pushed back. Chapter 137 Salamence, Dragon Meteor. Liu Qing shouted loudly. Garchomp, Dragon Meteor. Cynthia simultaneously issued the same command. As the two Pokémon stabilized their forms in the air, two orbs of orange light were launched into the sky, exploding simultaneously like a meteor shower, nearly engulfing the entire space. Vileplume, unleash a barrage of shockwaves. With such a dense cluster of dragon stars, evasion was futile. It was better to fight with all their might, commanded Liu Qing, mirroring the directive from Cynthia on the opposite side. Following their commands, two violet circles collided with each other amidst the falling dragon stars, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as shockwaves met, shrouding the entire arena in dust and smoke. Only the thunderous sounds of blasts could be heard. Boom. A colossal pillar of explosive light soared into the sky, and the immense pressure from the winds caused Liu Qing's body to ache profoundly. Fortunately, this did not last long, and when the spectators peered into the arena, they beheld two battle-worn Pokémon still fiercely clashing, refusing to yield. With dwindling stamina, was such a reckless strategy truly the way to proceed? Liu Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Yet ultimately, victory was within my grasp. Suddenly, the Garchomp, locked in a stalemate with Vileplume, faltered and collapsed, losing consciousness, while Vileplume let out a triumphant roar of victory. Garchomp is unable to continue. Vileplume prevails, exclaimed Fubao, his face aglow with excitement. The victor of this match is Master Woofing. Karasina, it seems we are destined to become in-laws. At that moment, Woofing Yu felt a sense of satisfaction not only from Liu Qing's triumph over Cynthia, but also from Cynthia's display of champion-level prowess, smiling at Karasina. From the very first glance, I perceived that Liu Qing and my Nana were a match made in heaven. It appears I was correct, Karasina remarked sincerely, seemingly forgetting her earlier challenges. Though Woofing Yu's lips twitched, revealing his concealed depth. In the arena, Liu Qing retrieved Vileplume and approached Cynthia, gazing at her exquisite features, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although his voice was still undergoing changes, it retained a certain charm. The little Pokémon are gravely injured. Would you care to join me in providing them with treatment? Upon hearing this, Cynthia glanced toward the stands, where Karasina and the other members of the Temple clan had already departed with Woofing Yu, evidently leaving space for Liu Qing and Cynthia to converse. Reflecting on this, Cynthia nodded with a smile. All right, lead the way. To the nursery, Liu Qing instructed as he ushered Cynthia into the last remaining carriage. Yes, young master, replied the driver, starting the vehicle towards the direction of the nursery. Observing Cynthia sitting in silence, gazing out at the passing scenery, Liu Qing felt a surge of quiet pride. He had not anticipated that the future champion would exhibit such a nervous demeanor. To ease the atmosphere, he spoke up. The nursery is where my mother tends to the small Pokémon. Aside from the 6 you've seen, I also have a Scyther, an EV, a Rhydon, and 3 Dratini living there. Is Sanlong a newly discovered Pokémon? Sharona inquired, intrigued by Liu Qing's words. Well, how should I put it? Liu Qing hesitated for a moment before continuing. Indeed, it is a newly discovered Pokémon, identified less than a year ago. However, unlike typical Pokémon that arise naturally, it is a product of artificial creation. Artificial? Sharona exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Precisely. Sanlong is a hypothetical Pokémon, entirely composed of data, capable of traversing the digital realm without any constraints. It was created during an unexpected experiment by Dr. Akihabara in the Kanto region, perhaps due to its limited population. It has yet to attract global attention, and given the considerable distance between Sinnoh and Kanto, you might not have heard of it, Liu Qing explained, recalling the information he knew about Sanlong. By this time, the car had come to a halt outside the breeding facility. Liu Qing and Sharona opened the doors and stepped inside. The room was a specialized treatment area equipped with various medicinal supplies to provide optimal care for Pokémon. Liu Qing activated the biometric recognition system, unlocking a sealed tempered glass door. After entering, he promptly released the Pokémon. Sharona hesitated for a moment before also letting her Pokémon out. As Liu Qing diligently introduced the various medicines and tended to each Pokémon, Sharona followed suit, observing his meticulous care. A thought blossomed in her mind. This boy is quite wonderful. The treatment room was connected to the breeding grounds, where the Pokémon could recuperate after their injuries healed. Shall we allow your Pokémon to join them? Liu Qing suggested after wiping the sweat from his brow and noticing the flush on Sharona's cheeks from the activity. Sharona nodded in agreement and began instructing her 6 Pokémon. Sharona, aside from the 6 you carry with you, do you have any other Pokémon? After taking a stroll around the breeding grounds and greeting her Pokémon, Eevee, Samlong, Kabutops, and Scyther, Liu Qing sat cross-legged on the grass, his curiosity piqued. Having spent some time together, Sharona and Liu Qing had grown more familiar with each other. She shook her head slightly in response to his question. Since I became a trainer, I've been traveling through Sinnoh. Of these 6 Pokémon, Garchomp is my starter, while the others were caught during my journey as I formed bonds with them. I believe the number of Pokémon captured is less important than the quality of the bond. If one lacks the energy to train them, it would be better to let them thrive in nature rather than keeping them confined at home. It seems our philosophies align. Liu Qing chuckled. When I began my travels, I too prioritized quality over quantity, which is why I have only 6 Pokémon after a league conference. I plan to train Eevee and the others during my travels to other regions. Liu Qing, you are truly remarkable. In just a year of travel, you have already claimed victory at the Kanto League conference, remarked Cynthia, unable to contain her admiration upon hearing Liu Qing mention the league. Hee. I feel rather embarrassed by your praise, Liu Qing chuckled awkwardly. With your prowess, you must have secured the Sinnoh League championship as well? Cynthia shook her head in response. Not yet. Although I have become a trainer, I have never participated in a league conference. After a brief pause, she continued, before coming here, I watched the recordings of your league matches. Encountering various Pokémon and formidable trainers was exhilarating. I am now contemplating participating in a league competition myself. Liu Qing nodded, acknowledging that the purpose of a trainer's journey is to enhance one's abilities, and there are myriad ways to achieve that. Competing in a league is merely one pathway, and it is also one of the most accessible routes to fame, apart from participating in grand contests. However, many heirs from prestigious families often choose not to enter league competitions at the onset of their travels. Instead, they challenge trainers along the way, which serves a similar purpose to league challenges, albeit in a more subdued manner. Yet, the league has stipulations. To be officially recognized as a champion of the Elite Four, one must not only defeat the 4 champions, but also fulfill a prerequisite, winning 3 championships at league-level competitions. For instance, Yolongdu became the champion of the Johto region after securing victories in 2 Johto League championships and 1 Kanto League championship. Now that Cynthia harbors aspirations to participate in the league, it stands to reason that she must aim to win 3 consecutive championships and ascend to the esteemed rank of champion of the Sinnoh Elite Four. Chapter 139. The day swiftly passed during Liu Qing and Cynthia's initial encounter. After a night of rest, the grand engagement ceremony finally arrived. Though merely an engagement, it was a union between the leaders of the Golden Feather clan and the Temple clan, 2 prominent families. Naturally, numerous distinguished guests were in attendance. Among those Liu Qing recognized were the 4 champions of the Kanto region, Professor Oak, Sir Fubuki, and Sasaki Kojuro's father, Sasaki Tomoyaki, with countless others from various esteemed families also present. Following a series of ceremonies, Liu Qing, adorned in a splendid formal attire, took the hand of the equally resplendent Cynthia as they ascended to the pinnacle of the hall. Under the gaze of countless spectators, they shared a pair of auspicious fruits, one a Yuyuan fruit, the other a Jixiang fruit. These fruits, unique to this world, are commonly utilized in engagement ceremonies by noble families, symbolizing a destined bond and a lifetime of good fortune. Cynthia, from this moment forth, you shall be my fiancée, Liu Qing proclaimed loudly. Here, I have a gift for you. As he spoke, the butler, Fubo, presented a crystal tray covered with red silk. Liu Qing unveiled the silk, revealing 2 Pokémon eggs, their base white adorned with blue and red triangular patterns. Pokémon eggs? Cynthia exclaimed, slightly astonished, unable to grasp Liu Qing's intentions. If it were merely eggs, there would be no need to present them in such a setting, and the onlookers began to murmur in speculation. Millie, what do you think our son is truly aiming for? Even with all his experience, Bofingyu finds himself perplexed at this moment. Our son has grown up. I believe he has his own intentions behind his actions. We shall observe and see. Millie seems to have realized something, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it is the egg of the sprite. Sharona, may I join you in placing our hands upon the egg? At this moment, Liu Qing too feels a tinge of anxiety as he gazes expectantly at Sharona. Fortunately, their prior interaction bore fruit, and Sharona softly agrees, placing her hands on the egg. Liu Qing follows suit, covering her hands with his, their fingers intertwined. He casts his gaze around the room, meeting the eyes of all those watching them. A blissful smile spreads across Liu Qing's face as he gently speaks. Sharona, in this moment, I feel happiness. What about you? It is surprising how adept this lad is at courting. Yet, what is his true intention? Bo Fengyu chuckles inwardly, yet he too is puzzled. Turning his attention to Sharona like the others. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, even Sharona, despite her composure, feels a flutter of nervousness. However, the warmth emanating from the back of her hand provides her solace. She lifts her gaze to Liu Qing, and the sincerity reflected in his eyes fills her heart with a wondrous sensation, as if the gazes of others have faded away. Almost instinctively, she nods in agreement. A mysterious wave emanates from the egg held by the two, transforming into ripples that sweep across the hall and into the hearts of all present, dispelling worries and leaving only joy behind. The egg shines ever brighter, yet remains remarkably gentle. As openings form at the top, sides, and bottom of the shell, the light gradually converges, revealing two tiny sprites. Oh, it's the Spheal Pokémon, Piplup, Dr. Oak exclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the now silent hall, capturing everyone's attention. I only knew this was a Pokémon that brings happiness, but I never expected that human emotions could also foster its hatching. It seems I have yet another subject worthy of my research. Thank you for your blessings, Dr. Oak, Liu Qing declared, lifting Sharona's hand high. Even if mountains crumble and rivers run dry, winter thunders and summer snows, as long as the heavens and earth exist, happiness shall accompany us eternally. Chapter 140. Well said. Young Master Beaufort. What a talented young man. Someone led the charge, vocally praising him, and soon the applause erupted throughout the hall. Karasina gazed at Sharona, her face a picture of surprise and deep blush, radiating happiness, with tears of joy glimmering in her eyes. A few days have elapsed since the engagement ceremony, and in that brief span, Liu Qing's words spoken at the banquet have reverberated through the noble families, leading to his name becoming widely known. Many young ladies from esteemed families have developed affections for him, determined to triumph over Sharona and capture Liu Qing's heart before he turns 20. However, Liu Qing remains blissfully unaware of these developments. At present, he lies on the sun-kissed sands of the private villa on Little Orange Island, the largest of the Southern Isles. Alongside Sharona, basking in the beauty of the southern landscape while deepening their bond. Two Pokémon and several of their little sprites frolic joyfully nearby, creating an idyllic scene, albeit slightly marred by the presence of their two companions, Lu Yuan and Lejana. Nana, I realize bringing them along was a grave misjudgment, Liu Qing remarked, observing yet another quarrel between Lu Yuan and Lejana. He couldn't fathom what their contention was about. Since their first meeting, they have been incessantly comparing themselves to one another. Yet, Lejana is merely 7 years old and has yet to acquire her first sprite. Thus, every time Lu Yuan reveals his Pokémon, despite her outward disdain, Lejana secretly brims with envy. Don't you think their relationship is rather good? Sharona asked with a smile, seemingly unfazed by their bickering. Sure enough, as the argument escalated, Lu Yuan summoned his Eevee and Clefairy once more. Lejana pouted and darted toward Sharona, pleading, Sister, could you please catch a sprite for me? I'm already 7. I want my own initial sprite. Have you forgotten the family rule that prohibits having a sprite before the age of 8? Sharona replied with a shake of her head. Lejana's eyes welled with tears as she stubbornly declared, but Lu Yuan had his at 5. Why must our family enforce an age limit of 8? No means no. Sharona replied resolutely, unaffected by Lejana's watery gaze. Future brother-in-law, dear brother-in-law, Lejana swiftly redirected her appeal to Liu Qing, her voice ringing out insistently, as if she would not cease until she received an answer. Lu Yuan, too, stood quietly to the side, casting an eager glance at Liu Qing. Nana, why does the Temple clan impose such a strict rule that one cannot possess their own sprites before turning 8? Liu Qing inquired, unable to withstand Lejana's relentless pursuit of her brother-in-law. Our clan's primary ability lies in our capacity to communicate with the innermost thoughts of sprites, akin to certain telepathic abilities they possess. However, to achieve this, one must have a profound understanding of the sprites. Hence, children in our family focus on learning about sprites until they reach the age of 8. Once they do, They are taken to the cultivation chamber at the clan headquarters, where they can utilize their abilities to interact with sprite eggs. If they elicit a response, they may take it home, and upon hatching, it will serve as their initial sprite, Sharona elucidated. Brother-in-law, I have already mastered the knowledge of sprites. Just catch one for me, please. Lejana exclaimed, patting her chest confidently. If you don't believe me, feel free to quiz me. Chapter 141. There is no need for questions. I trust that Luciana would not speak falsely. Liu Qing smiled lightly, stating that gifting you a small sprite is a simple matter, provided that you can connect with its inner being. Otherwise, I would not dare to contravene the rules of your family by bestowing upon you a sprite. Upon hearing this, Luciana gritted her teeth, a determined glint flashing in her eyes, and declared loudly, in order to obtain a sprite and ensure that Lu Yuan can no longer bully me, I will surely succeed in communicating with the sprite's heart. You are destined to fail. Lu Yuan could not help but interject, provoking an indignant shout from Luciana. Well then, tell me, what kind of sprite do you desire? Liu Qing, noticing Sharona signaling him, discreetly grasped her hand to reassure her before posing the question. I wish for a beautiful sprite, just like my sister's Milotic. I also desire a powerful sprite, akin to my sister's Garchomp. However, your shiny Gyarados would be so cool too, brother-in-law. If possible, I would love to have one of those. Luciana's eyes sparkled with excitement. Luciana, it is already generous of your brother to allow you to attempt communicating with a sprite. To wish for a shiny sprite is quite ambitious. Do you realize that your brother's shiny Gyarados is 1 in a million? Lu Yuan remarked with disdain. Lu Yuan, I will not back down. Luciana shouted as she lunged towards Lu Yuan, only to be pulled back by Sharona, narrowly avoiding scratching Lu Yuan's face and startling him considerably. Lu Yuan, Luciana is younger than you. As her brother, you should be more accommodating. Liu Qing observed the two squabbling siblings with a hint of exasperation. Luciana, you too. Stop bickering with Lu Yuan all the time, Sharona admonished, pausing before adding, however, Lu Yuan is correct. The chances of encountering a shiny sprite are indeed 1 in a million. Such sprites are not only more beautiful than ordinary ones, but also possess unique abilities. Many people go their entire lives without ever seeing one. She is merely speaking out of whimsy. As long as my brother-in-law can provide me with a regular sprite, I would be content. Luciana, acknowledging the rarity of shiny sprites, though still feeling a pang of longing, resolved to focus on her immediate goal of acquiring a starter sprite capable of defeating the insufferable Lu Yuan. Little Luciana, since you call me brother-in-law, how could I not earnestly assist you? Therefore, I shall surely provide you with the finest sprite to ensure your satisfaction. Liu Qing recalled a shiny sprite residing in the Southern Isles and smiled mysteriously, suggesting that perhaps he could indeed procure a shiny sprite for her. Tomorrow we will set off to help you catch a sprite. For now, go play with Lu Yuan. Oh, wonderful brother-in-law. I adore you. Luciana exclaimed joyfully, momentarily forgetting her quarrel with Lu Yuan as she gleefully dashed along the beach. Chapter 142. Liu Qing, how could you so readily agree to her request? Sharona remarked, somewhat irritated after Luciana had departed. Do not be upset. It is about time we ventured to other islands after spending quite a while here with Cousin Kona. If fortune smiles upon us, we may indeed find a shiny sprite. Liu Qing soothingly remarked. Have you not noticed that the Butterfree of the southern lands are already distinct from the ordinary Butterfree? Liu Qing, do you happen to know where we might find a shiny Pokémon? Observing Liu Qing's confident demeanor, Cynthia expressed her skepticism. Your husband is well versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters. Surely he knows where to locate a shiny Pokémon. Liu Qing, brimming with pride, was suddenly met with Cynthia's playful laughter as she playfully slapped her chest. I only just realized how silver-tongued you are. I once thought you were quite the honest person. Ah, now you see. But it's too late. You are already mine and cannot escape. Liu Qing teased, pouting as if to kiss Cynthia, flushed with embarrassment. Cynthia wriggled free and darted away, while Liu Qing laughed heartily behind her. Cousin, we've been here for a few days now. I plan to take Nana and the others to explore other islands tomorrow, Liu Qing announced to Kona after dinner. Oh, Kona revealed a knowing smile. That sounds splendid. Have you made arrangements for where to go? Jingon Island. We intend to first visit the renowned commercial island before deciding on our next destination, Liu Qing explained. As Liu Qing described, Jingon Island is indeed a famous commercial hub. Unlike other islands teeming with tropical rainforests, it is adorned with towering skyscrapers. The Wolfing clan also has its enterprises here. After landing via a private helicopter, Liu Qing led Cynthia and the two children into this concrete jungle. It seemed that no matter how formidable a girl might be, she could not escape the allure of shopping. Surrounded by an array of dazzling goods, Cynthia and Luciana's shopping enthusiasm ignited, although it was uncertain how much they would actually purchase. The mere act of trying on countless items left Liu Qing and Liu Yuan feeling dazed, their backs aching from carrying their purchases. Thus, when the group of four returned to the hotel, Liu Qing and Liu Yuan were utterly exhausted, while Cynthia and Luciana remained vibrant and full of energy. The vast ocean always brings a sense of openness to the mind and spirit. At present, Liu Qing and Cynthia were riding atop a Gyarados, accompanied by a Milotic and a Walrein that Cynthia had released to swim alongside them, as they headed toward the renowned glass art island, Ponkin Island. Future brother-in-law, how much longer must we wait? Luciana inquired impatiently after playing with Cynthia's Togepi for a while. Seeing her eagerness, Liu Qing chuckled, Luciana, we have encountered numerous Pokémon along the way, but you must understand that often the best treasures lie further ahead, so do not be in such a hurry. Oh, Luciana murmured, falling silent as she continued to blink her eyes at Liu Qing. Liu Qing, do you truly know where to find a shiny Pokémon? Cynthia asked once more, her curiosity piqued. Offer me a reward, and I will share the secret, Liu Qing teased, pointing to his lips with an expectant expression. As Liu Qing and Liu Jiana gazed wide-eyed, embodying the essence of curious children, Sharona felt a flush of embarrassment. She playfully pinched Liu Qing's waist, causing Liu Qing's heart to ache, tears nearly forming in her eyes as she stared at Sharona. The latter, momentarily flustered, soon broke into a giggle and said, all right. Let me give you a little massage. With that, she began to gently knead Liu Qing's waist. Nana, do you know what this island is most famous for? Liu Qing inquired, her gaze fixed on the gradually emerging Pomelo Island on the sea. Isn't it glass crafts? Sharona responded, puzzled, before realizing with incredulity. Could it be that there are shiny Pokémon here? Indeed, Liu Qing affirmed with a nod, but Sharona furrowed her brow slightly. If, as you say, there truly are shiny Pokémon here, then surely they would have been captured by other renowned trainers long ago. Why would they still be waiting for us to catch them now? Hee. Liu Qing chuckled, shaking her head. What I meant by most famous is merely my personal opinion. In truth, even on that island, very few are aware of the existence of shiny Pokémon. Those who do often dismiss it as mere rumor, treating it as a joke, and trainers from the outside rarely visit this craft island, even if they do come and hear rumors. The island is so vast that finding them is no simple task. Liu Qing, as you say, on such a large island, how would you find that shiny Pokémon? Sharona questioned, her voice tinged with concern. The rarity of certain shiny Pokémon can rival that of species like Dratini, Gyarados, Bagon, Beldum, and Sharpedo. It could be said that even the Elite Four and their champion might be tempted if they were to learn of it. The thought of such a Pokémon falling into her sister's hands made even Sharona, usually composed, feel a pang of anxiety. Nana, let the facts speak for themselves. Soon, you'll see just how capable your husband truly is. Upon hearing this, Sharona promptly sent forth a pair of Pokeballs, leaving Liu Qing somewhat speechless. She wagered, Nana, dare you bet with me? Within 5 years, I will find you a shiny Pokémon. Brother, I believe in you. Before Sharona could reply, Liu Yuan had already shouted out, grinning, but on the condition that you gift me one as well. All right, your brother is an expert in finding shiny Pokémon. I will certainly get you one within 5 years. Liu Qing laughed heartily. Finding shiny Pokémon is no easy feat. I've traveled across Sinnoh for so many years and have yet to encounter even one. Let's see what you'll do if you can't find one, Sharona teased, her expression clearly indicating she did not take Liu Qing's words too seriously. Not minding her skepticism, Liu Qing thought to herself that as long as she could locate the crystal onyx from the animation here, it would serve as a preliminary affirmation that other shiny Pokémon depicted in the animation might indeed exist. At that moment, Liu Qing began to imagine the expression on Sharona's face when she would present the shiny Pokémon to her in the future. Commanding the Gyarados to navigate around the Pomelo Island, after completing a significant arc, Liu Qing discovered a small island behind it. A sense of relief washed over him, as he surmised that the crystal onyx might also reside here. However, he pondered whether Ash had ever visited this place. Setting foot on the sandy shore, he allowed Gyarados, Milotic, and Wailord to frolic while he, accompanied by Cynthia and others, ventured into the forest. Will my first Pokémon be here, future brother-in-law? Rhydon inquired, her voice laced with a blend of anticipation and nervousness. Indeed, at that moment, a cave materialized before them. Liu Qing nodded, stating, let us explore this cave. Navigating through a dim, low passageway, they were greeted by a vast cavern adorned with crystals, centered around a small lake that refracted an enchanting array of colors, leaving Liu Qing and his companions awestruck. Future brother-in-law, this place is exquisite, Rhydon exclaimed. Is the Pokémon you intend to gift me dwelling in this lake? What water-type Pokémon could it be? Gyarados, Milotic, or Seadra? Be cautious, something is emerging. Cynthia suddenly cautioned. Almost immediately, a massive curtain of water surged upwards, revealing a crystalline, colossal figure before them, which let out a thunderous roar. A crystal onyx? Liu Qing, Rhydon, and Liu Yuan gasped in unison, subsequently casting their gaze towards the composed Liu Qing. They were astonished to discover that a shiny Pokémon truly existed here. Phew, it's fortunate we found it here, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing. Liu Qing sighed inwardly, smiling at the three. Well, what do you think? I did not deceive you, did I? Pointing at the onyx, he remarked, this shiny onyx, with its crystalline body, clearly possesses a unique ability. Living in water, it is evident that this special trait allows it to have no water weaknesses. As for any additional peculiarities, further investigation is required. Moreover, the tranquility here, devoid of disturbances from other Pokémon, suggests that this Onyx's level of strength is relatively low, making it ideal for Rhydon's training. That's wonderful, future brother-in-law. I adore it. Rhydon exclaimed joyfully. Sister, brother-in-law, please help me defeat it. Chapter 144. Liu Qing, my Pokémon Milotic and Wylord are still in the ocean outside. And all that remains is Togepi, so I entrust it to you. Due to their vacation, both she and Liu Qing had left their other Pokémon at the breeding center to recuperate, bringing along Milotic and Wylord mainly for defense. As both were water-type Pokémon, perfectly suited for their travels in the southern archipelago. Haha, I'm glad I brought my Rapidash, otherwise I would be quite at a loss right now. Liu Qing chuckled, placing Togepi on the ground. He tossed a Pokeball, summoning Rapidash, which took a battle stance against the Crystal Onyx, letting out a low growl from its throat. The Crystal Onyx, upon witnessing the situation, immediately straightened its body and unleashed a barrage of crystal shards towards the speedy Houndoom, executing the rock slide move. However, both the speed and power were insufficient. Houndoom deftly evaded the onslaught with graceful agility. The Onyx let out a furious roar and charged at Houndoom with great force. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor as several individuals approached. Liu Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to prolong the battle, allowing Liu Yuan and Liu Qiana to witness the reality of combat. However, the identity of the newcomers was still unknown, and given that their only combatant was Houndoom, he could not afford to delay any longer and thus initiated a powerful attack. With a low growl, Houndoom gathered its strength and unleashed a torrent of flames, striking the charging Onyx directly. The tremendous force and searing heat sent the Onyx reeling backwards, emitting a mournful cry as its sky-blue crystalline body turned a fiery red. Liu Qiana, throw your Pokeball. Cynthia knew all too well the strength of Houndoom. The might of its flamethrower was beyond what any small Pokémon could withstand, especially one as weak as the Onyx. Seizing the moment, Cynthia urged her sister. Yes, sister. Go, Pokeball. Liu Qiana, true to her lineage as Cynthia's sister, displayed an unexpected calmness for her age, and with a practiced motion, she launched the Pokeball with elegance. It struck the Onyx squarely, transforming it into a flash of red light before being drawn inside. During its journey, the ball shook a few times before settling into silence. Ah, brother. The Crystal Onyx has been captured by someone. Just as the Onyx was captured, a small girl's voice cried out. Liu Qing and the others turned to see that the newcomers were none other than Ash, Misty, two young men, and a little girl, the latter being the source of the lament. Well, if it isn't Ash and Misty, what a surprise to encounter you here. The rarity of a shiny Pokémon is not something that anyone would easily relinquish, especially since the Onyx had just been captured. It was akin to a Pokémon that had not been caught at all. Thus, even if someone attempted to seize it, there would be no issue of loyalty. Liu Qing had been prepared for a confrontation, but upon recognizing Ash and his companions, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Typically, if an ordinary person possessed a shiny Pokémon with decent base stats, it would be akin to holding a divine beast, both a blessing and a curse, attracting unwanted attention. They could either be willingly surrendered or forcibly taken. Ash had managed to keep his shiny Noctowl safe in Johto, likely due to Professor Oak's influence. But there may have been other reasons that Liu Qing could only speculate about. I saw that Gyarados out in the sea earlier and thought it might be your Pokémon, Liu Qing. I didn't expect it to truly be yours, Ash remarked. Are you here to participate in the Orange League? Not at all. Liu Qing smiled as he took Shiona's hand and introduced her, saying, This is my fiancée, Sharona, whom I recently became engaged to. We have come to the Southern Islands primarily for a vacation. This is my fiancée's sister, Luciana, and this is Ash, a trainer from Pallet Town, where Professor Oak resides. We encountered each other during our travels. This is his companion, Misty, along with Pikachu. What an adorable Pikachu, Sharona remarked, gently rubbing Pikachu's electric pouch, prompting the little creature to emit a delightful sound of contentment. Wow, Miss Sharona, that's impressive. This Pikachu can be quite shocking, Misty exclaimed in admiration. Brother, the crystal onyx is gone. At that moment, the little girl accompanying Ash cried out again, feeling neglected by the group. Chapter 145, The Beautiful One. It's all right, my brother was just inspired by that glowing crystal onyx. The man said. Hey Ash, who are they? Liu Qing inquired. Oh, I forgot to introduce them. This is Xiaojian, who is traveling with us now. This is Agon, and she is the Beautiful One. They are siblings known for their glasswork on the island, seeking inspiration from the crystal onyx. Little did we know that it had already been captured by you, Ash quickly explained. Fortunately, Agon, you have found your inspiration, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. After all, the crystal onyx was meant to be a gift for little Luciana. Liu Qing's tone revealed a hint of embarrassment. That's all right. I was also in search of inspiration for my work. Since I've found it now, I no longer require the crystal onyx, Agon replied. Unlike Ash, Agon, although merely a craftsman, had cultivated a discerning eye through his experiences in society. He could easily perceive the nobility surrounding the four, an opportunity he had never dared to dream of before. Seizing this chance might lead to considerable fortune, prompting him to eagerly invite Liu Qing and his companions to his home. The four had come to this island not only to catch Pokémon, but also to admire the exquisite glass craftsmanship. Hearing Agon's invitation, they graciously accepted, exiting the cave and retrieving their Pokémon as they passed the seaside, making their way toward the town on Pomelo Island. It seemed Agon's claim of finding inspiration was no exaggeration. He had crafted 2 glass Togepi as gifts for Liu Qing and Sharona, a glass Eevee for Liu Yuan, and a glass Onyx for Luciana. Each of Ash's companions received a glass masterpiece as well. Liu Qing understood Agon's intentions. This was merely a trivial matter for him, easily resolved with a single phone call. As for how his family would handle the arrangements, that was no concern of his. After bidding farewell to Ash and his friends, Liu Qing and his companions boarded a Gyarados, embarking on their maritime adventure. Luciana possesses extraordinary talent, having successfully communicated with the heart of the Onyx in merely half a day. During their travels, she often sat atop the swimming crystal Onyx, leaving Liu Yuan filled with envy as they frequently engaged in playful banter and spirited Pokémon battles. Meanwhile, Liu Qing and Cynthia delighted in witnessing this camaraderie, their bond intensifying as they journeyed between various islands. It was not until the conclusion of their originally planned vacation that they returned to Orange Island. Upon their arrival at the villa in Kona, they chanced upon Ash and his companions conversing with Kona. Hey, cousin Kona, we're back, Liu Yuan called out exuberantly from a distance. Oh, Ash, you're here too, Liu Qing exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter Ash and his friends. Cousin Kona? Is Master Kona related to Liu Qing and the others? Misty inquired. Indeed, Kona replied, smiling as she observed the approaching quartet. Did you have a splendid time? Absolutely. Liu Qing smiled and turned to Ash, asking Ash, you aren't here to challenge my cousin, are you? That is a must. Ash began, but was quickly interrupted by Misty. The result was a complete defeat. This left Ash quite irked. All right, Ash, the nearest gym is in the metropolis, Kona informed him. It lies across Orange Island at the other end. Okay, Pikachu, we're heading to the metropolis, Ash declared, his spirit ignited as he bid farewell to Liu Qing and the others, setting off toward the city. Chapter 146. Once they settled back in the villa, Kona turned to Liu Qing and asked, Liu Qing, when do you plan to return? I intend to rest for a day to alleviate travel fatigue and head back the day after tomorrow. Once I've regained my energy, I shall embark on my next journey, Liu Qing contemplated. Life is about continuously traveling and challenging oneself to foster improvement. Kona agreed with Liu Qing's inclination to explore. He feared that complacency would hinder Liu Qing's potential. After a day of rest at Kona's villa, the quartet once again boarded a private helicopter, returning to the estate in Golden City. Meanwhile, Cynthia, determined to participate in the Sinnoh League, expressed her desire to return to Sinnoh to prepare for gym challenges. That night, as Liu Qing lay in bed, he felt a sense of reluctance at Cynthia's impending departure. Tossing and turning, he found sleep elusive and eventually knocked on Cynthia's door. What brings you here at this hour? Cynthia asked, opening the door to find Liu Qing in his pajamas, her cheeks flushing as she seemed to grasp the situation. May I come in? I wish to speak with you. Liu Qing's earnest gaze deepened the color in Cynthia's cheeks, yet she did not want to leave him outside. Turning back, she stepped away, allowing him in before he promptly shut the door behind them. He quickly approached and enveloped Cynthia in an embrace, his hands firmly resting against her waist. What are you doing? Sharona was taken aback, Their interactions had been limited to mere hand-holding until now. Suddenly embraced by Liu Qing, she was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just as she turned her head, darkness enveloped her vision, and a refreshing sensation swept over her lips as the masculine scent of Liu Qing filled the air, intoxicating her senses. She found herself devoid of strength to struggle, leaning entirely into Liu Qing's embrace. Nana, do you know? From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew in my heart that you would be my wife in this lifetime. Liu Qing did not press further. Instead, he released Sharona. Though he had acted with fervor and determination, little did anyone know the anxiety that churned within him, fearing Sharona might reject him. Gasping softly, he professed, "I truly like you." At that moment, Sharona's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She had never imagined that the sensation of a first kiss could be so sweet. Hearing Liu Qing's heartfelt words, she gasped softly, lowering her gaze to avoid meeting his intense stare. "Nana, look at me. You are leaving tomorrow, so I must speak my heart." Liu Qing gently lifted Sharona's chin to meet his gaze, then continued, "Because I love you and wish to marry you. I want you to possess unparalleled honor when you become my bride. Before we wed at 20, I will travel to your hometown of Shin'eo to challenge the Pokémon League. I shall return to claim you as my wife, victorious as the champion of the Elite Four. Should I understand that if you fail to become the champion, you will not marry me?" Sharona, moved by Liu Qing's grand declarations, quickly teased him with a laugh. "You already bear my mark. Do you truly think you can escape?" Liu Qing raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Sharona, who, startled, covered his mouth with her hand. "You are far too domineering. Fear not, I shall be gentle." Liu Qing playfully licked the palm of Sharona's hand, causing her to blush and retract her hand. As she observed his tentative attempt at a kiss, she offered no further resistance, gently closing her eyes. Liu Qing merely brushed his lips against hers before lifting his head, noticing the flicker of confusion in her eyes. He chuckled. "All right, if we kiss any longer, your lips will be swollen by morning." This remark deepened Sharona's already lingering blush. "Liu Qing, if you aspire to become the champion of the Elite Four, I too will relentlessly pursue that goal." Once she steadied her thoughts, Sharona declared earnestly, "So do not allow me to surpass you, for I shall not marry someone weaker than myself." "Understood. My Nana has a fondness for the strong." Liu Qing laughed heartily, his gaze unwavering, prompting a subtle smile from Sharona. The following day, Sharona bid farewell to her companions alongside Luciana and returned to Shin'eo. After a brief period of melancholic reflection, Liu Qing gradually regained his usual demeanor. Chapter 147, Kanto Region 1. Baby Dragon Shell Dragon, Flying Dragon, Intimidate, High Pressure Water Pump, Dragon Rush, Nostalgic Headbutt, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Billion Shockwave, Dragon Star Cluster 2. Flying Mantis, Giant Claw Mantis, Steel Bug, Bug Type Alert, Wing Attack, Blade Dance, Return, Cross Cut 3. Jengar, Ghost Poison, Floating, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Colorful, Dark Pulse. Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Doom 4. Shiny Gyarados, Flying Water, Swift Intimidate, Water Splash, Impact, Thunderbolt, Ice Fong, Water Tail, Billion Shockwave 5. Houndoom, Fire, Flash Fire, Flamethrower. Fire Charge, Dig, Crunch, Fire Blast, Thunder Fong, Rollout 6. Executor, Grass Psychic, Chlorophyll, Seed Machine Gun, Hypnosis, Telekinesis, Psychic, Colorful, Nature Power, Solar Beam, Sunny Day 7. Blissey, Normal, Natural Recovery, Gravity, Counter, Egg Bomb, Heal Wish, Block, Protect, Wish, Minimize. Chapter 148. In the blink of an eye. Liu Qing had been home for a month. That morning, the family gathered together for breakfast. "Mom and Dad, I've been home for a month, and I plan to travel to Johto," Liu Qing announced after finishing his meal. "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead." Kazuki thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Millie, seeing Kazuki's approval, held back what she intended to say and simply nodded. "Big brother, do your best and bring back another championship," Liu Yuan encouraged, clenching his fist. "Of course," Liu Qing replied, brimming with confidence. "Before heading to Johto, I'll stop by Professor Oak in Pallet Town to inquire about specific details," Kazuki suggested. "Understood, Dad." Liu Qing nodded. "Liu Qing, your mother won't say much, but remember to take care of yourself," Millie said, her eyes glistening. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll be sure to call whenever I reach a new place, just like in Kanto," Liu Qing reassured with a smile. Moments later, in the breeding center, Liu Qing retrieved his Pokeballs, returning Gyarados, Eevee, Rhydon, Dragonite, and Blissey to their spheres, cradling Togepi in his arms. He then climbed onto the back of Salamence and turned to Millie, saying, "Mom, I'm off. I'll leave the rest of the Pokémon in your care." "Rest assured, Liu Qing, I will take good care of them," Millie replied. "Goodbye, Mom," Liu Qing said, and with a signal from him, Salamence flapped its wings and soared into the sky, transforming into a blue silhouette as it headed towards Pallet Town. Salamence flew swiftly, and soon they arrived at Pallet Town, landing before Professor Oak's laboratory. After recalling Salamence, Liu Qing, with Togepi in one arm, knocked on the door of the laboratory. Coming. A man in a green shirt soon opened the door. It was the same Shota Liu Qing had encountered in the Southern Islands alongside Ash. Liu Qing, are you looking for Professor Oak? He inquired. Yes, you're now Professor Oak's assistant, right? Is he home? Liu Qing asked. Welcome, Doctor. Xiao Jin promptly stepped aside to allow Liu Qing to enter, closing the door behind them as they proceeded inward. Doctor, Liu Qing is here to see you. Xiao Jin announced upon entering the laboratory, addressing the esteemed Dr. Oki, who was engrossed in his research on a Pokeball. Ah, Liu Qing. Congratulations on winning the Quartz Conference, Dr. Oki exclaimed, rising from his chair. Hee, it was merely luck, Liu Qing replied with a smile, noticing Xiao Ji, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Gang also present, and promptly greeted them. Oh, so you are already acquainted. Please, enjoy your conversation while I continue my work on this Pokeball, the doctor said before returning to his seat to resume his research. Xiao Ji, how has your challenge at the Orange League been? Liu Qing inquired. I have become the champion of the Orange League, Xiao Ji proclaimed proudly, his eyes sparkling with determination as he looked at Liu Qing. Let us have a match. All right. I was curious to see your prowess as well, Liu Qing replied, considering Dr. Oki still engrossed in his work. Let us head to the backyard then, Xiao Jin suggested, leading the group outside. I will officiate the match. The rules are simple. It will be an 11-point battle with no time limit. Let the battle commence. Xiao Gang declared once Liu Qing and Xiao Ji had taken their positions in the backyard. Pikachu go? Xiao Ji called, pointing at his Pikachu at his feet. Pika Pika. Pikachu dashed into the arena, adopting a battle stance. Go, Eevee. Liu Qing tossed a Pokeball into the air, and with a flash of light, Eevee appeared. Facing off against Pikachu. Another Eevee? Xiao Xia gasped from the sidelines. It seems Xiao Ji is in for a challenge. Judging by the color and demeanor of Liu Qing's Eevee, it rivals that of the previous battle with Xiao Mao, Xiao Jin remarked. Hee, Xiao Ji. I didn't expect Xiao Mao to battle you with an Eevee as well, Liu Qing chuckled. Even though I lost to Xiao Mao, I will definitely win this time. Pikachu, let us go, Thunderbolt. Xiao Ji shouted fervently. In the arena, Pikachu sensed Xiao Ji's fervor, its cheeks glowing with golden electricity before unleashing a Thunderbolt towards Eevee. Eevee, dig, Liu Qing commanded calmly. In an instant, Eevee burrowed underground, evading the Thunderbolt as Pikachu, losing sight of its opponent, began to scan the surroundings. Pikachu, be careful. Xiao Ji cautioned, his eyes darting around the arena, wary of where the opponent might emerge. Eevee, come out, Shadow Ball, Liu Qing said with a slight smile, confident in his strategy. At this moment, he perceived Xiao Ji as still quite inexperienced, merely at the level of an average trainer. Even with a stroke of luck, he would only pose the challenge of an elite trainer, making him quite manageable. Under the command of Liu Qing, Eevee swiftly emerged from beneath Pikachu, sending it tumbling over. Instantly, Pikachu's face contorted in pain, while Eevee reacted with remarkable speed, conjuring a sphere of dark energy that it hurled towards Pikachu. Upon impact, a resounding explosion echoed, and Pikachu was sent flying, crashing to the ground, incapacitated. With Pikachu unable to continue the battle, the victor was declared as Eevee, as Brock announced. Pikachu, Ash exclaimed anxiously, rushing to Pikachu's side and cradling it gently. Do not worry, Pikachu's injuries are not severe. It will recover after a brief rest, Brock reassured Ash after a thorough examination. Ah, yet another defeat, Misty sighed. Indeed, the Quartz champion is formidable. Ash's experience pales in comparison, Ken added, shaking his head. Come back, Eevee. You performed admirably, Liu Qing said, crouching down to stroke Eevee's head before recalling it into its Pokeball. Upon returning to the laboratory, Professor Oak had abandoned his research on the mysterious Pokeball, unable to discern its contents. Professor Oak, I have come to discuss my travel plans, Liu Qing stated, cradling the playful Togepi in his arms. Oh, Liu Qing, where do you intend to travel? Professor Oak inquired with curiosity. I plan to journey to the Johto region to participate in the Johto League, but I am uncertain about the registration process, which is why I sought your guidance. Liu Qing explained. To participate in the Johto League, you simply need to register at the Pokémon Center in Johto. The nearest one is likely in New Bark Town. Once there, present your Pokédex to Nurse Joy, Professor Oak advised. I hope you return as a champion. I have high hopes for you. Thank you, Professor. I am determined to claim the Johto Championship, Liu Qing declared confidently. I will also be competing in the Johto League. This time, I shall not lose to you. Ash shouted to Liu Qing as he prepared to depart. Then I shall await your arrival in Johto, Liu Qing replied, bidding farewell to everyone as he set off towards New Bark Town. Chapter 150. After 2 days of traveling westward, a thick fog enveloped the road ahead. Liu Qing stood at the edge of the mist, glancing around. I recall that there is a Suicune nearby. Could this fog be its doing? In his previous life, while watching the anime, he often sensed that Ho-Oh, and even the legendary beasts, were particularly attentive to Ash, perhaps selecting him as the successor of the new bell tower. How amusing it would be to see Ash take on the role of a monk. However, this fog presented a significant inconvenience, obscuring even the road signs. If he ventured in, he would surely get lost. According to the map, it seemed that traversing this forest would lead him to New Bark Town. Never mind. I shall ride on my Salamence, Liu Qing decided, releasing Salamence and climbing onto its back, tightly holding Togepi. They soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of New Bark Town. As Bibi was on the verge of soaring out of the misty zone, the Pokemon nestled in Liu Qing's arms suddenly pointed its tiny finger downwards, calling out in urgency. What could it be? Upon this reminder, Liu Qing sensed a formidable energy emanating from below. However, just as he attempted to hone in on it further, he found his perception abruptly obstructed. Salamence, descend. I am determined to uncover what lies beneath. Liu Qing harbored a subtle suspicion that it might be Suicune, prompting him to command Salamence to fly downward. As Salamence plummeted swiftly, a small, nearly transparent sprite radiating a blue glow soon came into Liu Qing's view, perched upon a stone at the pond's edge. Indeed, it was the embodiment of the north wind, Suicune. Planning to flee? Not on my watch. Gyarados, block its escape. Upon noticing Liu Qing's presence, Suicune attempted to make a hasty retreat, but Liu Qing was not one to let it slip away so easily. With a flash of white light, Gyarados emerged amidst swirling golden dust, positioning itself firmly in front of Suicune with a resounding roar. Suicune, since fate has led me to you today, you shall not evade capture. Both Gyarados and Salamence are of the semi-divine beast caliber, and either of them is more than capable of handling you, let alone the two combined, Liu Qing declared, retrieving a Pokeball from his bag, adorned in aquamarine at the top, entwined with black netting, and white at the bottom. The netball, specifically designed for capturing water and bug-type Pokemon. At this moment, Suicune realized the gravity of the situation. It was likely to be ensnared by the individual before it. As one of the 3 envoys sent by Ho-Oh to the human realm, it could not allow itself to be captured. With a fierce cry, it unleashed a wave of blue light from the horn atop its head, exerting pressure in an attempt to force the 2 Pokemon back into their Pokeballs. Simultaneously, Salamence and Gyarados felt the oppressive aura emanating from Suicune, and they roared in unison, their own formidable pressures radiating outward, converging upon Suicune. Even with its semi-divine beast prowess, Suicune found itself unable to break free from the dual onslaught, firmly ensnared and bereft of any hope of escape. Gazing at the 2 Pokemon before and behind it, whose strengths rivaled its own, not to mention Liu Qing, who stood nearby, twirling the net ball with his fingers, Suicune was overcome with despair. Yet, recalling the imperative bestowed upon it by the Wind King, a fierce determination surged within. With a mighty roar, it unleashed an icy beam towards Salamence, hoping to create an opening through its quadruple damage potential, allowing it to flee. Suicune, I warned you that escape is not an option. Liu Qing was acutely aware of Suicune's intentions, commanding his Pokemon, Salamence, Gyarados, unleashed the double billion shockwave. With 2 powerful roars, a violet, rapidly spinning shield enveloped both Pokemon, disregarding the icy beam and charging forth with terrifying might towards Suicune. Boom! With a resounding crash, countless shockwaves collided simultaneously with the Water Lord, who attempted to evade the onslaught. A pained cry escaped the Water Lord's lips as he collapsed onto the surface of the water, gazing up at the sky while gasping for breath. Indeed, the Water Lord proved to be resilient. Even after enduring 2 tremendous shockwaves, he retained his combat capability. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Go forth, netball, Liu Qing declared, tossing the netball towards the Water Lord. Roaring in defiance at the approaching netball, the Water Lord emitted an anguished roar that echoed into the heavens. Chapter 151. What? Just as the netball was about to make contact with the Water Lord, a rainbow arched across the sky, causing the netball to halt abruptly before retreating back to Liu Qing. Subsequently, a beam of golden light descended from the rainbow, enveloping the Water Lord. Moments later, he fully recovered and stood, bowing reverently to the rainbow above. Ho-Oh, Liu Qing mused, observing the floating netball before him and gazing at the rainbow in the sky. Young one, Your guess is indeed correct. I am Ho-Oh. A gentle female voice resonated within Liu Qing's heart, seemingly answering his thoughts. Telepathy? Ho-Oh. I understand that the Water Lord is your emissary on Earth, but having defeated him by my own strength, why do you prevent me from capturing him? Liu Qing inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the rainbow. With a roar, the Water Lord bellowed at Liu Qing in protest. Calm yourself, Water Lord. The young man speaks the truth. Since you have been vanquished, he is entitled to capture you. Ho-Oh's voice returned, followed by, however, young one, the Water Lord is my emissary on Earth and cannot be captured. Thus, I intervened. To express my apologies, I shall grant you one request. Oh, Ho-Oh, are there no conditions to this request? A faint smile crept across Liu Qing's lips. Hee, young man, do not entertain unrealistic demands. Your request must be something that I can accept and fulfill. I knew it. Even with your great power, Ho-Oh, there are limitations, for you are not the creator. Liu Qing remarked nonchalantly. You are correct. The creator is an unparalleled existence that surpasses even us. Now, state your request, Ho-Oh urged. Ho-Oh, my request is something you can undoubtedly grant. May I have one of your feathers? Liu Qing asked hesitantly, aware that he was requesting a feather from a divine beast, and fearing that a moment of anger from Ho-Oh could lead to dire consequences. Very well. After a brief pause, Ho-Oh's voice returned, tinged with a warning. However, should I discover that you misuse my feather for malevolent purposes, I will not hesitate to reclaim it and erase you from existence. Rest assured, Ho-Oh, I promise I shall never use your feather for wicked deeds, Liu Qing replied, his previously tense demeanor relaxing immediately. Then let us proceed. As the voice of the Phoenix King resonated, a feather enveloped in golden flames gradually descended, coming to rest before Liu Qing. Once the flames receded, it revealed a golden feather, approximately an inch in length, radiating a spectrum of colors. Liu Qing's family, known as the Golden Feather Clan, was so named not only for possessing the legendary flying-type tablet of the creator god Arceus, but also for venerating a plume from the Phoenix King. Unlike the feather now in Liu Qing's hands, this sacred plume was a tail feather of the Phoenix King, several meters long, imbued with tremendous power. Nevertheless, the mere acquisition of this feather thrilled Liu Qing immensely. Thank you, Phoenix King, Liu Qing exclaimed, cradling the feather in his hands and addressing the heavens. However, he soon noticed that the rainbow in the sky had vanished without a trace, and the Water Lord had also disappeared from his sight. Come back, Salamence, Gyarados. As the Water Lord departed, the mist began to disperse. Liu Qing hurriedly stowed the feather in his shoulder bag and recalled his two small Pokémon, following the signs leading to Yuya Town, guided by the gentle breeze. Chapter 152. Before long, Yuya Town appeared before Liu Qing's eyes. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he witnessed Nurse Joy ushering a trainer out the door. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy. I am here to register for the Johto League competition, Liu Qing announced as he approached her. Oh, I see. Please, come right in, Nurse Joy replied, gesturing for him to follow her to a machine. She inserted Liu Qing's Pokédex, which promptly displayed his photograph. With deft fingers, she began typing on the keyboard, and the computer emitted a sound. Liu Qing from Goldenrod City has officially registered for the Johto League conference. There you go. Now your record is in the league's main computer. Also, this book will greatly assist you on your journey through Johto, Nurse Joy said, handing Liu Qing the Pokédex along with a book. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Liu Qing expressed his gratitude as he accepted the items. You're welcome. The Pokémon Center also has accommodations. Would you like to rest here for the night? Nurse Joy inquired. That would be wonderful, Nurse Joy. I'll stay in Yuya Town for the day and set off for Azalea Town tomorrow, Liu Qing replied appreciatively, while his Togepi chirped happily at Nurse Joy. After Nurse Joy provided him with the room key, Liu Qing made a phone call home to assure his family of his safety. He rested well that night, and the following morning, he embarked on his journey to Azalea Town. Upon leaving Yuya Town and entering the forest, Liu Qing released all his Pokémon, except for his Happiny, training as he walked. Eventually, he arrived at a region teeming with Heracross and the vibrant bug-type Pokémon of the forest. Life here is indeed serene. It is no wonder these Pokémon are known for their gentle nature. Observing a dozen Heracross perched on a colossal tree, indulging in the sweet sap of the maple, Liu Qing couldn't help but reflect on the scene. Accompanied by 6 of his Pokémon, he noted that not even the presence of 3 dragon types, along with Togepi, Eevee, and Rhydon, could provoke any alertness from the Heracross. While one might not deem the peace-loving Pokémon as troublesome, Liu Qing, who had little desire to capture, chose to withdraw. He distanced himself from the Grand Maple, allowing Togepi to prepare lunch. The sap, a raw material for maple syrup, was delicious even in its unrefined state. and Liu Qing seized the opportunity to have Togepi gather some as seasoning for their meal. This time, Heracross, I shall capture you. Just as Liu Qing and his Pokémon finished their delightful repast, a youthful voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Curious, Liu Qing turned towards the source and beheld a sturdy boy with thick eyebrows and dark skin standing beneath the enormous maple. He had released a Totodile from its Pokeball, commanding it to unleash Water Gun against one of the Heracross. The gentle nature of the Heracross was evident, as it only reacted after being struck, glancing at Totodile before resuming its sap sipping. Liu Qing stifled a laugh, watching as the boy commanded Totodile to use Leer, but the Heracross remained unfazed, continuing its leisurely feast. In that case, Totodile, unleash your utmost strength with bite, the boy finally declared, seemingly at a loss. Totodile jumped, attempting to bite the Heracross, which finally reacted, countering with a powerful Fury attack that sent Totodile crashing to the ground, rendering it unable to continue the fight. Togepi, who thrived on caring for injured Pokémon, swiftly dashed over to Totodile, using the move Soft Boil to restore its vitality. The sudden appearance of Togepi took the boy by surprise, but once Totodile was healed, he cast aside his astonishment, joyfully lifting his revitalized companion. Hello, I'm Lero. Thank you for your Togepi for healing Totodile. After following Togepi to Liu Qing's side, the boy introduced himself. Togepi's healing brings it joy, so there's no need for thanks. Liu Qing smiled gently and introduced himself. I am Liu Qing, on a journey to participate in the Johto League. Ah, you two are heading to the Johto League. So am I. This Totodile is my starter Pokémon, which I received not long ago, Lero exclaimed, casting an envious glance at Liu Qing's array of Pokémon. How impressive. You have such a diverse collection, and they appear quite formidable. Chapter 153. Hee, they are all companions I have captured during my travels. Liu Qing smiled gently, pausing before inquiring. Is Li Luo trying to capture a Heracross? Indeed, after receiving a Totodile from Dr. Komu, I vowed to personally capture the first power-type Pokémon I encountered. As you can see, it is Heracross, but regrettably, I have yet to succeed. Li Luo spoke with fervor initially, only to reveal a hint of disappointment towards the end. Why is it essential to capture a power-type Pokémon? Liu Qing asked, somewhat perplexed. My family runs a training facility. Since childhood, I have practiced alongside my father and grandfather, battling numerous power-type Pokémon to strengthen my physique. Over time, I developed a fondness for the more powerful Pokémon. Li Luo explained, but soon his eyes gleamed with yearning, not only Heracross, but there are also Beedrill residing in the forest opposite, which is one of my goals. Additionally, I desire a Teddiursa, a Rhydon, and a Maghop. I long for all of them. This little fellow certainly has grand aspirations. While having goals is commendable, it's rather ambitious to wish for other Pokémon when he hasn't even captured a Heracross yet, Liu Qing mused. Liu Qing, with so many Pokémon, you must be an incredibly skilled trainer. You surely possess the secret to capturing Heracross. Please assist me, Li Luo implored, kneeling before Liu Qing. Liu Qing, taken aback by Li Luo's earnest gesture, quickly urged, please, rise. My Rhydon is also a power-type Pokémon and can battle your Totodile. I hope this will aid you in capturing Heracross. That's wonderful, thank you, Li Luo exclaimed, standing once more. If possible, let us commence immediately, Liu Qing said, turning to his Rhydon. Rhydon go? Totodile, let's give it our all, Li Luo declared, creating distance between himself and Liu Qing, leaving only Totodile and Rhydon in the arena. I will employ the same moves as Heracross. Be careful, Li Luo, Liu Qing called out. Rhydon, use Horn Attack. Upon hearing Liu Qing's command, Rhydon exhaled 2 plumes of white steam from its nostrils, its robust forelimbs scraping against the ground as it lowered its head, charging fiercely towards Totodile. Its sharp horn aimed directly at it. The sheer intensity of this assault left Li Luo astounded, momentarily rendering him unresponsive. Without any orders, Totodile was abruptly launched into the air by Rhydon's horn attack. Li Luo, do not lose focus. Your task now is to devise a strategy to counter Rhydon's attack, Liu Qing reminded him, issuing another command. Rhydon, follow up with Fury Attack. As Liu Qing's command rang out, Rhydon prepared to strike at the location where Totodile would land. Totodile, use Water Gun. Upon hearing Liu Qing's reminder, Li Luo recalled his objective and quickly reacted with a counterattack. The airborne alligator croc, having received the prompt, managed to regain some composure, yet it was too late to unleash its ultimate move. It was relentlessly struck by the iron-armored rhino and ultimately lost consciousness in battle. Bliss Egg, please assist the alligator croc in its recovery. Despite being a novice trainer, Li Luo found himself at a disadvantage against Liu Qing, who was accommodating yet clearly superior. However, Every trainer must traverse this initial stage and gradually strengthen themselves. Thus, Liu Qing held no contempt. The prepared bliss eggs swiftly approached the alligator croc to administer care. Liluo, the most crucial aspect of battling is that you, as a trainer, must maintain your composure and never succumb to chaos. Always keep a calm mindset to make sound judgments. This is the foundation for achieving victory. Liu Qing explained as the alligator croc gradually regained its strength. Liluo nodded in acknowledgement, his desire for battle rekindled. Liu Qing smiled gracefully and allowed the iron-armored rhino to engage the alligator croc once more. All right, Liluo, let us try to battle the Heracross next. I believe you are now ready to capture it. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. During this time, both Liluo and the alligator croc had grown considerably. After enjoying the lunch prepared by the bliss egg, Liu Qing addressed Liluo. Yes, this time it will surely be a success, Liluo declared, casting a confident glance at the satisfied alligator croc, which brimmed with enthusiasm. Heracross, come forth in battle. The Heracross he chose was the same as yesterday, yet the situation remained unchanged. It continued to indulge in tree sap, indifferent to Liluo's challenge. Initiate the attack. Liu Qing sighed and shook his head at the sight. Alligator croc, use water gun. Liluo nodded and commanded the alligator croc to unleash its special move. This time, the water gun targeted Heracross's head rather than its hardened back, and upon impact, Heracross finally ceased its sap consumption, turning its attention to the alligator croc with a fierce cry. Its wings unfurled, and it charged swiftly toward the alligator croc, sending it flying. How swift! Liluo exclaimed in astonishment. Be cautious, this time it's a horn attack. After successfully striking, Heracross launched another assault, aiming its formidable horn at the alligator croc as it tumbled through the air. Noticing the surprise on Liluo's face, Liu Qing promptly offered a warning. Alligator croc, use glare. Upon hearing the reminder, Liluo regained his composure and retaliated. The timing for this ultimate move was impeccable. Just as Heracross was about to strike the alligator croc, it was met with glare, causing its body to momentarily falter. In such a moment, there was no need for Lirio to remind Liu Qing. He was adept at seizing the opportunity. After all, during the battle with the armored rhinoceros, this tactic had been employed numerous times. Under Lirio's command, the small saw crocodile executed a biting thrust, clamping down on Heracross's formidable horn, eliciting a pained cry from the latter. Thus, the small saw crocodile flung Heracross away. The creature's powerful jaws granted it immense biting force, rendering Heracross temporarily unable to escape. Taking advantage of this, Lirio issued another command, and as the small saw crocodile twisted its body, it hurled Heracross to the ground. However, Heracross, being a Pokémon capable of flight, quickly stabilized itself after being tossed and soared back towards the small saw crocodile, launching a tackle. Now, small saw crocodile, use your headbutt. Lirio sensed victory was within reach, and his demeanor transformed, brimming with confidence. Following his command, the small saw crocodile dashed towards Heracross, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful headbutt. With a resounding thud, both Pokémon cried out in pain as they flew in opposite directions, crashing to the ground in a display of equal strength. Now, Lirio, Liu Qing urged, noticing the downed Heracross. Go, Pokeball. Lirio, upon hearing this, retrieved a Pokeball and hurled it towards Heracross, hitting the target perfectly. The Pokémon transformed into a beam of red light and was drawn into the ball. As Lirio anxiously awaited, the vigorously shaking Pokeball finally settled with a crisp click, and Lirio's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, I've captured Heracross. Now, let's leave it to Happiny. It will help both Pokémon recover their strength as much as possible. Observing the panting small saw crocodile and the fatigued Heracross that Lirio had released, Liu Qing called for Happiny. Under Happiny's care, while full recovery was not achievable, both Pokémon regained considerable vitality. Liu Qing initially assumed Lirio would accompany him to the forest where the Beedrill resided. However, Lirio, having gained insight into his own strength through this battle, decided to remain in the forest for a while longer to train his Pokémon before setting off. Thus, after bidding farewell to Lirio, Liu Qing ventured forth once again with several Pokémon, swiftly traversing the forest of Heracross and crossing a suspension bridge to reach the woods inhabited by Beedrill and Butterfree. These Pokémon were not known for their gentleness. Upon noticing Liu Qing and his Pokémon intruding, they collectively launched an assault. However, Liu Qing regarded these encounters as training sessions for his Pokémon. The 5 Pokémon unleashed their attacks, quickly overwhelming their foes. Days later, as Liu Qing exited the forest, neither Beedrill nor Butterfree dared to provoke him again. Beyond the forest lay a valley, home to numerous Dunsparce, known for the abundance of onyx found in the area. Thus, this valley came to be known as Onyx Valley. Dunjia is indeed a rather popular little spirit. Having watched the anime in my previous life, where Ash possessed a remarkable Dunjia, I was quite excited upon entering the Valley of Dunjia, hoping to capture one with great potential. However, to my immense disappointment, I discovered that the Dunjia here were all artificially raised. After a few days of training my Pokémon, I finally exited the Valley of Dunjia and arrived at the enigmatic forest. Chapter 155. After wandering for so long, I had no idea where I was. Ah, indeed. It is the enigmatic forest. Coupled with the mischievous antics of numerous ghost-type Pokémon, even my perceptive abilities were compromised. Entering the enigmatic forest during the day, it was now dark, and I, exhausted from my journey, plopped down onto the ground, placing my Bokbai beside me and once again retrieving the book that Ms. Joy had given me. The enigmatic forest, due to its natural characteristics and the tricks played by ghost-type Pokémon, often leads travelers astray. The way out involves reaching a small cabin at the forest center to rent a Gugu, relying on its discerning abilities to navigate through the woods. As I read the book, I lamented, but who can tell me how to get to the center of the forest? Just as my frustrations echoed through the woods, Bokbai suddenly called out and began to move toward the right. "Oh, Bokbai, do you know the way?" I asked in bewilderment. Bokbai waved its tiny hands in front, and soon emitted two beams of red light, illuminating the path ahead. At that moment, a ghastly was revealed by the red glow. Upon realizing it had been discovered, it exhibited a look of surprise before hastily fleeing. "Haha, splendid, Bokbai. It turns out you inherited the ability to discern. We can finally make our way out of the forest." My spirits lifted. I joyfully scooped up Bokbai and showered it with affectionate kisses. Under Bokbai's guidance, we encountered several ghost-type Pokémon along the way, but they were swiftly dealt with by my EV using Shadow Ball. At last, after several days, we emerged from the enigmatic forest and arrived at Eastgate Town. "Ms. Joy, I entrust these Pokémon to you," I said. The journey from Rui Town to Eastgate Town had been exhausting, not only for me, but for the Pokémon I had diligently trained. Thus, upon reaching Eastgate Town, I made my way to the Pokémon Center and handed over my Pokeballs and Bokbai to Ms. Joy. "Rest assured, they will be healthy again soon," Ms. Joy replied with a smile, before taking my Pokémon into the treatment room with her trusty Chansey. Eastgate Town is renowned for its street performances, and as I walked along the streets, I noticed numerous Pokémon performing in the open air. Glancing at a flyer in my hand, I read about the annual Pokémon performance competition held by the Walker's Paradise. This event resembled the dazzling contests, and I vaguely recalled the performance of a beautiful flower. Thus, I decided against waiting a week for the competition to commence. Instead, I resolved to retrieve my healed Pokémon the following day and continue my journey. After several days of travel, I passed through Deerheart Town and arrived at the Phantom Forest. "All right, everyone, let us return and rest." As the delightful aroma of the prepared lunch wafted through the air, Liu Qing called back his 5 little Pokémon from their training session. Hearing Liu Qing's command, the Dragonite, which had been practicing flying with the Salamence, let out a mighty roar and swiftly descended to the ground. The impact of its massive weight caused the earth to tremble. Following this, the Salamence gracefully landed beside Eevee, Dragonair, and Rhydon, and they all began to partake in the meal. Dragonite had shown remarkable improvement in controlling its landing force, yet there was still room for further enhancement. Observing the Dragonite devouring its food, Liu Qing offered words of encouragement. Dragonite nodded in response. "Eevee, Dragonair, Rhydon, you have all trained exceptionally well," Liu Qing praised, unable to resist smiling at the eager expressions of the 3 Pokémon. Instantly, they erupted into joyous cries. "Hey you, that food smells delicious." Suddenly, a girl clad in a yellow top emerged from the forest, her expression slightly irritated as she pointed at Liu Qing. However, upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, she dashed toward Liu Qing, seized a morsel of food, and exclaimed in delight, "This is amazing." Though taken aback by the unexpected intrusion during his meal, Liu Qing managed to suppress his irritation upon seeing the girl's face. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I'm Nina. Don't think I'm stealing your food for fun. Your Dragonite just scared away the Stantler I was trying so hard to capture," Nina replied. "How do you know my Dragonite was responsible for that?" Liu Qing asked, raising an eyebrow. "That red Dragonite is yours, I assent it?" Nina questioned. And upon Liu Qing's nod, she continued, "It was the tremor from its landing that caused my Chikorita's attack to go astray, making the Stantler flee. Don't you think that's your Dragonite's fault?" Liu Qing wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. "All right, it's my Dragonite's mistake. How about I catch a Stantler to compensate you? Let it go. It's not a big deal. I'm full now," Nina sighed in relief. then looked at Liu Qing earnestly. Since you're a trainer too, would you like to have a battle with me? Absolutely, Liu Qing replied without hesitation. Let us have a one-on-one challenge. Chikorita, go? After taking their positions, Nina tossed her Pokeball, and in a flash of white light, a Chikorita adorned with a circular leaf appeared on the field. Dragonair, it's your turn, Liu Qing commanded, and Dragonair nodded before floating into position to face Chikorita. Chikorita, let us go. Use Razor Leaf, Nina shouted, brandishing a red horn. Chikorita obeyed, swinging the leaves on its head, sending two razor-sharp leaves hurtling toward Dragonair. Dragonair, use Agility, Liu Qing ordered. In an instant, Dragonair vanished from its original spot, reappearing beside Chikorita, deftly evading the Razor Leaf attack. Chikorita, keep attacking, Nina urged, and Chikorita, following her command, aimed another Razor Leaf at the side of Dragonair. Yet, Dragonair once again utilized Agility to dodge the incoming assault. Three dragons, signal beams. After narrowly evading several swift leaf blades, the Mewtwo was beginning to tire. Liu Qing promptly issued the command to attack. The three dragons executed a rapid movement, positioning themselves directly behind Mewtwo, and shot forth two beams of light from their eyes, striking Mewtwo squarely. Instantly, Mewtwo displayed an expression of agony and emitted a cry of distress. Mewtwo, you can do it. Stand up, Nana shouted, witnessing Mewtwo collapse. Upon hearing Nana's voice, Mewtwo gradually struggled to rise. Well done, Mewtwo. Vine Whip, Nana exclaimed with a smile, issuing her command. In an instant, Mewtwo extended two vine whips from its neck, firmly ensnaring the three dragons. Throw it away, Nana exclaimed joyfully. Three dragons, discharge electricity. At that moment, Liu Qing commanded. Immediately, blue electric currents enveloped the three dragons, coursing through Mewtwo's vines, causing Mewtwo to cry out in pain, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Mewtwo, Nana cried out, rushing to Mewtwo's side and lifting it up. You've worked hard. Chapter 157. After several days of travel, Liu Qing finally traversed through Jihua City, where the Swamp King resided, and Happiness Town, arriving at the destination. Kikyo City. He first entrusted the little Pokémon to Nurse Joy, then made a phone call home to assure his safety. After resting for a day, the following morning, he retrieved his Pokémon and made his way to the stylish Kikyo gym. The first gym of the Johto League. Here I come, Liu Qing thought as he stepped into the gym. Are you here for a gym challenge? A man in a white uniform asked from behind the counter as Liu Qing entered. Yes, I am Liu Qing from Goldenrod City, here to challenge the Kikyo gym. Liu Qing replied with a nod. Please take the elevator to the top floor. The gym leader will be there to accept your challenge, the man instructed. Thank you. Liu Qing nodded and entered the elevator beside the counter. Moments later, he arrived at the top floor, stepping out to find an open battle arena before him, with numerous spectators gathered around. From his memories, he recalled that the leader was Aso, the Kikyo gym leader. Hello, Liu Qing from Goldenrod City. I am Aso, the leader of the Kikyo gym, and I accept your challenge. Aso stated. If you are ready, please take your position. I am eager to witness the prowess of the champion of the Indigo Plateau. You know me? Liu Qing asked, surprised as he took his stance. Of course. Johto and Kanto are closely connected. As a gym leader, how could I not be aware of the champions of these two regions? Aso replied. Ah, I see. Liu Qing nodded in understanding. Now, let the official match commence. The Kikyo gym leader, Aso, and the challenger from Goldenrod City, Liu Qing, will engage in a formal battle with badges at stake. Each trainer may use 3 Pokémon. Are both competitors ready? The referee proclaimed from the center of the arena. Prepared and ready. ASU. As the first gym battle in the Johto region, I am certain of obtaining your badge. Liu Qing declared, I shall not make it easy for you. I intend to showcase the true prowess of flying-type Pokémon. ASU, with determination, released his first Pokeball, announcing, Behold, my first contender. A flash of white light revealed Pidgey, perched confidently on ASU's shoulder. So it's Pidgey. Go, EV. Liu Qing countered, tossing forth his own Pokeball, which revealed EV. Poised for battle. Pidgey gracefully descended to the ground, ready for combat. Let the battle commence. The referee proclaimed as the drum sounded. Pidgey peck. ASU commanded. And Pidgey flapped its wings, soaring towards EV. EV dig. Liu Qing responded coolly. Just as Pidgey's beak was about to strike EV, the latter swiftly burrowed underground, evading the attack. While Pidgey, propelled by inertia, surged forward. Watch out, Pidgey. Fly upwards. ASU shouted, his eyes widening at the sight of the hole EV had created. Too late. EV. Use awakening power. At ASU's command, Pidgey instinctively flapped its wings to ascend, but in that moment, EV erupted from the ground behind Pidgey, unleashing its awakening power, striking Pidgey before it could gain altitude. Pidgey let out a pained cry. EV, use Steel Tail. Liu Qing seized the opportunity to pursue. With a metallic sheen enveloping its tail, Eevee executed a swift aerial flip, crashing down upon Pidgey with tremendous force, causing a resounding thud as they hit the ground. Pidgey is unable to continue. Eevee wins. The referee declared, "Indeed, you are worthy of being the champion of the Quartz Conference, with remarkable precision in battle tactics and flawless execution of your Pokémon's abilities." That awakening power, was it of the Ice type? ASU inquired while recalling Pidgey. Indeed, Eevee's awakening power is Ice type, Liu Qing confirmed with a nod. So, what is your second Pokémon? My second is this, ASU announced, releasing another Pokeball, revealing Doduo. Ah, Doduo, Liu Qing remarked, recalling Eevee and presenting a new Pokeball. Rhydon, it's your turn. Let the battle begin. The referee declared once more. Doduo, use Quick Attack to close the distance. ASU commanded eagerly. Instantly, Doduo began to dash about, appearing in various locations, gradually approaching Rhydon. Rhydon, don't let your opponent distract you. Use Magnitude. Liu Qing shouted. In the arena, Rhydon, initially observing Doduo, suddenly glimmered with a blue light, causing the ground to tremble. Doduo, take to the skies. ASU bellowed, and Doduo leaped high into the air, evading the tremors. Now is your chance. Doduo, use Double Edge. ASU proclaimed with fervor, as Dada soared into the air. It immediately launched itself with full force towards the armored rhinoceros below, delivering a tremendous impact that caused the creature to stagger backward. Pursue and execute the drill peck. ASU commanded. Armored rhinoceros, charge forth. Liu Qing responded. The sudden thrust had minimal effect on the armored rhinoceros, which quickly regained its footing, glowing with a yellow radiance as it faced the three rapidly rotating beaks of Dada and charged forward. With a thunderous crash, the two small sprites collided, each contesting the other's strength. Dada, muster all your power and outmatch your opponent. ASU encouraged, joined by a group clad in white training uniforms, rallying their support. Armored Rhinoceros, unleash your full might and demonstrate your strength to your foe. Liu Qing boomed with fervor. Roaring in affirmation, both sprites rallied at the encouragement of their trainers, exerting their utmost strength in a stalemate. Just as the crowd believed the two sprites were evenly matched, the armored rhinoceros let out a mighty roar. Enveloped in a dazzling white light, gradually, its form began to rise, and its forehead horn elongated. When the light faded, a fearsome iron Tyrannosaurus stood before them, unleashing a powerful roar as it lifted Dada high into the air. Dada, execute the triangular attack. ASU exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden evolution of the armored rhinoceros. At his command, Dada's three mouths opened simultaneously, each gathering an energy sphere that gradually formed a vague, triangular shape. At that moment, the iron Tyrannosaurus roared fiercely, its body radiating two rapidly spinning intersecting white circles, which transformed into countless sharp rocks that struck Dada, sending it flying and crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. It's Rock Blade. I can't believe the iron Tyrannosaurus has learned Rock Blade. Liu Qing exclaimed in surprise, witnessing the devastating move. Dada has lost its fighting capability. The iron Tyrannosaurus is victorious. The referee announced. Thank you for your efforts, Dada. Rest well. ASU said as he returned the fallen Dada to its Pokeball. He then retrieved a third Pokeball and turned to Liu Qing. I never expected your armored rhinoceros to evolve at this moment. It's truly astonishing. However, the final battle awaits. If you win, you shall receive the wing badge. Now, it's your turn. Go forth, Beedrill. Chapter 159. In a flash of white light, the resplendent Beedrill appeared in the air, its keen gaze fixed on the iron Tyrannosaurus. Return, iron Tyrannosaurus. Well done, Liu Qing said as he recalled it and produced a third Pokeball, tossing it into the air. Dragonite, it's your time to shine. As the white light dissipated, Dragonite emerged, hovering at the same height as Beedrill, poised for confrontation. Begin. The referee declared with a resounding call. Beedrill, initiate wind attack. ASU commanded, taking the lead. Suddenly, the majestic Beedrill flapped its wings, unleashing a powerful gust of wind directed towards the three dragons. Three dragons, move swiftly. Signal light, commanded Liu Qing. Just as the whirlwind was about to engulf them, the three dragons vanished from sight, only to reappear above Beedrill, launching two beams of light from their eyes toward the creature below. Beedrill, let us also soar with speed. Wing attack, ASU bellowed. Following his command, Beedrill instantaneously disappeared before the signal light, reappearing behind the three dragons, its wings glowing with a radiant white light, striking the dragons with precision. What astonishing speed! Liu Qing marveled, taken aback that he barely had the chance to issue a command before Beedrill successfully hit the dragons. Naturally, Beedrill can achieve a flight speed of up to Mach 2, second only to Dragonite. ASU replied with pride, then continued, Beedrill, once more with the wing attack. In the air, Beedrill executed a swift turn, its wings glowing again as it charged towards the three dragons. Three dragons, use high-speed movement continuously. Liu Qing shouted urgently, Beedrill, pursue them. ASU commanded, clearly intent on resolving the matter through swiftness. The scene unfolded with the three dragons appearing at various positions, while Beedrill relentlessly pursued them, narrowly allowing the dragons to evade each attack. A keen observer would notice that the dragons consistently reappeared at a point above Beedrill and 3 points below, forming a triangular formation. After a prolonged chase, Liu Qing observed the two sprites in the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, ASU detected an anomaly in the air, his heart racing as he shouted, Beedrill, use high-speed movement now. Only now do you realize? It is too late. Three dragons. Activate the triangular cage. Liu Qing commanded. With his order, 4 points above and below Beedrill erupted with light, swiftly connecting to form a triangular prison that ensnared Beedrill within. The Beedrill, having just executed high-speed movement, collided with the luminous barrier, resulting in a shower of sparks that sent it reeling back. Even the swiftest of birds finds their speed of little use once trapped in a cage. ASU, I am keen to see how your Beedrill will respond now. Liu Qing inquired, eyes fixed on ASU. Beedrill, quickly use wing attack. ASU commanded anxiously. Upon hearing his command, Beedrill attempted to unleash the skill, but the impact against the luminous barrier only produced more electric sparks, rebounding back without effect, and inflicting damage from the triangular assault. It is futile. Though Beedrill strikes only one side of the barrier, the force dissipates across the entire surface. Unless you can shatter all 4 walls, Beedrill will remain trapped, Liu Qing explained, simultaneously issuing his final command. Three dragons, deliver the finishing blow, unleash the electric strike. In the sky, the three dragons emanated a brilliant blue electric light, which soon struck the triangular light barrier. Instantly, the 4 walls transformed into a vivid blue, as all the electric sparks converged inward. Moments later, the entire triangular structure was enveloped in a dazzling blue glow, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Pidgeot, culminating in a thunderous explosion. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the area, and the Pidgeot's body plummeted from the smoky sky, rendered incapable of further battle. The concerned Osso rushed to support the fallen Pidgeot. With its fighting spirit extinguished, the victory was declared in favor of Liu Qing from Golden City. The referee announced, "Well done, three dragons. Utilizing the triangular cage must have drained your energy. Now, take a well-deserved rest." Liu Qing affectionately patted the returning 3 dragons before returning them to their Pokeball. Chapter 160. The journey from Kaiki City to Hinoki Town boasted idyllic surroundings, prompting many to construct lavish mansions in the area. After traversing several days and crossing a mountain, Liu Qing engaged in training his Pokémon, particularly allowing his Tyranitar to acclimate to its newfound strength post-evolution, as well as battling various trainers encountered along the way. On this day, Liu Qing finally arrived at a rocky mountain. Is this the Charizard Valley? He pondered, recognizing the mountain's familiarity. Consulting his travel guide, he quickly found the description, revealing it to be a renowned habitat for Charizards, with access strictly prohibited for ordinary individuals. Yet how did I manage to enter without encountering any guards? A voice suddenly emanated from behind him. This place serves not only as a Charizard sanctuary, but also as a vital passage. If it were sealed off, trainers would face a far longer detour. Liu Qing turned to find a green-haired beauty standing there. "Are you the overseer of Charizard Valley, the Charizard trainer, Jike?" Liu Qing inquired, referencing his guide, which indeed contained a photograph of her. "Indeed, I am the custodian of this territory," Jike replied, stepping closer to inhale Liu Qing's scent. "Regrettably, you do not possess the aroma of a Charizard trainer. Otherwise, I could have escorted you into the valley." "What a pity," Liu Qing lamented, having understood from the guide that only trainers with Charizards were permitted entry into the valley. He had never intended to capture a Charizard. "Crossing this valley will lead you to Sunshine Town. Farewell." Jike's duty was to guide each Charizard trainer passing through to the valley, and upon realizing Liu Qing lacked a Charizard, she decided not to linger. After providing him with the next destination, she released a Charizard adorned with a bow and watched it soar away. After Jike departed, Liu Qing followed her directions and crossed the valley, ultimately arriving at Sunshine Town. The Pokémon Center's emblem was prominently displayed, and upon entering the town, Liu Qing headed straight for the center. "Good afternoon, Nurse Joy. He greeted as he approached the Pokémon Center. Good afternoon, young one. How may I assist you? Miss Joy inquired with a smile. Indeed. I must entrust these little Pokémon to you, Miss Joy. Liu Qing handed over 6 Pokeballs along with the Buniri perched upon his shoulder, adding, furthermore, I wish to rest here for the night. I wonder if there are any available rooms at the Pokémon Center? Hee, the Pokémon Center boasts numerous vacant rooms. You may choose any one to reside in. As Miss Joy spoke, she placed the Pokeballs into a tray and gently set Buniri onto a cart pushed by a Chansey, smiling all the while. Thank you, Miss Joy. Miss Joy, why are there so many Sunflora in Sunlight Town? From the moment Liu Qing entered the town until reaching the Pokémon Center, he had encountered countless Sunflora along the way, prompting him to ask Miss Joy. Our Sunlight Town enjoys excellent lighting and abundant water sources, making it an ideal habitat for Sunflora. Almost every household in the town has one, so you must have seen a plethora of them on your way here. Miss Joy replied. Moreover, the annual Sunflora Beauty Contest is fast approaching, and everyone is diligently preparing for it. I see. Liu Qing nodded, realizing that this was yet another grand competition in a splendid format. He had little interest in watching it, so after receiving a key from Miss Joy, he concluded their conversation. Early the next morning, after retrieving his Pokémon, Liu Qing continued his journey. After passing through a city, he arrived at a vast grassland. Chapter 161. The sky is vast, the wilderness boundless. The wind sways the grass, revealing sheep and cattle. Observing a large flock of Mareep on the grassland, Liu Qing couldn't help but recall a line of poetry from his previous life. He waved his hand and released a Pokeball, calling, "Come forth, everyone." As a burst of white light flickered, 6 little Pokémon appeared before Liu Qing, joyfully greeting him. It has been a tiring journey for all of you. Now, let's play and relax. Indeed, the grassland and the sea are the most invigorating places for the soul. In just a moment, Liu Qing felt the fatigue of his travels dissipate entirely. Upon hearing Liu Qing's words, the Pokémon immediately scattered. Gyarados and Salamence soared into the sky, while Eevee and Tyranitar frolicked joyfully on the grassland. Buniri rode on the back of the Dragonite, gliding low over the grassland and occasionally emitting cheerful cries, while only Happiny remained by Liu Qing's side, resting peacefully in the grass. After a while, Liu Qing called his Pokémon back and traversed the grassland, entering a forest. That day, as he continued walking through the forest, Liu Qing suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld red flashes of lightning leaping toward him from the trees. It was a Scyther. Although its speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own Pokémon. Furthermore, in terms of overall strength, it could only be regarded as a Pokémon of an elite trainer. With her unique abilities, Liu Qing quickly discerned the identity of the approaching little sprite and assessed its strength through careful observation. Could this Scyther be eyeing my nearby sprites? Eager to engage them in combat? Puzzled by the battle stance of the Scyther before her, Liu Qing felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Provoked, her 3 companions, Dragonite, Eevee, and Tyranitar, immediately positioned themselves defensively in front of her, while the airborne Salamence and Gyarados, having noticed the commotion, let out a resonant roar, descending rapidly towards the ground, exuding an aura of intimidation. Faced with 5 formidable sprites, 2 of which were of the semi-divine tier, even the inherently combative Scyther appeared to falter, shrinking back in trepidation. Scyther, return. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from behind a tree, causing the Scyther to obediently leap back to his side in a gesture of submission. Sir, since this Scyther belongs to you, I presume you are the one giving the attack orders. Might you enlighten me on your intentions? Liu Qing inquired, a hint of irritation lacing her tone. Had it not been for her special abilities, she might have been caught off guard today. With her question, her sprites braced themselves for battle, the atmosphere thick with tension. Please relax. I am Muramasa, and this is my partner, Masamune. I merely wished to test your strength. There was absolutely no malice intended. My sincerest apologies, Muramasa replied, inclining slightly in apology. Very well. Given your attire, you likely are not a mere traveler, Liu Qing mused, recalling some vague memories triggered by Muramasa's words, though time had clouded her recollections. Trusting him somewhat, she gestured for Gyarados and Salamence to return to the sky. Indeed, I am not a traveler. From the outset, I noticed the 4 sprites by your side, recognizing your exceptional training. Moreover, the 2 formidable sprites that descended from above were impressively powerful. You are precisely the trainer I have been seeking, Muramasa continued, then inquired. May I ask if you are Liu Qing? His reminder sparked a realization in Liu Qing that she had neglected to introduce herself. My apologies for the oversight. I am Liu Qing, hailing from Goldenrod City. She introduced herself. Splendid. Muramasa responded with a smile, nodding. If you would not mind, might you consider visiting my dojo? You appear to have traversed the forest for several days and could surely use some rest. That sounds wonderful. I appreciate it, Liu Qing replied, having begun to recall fragments of the narrative. Although still somewhat unclear, she sensed no ill intentions from Muramasa, and even if there were, she felt unfazed. Thus, she returned EV, Dragonite, and Tyranitar to their Pokeballs and followed Muramasa as he led her through the forest, eventually arriving at a grand building. Upon entering, she observed numerous trainers and sprites engaged in training activities. Chapter 162. This is the Pokémon dojo I have established. Muramasa proudly declared, here, aspiring trainers hone their skills and gather to train their Pokémon. My dream is for these disciples to one day triumph in competitions around the globe. Master, welcome back. The crowd bowed in unison upon Muramasa's return. Uncle, do you truly believe that such simplistic training and strength alone can secure championships worldwide? Liu Qing remarked, disregarding the intense gazes of Muramasa's disciples. Relying solely on brute force in Pokémon battles is far too simplistic. You make a valid point. However, if one lacks physical prowess, how can one expect their Pokémon to succeed in battle? Muramasa countered. We are on different paths and cannot collaborate, Liu Qing chuckled, choosing not to engage further. Each Pokémon requires a distinct approach to training. While some may indeed be strength-oriented, demanding power from every creature would stifle their unique charms. Of course, if Muramasa could transcend to the elite level, he might grasp these nuances, but his inability to do so has kept him at the elite rank. Please, come inside and rest. I must first offer guidance to my disciples, Muramasa said, noticing Liu Qing's silence. Liu Qing nodded, removed his shoes, and entered the house. Welcome to our humble abode. A man prostrated himself before Liu Qing with utmost respect as he entered. There is no need for such formality, Liu Qing replied, slightly taken aback by the man's etiquette, secretly thinking how intimidating such customs could be. Thankfully, despite being from a prestigious family, they did not adhere to such rigid protocols, or else it would be quite unbearable. Are you the trainer that master has invited back? The man straightened up and inquired. Yes, I encountered your master in the forest. Liu Qing responded. What kind of person is he, to attract so many eager to learn from him? My master is an experienced trainer with numerous championship titles. He established this dojo to impart his wisdom to aspiring trainers, helping them become Pokémon masters. Especially noteworthy is his scyther, Masamune. Often referred to as the Red Flash, my master has made significant contributions to championship victories. He is truly formidable, the man spoke with admiration. Ah, the Red Flash, how intriguing, Liu Qing smiled, though he did not take the man's words to heart. His own scyther had already matched Masamune's speed before evolution. What more after? As for championships, they likely pertain to competitions like the fighting tournament. Otherwise, with his elite-level strength, winning a league championship would require extraordinary luck. Hey, are you the trainer my father brought back to battle? At that moment, a purple-haired youth leaning against the wall with a laptop in hand spoke arrogantly. Young master. The man conversing with Liu Qing quickly exclaimed. That is my son, Shingo. Liu Qing, might I ask you to spar with Shingo? Muramasa interjected as he approached. Chapter 163. Uncle. So you brought me here to find a rival for your son? Liu Qing inquired. I'm afraid, Liu Qing, my son believes that by utilizing a computer, he can comprehend all battles in the world and achieve victory. Consequently, he has not undergone training for an entire year. Even if he is undefeated, it only applies to my disciples. Thus, I seek a trainer to engage in battle with Shinwu. So he understands that relying solely on computer data will not lead to triumph, Muramasa replied, his expression tinged with exasperation as he glanced at Shinwu. Dad, even the trainers you find will be defeated by my data, and this time will yield the same outcome, for no one can surpass my information, Shinwu retorted disdainfully. Oh, you believe your data can conquer anyone? Liu Qing asked, amusement flickering in her eyes. Indeed, my data is invincible, Shinwu declared with pride. What about the Elite Four? Can you defeat them as well? Liu Qing pressed on. I have studied and analyzed all the battles of the Elite Four, identifying the optimal strategies to counter them. Even against the Elite Four, victory will be mine, Shinwu asserted confidently. If you are indeed so formidable, then why hasn't the league appointed you as the champion? Liu Qing questioned with an air of curiosity. With you around, what need is there for the Elite Four? Should darkness arise, we could simply send you forth, and Team Rocket might even be reduced to tears, disbanding at your feet. Furthermore, everyone could forego traveling. A mere computer at home would suffice to analyze opponents' data, rendering one an invincible entity. Shinwu's face flushed crimson at Liu Qing's mocking words, yet he could not refute them. He remained steadfast in his belief that his computer was unmatched, stating, "Humph, since you say that, do you dare to battle me? I shall show you the power of my data." "Very well, I await your challenge. Now, search for my data, Liu Qing from Goldenrod City, with your most advanced computer." Liu Qing replied with a slight smile, while Muramasa also revealed a hint of a smile. "Oh, so you are the champion of the previous quartz conference. Possessing 6 Pokémon. With such ability, you could secure the championship. The quartz conference must not be that impressive," Shinwu remarked disdainfully as he scoured Liu Qing's data. "What? The quartz champion?" Muramasa gasped, startled. Unlike Shinwu, he did not possess such arrogance. The league's competitions were the pinnacle of contests. To achieve victory in such events indicated profound strength. Although he had also garnered many championships, they were merely in minor competitions. At that moment, he understood why Liu Qing was accompanied by 2 extraordinarily powerful Pokémon. His other disciples gazed at Liu Qing, unable to suppress their awe. Soon, the two stood in the arena, with Muramasa serving as the referee. Liu Qing was the first to throw her Pokeball. "Tyranitar, come forth. Go, Belii." On the opposite side, Shinwu unleashed a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a Scyther materialized on the battlefield. Immediately, Shinwu settled into a cross-legged position, opening his laptop and turning a camera on his notebook towards the Tyranitar. "Shinwu, you may attack first," Liu Qing remarked, observing Shinwu's fingers dancing across the keyboard. "Belii, use quick attack," Shinwu commanded, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Chapter 164. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted behind Belii, charging swiftly towards the Tyranitar. "Not too impressive, is it? Seeing Belii's speed, it can't even muster a counterattack," Shinwu scoffed, noting Liu Qing's indifference. "Belii, accelerate." Following Shinwu's words, Belii's speed intensified, leaving a trail of afterimages as it barreled towards the Tyranitar. "Tyranitar, block it with arm thrust," Liu Qing commanded in a low voice. As Belii rapidly approached, Tyranitar extended its arms to shield itself, staggering back a few steps from the impact of quick attack before regaining its footing. Its arms glowed with a white luminescence as it struck down towards Scyther. "Scyther, use double team." Shinwu appeared unfazed by Belii's predicament, his eyes glued to the screen. "Excellent strength, solid defense, but average speed. Moreover, with a type disadvantage, Tyranitar stands no chance against my Belii. I simply cannot fathom why some individuals choose to battle when victory is clearly unattainable." However, Shinwu's analysis of average speed referred solely to movement speed, not the speed of Tyranitar's attacks. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Scyther was sent crashing into the ground by the arm thrust, a cloud of dust enveloping the arena. How could this be? The data clearly indicates that Scyther should have been able to use double team first. Why was Tyranitar's arm thrust executed so swiftly? Shinwu exclaimed, glancing up from the arena to his laptop, his fingers ceaselessly tapping the keyboard in disbelief. "I cannot vouch for the accuracy of your computer's display, but I understand that this is the result of a trainer and Pokémon training in unison. I issue commands, and Tyranitar can respond instantaneously, while you must first analyze before issuing a command. Moreover, your Belii must also react before executing an attack. And the time taken for all this exceeds that of Tyranitar's arm thrust," Liu Qing observed with a hint of pity. "In the realm of true masters, the battlefield is ever-changing. There is no time for leisurely analysis. Often, a mere instant can determine the outcome of a battle." Shinwu remained silent, watching Belii rise again, and continued to focus on the screen, shouting, "Belii, use Metal Claw. Still relying on the computer, are we? Even if your speed surpasses that of Tyranitar. As long as your ultimate goal remains to attack Tyranitar, that is all that matters," Liu Qing replied calmly. "Tyranitar, use Rock Slide." Upon hearing the command from Liu Qing, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was immediately enveloped by 2 swiftly rotating white beams of light, which coalesced into numerous sharp stone shards. As the giant pincer mantis approached, these shards were unleashed, sending it hurtling away, incapacitated on the ground. Bray Shinwu gazed at the screen displaying the defeated Bray, casting aside his computer in disbelief, and rushed to Bray's side, exclaiming incredulously, "Return, iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, you performed admirably." After recalling the Pokeball, Liu Qing observed the despondent Shinwu and sighed softly, easily shattering his faith. Though somewhat cruel, this turn of events would ultimately benefit Shinwu greatly. "Uncle Muramasa, whether your son can adjust his attitude now lies in your hands. I shall take my leave." The forthcoming matters no longer concerned Liu Qing, and even if Shinwu remained oblivious, there was still Ash to consider. Liu Qing recalled this plotline vividly. Chapter 165. After departing from Uncle Muramasa's dojo, Liu Qing wandered through the forest for several days. At last, he arrived at Hinoki Town. What a scorching sun. Surely, there won't be a drought here, he mused, noting the river had completely dried up. Having traversed the path, Liu Qing was drenched in sweat. He wiped his brow and quickened his pace toward the Pokémon Center, glancing at the wilting Togepi in his arms due to the heat. Soon, he entered the Pokémon Center, following the street signs, and was greeted by a refreshing atmosphere. Good afternoon, Nurse Joy. I entrust these Pokémon to you. After handing over the Pokeballs and Togepi, Liu Qing inquired, Nurse Joy, what is happening here? Is there a drought? Indeed. It has been quite some time since it last rained in Hinoki Town. Aside from the Pokémon Center, all other schools and gyms have closed, Nurse Joy replied, passing the Pokeballs and Togepi to her Chansey. Nurse Joy, when will the gym reopen? Liu Qing thought himself unfortunate. Having finally arrived in Hinoki Town, he discovered that the gym was closed due to the drought. It might be after the drought ends, Nurse Joy responded uncertainly. We don't know when it will rain again. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing sighed and rented a room at the Pokémon Center. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed, idly perusing a travel guide. Legend has it that 400 years prior, a severe drought also afflicted this region until a Snorlax yawned, prompting dark clouds to gather and torrential rain to fall, alleviating the drought. Consequently, the townsfolk revered Snorlax as a deity. As Liu Qing read the guide, he recalled the multitude of Snorlax he had seen along the way, understanding why they were so prevalent here. The guide mentioned the yawning rain skill, and it also referenced the Snorlax that he intended to visit. Although his memory was hazy, it seemed Ash had also visited there before directly challenging the gym. After a refreshing afternoon nap, Liu Qing retrieved the Pokeball and Togepi from Miss Joy and set forth towards the Drowsy Well. Nestled upon a hillside, the well is steeped in legend. Said to be the very spot where a Drowsy yawned 4 centuries ago. Liu Qing easily arrived at the entrance of the underground waterway carved into the mountainside. A damp chill enveloped him, indicating that water still lingered within the subterranean passage. Illuminating the path with a flashlight, Liu Qing felt the oppressive humidity thickening in the air as he muttered to himself. Before long, he reached the bottom of the waterway, where only a solitary pond remained. As he shone his light across the surface, he observed dozens of Drowsies, some floating lazily and others sprawled atop the rocks, all exhibiting a rather vacant demeanor. After casting a fleeting glance at Liu Qing, they returned to their inert state. Indeed, they are aptly named, he mused, recognizing their sheer lethargy. Perhaps only upon evolving into a hypno would they attain a full awakening, unlocking their latent wisdom. Realizing this, Liu Qing felt a tinge of frustration. If the tales were true, this group of Drowsies held the key. However, the challenge remained, how to command their obedience. Just then, Togepi, perched on Liu Qing's shoulder, tugged at his ear and chirped excitedly. What is it, Togepi? Liu Qing inquired, puzzled. Togepi pointed towards the upper right. Something unusual, he exclaimed, following Togepi's direction. Upon shining the flashlight, he discerned a Drowsy resting atop a prominent rock face, its eyes fixated on him. This Drowsy appeared oddly distinct from those in the pond. Liu Qing gazed deeply into its eyes, sensing an extraordinary presence beyond the typical Drowsy demeanor, wisdom. Yes, indeed, wisdom. Though it bore the same vacant expression, there was an unmistakable spark of sagacity within its gaze. This must be the leader of the Drowsy clan, Liu Qing concluded with certainty. If he could tame this particular Drowsy, all his dilemmas would be resolved. Zapdos, unleash your electric fury, Liu Qing commanded as he summoned his Zapdos. Following his directive, the majestic bird radiated blue electric energy, directing it towards the Drowsy. However, the Drowsy was far from passive. Enveloped in a faint green aura, it effortlessly absorbed the assault. Protection, I see. In that case, Zapdos, engage in high-speed movement and employ signal beam, Liu Qing ordered once more.